the case that they're making, this is what Trump's been saying for a long time. The case that they're making against Trump is not a case they're making against Trump. It's a case they're making against you. The reason that what Joe Biden said near the end of the election, where he said that if you're garbage, if you're a Trump supporter, which is something that Democrats truly now believe, I think in large measure about people who are on the other side of the aisle. I think most Republicans believe that most Democrats are misinformed, that they've been told things that aren't true. They might be gullible in a certain sense, or maybe they have different interests and different priorities. I think that the unspoken assumption that Democrats have made, that Kamala Harris has made, and Joe Biden and all the rest, is that this isn't really about whether Trump is Hitler. It's really about whether your fellow Americans are actually evil, who actually want to destroy the country. That's the danger of democracy. If you want to talk about a danger of democracy, democracy rests on a pretty simple presumption. That presumption is you're going to win some and you're going to lose some, but the people that you share a society with are not your enemies. Because if you shared a society with your enemies and you lost, then they would kill you, right? And if you could never win ever again because they're going to rig the rules so thoroughly that it's not possible to win anymore, you wouldn't allow democracy to go forward. You'd actually start an armed rebellion, right? I mean, that's what the American Revolution was, for example. So but what the left has so thoroughly done is demonized anyone who supports Trump. It started off as demonizing Trump, and it's moved from Trump is Hitler to anyone who supports him is a brown shirt and a Nazi. And what's so crazy about that messaging, obviously, I mean, Dennis is a giant Jew, meaning like, very large.
Literally
like the center of the Jewish basketball team.
Jew, yeah.
He's the center of the Jewish basketball team. I, as the point guard of the Jewish basketball team, we're owing 1 million. But I will say that as somebody who went to the grave of Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the Rebbe's grave, with Donald Trump to meet a hostage family, as somebody who's watching as Hasidic bands are running through New Jersey and New York playing in Yiddish, vote for Donald Trump, I really feel like those people aren't Nazis. In fact, I feel like the people who are more prevalent in Nazi circles are all supporting the other person. They're all people who like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and want the state of Israel destroyed. And you may have noticed that all of the neo-Nazis, all the people who are actual, stated fans of Nazis, who people were linking Trump with in 2015, 2016, they all flipped on him. And now they say he's too philo-Semitic and pro-Israel, and they actually are going the other way.
But, this is all about what both Jeremy and Dennis are talking about. When you read the Federalist Papers, most of us, when you see the founders, how far-sighted they were because of their knowledge of human nature, I always think the one thing they did not foresee, and none of their arguments touches on, is, of course, the development of mass media. And what we have been living in for 60 years, there's just no question about this, is increasing power over what's called the social imaginary, what that cloud of knowing that connects us all in a kind of moral ideal, and they have been in control of it. And the transgender issue was an absolute proof of how quickly a nonsense theory could be turned into holy writ by the power of this mass media. But it was also, in Matt's movie and a dozen other places, it was also evidence that we were beginning to strike back. And that is, I think, everything.
By the way,
people do not take into account the power of that social.
And did you notice, though, actually on all of these points, on the Hitler thing not working and on the power of the media, one cause for hope, I think, at this early hour while the results are just beginning to come in, is that the LA Times did not endorse Kamala Harris. Right. Now, the LA Times changed ownership in 2018. That's what the libs are blaming this on. But that doesn't explain it, because the LA Times endorsed Biden in 2020. They chose not to endorse Kamala. The Washington Post, now infamously, did not endorse Kamala Harris. Jeff Bezos wrote a whole op-ed as to why he wasn't doing it.
USA Today as well.
USA Today as well. Now with Bezos, what did he say? He said it's because we need credibility. People don't believe us anymore, and they're all turning to those nasty podcasts, and they're all turning to Daily Wire. Concurrently, the Washington Post ran a hit piece trying to take our shows off the air with Ben's picture as the head of it. So this was, to me, evidence not of some ideological awakening or a reckoning with the fact that Trump isn't Hitler or whatever. This was a business decision. And I think the LA Times and I think Jeff Bezos, I think these guys are pricing in the likelihood of a Trump win, which gives me a little bit of hope.
Well, speaking of business decisions, I want you to hear from a moment from one of our sponsors. We're going to be bringing you some great advertisements from our sponsors throughout the night that make it possible for us to bring you this show live and outside of our paywall. We wanted to make the show as available on all the platforms, including dailywire.com, to everyone, the broadest audience possible, so that we could all share together in this, I think, emotional, harrowing, and hopefully ultimately joyful evening. So we'll bring you these sponsorships about one per hour, and this is the first one now.
Well, folks, there's a lot of uncertainty right before an election, but here is something certain. You do not want to mess around with the IRS. If you owe back taxes, you need to get Tax Network USA on your side. If you theoretically were to have any tax issues with the IRS, Tax Network USA has a team of attorneys and expert negotiators at the ready to work for you. If you haven't filed for the last year, the last 5 years, even the last 10 years, Tax Network USA is here to help.
Say, Ben, what makes Tax Network USA so helpful?
Well, they have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to and which to avoid. Plus, they won't back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people like you. Don't wait until the IRS comes after you. They certainly will, eventually.
How would one get in contact with this Tax Network USA you speak of?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. You can give them a call for free at 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire. Talk with one of their strategists, see how they can help. Put tax nightmares behind you. Again, that's 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire. Thank you, Tax Network USA, for sponsoring our election night coverage.
Of course, also want to thank our Daily Wire Plus members who make it possible for us to do all the great work that we do. We're running an amazing sale today, 47% off because of our hope that Donald Trump is our 47th president. You can go to Daily Wire Plus right now, get an annual membership for 47% off using promo code FIGHT. Again, that's dailywire.com/subscribe. Now's the time to join. We'll be bringing you questions from our members throughout the evening, our way of interacting in particular with our members, even though the show is free and available to everyone all across the interwebs. So this evening,
guys, to put you in a better mood, we do have a clip of Kamala Harris, our possible next president of the United States today. And it demonstrates, I think, in full scale, her charisma, her magic, the absolute magnetic draw that she represents. Here she was trying to call a voter, and it didn't go amazing.
How you doing? Have you voted already?
Give me a second.
You did? Thank you. Thank you so very much. You know, it's so important that everybody...
On camera, Matthew J. Walsh. I don't know what your middle name is, but yes, that is correct. That is correct. It was on camera. This woman is so fake and so phony that she literally cannot call a voter without faking it, because the voter on the other end might talk to her, and it might be Joe Rogan or something. So she has to make sure that it's no one who's going to ask her a question. That follows hard on video of her that came out the other night of her door knocking in Philadelphia. And she actually had to tell people to go back indoors so that she could knock on their door. So there could be a video of her knocking on doors.
There was the story that came out of the New York Times yesterday about a podcast that this woman had done over the summer. It never even aired. She's speaking to a Muslim podcaster. He wanted to talk about the war in Gaza. She said, no, we ain't talking about anything that could lose me votes, but we can talk about whether or not it's acceptable to take your shoes off on an airplane. This was the important issue that our potential future president wanted to talk about. She gets there, and I kid you not, according to the New York Times, the issue she brought up was how tasty bacon is. Generally not advisable with the Muslim podcast host. She kept hitting this. This woman, I don't even want to put it out into the universe. If this woman is elected president, she ain't going to be doing the Abraham Accords, okay? Ain't going to be negotiating with Putin and Xi Jinping. The level of incompetence and ignorance that this woman exemplifies makes it very difficult for me to believe that many Americans will vote for her. Well, I know that many will, but
here's the source of my optimism tonight. You've just hit on it. I've said on this show before, and I borrow it from our dear mutual friend, Alan Estrin. Narrative is an actual living force in the universe, just as certainly as gravity is an actual force in the universe. And when you look at this from a narrative point of view, first of all, it is the obvious third act of a Donald Trump story. You had 2016, as others have said, 2016, A New Hope. 2020, The Empire Strikes Back. 2024, The Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
I mean, Donald Trump coming back is the conclusion to the narrative that's been in motion. And two, not one person wants Kamala Harris to be president of the United States. Not a single Kamala voter wants her to be president. Yes, they want to stop literal orange Hitler. Of course they do. If you believe Donald Trump's Hitler, you have a moral obligation to try to stop him. And they've been, sort of incensed to this point. But no one is excited about Kamala Harris. And so from just a storytelling point of view, I don't think America's ready to be done with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
By the way, on the issue of Hitler and moral obligations, I have raised this on my radio show, and I've never gotten a coherent response from people who hate Donald Trump. If you believe he's Hitler or just a fascist, a la Mussolini, not quite Hitlerian, aren't you at the very least morally obligated to cheat? I'm not claiming cheating is happening. I'm just asking, and it's a fair question. It's not. I'm not being cute. It's not manipulative. If I will go on the record. If I believed Kamala Harris were Hitler, I would cheat. I don't know how you can't have it both ways. You can't say anyone who says we cheat is lying, is undermining our democracy, but he's Hitler. Well, if he's Hitler, you should cheat. Is that?
Well, forget about cheating. How about this? How about, here's a question, and I asked this question to Sam Harris in a debate that I did with him about Trump versus Kamala. The question is, let's say that Trump wins. Do you certify the election? If he's Hitler, do you certify the electoral vote?
Right.
I mean, that's a very easy one. They say, obviously, that is the worst thing that has ever happened, that anybody would challenge any of this sort of stuff. But if you keep saying this guy's Hitler, then you kind of have a moral obligation.
What did Sam Harris say about the Hitler?
He said, no, because just because he'll be like an incompetent Hitler. He won't actually be able to get it done, right? I mean, so incompetent Hitler is not actually Hitler, believe it or not. It's like a different kind of thing entirely. But I think that the painting of themselves.
Can you imagine for a minute having to put up with Hitler and the trains don't run on time?
Really, worst of all worlds.
Worst of all worlds.
But you always expect people, though, in moments like that to blink and kind of wake up and come back to reality, because that is one thing that has always been on our side. Reality does have a voice. You can say these things over and over again, but people do look out the window. They don't only look at their weather app to see what the weather is going to be. They do, they put their hands out and see if it's raining and all this. And eventually you look at these guys. We were talking about this on your show, Dennis, that, Bush was Hitler. Romney was Hitler. Romney, remember, was a dog killing, old lady killing, the most anodyne candidate we've ever put up, milquetoast candidate we ever put up. So it's
Bob Dole, it was a close second.
I think that's kind of my narrative as a force. Reality is also a force.
Yep.
My maybe the source of really my hope here is that I think reality wins. Reality always wins in the end. Reality is real.
Agreed.
It always wins.
Undefeated.
And so you brought up earlier, Drew, the trans issue. The media was able to create this delusion in people's minds. But look at the trans issue. It has not. Kamala Harris hasn't brought it up one time. I mean, during this campaign, Democrats have run from this issue. They don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, she's running, and this is the other sign that things are, I think, are looking good for Republicans. This whole campaign, Kamala has run to the right on immigration. She ran to the right on crime. She ran to the right on every issue except abortion. That's the only one where she's stuck by her far left guns. And I think that tells you something about where the country is.
There are candidates throughout the country. There are Democrat candidates throughout the country who are running on their friendliness toward Trump.
Yeah.
I voted with Trump on 1% of his issues, my golly, and that they're actually doing this. The only problem with that is the left does this all the time.
Right.
They despise us so much that they think if they lie to us, it's justified.
In fairness, politicians left and right tell the public the lie that they're going to be conservative.
Right.
Neither party actually has.
You have a point. Yeah, you have a point. Yeah.
So I think it's worth noting at this point sort of how the evening is going to go, just so people have sort of a run of when all these polls are closing. So the big states, Georgia, Virginia, they close at 7 p.m. Eastern. So about half an hour, they're going to close. And then Georgia's going to start posting its early vote totals by 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. So in about an hour and a half, we're going to start getting some real numbers out of Georgia. If you take a look at Michigan and Pennsylvania, those close at 8 p.m. Eastern, so 7 p.m. Central, again, so about an hour and a half, that's when they're going to close. Michigan, according to Henry Olson, is going to start posting its early vote earlier than Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania goes later. Pennsylvania is harder to count. We saw this last time. It'll probably be tomorrow morning before we know what the hell's going on in Pennsylvania. Early vote in North Carolina, apparently, is going to be like 75 to 80% of turnout. Democrats should lead big after the early vote in Pennsylvania. For example, Wisconsin closes its polls 9 p.m. Eastern, so does Arizona. But Arizona is going to take a while to release those early vote totals. Again, the sort of mess that happens on election night is ridiculous. Just on its face, it's ridiculous. I mean, honestly, like as a person who doesn't tend to believe in widespread voter fraud, it's just ridiculous that we're sitting here all night long when this could all easily be done.
And
my home state of Florida
does it,
fixed this after 2000.
Yeah.
They counted all the early ballots beforehand. They tabulated all of them. They keep those numbers. And then you vote the same day. It all goes in the machine. And then, like 5 minutes after the polls close, you know exactly who won in the state of Florida. We could do that all over the country, but it turns out everybody's an idiot, and so we can't have nice things in the most prosperous country in the history.
The problem with it too is that a nation requires trust, and so if you have a system, even if there isn't widespread fraud, if there is the appearance that there could be widespread fraud, then you've already eroded one of the most important things in a democratic institution, which is trust.
But that's not important to the left. They don't care whether they're trusted. They care whether they're in power.
Yeah.
It's the problem of the decent and the indecent. The decent don't understand the indecent. They think that they more or less run by similar principles, but they don't. The Democrats don't care if people trust them. They care if they win. And then they exercise their power, and then they suppress, to the extent you said correctly, they ran away from the trans issue, but they didn't run away from the censorship issue. It has been declared by Harris and Walsh that they will suppress misinformation. Misinformation is left-wing code for whatever differs from the left. That is the only definition of misinformation on the left. So that's why I'm a bit less sanguine. They don't run by these rules.
The other thing that I've noticed a lot, because I know a lot of Democrats, and what they do is they compare our extremists to themselves. So in other words, most of them are decent people. They have liberal leanings. Their parents voted liberal. Their society votes liberal. So they vote for the Democrat candidate. That's what they think the liberality is. But then they compare them to the one guy holding a swastika sign at a right-wing rally. Whereas what we say is, like, the people you are electing are radicals. And it is true, the people in the comment sections may be radical right-wingers, but your radicals are in office and they're not going to do what you want them to do after they get in power. It's a really tough argument to make, because you have to remember that the reasons we vote the way we vote, there aren't that many people who change from the way their families taught them to vote, the way their parents voted. So you have to have a big reason to do it. And they are actually good, because they have so much cultural power, they're actually good at comparing ordinary, decent Democrat people to our, crazy lunatics who are maybe a very small percentage of our movement. And it really is something that we have to overcome as communicators.
I mean, speaking of communication, I think this is one of the central issues of this campaign. What people take away from it, and I warned you not to do takeaways, but anyway, that's a rule for you.
That's
Michael. It's not a rule for me,
but not for thee. Okay.
Right. For my friends, the law. For my enemies, but the one of the big takeaways here for Republicans is that this election, I think, could have been a more clear-cut contrast from the Republican side of the aisle on things like innovation, entrepreneurship. Like, Elon was trying to do that. He was trying to do that all day long. Donald Trump spent about half the campaign, and I think J.D. Vance spent a lot of the campaign, knocking on Kamala Harris for the bad economy and for the open border and all that stuff. You know what isn't useful? Distraction kind of stuff. Not because a campaign can't handle distraction, but because if you're wasting time explaining, you're doing it wrong. And I think that Kamala Harris's entire game here has been to obfuscate, obviously, her record, her positions. She's been running as a sort of middle of the road, slightly Republican candidate, tough on crime, tough on the border, moderate on abortion, right? So, somebody who's really kind of middle of the road. And instead of drawing the contrast more and more sharply about what the future of America looks like under Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, I think that maybe it's because we're also online. It's easy to get caught up in the online of it, right? The peanut, the squirrel, that's the memes are funny and the memes are entertaining. We're going to find out whether memes win elections. I mean, really, truly, because it's a very easy thing to sort of feel. This is why I'm resistant to my own optimism in some cases, right? I'm watching the same people you are. I'm optimistic. I'm feeling, pretty optimistic and good. And then I think about the fact that the vast majority of the American people who are voting are not on Twitter and have no clue what's going on. I mean, if you want to see something really depressing, look at the Google trends for who are the candidates today. I'm dead serious. It goes like this in the like all year, one day before the election, boom, suddenly it spikes. There are tens of millions of people who pay no attention to anything, And so they are tuning in at the very last minute. And what they get on the TV or what they get on the internet, if that's us talking about Peanut the squirrel, and it's them talking about how she's trying to do together. We know that her together unity shtick is complete bullshit. Like, we know that. We know that because we watch this for a living. But the level of disconnect that most Americans have with their politics is so unbelievably high. It's almost hard for us to comprehend how many Americans do not watch this stuff closely.
Ben, you and Dennis are bringing the vibes way down.
Yeah. We don't-
I'm trying to keep them up here. I will
Well,
say,
yeah, I just want to say you're stuck with him. You invited me.
I've said this before. This is sort of a Jewish-Christian contrast.
Yeah.
Christians will be like, listen, God is good, God is great, and that means that everything's going to end up all right in the end. We'll be like, yeah, God is good and God is great, and then maybe He hates us, maybe we sinned. Possible. Just gonna put that out there.
if I could bring it back, bring the vibes back up. I actually think that, Trump obviously is going to get off message. That's part of the Trump experience. This has been the most disciplined Trump campaign we've ever seen, right? I mean, and we talked,
For sure.
we talked earlier. It was mentioned how Trump will say things that are outrageous, and it occurred to when's the last time he said something outrageous?
He didn't, right? It was the people around him.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. It was like MSG and dumb jokes about Puerto Ricans or something in the close to an election. But it wasn't Trump. You're right.
Right.
It really was not Trump. It was not Trump.
And also, he's been doing everything wrong and has just staged, even whether he wins or loses, just staged the greatest comeback in American political history. I mean, the things that they have done to him, he's been shot, he's been impeached twice, he's been, indicted, prosecuted, convicted, on nonsense. And yet here he is. I mean, we're debating whether he's going to make it or not. It's an amazing thing, and it's all him. It's all his instinct. And you have to respect that, because we sit around going, "Oh, he made another stupid mistake." Here is a guy who saw his mugshot and actually said, "Good picture. Let's put that on T-shirts." What consultant would have told him to do that?
It's also a reminder. People say, "Well, I like Trump's policies," but often you'll hear, even from people on the right, they'll buy the left-wing argument that the guy has bad character. And of course, he's done bad things. We've all done bad things, and he's really famous, and he has been for a long time. This man displays an uncommon degree of natural virtue. This, to your point, Drew, the courage that it takes to be indicted for the fourth time
Unbelievable.
and to get up there in front of a camera without breaking a sweat and just talk about what you're going to do tomorrow, to be shot in the ear and then not change your schedule one iota to show up at the RNC to accept your nomination 2 days later. That is not only uncommon, I think that is unique in American politics.
I will say, because I often publicly say that I believe Trump is uniquely flawed, and I don't mean in the way that we're all flawed. I don't buy
Yeah.
I don't buy the sort of we've all sinned and fall short of the grace of God. Yes, that's true. Also, Trump has unique character flaws that, in my opinion, should probably have been disqualifying. I think his handling of COVID in 2020 probably should have been disqualifying. They weren't. The forum in which you determine if something was or was not disqualifying is called a primary.
Yeah.
The majority of Republican voters wanted Donald Trump to be the nominee. He is the nominee. And by golly, I hope he becomes the president. I voted for him. We've supported him. We'll be thrilled if he's the president. That said, I don't say enough about his unique virtues. And he does actually have certain unique virtues. You've just outlined some of them, but one of them that almost no one says enough about, I think, is a kind of grace.
Yes. Yeah.
Tucker Carlson called Donald Trump demonic. J.D. Vance compared him to Hitler. He was as outspoken a never-Trumper, far more outspoken a never-Trumper than, say, Ben and I in 2016. One of those is now an advisor to Donald Trump. The other, his pick for vice president. That to be rich and to have grace, to be famous and to have grace, to be powerful and to have grace, those, as we've discussed many times, those three attributes erode character.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump is able to circle around with his former rivals. Listen, he's not afraid to attack you. He's not afraid to be coarse. He's sometimes a blunt instrument, as I said before, insult comic, hyperbolic, but he puts the interests of the country above his petty grudges. And lest you think that I'm overstating the importance of that in a political context, John McCain, who was a patriot, John McCain, who I believe, had he won in 2008, many of the trials we've gone through as a nation over these last 16 years, I suppose, wouldn't have occurred. And yet, when John McCain walked onto the Senate floor to cast the deciding vote to overturn or to continue the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, he had a choice between being a man of his word. He literally ran for re-election on the promise of overturning the Affordable Care Act, or to deprive Donald Trump of a win because he hated Donald Trump. He had every right to hate Donald Trump, but Donald Trump said awful things about John McCain. So I understand the grudge. It's a legitimate grudge. And yet I expect of my politicians that they will put the interests of the nation above their petty grudges. John McCain did not. He dishonored himself, and he saddled the country with this horrible piece of legislation that he had promised to overturn simply because he hated Donald Trump. And love him or lump it, Donald Trump doesn't do that.
Well, so here's the thing about Trump that really is what makes him what he is. In the end, Donald Trump cares about one thing in life. One, winning. It's the only thing he cares about. He's perfectly clear about this, by the way. It's not as though he's like hiding the ball. This is the only thing that he cares about under any circumstances, whether he's running a game show on a network TV or whether he's talking about elections. All he cares about is winning and the perception of winning. And so what that means is that when somebody says, I got it wrong, you were right, I'm backing you. He's like, okay, that makes it easier for me to win. I don't think that it's that he himself has like a personal level of grace for people that's, like Mother Teresa or something. I think that he understands what's effective.
Well, possibly it's transactional, but I also think Donald Trump seems to like people.
He does.
Well, no, this is a different thing.
And he likes new people, which I think is also
think about.
I totally agree with this.
I keep thinking of the scene in It's a Wonderful Life where Mr. Potter calls the people of the town rabble, and Jimmy Stewart says the rabble do most of the living in pain and dying and working in this town. And that's what I see in Donald Trump. I see the voices of those people that have been not just silenced, they've been insulted for 50, 60 years and told everything about them stinks, while the people who are telling them they stink live in the country they built, and he's their voice. And the fact that he's an angry voice and a coarse voice, they deserve it. They at least deserve it. They have failed at every possible level while deriding the people who have borne the brunt of their failure.
Did you hear on this point, Donald Trump quoted C.S. Lewis. I don't even know that he knew he was quoting C.S. Lewis, but at that McDonald's stunt, which was so magnificent, there was a guy who pulled up and he said, oh, sir, I support you and I'm just an ordinary person. And he cut him off and he said, you're not ordinary.
Yeah.
You're not. That's a line from C.S. Lewis, okay? And he's got that in spades. We saw our friend last night, Megyn Kelly, went out there. To your point, Jeremy, Megyn and Trump had a tough relationship after 2016. But why did Megyn endorse him for her part? And why has Trump been so happy with her endorsement? Because politics is not supposed to be about petty personal grievances. It's supposed to be about the common good, which is to benefit all of us. And the people around Trump, up to and including Trump himself, have made that abundantly clear.
No, you're totally right. So, I mean, I have personal experience with this, right? So I held a fundraiser from this year. And when I held the fundraiser for him, he knew, of course, exactly who I was. I walk in and he's like, Ben Shapiro. Used to love Ron DeSantis, but you're going to love us so much more. And that's what he is. I mean, he's a schmoozer and he's a kibitzer. And again, he fixes the toilet, right? Like the story he likes telling about New York is the same story he likes to tell about building the Jerusalem embassy, is the same story he tells about everything, which is, I got it done faster, I got it done cheaper, I can do it more efficiently. Like, these are the stories that he likes to tell. And so that's why I think that most Americans, they look at him and they say, okay, these people, they speak all of the things the elite think that you're supposed to speak. And then they brutalize the entire system. Donald Trump, he speaks the way you're not supposed to speak, and he speaks like a truck driver, and he does all these things. But in the end, does he fix things, or does he make them worse? And they are so concerned about the proprieties that they forget that, the actual lived experience of normal human beings in this country is that prices went up 20 to 60%, depending on what exactly you were buying at the grocery store over the course of the last 4 years. And it turns out most of us, we liked the no war thing. Now, that was pretty great, having no war and burgeoning peace in the Middle East, as opposed to, the slaughter of 1,200 people in Israel, 250 people taken hostage, and the complete degradation of that area into massive war. Like, that was better. Trump was just better. That's the end of it.
That's it. We're going to take a quick moment to highlight some of the cool stuff going on here at Daily Wire. While we do that, if you haven't voted, most everywhere in the country, you still have time. Please go get in line, cast your vote. It is your actual obligation as a citizen. If you're a Christian, you may have been told by sort of the attitude of modern evangelicalism that you're somehow above voting, that this isn't our kingdom. Listen, the apostles say that God appoints government for the purpose of punishing the unjust and praising the just. In a country that is democratic like ours, a republic like ours, a government of the people, that means you were appointed by God to play a role in punishing evil and in praising good. You have a job, and the way that you do your job is to go vote. So please, we have some great commercials for the good stuff we're doing at the Daily Wire. Don't watch them. Get in your car, drive down to a polling place, get in line. It isn't too late. We'll be right back.
Left's grip is slipping, but they won't go quietly. Now's the time to stand up. Daily Wire is your voice. confronting the lies, changing the culture. Join the voice of certainty in uncertain times, the most important intellectual in the Western world, and the star of the two most important documentaries in history. As long as our freedom is under threat, we'll be here fighting for you. Make your voice count. Join Daily Wire Plus today and get 47% off new annual memberships. Together, we'll fight the left and build the future.
Had enough of the woke bullshit, and you're tired of paying companies like Harry's and Gillette to hate you? You can buy my new razor instead.
Go to jeremy'srazors.com now and buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability.
Okay, I'm going to do something fun tonight just for folks watching us over at Daily Wire. I have right here this extremely heavy gold-plated truth bomb from Birch Gold. I'm going to sign this thing right now, which makes it worth like 8 times as much as actual gold. It has now been signed. We're going to give this away at dailywire.com. So you have to go to dailywire.com/win and enter for this autographed golden truth bomb. I'm sure it's not $1 million from Elon Musk. It's even better. For a second entry, go to birchgold.com/Ben. Sign up for a free info kit on investing in gold.
Did you want us all to sign that or just you?
I don't know. I feel like it
I think
degrades
just-
the quality. And it's not well.
Want to welcome our good friend Jordan Peterson. Jordan, really appreciate you being with us tonight. You've been playing a much more political role over the last 4 years than you've played, I think, previously. And you even went so far as to endorse not only Trump, but all the people around Trump. What's been the reception to you making this move? And in particular, what's been the reception to your endorsement video?
Well, I did have people in the academy in particular write me and try to dissuade me from that particular stance, which I actually found quite surprising because some of the people who wrote me have had no shortage of trouble with the leftist radicals in the universities. And yet that wasn't enough to convince them that maybe there's some rot on the Democrat side. And there certainly is, you know, and I've spoken to many Democrats in the last 6 years, like serious conversations. I suppose the most striking one to begin with was really with Robert F. Kennedy himself. When I first interviewed him, that's the interview YouTube took down in an act of election interference. I asked him the same question I always ask Democrats, and that was, when does the left go too far? And his response was, I'm not running that kind of divisive campaign. And I thought, not yet. Seriously. And then I interviewed him again a month and a half ago, and I asked him the same question, and all he did was answer it for the whole hour and a half. And that's really all he's been doing, even on the campaign trail. I saw him most recently at a Trump campaign rally in Phoenix, and he spent the whole time, and so did Nicole Shanahan, talking about when the left goes too far, which is pretty much all the time. And so, well, that's made itself manifest in the universities, that's for sure. But people are still suffering from the delusion that the Democrat center can hold against the progressives. And I just don't think that's true. I don't see any evidence for it. And having said that, I also think that, and I've talked to most of them, the people who have become attracted to Trump and who are now campaigning with him are remarkable people.
Yeah.
You know, if I was an American, I would vote for Trump just because of Musk. Right, because, you know, if he'll start a Department of Governmental Efficiency, well, seriously, if he'd actually be willing to do that, it's like, okay, that's good. And Robert F. Kennedy is doing a great job of alerting people to the fact that everyone's fat and stupid and diabetic. It's like, this is really bad. It's really, really, really bad. And so that's enough as far as I'm concerned. Terrible rot on the Democrat side with the regard to the radical leftists. And that's inexcusable. The trans issue alone for me is like, if you're on that side, I want nothing to do with you. And then this remarkable confluence of people who are stunningly competent. And there's lots of them. It's not just Musk and Kennedy. I think Tulsi Gabbard is really quite the creature. In a sane world, she would have been the Democrat nominee if they were looking for a minority woman president, which is a stupid thing to look for, you know, as a category. But if they're going to pick one, she's everything that Harris claims to be. And well, in Vance, you know, they tried to pin him into into the corner of incompetence and strangeness, and that just doesn't work because he's actually sharp as hell.
Oh yeah.
And so,
and normal also.
Yeah.
You brought up Elon Musk, who, I mean, one of the great men of history. He's a great man of history, is Elon Musk. And so that reason alone, I mean, I agree with you. The fact that he is aligning with Trump, if I knew nothing else about any of these people, and I see Elon Musk, the guy who's building rocket ships and catching them out of midair and wants to go to Mars, like if he likes this guy, then that's reason enough for me. But Rachel Maddow just last night was on air saying that, hey, if Kamala wins and the Kamala administration, they need to take away Elon Musk's government contracts.
Yes.
Or force Tesla and SpaceX to separate themselves from Elon. And of course, we hear that, and we're not surprised by that. But it is like, think about how evil that is.
Fascist.
You are going to deliberately stifle human advance. This is the advancement of human civilization. Going to other planets. You want to stop that just to get back at this one guy because he likes another guy that you don't like.
It's even more than that.
Yeah. Well, it's worse than that because it might be that the U.S. military needs Musk more than Musk needs the U.S. military.
That's right.
That's
Right.
right.
Like, it could clearly and obviously be that.
I actually don't think that it's sort of it's a snake eating itself, right? Because the truth about Elon Musk is that the reason he's become so political isn't because he likes Donald Trump. I mean, he may very well have come to like Donald Trump, but he's become so political because everything that this great man of history has devoted his life to is actually on the line. You know, we say like the country is on the line. I don't know if the country is on the line. Elections are very consequential. Ascending to the presidency, a weak, vapid, stoned woman who has absolutely no merit will come, and who's a creature of the left, will come with terrible consequences. But for Elon Musk, it's particularly acute. He's devoted his life to freedom of speech, which is truly on the ballot. He's devoted himself to private space exploration. He has 6 more opportunities in his lifetime to send humans to Mars because of the way the Mars transit window works, the way the orbits work. He only has 6 more opportunities, and they're already talking about not giving him access to launching the rockets because they don't like his politics. He has devoted himself substantially to autonomous driving. The next 3 years will be the most important years that ever exist for the regulation of autonomous vehicles, as well as the most important years for the regulation of the emerging robotic and AI technologies that are already here. People don't realize it. They think that they hear that they're coming and they're a bit skeptical. They're not coming. They're here. The 9.9 magnitude earthquake happened in Japan. The tide waters have receded. It's not a question of will we get wet. It's only a question of when will the wave get here. The inciting event has already taken place. And if you're Elon Musk, you're thinking they're going to regulate these things to the point that I actually can't pursue them in this country, which necessarily means that either they will not be pursued at all, and to your point, human civilization gets set back, or they will be pursued by nations like China, who still Muskian and his contemporaries technology, and America will no longer have hegemony, will no longer be leading the world into the future. So for Elon Musk, this truly is the most important.
Also, there's something else to say about this as well, and that is I don't think they're actually coming after him because of his politics. I think they're coming after him specifically because he is advancing these things. I think that
because he's competent.
Yeah, because he's competent
and effective.
Because he's trying to better life for human beings. I think there is. I think that right now there is a great divide in the country between people who want to have a dynamic, entrepreneurial, innovative future, and people who wish for the country to basically redistribute what we have as we slide into senescence. And the problem with innovation and entrepreneurialism is that it holds people accountable to a standard of success. People look at Elon Musk, and there's 2 ways to view Elon Musk. There's the way that I think all of us view him, which is what he's doing just kicks serious ass. I mean, I don't care who you are. It is the coolest shit you've ever seen in your life. It is unbelievable. When you're seeing rockets coming down and being caught in midair, like this is unbelievable stuff that he's doing. You know, like my 8-year-old son is thrilled with Elon Musk. All he wants to do every day is just ride in the Tesla and watch rockets that Elon Musk launched. Like that's what it's just innately cool stuff. And that's how I think most Americans still view the future of the United States. But there is a group of people who are the same sorts of people who said, why are we spending all this money on the space program when we really should be spending it on whatever social redistributionist welfare scheme we can find? Because we've got enough, don't we? Yeah. And what if we just redistribute what we have? And why are we so worried about future generations? Do we even need future generations? Yeah. So like Elon is doing all this stuff because, I mean, I've talked to him about it, and Jordan, you have too. I mean, like he's doing all this stuff because he actually believes in a future for humanity, right? He believes that there ought to be more children, for example, because a future for humanity relies on there being more
That's
children.
enough to write him off.
Yeah.
Well, and that's it. Because
all
once-
those children
Well, because-
cluttering things
But
up.
what,
the
what do all
abortionist.
these things have in common? What do children and science and innovation have in common? They hold you to a standard of success and duty. Because when you have kids, you now have a duty to those kids. You need to build a world for those kids that is better than the world that you were given, and one that preserves all of their opportunities.
this is
When
like-
science holds you accountable
That's right.
to a reality in which your own supposed oppression means nothing. Doesn't matter how oppressed you are. You're either building the thing or you ain't building the thing.
This is
And
like the
Elon
old-
pisses them off.
This is the old Bill Whittle joke, right? What did socialists use for light before the candle? The light bulb. Right. They actually don't want human progress because human progress is a rebuke of all of their values ultimately.
Agreed.
Also, the real proof that the left is not coming after Elon for his politics is that his politics legitimately has not changed. He said this on the Rogan show when he did the big Rogan interview. He said, my politics comes down basically to maximizing individual autonomy. That is a liberal position. Elon Musk is a liberal. Joe Rogan is a liberal. The Tulsi Gabbard is.
Trump is a liberal.
Donald Trump, in many ways, he's got some kind of more conservative tendencies.
Yeah,
than
but
the other
that's
guys.
partly because he's being chased into a corner by the
I
bloody
agree.
president.
I agree.
But I mean, even if you put like, I don't know, his tariffs or something off the table for a moment, the fact that right now the political center really has shifted, and it is a rational action for an Elon or a Tulsi or a Bobby Kennedy to endorse Donald Trump.
I actually want to ask Jordan about this because you've come a long way, and despite the disadvantage of coming from Canada, but you were,
As an illegal immigrant.
as an illegal immigrant. When we first
And
talked-
election influencer. Russian funded, I might add.
but I would have counted you when we first spoke a long time ago. I would have counted you as a person on the left. You can still consider yourself to be there, or have you actually moved right, or is it just that the left has moved so far left that you've been?
Well, one thing has shifted, I would say, in my political conceptualization. I've come to understand that the classic liberal view of the individual is only tenable in a society where the underlying conservative substructure is rock solid.
Yep.
And so I've been developing a more sophisticated, let's say, conception of identity, over the decades. And I understand more clearly now that the integrity of the individual is dependent on the integrity of the marital unit, the integrity of the family, the integrity of the community. Like, there has to be that surround. And I think that what happened in Europe that made the rise of autonomous individuality in that Protestant/liberal sense possible was that the substructure became so rock solid because it was grounded in Judeo-Christian ethic that the notion of individual autonomy became possible. It's just like the case in the West now. I mean, women have the freedom to do what they want. They have the freedom to be out in the streets. Well, the reason for that is that, there's plumbing. That's one of the reasons. I'm dead serious about that.
for sure.
And the streets are safe. And so, of course, you can start to consider yourself autonomous when you can go anywhere and you don't die, right? And it's convenient, but you need a lot of things in place.
The foundation
that are-
has to be there
Yeah,
in order
and
for all the
and
rest of this stuff to
that's
be there
right.
as well. Joining us, believe it or not, right now is Megyn Kelly. She recently endorsed President Trump at a rally. You all saw it. She is, of course, the host of the Megyn Kelly Show, maybe the second best podcast on the internet. I don't know, but she can be found at youtube.com/Megyn Kelly.
Second
wherever
best
you get
behind mine,
your
you mean?
podcast. How dare you, Matt? Megyn, thanks for joining us tonight. How are you feeling about everything?
Oh, God. No one knows anything about anything. I mean, that's really the bottom line, right? Like, everybody's trying to figure it out. Look, I've been through this enough that I know you read the tea leaves on these early exit poll data and then you get burned. You try to put together exit poll data with raw vote early in the evening and you get burned. You listen to what one campaign or the other is telling you and you get burned. No one knows nothing about nothing. That's the bottom line until we're much later in the evening. Believe nothing.
So you were just on stage, obviously, with President Trump. I think you gave one of the best speeches of the entire campaign, explaining why women in particular should vote for President Trump. There's been a lot of talk about men voting heavily for Trump, but women breaking heavily for Kamala Harris. What was it like on stage with President Trump? Obviously, you guys have a fraught history. So how was that, just, on a personal level?
Well, it's kind of funny, that's water under the bridge. But the thing about Trump is, like, you never know, because it could turn soon again, because unlike these hacks who you see on MSNBC, just because I like him and I'm voting for him doesn't mean that I won't criticize him when he does something I don't agree with or when I think is boneheaded. So then he'll attack me and we'll go down again, but we're on and up. And there's no question in my mind that he's the better candidate here. I mean, there's not even any competition. And I've really been kind of irritated that there's such a gender gap here, because I think my fellow women are being manipulated. I really think that the left think we are no more than our wombs. And the only thing that we care about when it comes to children is at what point can we kill them? Is it at the 3-month mark? Is it at the 9-month mark? And that after they're born, we really don't care. It's not what we vote on. And as a mother of 3 children, I can tell you, we care about a lot more than that. And no one's talking about it. Like, the Republicans are so afraid of abortion. They're terrified to talk about abortion, that they don't take on this issue by making, first of all, substantive legal arguments, which I believe are very much available to them and should be made, which is, this is not a federal issue. This will not be upheld as a power that the Congress can exercise in trying to govern abortion on a nationwide level. And so there's never going to be a federal abortion law. There's not going to be one. And even if they tried and they can't get one passed, it would be struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court. So the Republicans shouldn't be as afraid of this as they are. But anyway, the second thing is that women really are safer under Trump than they would be under Kamala, and than they have been under Biden. Look at the number of women who've been killed by illegals, gang members and otherwise, from Honduras, from El Salvador, from Venezuela. That's number one. Every other day you get a report of a child who's been raped, sexually molested, or killed by somebody from Venezuela. And we're supposed to be like, oh, well, that's like Bill Maher said to me when I was on the other week. Well, so Americans kill people too? What? We have to take the Americans. We don't have to take Venezuelan gang members. Right. So that's number one. And then the trans insanity with our children is number two. And just the absolute demoralization of our boys, which I've talked to all of you guys on your podcasts and mine about, is another reason. A lot of us are mothers to boys. A lot of us are wives to men, daughters to dads, sisters to brothers. And the dejection and demoralization of men under this leftist thinking has to stop, both for the sake of the men and for the sake of the women who want to partner with them and reproduce and create more families.
Megan, this is one of the things that's so astonishing about the Democratic approach to this entire issue. I mean, the Democrats, whenever they talk about women, it's as though they're a foreign species. Like, women hate men. They despise them. Like, women who are married to men apparently hate them so much that they can't even have an open conversation about their politics. They have to sneak into the ballot box and then wink at one another as they quietly vote for Kamala Harris, like something out of The Handmaid's Tale. And then, because they believe that women and men are exactly the same, men then go and do the same thing, actually. Men then go to the ballot box and then they wink and nod at each other as they vote for Kamala Harris. It's all weird and bizarre. And I am not a woman unless I declare myself one. You are a woman, a self-declared woman, a cisgender woman. So you've got like the highest status as a woman, I believe, except for a trans woman. But as a person of that status, what do you make of the Democrats' take on sort of the relations between men and women, which they're clearly attempting to kind of destroy?
Can I tell you something? I objected to that ad they ran on so many levels. The first of which was, it had this creepy Republican man trying to control his wife. And that's a lie, because most Republicans are attractive. I'm just,
So
I don't know why it is, but they are.
Truer words
I'm
were
telling
never
you, if you were to line up all the Democrats in the world and line up all the Republicans, I'm just going to say you'd have a much higher hit rate on attractive people over in the red group.
Exactly.
Look at this place.
So that's number one. The creepy Republican guy they had there looking over his wife's shoulder like, did you do the right thing, honey? That looked like a Democrat to me. And that is a Democrat's version of a Republican man. An actual Republican man would have been there in like maybe some flannel, Matt Walsh. He would have had probably some muscle, and he would have been attractive with like a cut jaw, being like, you ready, babe? And then they would have walked out. So in any event, that was number one. And second of all, just their ideal of marriage, which involves dishonesty, controlling, somewhat abusive behavior and non-communicative interactions where they're enemies instead of partners. It just says so much about the left that they thought that would be like a real winner, and that they found somebody as famous as Julia Roberts to narrate it. Like, she'd really bring it home. They just don't understand the right at all.
Do you think, Megan, that, so we know they're leaning hard into the gender wars thing. As a woman, though, do you think that it's working? Like, are women out there becoming convinced that the men in their lives hate them and that Trump is Hitler and it's going to be a Handmaid's Tale dystopia? Do you think that it's actually working?
So first of all, speaking of Julia Roberts, I'm thrilled to be speaking to the new George Clooney. Matt Walsh, the star of Hollywood right now. I'm looking forward to your Oscar.
So am I.
Loved,
I already have my
loved
speech written.
your
Yeah.
movie.
Thank you.
Am I Racist is the greatest thing ever since What is a Woman. But second of all, yeah, it is working. And it really could cost him the election tonight, sadly. We'll find out soon. But yeah, there's such a huge gender gap. And look, we don't know whether they're overstating this. I talked to a very smart pollster today who said, if Ann Seltzer of the Des Moines Register is right in her poll saying that Trump's down 3 in Iowa because she's seeing some consternation amongst older Iowan women about the Dobbs ruling, then why isn't it showing up elsewhere? That pattern she may have noticed in Iowa isn't a pattern at all. It would be a one-off in Iowa. He's saying we would see that. We'd see that in the numbers out of Pennsylvania, out of Wisconsin, out of Arizona, and we're not. But I do think it's helping her hang on at all. She's a nothing. She's a dunderhead. She's a moron. Everybody knows there's no intellectual depth there. The reason they're propping her up and acting like she's Kamala Obama is abortion. They need her to pull the lever for them on the restoration of the Roe regime. And there's really not much more to her. That's their number one issue. It's working. They've scared young women enough that they have been registering in great numbers, like in Pennsylvania, and that could make the difference. And I just think the Republicans have handled this issue all wrong. There was such a way to argue this, and they were just too chicken shit to do it.
It is a terrible vision of masculinity and femininity in relationship to marriage, but it's in keeping with the underlying progressive ethos. I mean, once you establish the principle that all social relations between human beings are predicated on nothing but power, then you immediately view any monogamous heterosexual relationship as a power dynamic. And if it's a power dynamic and you happen to occupy the weaker position, you're going to have nothing but subterfuge on your side. You're going to have no other avenue of self-expression than what you can sneak through treachery. And that is an unbelievably dismal view of marriage. And I think it speaks volumes about the state of marriages on the left, because that narrative basically goes unchallenged as if it's self-evident.
Well, you know why, Jordan? It's because they used to say there would never be a war between the sexes because everyone's sleeping with the enemy. But now I don't know that he's sleeping with the enemy. So maybe that's your point.
Well, we know that they aren't sleeping with the enemy. I mean, we see this in places like Japan and South Korea, where I think it's 30% of young people under the age of 30 are virgins, and the relationships between men and women in the more say in Canada and the United States and in Europe, the curves are the same. We're just about a decade behind what's happening in Japan and South Korea. Wow. There's no reason to assume that men and women are going to be automatically aligned once the social conventions that hold them together are torn apart purposefully. One of the things that's really pathological about this too, that's very much worth pointing out, is that, the familial structure started to be torn apart, let's say in the early 60s with the sexual revolution. The notion that there was such a thing as free love and that the institution of marriage was patriarchal imposition. And the thing that's so awful about that is that the rich elites are still married. Right. And so it's such an interesting thing to watch, because what you see, this happens constantly. And I think it's actually like a law of nature, is that the progressive revolutionary ideas that undermine the traditions that hold us together demolish the marginal before they demolish the center. And so rich educated people, they're just as married as they were in 1962. But poor people,
can I
they're
ask you
done.
a question, Jordan? I have a question for you, Jordan. And that is, I really believe the Daily Mail reporting about Doug Emhoff, Kamala's husband. Yeah. He's admitted to at least one of their reports that he cheated on his first wife with their nanny, with their child's nanny. He's hedged on whether he actually got the nanny pregnant, but the nanny reportedly told his next girlfriend that indeed she got pregnant and that she lost the pregnancy because of him. We know from the Daily Mail's reporting that an ambulance did show up at the nanny's house during the time in which she would have lost the baby. So there's potentially a real problem with the nanny and Doug Emhoff that goes beyond the impregnation. But point two is, a woman came forward to allege that 6 months before he and Kamala Harris got together, she was dating him. This is a very successful professional attorney. She's a gunner. And she got them tickets to this red carpet affair in Cannes, France. It was this black tie thing. this woman's a player. She is not some, trust me, she's got credibility. She comes forward to say he wailed her across the face. He assaulted her for no reason. They weren't fighting. Not that anything would justify it, but I'm just saying that hair trigger on this guy, placed her hand on the shoulder of a valet and it set him off. He hit her on the face in the open. He denies it. What does it tell you, if you assume all that's true, which I believe it is, about Kamala Harris, that's her husband? I believe you don't hit a woman just one. You don't just hit one woman. If you're a woman beater, you beat them all. And I believe all this plays into some of the messaging we're seeing from the left about this, how you're an adversarial relationship with your spouse as opposed to a partnership. It says something about how she views men. And I think there's sort of an underlying dynamic going on with her right here that we're ignoring.
Well, if you take the stance that the marital relationship is necessarily one of power, then those sorts of outbursts wouldn't be unexpected, right? They're in keeping with the expectation. And, there's another thing that we haven't coped with well with regards to young women is, I think a lot of the young women who are, and I'm concentrating on them because their voting patterns and political attitudes are so much different than every other demographic. As the family structure has disintegrated, the number of young women who've never had a positive relationship of any sort with any male ever is increasing. And so it's very easy for them to buy a power narrative. They've never had a good relationship with a brother or an uncle or a father or a boyfriend. And so the supposition that all relationships between men and women are degenerate, and of course that's exacerbated by the pornography situation, becomes more and more credible. I think the remarkable thing about the story that you're laying out is the lack of attention that it's got.
Yes.
That's just beyond comprehension. And I don't really know what to make of that, except that it figures. It's exactly what you'd predict. It is a very sad thing, and you're right about your observations about conservatives and Republicans. They've done a very bad job of messaging to young women. And it's partly as well, we should note that young women are disproportionately likely to get their information from TikTok, far more than any other demographic group. And TikTok is a propaganda pit, and it's an anti-American propaganda pit. And we're foolish for allowing it to have the influence over people that it does have. It's not obvious what to do about that, but it is definitely the case that that's warping the political viewpoint of young American women.
Well,
and it is something conservatives have done a very bad job of addressing.
Megan, I know that you have to run because obviously you have to go be nervous somewhere else. and you also have to, do a podcast that is sometimes, I will admit, the best podcast in America. Megan, thanks for joining us. As always, you can watch her show at youtube.com/Megan Kelly. And of course, wherever you get your podcasts. Megan, really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Great to see you all.
By the way, a couple of quick announcements. According to Decision Desk HQ, Trump has now won South Carolina. I know it's a shocker.
Hey, all right.
Unfortunately, Kamala Harris has won Vermont in response. I know you're worried about that one. Trump has also, according to the Associated Press, won Indiana.
Hey!
And Trump won Kentucky.
Let's start drinking.
So basically 49 states for Trump is the current projection right now. Well, actually, right now, let's hear from Mary Margaret Olahan. She is at Trump HQ in West Palm Beach. Mary Margaret, good to talk to us. Good to talk to you, actually. I mean, I'm sure you're pleased to talk to us as well. Give us a sense of what it's like down there right now.
Hey, Ben, and of course, it's an honor to talk to you all down here in Palm Beach, where we are at Trump headquarters. You can see behind me, there's a whole bunch of people congregating. Anybody wants to be here tonight and be in Trump's election night party as they prepare, hopefully, for a victory. And we've been talking to a lot of people on the ground here, trying to get a sense of what's going on. I can tell you the atmosphere is very hopeful, very excited. People are on edge, but I would say in a good way. They're really amped up for tonight. So we're going to be here. We're going to be talking to everyone and getting a sense for where this is going.
So how relaxed or nervous are they in the room? Are they concerned? Are you getting like nerves, or is everybody just basically opening it up? Are they ready and raring to party already?
Well, these people are all from DC or they're from Florida. They're always ready to party. But when we ask people, how are you feeling? When we ask people, how are you feeling? How's it going? What are you thinking about the race? What they'll tell you is they're quote unquote cautiously optimistic. I've been emailing or texting with a whole bunch of different Trump advisors. And what they're telling me is they're feeling good, but they're still pushing people to get out to the polls. And that's what one advisor told me not even 5 minutes ago. So the push is get to the polls, get to the polls. We want every single vote. We want to make every single vote count. That's what Trump himself was saying last night in Michigan. He was saying, we've done the work, we've done the campaigning, we've gotten our message out. Now it's up to you guys to get to the polls and to make America great again.
So, Mary, we know that you've been closely following Trump's movements over the past few days. Where is he right now? I mean, I assume he's in the back somewhere at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, so he's over at Mar-a-Lago with his close circle, his close-knit friends. We're told that they're all going to come over here if he wins. Hopefully, if he doesn't win as well. But we know that he'll be over here if he does, in fact, win. There's going to be a whole party. They're going to be celebrating. And we're hearing that top Trump surrogates are going to be coming here as well. So people are starting to trickle in. It's exciting to talk to them, hear what they think about how this race is going. And, the night is still very young. So the people we talk to are just very hopeful and excited.
And obviously, when it comes to Florida, everyone's excited there because it's the best state in America. It's not just because it's where I live, mostly because it's where I live, but also the results are already coming in from Florida. Florida is currently 42% in. Donald Trump has about a 200,000 vote lead on Kamala Harris, got 52% to her 47.1%. And Jill Stein bringing up third place with 16,000 votes. The Jill Stein vote coming in strong across the country. So, Mary, does the Trump campaign, have any idea as to how long this is going to take? That's the big question everyone's asking is, are we going to be here for the next 8 days? What are you getting a sense of there?
Yeah. So nobody seems to know the answer to that, Ben. And we've been asking a lot of people. I think we're all hoping this will be over very quickly. I was texting Donald Trump Jr. earlier, asking him how he's feeling about the race. And he told me he thinks things are looking good as long as there's no quote unquote BS. So it remains to be seen how this night will go, if we're going to be in a long, drawn-out process. But I think the answer is no one knows, and that's really the situation right now.
Well, Mary Margaret, it's good to talk to you. I'm sure we'll check back in with you quite shortly as the night progresses. It's, enjoy yourself, drink heavily, but I didn't give you permission to do that. That's an HR violation. Anyway, have a good time over there in Florida. Well,
thank you. I will. I got the good assignment. So have a good night.
Folks, Daily Wire's footprint at the Trump headquarters was made possible by PBS Debt. Get a custom plan to become debt-free right now at pbsdebt.com/dailywire. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pbsdebt.com/dailywire, pbsdebt.com/dailywire. And now a bunch of people are in seats that they were not in before. It's like a magic trick. Every time we come back, there is somebody who has inhabited a different body. So we have Clay Travis, who has joined us in his most elegant regalia.
I did, yes.
Did I not get the memo on the velvet thing?
I saw your velvet. I've had this, unfortunately, the last time I was sitting with all of you was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was super optimistic on that.
Take it off. Get it out of jean jacket.
I'm either going to be I'm going to be at Kid Rock's Honky Tonk tonight. So it's going to be one of the most amazing nights ever. And I'm going to be on the stage like Donald Trump has won and now Kid Rock. And I'm going to be like, this is one of the great nights of my life. Or I'm going to be like the fan who paints his face and then the camera finds him when the team is lost by 3 touchdowns.
Like the Bears fan at the very end of that game.
Yeah, you're a grown man who painted his face and you're like, I've just got to question a lot of my life.
Are you optimistic though? How are you feeling?
I am optimistic. The more we get into the votes coming in, the less optimistic I am. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
I wanted, we've only had one race in the 21st century where I think both sides said, you know what? I agree with the outcome. 2008, at least Barack Obama won comfortably. And it feels to me like we're going to be in another one of these, hey, if we had made that field goal, man, we would have won. If we miss a field goal, and it feels like that's basically every race in the 21st century. So I was hoping, and I still do have some hope that Trump might have really kind of punched through. And it's all anecdote, but I bet you guys are similar. I know people who didn't vote Trump in 16, 20, and are voting Trump in 24. I know a lot of those people.
The hardest part for people like me, since I don't trust feelings. Feelings are bad.
Yes. And it's all anecdotal.
That's the problem.
Yes.
I can't, I'll get high with the anecdotal evidence. I'll be walking around somewhere and somebody who I'd never expect will come out of the woodwork and be like, I'm totally voting for Trump and I'm really excited about it. And I'm like, remember, that's anecdotal evidence and it doesn't mean anything.
But I do not know a single person who voted Trump, Kamala. And so that to me feels like if I had to go to my gut, it is that Trump is going to win by the skin of his teeth because enough people have seen that he isn't Hitler and have been willing to make a shift since the last 2 elections.
Well, also Cabot Phillips is here.
I am. They tried to get black Jeremy, and they said we'll get slightly younger white guy Jeremy.
Yeah, exactly. Jeremy has grown taller, and his beard is slightly fuller, and he's de-aged actually. So, Cabot, you're usually the informational guy. Bring me information. I need data.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I was thinking of when Megan was talking about the female vote is the fact that we can tend to think of both genders as kind of monoliths. But looking back at the 2022 midterm exit polls, Democrats obviously dominated with women in the aggregate. But when you looked at their performance with married women, in the 2022 exit polls, married women went for Republicans by 14 points. It was unmarried women who they picked up by a 37-point margin. And so it can give this separate idea of how women vote as a whole. And I was on the ground in North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, talking to hundreds of voters. And I realized that one of the easiest predictors for how someone was going to vote, if it was a woman, and I would walk up to them if I saw a wedding ring on their finger, or if I saw kids with them loading up their groceries in the parking lot.
Yep.
The majority of those people were voting for Republicans. If I saw a woman who was single, younger, clearly not married, they were overwhelmingly Democrats.
So the good news is married women vote Republican, unmarried women vote Democrat. The problem is fewer and fewer people are getting married.
Yeah.
So that is not a good trend line for the Republicans.
And there's a real mystery here too. And the mystery is, why is that divide so remarkable? No, is it that the women change when they get married? Is that it's a different kind of woman that's getting married to begin with, someone who's more traditionally oriented? Is it that the unmarried women are angry with the system because they're single? I think there's something about that. And so they're in a category, if you're not allied with someone, if you don't have a partner, then you have reason to be resentful. Do you have a reason to doubt the validity of the system as a whole? Are you trying to trumpet that sexual freedom that's hypothetically part of being single? Like, there's something very strange going on here with unmarried young women. And I don't exactly get it.
I think part of it is the failure of the aspirational, just generally in American society. I think so much of our voting now breaks down to go back sort of the Elon Musk of it, the failure of aspiration. If you fail in your attempt to do something, there are two things you can do. You can either do what a successful person does, which is say, what can I do differently in order to improve my lot?
Yeah.
As God tells Cain to do. Or you can go out and try and kill your brother. And you can basically say it's the fault of the system, it's everybody else's fault. And so if as a system, you say that you don't even aspire anymore to get married, that's not something to even aspire to, then there has to be some substitute for the thing that you're supposed to aspire to. What is the life that is now the substitute for what a married life would have been? And I do
Sex in the City.
Well, I think that's exactly right. And so if the substitute happiness, the ersatz happiness you're being provided is Sex in the City, well, then of course abortion is your number one issue. Because abortion is the thing that destroys the possibility of you being forced into. I mean, let's be real about how marriage used to work in this country. A huge percentage of people got married because they knocked up a girl, right? I mean, that was like a huge number of shotgun weddings in America in 1940, extremely high.
Especially in the South where we are right now.
100%. And you know what? That's not actually a bad thing, because it turns out that that's sort of how natural law would tend to suggest that things work, right? That if you actually knock somebody up, you should then get married to that person, and then you should raise the child together. That was reality cudgeling you back into what you should aspire to doing anyway. Abortion cuts that completely off, which is why, if you wish to uphold the Sex in the City lifestyle, it's the number one issue. We're going to take a quick moment to highlight, by the way, some cool stuff going on here at Daily Wire. We will be back in just a moment with that awkward intro.
It's really funny. It's really funny. By myself, laughing out loud hysterically today.
It is one of the most important contributions to cinema in American history.
Your goal is to conduct an investigation into something key to the culture war.
There were so many great moments in there.
Were these people real that are in this movie?
It's a great film. I highly recommend everybody go see this movie. Mazel tov, as thanks. Ben's people would say.
Am I Racist? Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus.
In the beginning was the Word. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical texts is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous. Oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest on this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there, then it hit me. I saw it.
Name me one ideology that has supplanted Christianity that has done good for humanity. This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
He was the God-man, the model, the example of what we ought to become and what we can become.
It's okay. It's safe for you and all of your doubts and apprehensions to open up and to let these stories in. He is the temple. He is the Torah. He is the covenant. He is prophecy fulfilled.
If you're doing this and it isn't also the love of wisdom, but it's also an attempt at wisdom without love. In both ways, you're going radically wrong.
Power of love. It sounds so cliche when you say
60 there. I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. This is one peculiar time and one peculiar text, and I sure hope we're up to the task.
That was a nice little treat. That was the world premiere of the teaser trailer for Jordan Peterson's new series on the Gospels, which, you know, I think, Dr. Peterson, that your series on Exodus is one of the finest things that we've ever got to be a part of producing. And I've only made it through about a quarter of the gospel episodes, but they're just tremendous. Can you tell us a little bit about what that process was like?
Well, the first thing I'd probably like to do is to thank you guys for having enough courage to undertake the endeavor. I mean, it's a big risk, you know, and it isn't at all obvious that a 16-part series on Exodus with 9 academics, that's bad enough to begin with, you know, would be something that could attract an audience that there could be any business case for. But you guys, you know, you threw yourself into it, and then we doubled the length on you, and you went along with that. And I know it's been spectacularly successful, and that's been great. What was it like? Well, it was a privilege, you know, because the people at the table were top rate. Like, I was really fascinated to be in the seminar because every single person that spoke always had something to say that I really wanted to listen to. I really found that, like, I learned that with the Exodus seminar because I learned so much there. It literally took me months to digest it. It had a big influence on the book that I am publishing on November 19th. It helped me clarify a lot of the stories that I didn't understand. And then, of course, the same thing happened as we walked through the Gospels, and it was great. And I hope that we did as good a job or better, both on the discussion side and on the production side with the Gospel seminar as with the Exodus seminar. And I think we did. And we got down to brass tacks. And I've learned, this is a revolutionary thing, you know, I've learned that all the evidence supports the notion that we see the world through a story. In fact, a description of the structure through which we see the world is a story. So then the only question, once you know that, and I think that's indisputable on scientific grounds now. And so once you know that, the only question becomes, well, what's the story? You know, and the cultural insistence is that it's one of power. And the biblical insistence is that it's one of sacrifice. And those both aren't right. Like, it's one or the other, right? There's alternatives, hedonism, nihilism, which is sort of the absence of stories. But I think the idea that this community is founded on sacrifice it's so substantive that it's self-evident. And then the issue is, how do you investigate the structure of sacrifice? We did that a lot in the gospel seminar.
I don't want to get to any spoilers or anything like that, but when you're delving into this question, are you looking at it from the perspective of, you know, which of these two views is more conducive to the kind of society I want to live in? Or are you asking which of these two views is right?
It's deeper than that, because I don't think there is a society that's predicated on power. There's force. I can force you to do something that I want you to do, but that doesn't mean that we have a society. A society is based on mutually acceptable sacrifice upward. And it's worth delving for a moment on what I mean by sacrifice. And it's pretty straightforward. Like, if we're in a communal relation, it's not all about you. And it's not all about me. I mean, that really is the definition of a relationship. If it's all about me, it's not a relationship. If it's all about me, it's about my whim and my power to impose it. If we're in a relationship, I have to give up something that's immediate to me for the sake of the relationship and the sake of the future. And that's why sacrifice is at the foundation of society. It's virtually a truism. And it's also the same in relation to work, because work is the sacrifice of the future. It's the sacrifice of the present to the future, right? So we sacrifice our own immediate whims to be communal, and we sacrifice the immediate present for the future. And so sacrifice is the foundation of society. And I just can't see how that can be otherwise. The counter proposition is absurd, right? Which is the idea that all social interaction is a consequence of power. There are more dismal views that it's all sex and hedonism, or that there's no meaning in anything. Those are pretty catastrophic views. But the idea that all social organization is a function of power. First of all, I think that's a confession on the part of the theorist. A confession and a wish.
Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I also think it's untrue. It doesn't even work for chimpanzees, by the way, and the evidence for that is pretty clear. And it's also I just can't imagine setting up a social system on a more dismal view of humanity and community than that of power. The only way we can work together is if I force you. Well, no, who wants that? Well, we know who wants that. Exactly. It's tyrants, it's whim-possessed tyrants who want that. What do you like if you want the opposite? Well, you sacrifice upward. Ben, you were talking about having children. It's like it reorients you in the world, right? Because all of a sudden there's someone who's clearly more important than you, and a time frame that's clearly more important than you right now. And that reorients you radically. And that's a sacrificial orientation. And so that was great doing the gospel.
So that my invitation to be in the academic roundtable was lost in my email inbox, but I would have been there.
Did it go into promotions? Or
it's probably there, yeah. Spam.
By the way, just a quick indicator, and you can talk more about this. Just a couple of pieces of good news if you want to be in a good mood. Okay, so piece of good news number one, Osceola County, which is one of the most Hispanic counties in America, it's 55% Hispanic. It's heavily Puerto Rican. Donald Trump is on the verge of winning that in Florida, which means that he is, outperforming maybe this Puerto Rican, issue with regard to Tony Hinchcliffe making a bad joke. Maybe that has some consequences for places like Pennsylvania. I know there have been worries because there are 200,000 Puerto Rican voters in Pennsylvania. So that's a piece of news number one.
The thing is, Puerto Ricans have a good sense of humor. I'm from New York. I've spent a lot of time around Puerto Ricans. That non-controversy was so contrived. I'm glad to hear some data actually back up that.
Okay, a couple other pieces of data. As of 7:25 p.m. Eastern Time, according to Decision Desk HQ, Trump currently has a 61% chance of winning the presidency. So the numbers they're seeing, obviously, they think are looking
what was
pretty
the
good.
Source?
That is Decision Desk HQ. So this is,
and they're constantly adjusting that.
Yes,
they are. And Decision Desk has been our partner tonight. If you're seeing any of the numbers that you're seeing on your screen or maps that you're seeing on your screen as we go through the evening tonight are by way of our partnership with Decision Desk HQ.
And one other piece of data, I know we're not supposed to do exit polls, but I'm going to break my own rule because it makes me happy. And again, the rules don't apply to me since, as a co-owner of the company and a very famous person, they let you do it. So according to the CNN exit poll, Georgia independents broke for Trump by 11%, which is a 20 percentage point swing toward Trump among indies from 4 years ago. Ryan Gerdowski, late of CNN, I enjoyed it. He is suggesting that there's a possibility that Georgia gets called relatively early, as in within the next hour and a half or so.
One more exit poll, since I am not an employee of the company.
Yeah,
so
we literally cannot fire you.
Can't fire me for this.
Can we make his life miserable?
Yeah, probably. 25% of Black voters in Georgia, reportedly male voters, went for Trump.
Wow.
If that is true and the independence is true, Trump is going to win Georgia, which would be huge. And the numbers would suggest, based on how well he's doing in Florida, there's a famous band, Florida Georgia Line. If you've ever spent any time around there, there's not a lot of difference between North Florida and South Georgia. So if Trump's going to win by 10 in Florida, I think he's going to win.
By the way, I just
Georgia.
Give a shout out to my boy Ron DeSantis, who has turned Florida into the best state in America. Okay, Ron DeSantis turned that state from a dead heat in 2018 to a place where registered Republicans outnumber registered Democrats by 1 million. I think it's 1.2 million at this point. And Miami just went red in an 18-point swing from 2020. Okay.
You guys need some more illegal immigrants.
By the way, Hillary won Miami-Dade by 30.
Right.
just in 2016.
Well,
that's like a 35 point
for like a point to the future, putting
Yeah.
aside this election, which, a little early for that, but one thing that is positive that we should keep an eye on is, I know it's looking a little ahead. 2030 census is going to radically redo all these numbers. Okay, 2030 census. So I've mentioned this before. My worst case scenario, which has been scaring everybody all over the internet, which is that tonight Donald Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. And she wins 270 to 268. But the 2020 census was actually
because
done
of
wrong.
Omaha, because Nebraska didn't go one win in the state,
and also because the census in 2020 was done wrong. Okay, and they've acknowledged this. Okay, this is perfect. This is like they've said this. The census undercounted Florida, it undercounted Texas, it overcounted New York, it overcounted Delaware and Rhode Island. And so if they'd done it right, Florida has 2 more electoral votes. Trump doesn't need to win any of the blue wall states in order to win the election. Okay, and so there's likely to be a lawsuit on that basis. Will that lawsuit be successful? I doubt it, but there will be a lawsuit on that basis if that's the result of the election, which is actually not super improbable given the current odds. Now, what that means for 2030, however, is that as population continues to bleed south, as it continues to bleed to red states, if we do the census correctly in 2030, a bunch of this math gets redone. Florida now has 3 or 4 more electoral college votes, and places like Virginia have fewer. Right? California loses electoral college votes. So, for all the sort of despair that you hear all the time from people, things move, things change. I'm old enough to remember when Florida and Ohio were swing states, and now those are bright red. And I think in the future, by the way, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are all trending red. Virginia, on the other hand, is trending blue. I think that's the most likely. Virginia looks like Colorado. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan look very much the same, trending red.
And that 25% black male exit poll is not a big surprise. I mean, we've been talking about the gender wars and with respect to women, but the Kamala Harris campaign made a decision to make no attempt at all to win a single male vote.
Yes.
They did not put out even one single ad the entire campaign targeted at men.
Excuse me, Matt. Excuse me. You clearly didn't look at Pete Buttigieg and Tim Walz as well dudes for Harris. That was very effective, I thought.
And of course, they put out a few ads that were allegedly, ostensibly for men, but even those were actually talking to women. And that is a strategy that should cost them the election. We'll see if it does.
I also would hope, and by the way, you guys do great work. If you haven't seen Matt's movie, it is absolutely hysterical.
You don't have to tell me.
I know, but I mean, for everybody out there,
What was that movie again?
Am I Racist? Very good. By the way, I heard
right now.
Rachel Maddow, really big fan. I heard a good job by that.
I do love it.
But I do think if that were to hold, what it would do is destroy identity politics, which I think ultimately.
We're talking about my movie still, or the election?
No, well, that helped.
Okay.
But black men voting for Donald Trump has the potential to blow up identity politics, which I think is the root cancer that is polluting so much of American discourse.
Yep. You may have noticed that joining us now, we have classicist, historian, host of the Young Heretics podcast, and author of Light of the Mind, Light of the World, my good friend, Spencer Klavan. Spencer, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. It's great to be here. I am not, in fact, Jordan Peterson. You may have noticed. I've transformed over time.
Yes, although you'll have an interesting take on this. Thank you, Clay.
Thank you, guys.
Clay just got up and left. I don't know.
He's gone.
Is it something I said?
He's like, you know what, Klavan? I don't like it either.
I got to hang out with Kid Rock boys.
When Dr. Peterson was with us, and of course, Dr. Peterson will be back later on in the evening, we were talking about sacrifice and the sort of Christian narrative that undergirds society. And one of the things that it occurs to me that Christians are called to sacrifice, among other things, in many instances, is their sense of self. And religion often gives us a very false sense of self. And Christianity posits that the false sense of self is that we're good. And sadly, I think when Christianity is misused, it's actually misused to reinforce the old religious notion that we're good. And if we're good, then of course we don't need intervention from God in the form of Christ. Why I bring this up right now is because a lot of Christians hang on to this view of themselves that they are above having to get their hands dirty in worldly affairs. And many Christians, for that reason, don't engage in the political process. They think that if they engage in the political process, especially in a moment where you have choices that are, let's call them suboptimal, maybe from a Christian value perspective. I mean, Donald Trump, you can say many good things about Donald Trump. We've said many of them here. He's not a great moral icon. His pro-choice sort of background has really reasserted itself in this election, which is very difficult for Christians. Christians, I think in this country, particularly evangelicals, do not know yet how to reorient their politics in the wake of an event they never thought would occur, which is
Right,
the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
Which changed everything.
Which changed everything. It makes abortion now a political issue. And political issues are messy issues. When abortion was a sort of abstract judicial issue, Christians could afford to take an abolitionist point of view.
And it was politically beneficial to do so.
And it was politically beneficial to take an abolitionist point of view. Now, listen, politics aside, morally, I am a complete abortion abolitionist.
Right.
You can't be more pro-life than me. I don't want exceptions for rape. I don't want exceptions for incest. I am 100% abortion bad all the way, full stop. But as a political issue, we now have to make a decision. If I lived in California and there was an opportunity for a 14-week abortion ban, I would vote for it.
Yeah.
And if it passed, I would then start working on a 12-week abortion ban. But many Christians are simply not willing to give up their image of themselves as pure and perfect and holy and above it all, and get their hands dirty with the difficult compromise that's necessary in politics. And I am concerned that if Christians don't vote, we won't win. There are still 18 minutes to vote, to get in line to vote before the next round of polls close. If you're a Christian and you've been on the fence about the idea of voting, please go stand in line. If you're not in a state where the polls have already closed, please get in line. You have an obligation to vote. Our obligation is not to our view of ourselves. Our obligation, if anything, is to confront our view of ourselves, realize our need. And part of what we get out of grace in Christianity is the opportunity to actually participate in a world that isn't perfect. You only get to participate in that world that isn't perfect if you believe in some sort of system of grace. And that, I wanted to say that while Dr. Peterson was here,
but it's
I didn't get to.
I'll have to do.
So I'm saying it to you. What do you say to this?
Well, for all that conservatives have spent, 4 years at least now, bewailing wokeness and identifying all of its flaws and talking about what a terrible, ugly, self-destructive ideology it is, which it is. And all of that is true, and we should point that out. We still have not, as conservatives or as Christians, reckoned with the fact that wokeness offers people something. Wokeness has a selling point, and it's exactly what you are saying. It's an answer to the question, what must I do to be saved? And for most of my adult life, we've pretended that that question doesn't matter, that we can sweep it under the rug while we pursue material pleasures and technological advancements, and that God is dead or over or irrelevant, and we don't even have to think about virtue or abstract, eternal ideals. That idea turned out to be catastrophically wrong, even among the people who said that they believed it. And this is why the new atheists and all the Sam Harrises and Richard Dawkinses of the world have now been stampeded by a mob of young people desperate for somebody to tell them how they can be good. And woke politics stands right in that gap and says, all you have to do is take the knee. You simply have to proclaim your guilt. You have to confess your systemic racism, or you have to assume your position on the sacrificial pedestal as a minority or whatever. And now you will once again be in the grand cosmic dance of virtue and pollution and sacrifice. Christians are supposed to be different, I think, is what you are saying.
That's right.
The Christian pitch is actually something radically other than that, in a way that almost no other ideology or religion offers. G.K. Chesterton says, before you get the good news, you have to get the bad news. And the bad news is that whereas virtue is absolute and God's justice is perfect altogether and his righteousness is entire, we are at an infinite remove from that in the world. And the incarnation is the point of the incarnation. God wouldn't have had to take on flesh and die if he weren't willing to meet us at that imperfect juncture and take the next step toward his perfection from wherever we are, whatever mess it is, however snarled and tangled we are. And boy, are we in our past sins and the sins of our fathers and our ancestral guilt. God in Christ takes one step toward God the Father with us. And in terms of politics, this cashes out as the ancient virtue of prudence, which is what you were talking about. The Christian church fathers and the Aristotelians of the ancient world, and I think the rabbis of the Talmud would all recognize what you are describing as a classic instance of prudence. You don't get the world that conforms to your ideals. You don't even get a world that approximates to your ideals. You get a world that is 1,000 miles away from your ideals, and you have two choices. One is to nope out and be responsible for whatever the world is as it is, because you have no effect on it. And the other to get your hands dirty and admit that you were never clean to begin.
And on this point, you
Right.
bring up good old Aristotle.
Yeah.
He doesn't just say prudence is a virtue. He says prudence is the paramount political virtue.
Mhm.
It is the most important of the political virtues. And so we cannot afford to have Christians just throwing their hands up in the air in a kind of suicidal political quietism that is really a homicidal political quietism, because it's going to take a lot of good people down with them.
I
That's why
walked out
it's-
here and Jordan Peterson was here. Who's this guy?
Who am I? Who are you?
This
Never
is
seen this man in
Dr.
my life.
Spencer Klavan. He is tall and very well educated and has a bit of a beard sometimes.
And hair on my head, you made.
Yeah, has a
Not to
distinctive
make you find a
voice.
point to this.
Yes.
So obviously no relation.
No relation.
No relation. We're so thankful for tonight. I think what Spencer meant to say was go vote. We still have time. We're so thankful for tonight's sponsors that we're going to take a moment to tell you about some of them right now, and then we'll be right back.
Why, hello, everyone. We wanted to take a moment to tell you more about our sponsor, Lumen. Lumen is a revolutionary new product that is going to help you with your fitness goals. When you look up workouts or nutrition plans online, you'll find a million different plans, a million different stats.
Now, why is that?
Let me tell you. Well, everyone is different. If you and I sat down, ate the exact same meal, our metabolisms are different, and they burn those carbs and fats differently.
That's so true.
A huge barrier in optimizing your fitness is not having the data. That's where Lumen comes in. Behold the Lumen. Just blow into the Lumen device. I typically use it after working out to see how I'm burning energy afterwards. For example, it might say I'm at a 3 level right now, which means I'm burning carbs more than fats right now. I should eat mostly fats the rest of the day and avoid the carbs. With Lumen, you can trust the science. It's going to show you what kind of calories you're burning, how your body's operating daily, what you need to do to get the most out of your exercise and diet. It'll even give you personalized workout plans, so all the guesswork is out the window. If you struggle to find time in your busy schedule to pump iron, Lumen will make sure you get the very most out of every workout. If you want to take the next step in improving your health, go to lumen.me/dailywire to get 15% off your Lumen. That is lumen.me/dailywire for 15% off your purchase. Thanks to Lumen for sponsoring Daily Wire's election coverage.
Run Oracle Database in any cloud so you can bring AI to your data anywhere. Develop AI-powered apps. Use cutting-edge Gen AI features like vector search and modernize your apps with Oracle Database running in every popular cloud platform: OCI, AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. That means you run your workloads where you see fit with built-in AI, high availability, and the leading. See what you'll be able to do at oracle.com/multicloud.
We're now joined by Daily Wire host and reporter Megan Basham. Megan, welcome to our election night coverage. You hosted the pre-show with Cabot. I thought it was terrific.
I did, and now I love just being in this den of testosterone. Thanks for having me.
Once Michael leaves.
Yeah, exactly. Michael has a pretty high level of estrogen, to be fair. But quick update. So Florida, best state in the union. Just going to keep saying it. My home state, because I in my own personage and with my family brought something like 20 Republican voters to Florida, just our immediate family and surrounding friends. Florida is just blowing it out for Trump right now. Florida, Miami-Dade is flipping to Trump. Right now, there are 2 major ballot measures that were on the ballot in Florida. It was an attempt for Democrats to claw their way back in. One was Amendment 3, one was Amendment 4. Amendment 3 was a legalized marijuana petition. Amendment 4 was a legalized abortion. Both look like they are going to go down to defeat because Florida is a red state and it ain't going back. Meanwhile, over in Georgia, the results look pretty ugly for Kamala Harris thus far. Some of the swing counties are moving toward Donald Trump. There's also some problems apparently in New Hampshire. There's some towns in New Hampshire that have had some pretty significant swings to Donald Trump. If you had to game this thing out right now, it looks as though basically Kamala Harris's hopes come down to extraordinarily heavily turnout in Philadelphia, Detroit, Milwaukee. That may be the entire election right there. It's just, do enough people show up for her in those 3 big cities specifically? Because the rest of the map looks like it is trending toward Donald Trump over 2020.
Well, that's really encouraging to hear. I hadn't picked up the latest, so I'm really glad I came onto the set to get that update, especially about Amendment 4. So, and all the Christians say amen.
Yeah, that's right.
Again, like credit where credit is due. Georgia and Florida are 2 states where Donald Trump was at odds with the governor of that state. And the governors of those states have done yeoman's work in actually shifting the voting population of those states. Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, who endorsed Donald Trump, was at odds with them. He's done really good work on the ground in Georgia, even though Donald Trump has been very much at odds with, say, the Secretary of State of Georgia. And of course, Ron DeSantis ran against Trump, and then DeSantis endorsed Trump and has been campaigning for Trump. And that state continues to get redder and redder. So again, the early numbers, it's way too early to say anything like things look great. But again, if you were looking at like early trends for Donald Trump, people are showing up to vote. They're showing up to vote. And by the way, If you're in Pennsylvania, you still have 10 minutes to get in line. Get your ass in line if you're in Pennsylvania right now, because that state matters. That is the keystone state for this election.
And speaking of Pennsylvania, we're being joined now by Cassie Akiva, who is joining us from Dave McCormick's election party headquarters in Pennsylvania. Of course, McCormick running for Senate in that state. Welcome, Cassie. What's going on there?
Thanks for having me. Right now, the doors just opened. It's very rowdy here. We have a very loud band behind us. The campaign told me that they're feeling pretty good. There's been a really good turnout in the rural areas, so things are looking good here. The party's just getting started.
What have you been seeing on the ground in terms for support for Trump from Gen Z voters?
Yeah, so we went to a Trump rally yesterday in Pittsburgh, and we wanted to talk to voters about why they were voting for him. And halfway through my interviews, I realized that every single person I interviewed was Gen Z. There were so many Gen Zers there, so it had to be a video about Gen Z support. So take a look right here. Are you supporting Donald Trump?
We are.
Of course.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Big time. Yes, I am.
I already voted for him 100%.
I am. Trump all the way.
Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump.
24, baby.
Amen.
And why are you supporting him?
You know, it's foreign policy. I don't want us to go to war. You know, I don't want to be drafted.
Gonna lower our taxes. Gonna make life more affordable again.
I think mostly the economy.
The stuff that's happened in the past couple of years hasn't been good for our country.
I just think he's for the people, and he's gonna make this country great again.
Pro-life is a very big thing for me.
The economy's dead right now.
Kamala and Joe have done absolutely nothing for this country. I just don't think I'm going to be able to buy a house. Is this your first time voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, ma'am. First election ever.
It is my first time.
It sure is. This is my first time voting. It is.
Yes. First time voting. Yes, it is. Yes. Yep. Why is it important for Gen Z to vote for Donald Trump? Because we're the future.
If you want to be proud to be an American again, vote for Donald J. Trump. It's as easy as that.
All right.
Cassie, that's unbelievable. We're going to be checking back with you throughout the evening. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks so much.
Well, I may as well mention here, the Decision Desk HQ has Trump continuing to go up in the possibility of winning Kalshi, which is a betting market. Kalshi has Trump at a 2-to-1 favorite now in the betting markets. The same thing is happening over at Poly Market. So, none of that means anything, but it also doesn't mean totally nothing. Like if we're going the other way, certainly we would be seeing the celebration breaking out. It's a little too early for us to tune over to MSNBC and see like the bullets of sweat coming down people's face, like Robert Hayes in Airplane. But
don't get cocky.
I know.
I know. Still need people to vote. You don't. I've been saying this for months now. You do not win presidential elections by supporting candidates. You win presidential elections by voting for candidates. And there's still time for most of the country to vote. Every single vote is going to matter. Elections in our lifetime have been decided by so few votes. If you make the decision to sit this one out, you may very well be making the decision for the people who represent your values or more broadly support your values to lose. Ben, Cassie is at McCormick's campaign HQ in Pennsylvania. You actually did some campaigning with McCormick, didn't you?
I did. And that is a tight state. So Dave is running an extraordinary campaign in Pennsylvania. You remember early on when Trump was struggling to find his sea legs against Kamala Harris, it was actually McCormick's campaign that was putting out most of the great kick-ass ads against Kamala Harris. McCormick is a business person, so he really is data-driven. And so he's really kind of broken down the state into granular detail. He's run a very solid campaign against Bob Casey, who, of course, is a long-time top-level Democratic politico in the state. He was the governor of the state. He's the senator of the state now. That race is a toss-up. It's extremely tight. And so Pennsylvania is going to come down to the wire. And, of course, the voting procedures take forever. There are apparently some precincts that are now going to extend out until 10 p.m. tonight because of failures over there. So that means, guys, take some Red Bull. We may be here just a little while. But, yeah, Dave's a terrific candidate. He's really authentic. I had the chance to spend some time with pretty much, I would say, every swing state candidate with just a couple of exceptions. And David, this crop of swing state candidates this year, this is not 2022. This is not we rated the local loony bin. We actually went out and got a bunch of good candidates like Eric Hovde in Wisconsin, who I think is going to win in Wisconsin, and Bernie Moreno in Ohio, who I think is almost certainly going to win. That's me being confident, but I think he's almost certainly going to win in Ohio. I'd say the baseline for Republican Senate wins. I know we haven't talked Senate races yet. Baseline for Republican Senate wins tonight is 52. That includes West Virginia. That includes Tim Sheehy, who I did campaign with in Montana, who is an amazingly good candidate. Tim Sheehy is terrific on the stump, really charismatic, excellent story. He was obviously in I believe, a Navy SEAL. So he's going to win. I think walking away in Montana, that takes you to 51. Bernie Moreno's, I think, is going to win in Ohio. That's your 52. The question is if you get to 53, 54, if Kerry Lake sneaks in, maybe even 55 tonight.
Listen, the stakes where the Senate are concerned are so high. Should Donald Trump fail to carry the White House, the Senate could be the only institution that really stands between a President Kamala Harris and the worst excesses of her policy agenda, including adding states to the country. And if Donald Trump wins the presidency, he's going to need the Senate in order to confirm his justices, confirm his nominees, advance his agenda, and give us the kind of conservative victories that we're looking for. Ben, I was really proud of you for being out on the stump the way that you were. And we actually put together this video of some of your appearances throughout the election.
This election is the most important election of our lifetimes. Everybody says that every single election cycle, but this one actually is.
Imagine Harris wins. Here's what we get to do in the Senate. We get to say no.
If Democrats were to, God forbid, gain a triumvirate, the kind of damage they would do to the country with the House, the Senate, and the presidency would be almost unthinkable at this point. She has already vowed that she would kill the filibuster if she were given that opportunity. She would then stack the Senate with a couple of extra states. She would stack the Supreme Court.
We're at really very high levels of violent crime. We need to secure the border with the wall and Border Patrol.
The standard of education across all of America has gone in one direction, decline.
What's at stake is not just slight differences in the marginal tax rate. What's at stake here are fundamental values, fundamental American values. There is a civilizational battle going on, and this election is part of that battle.
When I was a kid, my dad used to say to me over and over again, he said, Ted, when we lost our freedom in Cuba, I had a place to flee to. If we lose our freedom here, where do we go? That's what the stakes of this election.
There's a party in this country that wants the future of America to be stagnation, social decay, foreign policy weakness. And then there's one party and there's one group of people who want America to build, to explode forth. The greatest America has ever been. This is what President Trump means when he says, make America great again.
We want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas, cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls.
These Senate races are incredibly important, and it's not glitzy, glamorous work to go out and stump for, it's a great thing to go out and stump with Trump, and you were able to co-host a fundraiser for him this year, have him on your show, do an appearance on the anniversary of the October 7th massacre with him, and get some great time with Trump. But it's really the sort of behind the scenes stuff that you did in this election on your own dime, I should say. That's not a thing that
we're allowed to expensive. Yeah, I mean, I was a little shocked by that, but yeah, it is cool. And going to these different places. I mean, first of all, the amount of respect that you should have for candidates who do this day in and day out is really, really high. I mean, that is a rough job. Until you've been on a bus with one of these candidates, just stopping place after place after place. Going with Sam Brown in Nevada and going around to 3 separate events where he tells his life story 3 separate times to 3 separate groups of people. I mean, it's a grind. It's a real grind. And these people put their lives on hold to go and do that sort of stuff because they're taking it upon themselves. And by and large, they're not doing it because they're career politicians. I mean, a lot of these people are incredibly successful in their day job. Eric Hovde is a very wealthy man. Bernie Moreno is a very wealthy man. Dave McCormick is a super wealthy guy. These are people who have made it, and they've decided they actually would like to give back to the country by going and doing this sort of stuff. So, we should give them, it should be hats off to a lot of these people. I think we never think about that. We hold them accountable. We should hold them accountable. They represent us and they're supposed to represent our values. But these are people who legitimately take a better life and turn it in for a worse life in order to make the country better. And that, I think, requires us to take our hats off to them. Plus, the American people just kick ass. I got to tell you, being out on the trail with these people is really, really cool. There's some really cool campaign experiences. Pretty amazing. I mean, really, really an amazing country. Truly. One that stands out was with Bernie Moreno in Northern Ohio. And this was just kind of an amazing thing. So I was in Northern Ohio with Bernie. I speak. It's like 1,000 people in maybe a town of 2,000 people total. And 1,000 show up to this event. And I get up and I give my talk. Everybody has a good time. And I'm about to take off. And one of the people from the town gets up and says, we want to give you a present. It's like, okay, well, I've been to a lot of events where they give you a plaque or they give you like a piece of paper or something, something for him. And they said, no, here's an Israeli flag. This Israeli flag, we're giving it to you because on October 7th, one of us was so, like the day of October 7th, was so upset about that he took this giant Israeli flag, stuck it on the back of his Ford F-150 in a town that has zero Jews in northern Ohio, and started driving it around the town in solidarity with Jews and with Israel. And people in the town were so moved that pretty much every member of the town signed the flag. So I have this flag signed by like 1,000 evangelical Christians and Catholics in northern Ohio, just in solidarity with Israel, with Jews. Like, it's a great country. This country is just effing fabulous. It really is. It's such a great country, and that's why it's so hard to watch when it's threatened by people who don't share any of those values and really think that Americans, that those exact people are the bitter clingers, are the garbage, are the truly bad people, the bad guys in the story. And it's just such trash. It's not true, and that's why Donald Trump being a middle finger to those people is the thing that they deserve. They deserve that middle finger. They deserve it good and hard, and I hope they're going to get it tonight. Speaking of which, by the way, Loudoun County in Virginia just had a 9-point swing right.
Whoa.
Loudoun County.
Okay.
Okay, so people are showing up. So keep showing up, folks.
Yeah, don't stop. We have no idea how rare this is, I think. I mean, that is what you just described would happen in no other country, not only currently in the world, but in the history of the world. There's not another country that would do that. And so much of this garbage that gets thrown at these people about how nasty and hateful they are comes from this place of utter ignorance. I mean, deep, enforced, chosen ignorance and arrogance that the ignorance sort of abets. It's because they don't want to think of themselves as worse than anyone ever. They've chosen not to know about anyone else ever in the history of the world. And so they look at people, all of whom have their flaws and their foibles, Americans included, and they think, oh, these backwards, hateful hicks, they're just, spiteful Americans. I challenge you to travel the world and find another country where that will happen, especially with the Jewish flag.
And Selena Zito has that thing where she goes out and she talks to people, and she found that no one else had done it. No one else had talked to them and seen the lives they live, which are interracial and completely accepting of all different kinds of people, and they just don't know.
It's unbelievable. From like the whitest areas of Ohio down to, I was on the border with Senator Cruz on Sunday night, and it's like the Rio Grande Valley, which is totally Hispanic, and everybody in the crowd is Hispanic. Like, they have the same values, because those values are the values of America, and the value is family, community, hard work, virtue. Like, those are the values that built the country, and leave us the hell alone. Combined with
autonomy,
all those things, right? Autonomy. We're now joined here at Daily Wire HQ by Brent Buchanan of Signal Polling, the most well-respected polling outfit in America. Welcome to the show, Brent. Good to talk to you.
Hey, good to be here.
So let's talk about the situation in Georgia. Obviously, there's a danger for Republicans in getting high on their own supply. You're kind of reading what's going on Twitter. What is sort of your overall early take on what you're seeing out of Georgia right now?
So there's a couple key counties to look at in Georgia. I actually grew up in one of them, and that is Fayette County here. And in 2016, Trump won this county by 21 points. He only won it by 7 in 2020. And with 75% reporting, he's only up by 2. So when you're looking at a county like this, you're basically extrapolating this to, quote, the suburbs, because this is on the south side of Atlanta, but it's a good 30 minutes outside of Atlanta. But then you compare that to Baldwin County, Georgia, which in 2016, Trump lost it to Clinton by 2. He lost it to Biden by 1. Brian Kemp won it by 7. And currently Trump is +6 with 79% reporting. So you start to see where you have these conflicting data points, some that are good for Trump, some that are good for Kamala Harris. What's interesting is that the Georgia rurals are coming in pretty heavily Democratic on Election Day voting, meaning that the people who turned up on Election Day to vote in the rural counties in Georgia are more Democratic than they normally would have been. And then when you look at some of the performance of the black counties, if the county's about mid-sized, it's performing pretty much like it did in 2020 right now. And in the really heavy black counties, you're seeing actually a Trump underperformance. So it's kind of a mixed bag right now in Georgia. We're really early at this point. I think there's only 9 or 10% reporting. But the exit polls, take that for what it's worth, do show some signs of hope for Trump.
So when you look at all that, I know we're asking you now to project out into the future. What are the indicators that you're going to look for as the vote starts to come in that's going to give you a better idea of the picture that's emerging from this kind of chaotic data?
Well, we're definitely going to want to see what the northern arc counties, so Cobb, Gwinnett, Fulton County, kind of the north end of Atlanta. Those are the things you're going to be looking for. As of right now, none of those have reported, And then we're going to continue to watch what the rural counties have done, because if you look in some other places like Indiana and Kentucky that have already reported a lot of counties, the rurals are actually up in those places about 1 or 2% above their 2020 turnout percentages. The question is, are the suburban counties and are the urban counties at or above 2020 turnout? And we just don't have enough data in yet to answer that question.
So, I mean, that seems like a lot of the election is going to come down to precisely that question, not just in Georgia, but all over the country, right? Is the suburban vote up? Is the rural vote down? You know, given what you're seeing in some of the other states, you know, obviously, so Florida, for what it's worth, was just called. Trump is just blowing it out in Florida because Florida has turned into a deep red state just over the course of the last couple of election cycles. You know, there is this idea that there are these bellwether counties. How much stock do you take in the idea that there are bellwether counties where you can look at a county and then extrapolate that out nationally or to other swing states?
I think once we have 100% of the vote in on a quote bellwether county, we can extrapolate it. But so far, there's not many in the country where we have 100% reporting yet. But if you look at Osceola County as an example in Florida, that's north of Orlando. It has, I believe, the highest percentage of Puerto Rican population as a percentage of the whole of the county. And it moved even further right. Miami-Dade continued this march to the right. One thing also to keep in mind about Florida is the fact that it has about 1 million more Republicans registered now because of the pandemic. And so it's to your point, it is no longer a purple or a swing state. It is 100% a red state now, especially with those trends.
Yeah, it looks like, speaking, again, I'm just going to keep mentioning because it's awesome. Amendments 3 and Amendments 4, both likely to be dead in Florida. Those are both trash, which means basically permanent Republican rule forever for the rest of time. 1,000-year reign of Ron DeSantis in Florida. So that's really good. Well, I did want to ask you, Brent, about this sort of amazing statistic. The Loudoun County in Virginia has moved really toward Trump a lot. What does that mean? You know, for not close watchers of politics, you hear Loudoun County a lot because obviously it came up a lot in the gubernatorial race between Glenn Youngkin and Terry McAuliffe. What does that mean if Loudoun County moved right from the last election cycle?
So it moved right because you're seeing a depression of Democrat turnout there, not because it has the same number of people who voted and they shifted their votes. So that's definitely something to watch, is what is that Democrat to Republican turnout ratio compared to the historical. Virginia in general is actually having a higher election day turnout as a percentage of total votes than they have had in the past. And they also count, the way Virginia goes is they count early votes first, and then they report election day votes after that. So I would expect to see that the Dem turnout in that county goes up some. But Loudoun County is actually 11% Indian, Asian, American population. And so if that holds and Trump is doing better in a county like that, it's going to be very indicative of some of these Sun Belt metro areas that have high Indian populations. And if she can't juice them in Loudoun County outside of Washington, D.C., she's going to have trouble doing that in Atlanta, in Raleigh, Durham is another one that has high Indian populations.
So, Brent, obviously we're super early in the night. Can you give us just like a quick preview into what sort of things you're going to be seeing over the next hour? What are you looking for in the next hour? Which areas, which polls are closing, and what's going to come out?
Yeah, we're going to learn a lot from North Carolina and Georgia because they're on the East Coast and they're going to report earlier. They're going to report more often. And we're going to know who won those earliest. And so a lot of these counties that we're watching, like Fayette as an example in Georgia, that was very heavily Trump and has been slowly less Trump over time. Once that gets to 100% reporting, where does Trump stand? And that'll give us a really good idea of what some of these swing state suburban counties are looking like. But what we're seeing overall is that turnout is likely to exceed 2020.
Wow.
Which a lot of people said that if we even got to that point, that it would be historic. And so we really find ourselves in this place where under 2020 turnout, it's 100% Trump win. At 2020 turnout, a little bit of a Harris advantage. You get above 2020 turnout and we're in unprecedented territory, which it's kind of hard to see who that gives an advantage to until we start to see some of this urban, rural, suburban turnout differential above, how high each of them go above 2020.
That's Brent Buchanan. We're going to be back with you in just a little while and keep these updates going. Our election map coverage this evening is made possible by our sponsor, Lumen. Hack your metabolism with one simple device. Understand your body more with Lumen.
Can we, First of all, that wasn't positive enough. So if we could not go back to him again, that'd be great. But Florida, we talked about how great Florida is because it's deep red and all that. Also, they're going to have all their votes counted like soon.
Yeah.
And this is the third most populated state in the country. And so it's just like there's no excuse why every other state in the country can't count all their votes if Florida can.
There is an excuse. Florida is able to count their votes so quickly because Jeb Bush was their governor for 8 years, and then Ron DeSantis has been their governor for the last 6 years. And as it turns out, Republicans can figure out how to run elections. Democrats in swing states cannot figure out how to run elections, almost as though Democrats in swing states are incentivized not to figure out their elections. There's a lot of talk about how we shouldn't have voting machines. And I remember when I used my first voting machine in California, you would make your selections and then the printout would happen. And the printout was a sort of dot matrix barcode sort of situation. You had no way of knowing what the printout said. And so again, as we discussed earlier, there's at least the opportunity for evil, at least the appearance of evil. I used a machine here in Tennessee to vote. First of all, Tennessee has an amazing election. The ballot was basically 3 pages, not one of these 75-page monstrosities. It was 3. There were 3 pages worth of things to vote on. So it was super easy, right? Like Donald Trump, Marsha Blackburn, don't raise my taxes, and then hit print. And when you hit print, it prints out the ballot for you to turn in. And you can look at the ballot and see where it printed all of your selections. Right there on the ballot in dot matrix ink, it said, Donald Trump, Marsha Blackburn, don't raise my freaking taxes and stop asking me. And then I went over and turned it in. So there was no opportunity, even with an electronic system, there was no opportunity for impropriety. The electronic system was just a different way of arriving at a printed ballot that could be read by a human.
But it's not only...
Again, there's no reason why any state in America can't be doing
But it's not only red states, it's every other country on earth that has free, legal, democratic voting. They all count their
Yeah. I
and
said
they get it right.
What part of Democrat-controlled swing state did you confuse with free countries that run democratic elections?
I have to say, I'm watching the vote in Virginia, and it's close. It's 32% of the vote is in, 47-2 Donald Trump has, 51.1 is Kamala Harris, and there's still the counties that are open are right in the middle of the state. Katie Gorka, who is both the brains and beauty of the Gorka organization, is working very hard in Fairfax County and doing just an amazing job. Even though she knows the county will be lost, she believes if she can bring out enough people that will, obviously feed into a Trump victory. They have done a lot of stuff, including go to the Supreme Court to make sure the integrity is good. I voted in the bluest of the blue parts of the state. I felt very secure. I felt the election was being very well run. There was absolutely no question of identity or anything like that. It was really well done. And now he's like 3 points. No, it's still 4, just about 4. So, I don't know. I will not be bowled over if the state that elected Glenn Youngkin the moment I arrived has now become...
Not that you're taking credit.
I know, I am. No, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm taking credit.
Well, in fairness, our very own Matt Walsh and our very own, who's our wonderful reporter who broke the loud...
No, it's just me. Don't worry about it.
No.
Luke Rosiak.
Luke Rosiak. Goodness, we've been on the air only 2 hours. Yeah, Luke Rosiak actually is the reason that Florida became a potentially red state. But yeah, listen, as has been said all night, the polls were so close going into this race that an error in either direction could result in a very wild swing.
Yeah.
And it's very early yet. And we should keep in mind that in many of these states, the system is sort of rigged to look like it is rigged. By that, I mean they tend to count in-person votes first, which tend to be more likely Republican. And then after that, they start bringing in the early and absentee mail-in ballots, which tend historically to be blue. And so you end up in this situation where it looks like we're winning, and then they suddenly discover all the ballots, even if that's not actually what happens, which again gives the appearance of evil,
again,
and the opportunity for evil.
Something about this election that makes it so hard, I'm sure, for the pollsters who are all being risk averse and basically saying, "Oh, it's a coin toss. Don't yell at me." But something that makes it really difficult to model out this election for anyone is that they changed all the rules last time. So in order to be able to model out elections, you have to have precedent to base it on. And we really don't have precedent anymore. And this election is being conducted differently even than 2020. So, for instance, early voting and mail-in voting usually gives a big, advantage to Democrats. This year, looking at early voting out of
Well, that's
Nevada,
right.
that's actually not what it showed. It
Yeah,
showed
I
the
know,
opposite.
I
So
know.
we really just don't know,
Right,
which is
right.
unpleasant for pundits and
But
pollsters to say.
we do know this. I mean, one of the maybe the only case that I thought should have been adjudicated was the case in Pennsylvania where they changed the rules against their own constitution. And Clarence Thomas agreed with me, and he's a pretty bright legal mind. Not like me, but I saw it there. Yeah, he's up there. And I think that the GOP has been much more on top of that leading up to it. I mean, as many people have said, it's easier to put a car together before it falls off a cliff. And I think that was what they were doing after the last election. And I think the GOP is, needs some praise there for actually paying attention, manning the barricades, making sure the legal I's were dotted. And I think that's really happened to some degree.
I'll add too, I spoke to hundreds of voters in states like Georgia and in Michigan and Pennsylvania. And one of the questions I asked all of them was, how do you feel about your vote this year? How do you feel about the integrity of this election? And I can't tell you how many of them brought up the fact that the RNC and that Donald Trump were pouring resources in to having poll watchers. And that message is trickling down to the average voter, where you might think there'd be a fear of them saying, well, if you really think that the election was rigged last time, why would you vote this time? But that messaging from the top, they are aware on the ground that the RNC has invested so many resources into this. And I do think that contributes to higher turnout than we might have seen.
Let me ask you a question. You go out and you interview voters. Do you think you're getting random selections of voting?
We try our best. So in all the states I went to, we would go to different grocery stores, gas
Just walk in.
stations, walk around in different counties. So I'd pull up data from different counties in 2020, and we try and get as representative a sample as possible. And to our conversation about the polls, like why it's so difficult to get an accurate representation, I think that even after 8 years, you might get this idea that, oh, well, the silent Trump voter doesn't really exist. It's become so normalized. They're still out there. They're still talking. They're much more confident now. I actually got to the point after all these interviews where I could tell who someone was voting for based on how they shot me down when I requested an interview. So about 2/3 of people wouldn't talk to me. I'm just very intimidating and manly. I'd walk up to a parking lot. 2/3 would say no, but I'd still ask all those people, well, who are you voting for? And most would tell me. The people who initially said, oh, I'm in a rush, or I can't talk, those were mostly Harris voters. The people who said, I don't want to talk to you, you're a medium person, or I don't want to talk on camera, those people were overwhelmingly for Trump. I had an 80-year-old lady who accosted our camera guy, making sure that the camera was off. And then she said, okay, it's off. I'm voting for Trump. I had people mouth the word Trump to me. They wouldn't even say it out loud. And these were in fairly red areas in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan. And so I do think there is still a sizable chunk of people who would not, with a gun to their head, tell a pollster who they're voting for. And that's the question. Have the pollsters figured a way around that?
About right. Trump is now within 2% in Virginia, with 36% in. I'm not a poll reader. I don't actually, I look at the RCP things, but that's pretty close.
Yeah, not to belabor the point, but Florida has 88% of their votes counted. Pennsylvania has 7%.
Right.
It's just, there's no excuse for that. That's outrageous.
No, but Florida's on the East Coast.
Right, well, that's true.
By the way, I just was thinking, if I may inject the absurd because it's such a serious evening, that the Daily Wire evening does not function as baseball does. When you are removed, you can return to the game. Just a thought.
And actually, since the rule changes, we also have a designated hitter. That's unfortunate.
We're so thankful for tonight's sponsors. We're going to take a moment to tell you about one of them right now, and we'll be right back.
Folks, even if you think it's a bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere, from self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency. If it's not in your industry yet, it is coming and fast.
But AI needs a lot of speed and computing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? Time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI.
OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure database application development, plus all your AI machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for compute and 80% less for networking. So you are saving a pile of money.
Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including MGM Resorts, Specialized Bikes, and Fireworks AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to OCI for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends December 31st, 2024. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/election. That's oracle.com/election.
And thanks to Oracle for sponsoring Daily Wire's election coverage.
So results are starting to come in. We're starting to get some data. And as we've heard, a lot of the data is conflicting, but there's every reason for a certain amount of cautious optimism. I stepped out a bit ago, and we have a wonderful party taking place immediately outside the studio where a lot of our sort of friends of the Daily Wire, people who live here in Tennessee, some of our family, even some influencers who came in from around the country are together having camaraderie, watching the results. And someone asked me, how are you feeling? And I said, well, I'm not feeling sanguine. I don't.
No. That would be crazy.
I'm not crazy. Yeah. Also, I think one of the reasons that we've been able to be successful in business is because, as a general rule, I always take the position that we're a point behind.
Yeah.
But in every success, I'm the wrong guy to have in the room. Sometimes they'll come to me and they'll say, "Hey, we really need to give a pep talk to the team," and my pep talk always goes something like, "We could have done better, but we did do something good." So I'm not one generally for being overly optimistic, but I do think there's cautious optimism.
So they're out there, they're drinking Margaritas, I just saw. And so then I was wondering, if Trump does win, I think I will have a glass of the scotch that Matt has here. And if Trump loses, I think I will drink gasoline. I don't know if he has that.
All right, so here's my vow then. If Trump wins, I will drink anything you give me, which is more than I have drunk in 50 years. I love tobacco. I don't like alcohol. I will drink.
You will raise a glass.
It is no question about it. It's funny. Another moment of levity. I said after 2016 for years in speeches on the radio that the night Trump won might have been the happiest night of my life. And I would add, including the birth of my two sons. So the left went ballistic. The left went, Prager is so evil that he was happier when Trump won than when his own sons were born.
Have you told your sons that?
Oh, they think it's a riot. They tend to believe it.
This may have been covered while I was out, but I'm only just now seeing that West Virginia Governor Jim Justice won his state Senate race, which is the first flip of a seat for the GOP. We've been talking about how important it is that we hold the Senate, whether the result of the presidential election goes our way or not. The Senate is of vital importance, either for stymieing the Harris agenda or advancing the Trump agenda. So picking up a seat in West Virginia with Jim Justice is a great step.
That, had we lost that seat, we could all go home. That was the seat.
No, clearly,
it was a guarantee.
Yeah. Is there a state that you guys, who I do believe are more expertise in the political realm, have more expertise? Is there a state? I mean, I don't say California or New York. I mean, a possible state that, if you learned now, went for Trump.
Virginia.
That would be it.
Yeah,
it would be for all of you, Virginia.
Certainly, if he won Virginia, I think we could go home.
We
could have.
All right.
I will say that I was just at the Daily Wire party, as I said, and our dear friend Siaka, aka Black Jeremy, did tell me he thinks there's a chance New York goes for Trump. So I don't want you to think that no one is sanguine.
Yes,
I think
there is a certain amount. There's a certain amount of
It's
sanguinity.
now in Virginia. It's now 48.5 for Trump, 49.8 for Kamala Harris, with the poll 37% of the votes.
I just want to say, I think we can go home now. In general,
there's also, we were talking a little bit about
go home and watch the coverage at home.
We were go to sleep, or what we were talking about with some of the Senate races. There are some real opportunities here.
Oh yeah,
I mean, Wisconsin. Look, that's going to depend a little bit on the top of the ticket too. But Eric Hovde's run a good campaign there. I feel good about Bernie Moreno in Ohio. I even feel pretty good about Mike Rogers in Michigan. I'm not saying I feel the odds are still stacked against him in Michigan, but he's got a real shot.
You think Sherrod Brown could lose?
I think that Bernie Moreno has run a great Republican campaign. Mm-hmm. I think that there is a chance that Sherrod Brown loses. I'm not saying I would put money on that. I would put more money on Hovde than I would on Moreno, but I think he's run a good campaign. And I think Rogers, for that matter, Michigan has trended a little bit blue, but I think Mike Rogers has run a good
Michael, I have to say, to that point, the Rogers-Slotkin race, I saw an all-time troll billboard in this race. I was in Dearborn last week. All around, every single sign is in Arabic, and there's all the flags for different Eastern countries. In the heart of Dearborn is a giant billboard with a picture of Kamala Harris and Slotkin and an Israeli flag, and it says, Kamala and Slotkin, always friends of Israel. And it looks like a Harris ad, and the bottom says something like, paid for by friends of Harris, and it says, these women have always and always will stand with Israel, right in the heart of Dearborn.
Wow.
And I saw it and initially thought, does the Harris campaign have the worst strategy ever on with their billboards? And I looked it up later, and it was a Republican PAC.
I just to add to Matt's, keep his mood up because he gets depressed. It's ugly, But my friend Jeff Anderson of the American Main Street Initiative, he was one of Trump's chief statisticians when he was in office, and we've been talking every Sunday basically, and he's been saying, oh well, I don't know. And tonight he said his prediction is that Trump has a 55% chance of winning the election. He's a very good poll watcher and quite has not been optimistic. He's been very neutral.
Yeah, but by my math, though, Drew, I'm not a poll watcher either. That means that Trump has a 45% chance of losing. I don't like that. I like the 55%.
However, it's now virtually tied in Virginia. I don't even know what I'm looking at, but it's virtually tied. It's now 49.18 to 49.
And do you think 4 years ago at this point it would have been different?
Well,
Andrew, do you know how to work this laptop? You zoomed in on a wrong county or something?
It's the New York Times. I went to the most liberal place.
Virginia's tied at the moment.
Yeah, and looking, the most blue states are blue districts are in.
I am projecting Trump to win Virginia. I'm projecting.
Have you declared it?
I'm declaring it right now.
Okay.
I'm calling it.
I'm projecting optimism.
You can't call, but I do like you declaring.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dennis, what's the answer for you? Is there a state that if it goes blue or if it goes red, you think
No, there isn't. I know what I know, and I know what I don't know, which is a gift in life. If anyone can achieve that.
Yes.
So my read, my inclination is always the forest, not the trees.
Yes.
So I do believe I understand the currents shaping the West in general and America specifically. But the question of what state will do what or what state matters to make the call that I asked it to you, not because I had one in mind. I really wanted to know if you had one in mind, because then I'll watch that state avidly. And you all seem, or at least the majority, seem to say Virginia.
But because that's such a reach. I mean, if Wisconsin came in and Trump won Wisconsin, and we took the Senate seat, and that I think is more realistic, and I would feel really good going into the rest of the night.
On the other side of that, if Donald Trump loses North Carolina, it isn't impossible for him to win the presidency, but I think that it would be almost impossible. Not even necessarily because of the electoral math, but because
it's indicative. It would be
indicative. That would be a terrible thing for us to see early in the evening.
So is North Carolina determined by Raleigh-Durham? Because I don't know what else. What am I missing?
Mecklenburg County.
Oh wait, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. So Chapel Hill, is that what it's called? So it's all the big university towns have been poisoned by the university.
It's all that little triangle, right? Chapel Hill and Raleigh.
Oh, so that's a try. So that's it basically, because I can't imagine the rest of North Carolina is Democrat.
What do you think about it, Kevin?
Well, I think Mecklenburg County is another big one there to watch where Charlotte is. I agree with you that I think from an electoral standpoint, you can pick up 16 electoral votes with Nevada and Arizona, which you could well do, or Georgia's 16 as well as North Carolina. But it's more about what it would mean and the indication. And the black vote there is another one that I think is interesting to keep an eye on. They have the 8th highest rate of black voters in the entire country. Georgia's 3rd. So I'm interested to see the turnout of black men in Georgia and the Atlanta area compared to North Carolina.
Also, North Carolina. Sorry, before we go off North Carolina, another reason why that'd be a bad sign is that, and we moved on from it in like 45 seconds, like we do from everything. But in North Carolina, that's where the Biden-Harris administration had their Hurricane Katrina moment.
That's correct.
And if there's no price to pay for that at all, like for George Bush, that was a major scandal that lasted months and months. We still remember it. And if there's just no price to pay for that you could have that kind of devastation in American communities or basically abandoned by the federal government.
Yes.
If there's no price, then what do we do?
Okay. If there is no price, it reinforces the point I made the hour 2 hours ago when I was on. And that is the ability of the press to brainwash even in a free society, which was revelatory to me because my field of study was Soviet affairs. I learned Russian to read Pravda, the communist paper. And it was a given to me that you could only brainwash people in a tyranny. It is now not true. I know for a fact you can brainwash people in a free society. The fact that the press made a big deal about Katrina and nothing about this shows you how profoundly the press will influence people even when it happens to them. The press defines, it's eerie. The press defines reality for the people who lived the reality, not just for the people in other states that didn't have a storm. It's a very scary part of human nature.
A little interruption for some results out of Georgia. It continues to trend in Trump's favor right now. So we've got 55-44 for Trump. That's with 54% of the votes in. I believe an hour ago, Decision Desk HQ, our partners here, gave Trump something like 69% chance of winning Georgia. That it continues to hold pretty strong. If Trump pulls Georgia, the night's on track. The night is on track.
He's in the fight.
Yeah.
And North Carolina right now actually trending in Harris's direction, 51-47, but that's only with just over 10% report. I mean, they're just getting started in North Carolina.
Trump is now ahead in Virginia, but the Times is saying that they believe that race leans toward Harris because of the remaining votes favor Harris.
Matt, to your point about North Carolina and the devastation there, I was on the ground 2 weeks ago in Swannanoa, Asheville, the surrounding communities there. The devastation, I mean, still a month and a half later, most Americans have forgotten about it, and the federal government also seems to have in many ways. But the amount of people I talked to on the ground there about the election, and these were in very red areas, Asheville, obviously very liberal, but the surrounding counties, those are some of the reddest in the entire state. None of them had even thought about the election. And this was 2 weeks ago. When I asked them, hey, do you know if your polling location's damaged? Are you going to be able to go vote? They were all like, oh, I forgot that there's even an election going on. And so I'll be very interested to see what the voter turnout looks like in those counties. Not necessarily because they aren't able physically to vote, because I did hear on the ground from a number of Republican officials that they were getting the voting centers operational, but that they're so devastated by other things that it's just the last thing on their mind right now.
And is it still, the area still looks like a disaster zone, or what does it look like?
Yes, it was a disaster zone in entire communities. It looked like a nuclear bomb had gone off. So right now it's still, they were just wrapping up the recovery of bodies when I was there. So I went out with a team of cadaver dogs with a group of veterans there. But do
the people have any resentment towards the federal government, or how do they feel?
I
Who do they blame?
expected that there would be more, to be totally honest. I expected there would be more when I got there. And anytime I brought up their opinion of the federal government or their opinion of the Biden-Harris administration, they, with the exception of one or two people, they just said, I don't want to talk about politics right now. They said, I lost my neighbor, or my house got destroyed. I don't want to talk about politics. And so there might be that resentment there. And, you know, that might be in other areas. But for the people who were actually hit, I didn't get the sense that they were thinking about the political aspect of it. Although I will say, I talked to a number of victims who said it was 5 or 6 days before they met a single government aid worker, and that the only people helping them, it was the redneck Air Force that I was embedded with for a day, of veterans who just flew out Chinook helicopters that were private to run recovery missions. Those were the people that were on the ground first.
And remember how Bush was excoriated because he only flew over New Orleans at first? But Biden didn't show up at all, I don't think. And Kamala did that ridiculous, camera.
Which, by the way, flying over it is a totally sensible thing to do. What do you want to do? Rappel down into the middle of the flood zone? But Kamala made no attempt to even pretend to care.
So some numbers also coming out from the New York Times. My favorite thing to do on election night is to look at the liberal websites and outlets. So right now, the Times says it's still a toss-up, obviously, but it's estimating Trump 279, Harris 259. The New York Times is giving Trump a 59% chance of winning, Harris a 41% chance. What matters here is that it's trending in Trump's direction. So it's breaking away.
The New York Times is predicting a Trump victory?
Yes. Though it says it's a toss-up, but they're giving a decisive.
Did I have something to
chance.
drink now?
I know, we're getting close.
I really
You
want
said
to
you
know.
drink whatever we give you, right?
That's right.
hold you to
Yes.
that.
No, absolutely. You can hold me to it.
I
You
really
have
want to know
tried me
why
both.
he stopped drinking before we take him up.
I just become so violent when I would sit around a table with a fella.
Even my friends, I attack them with it.
So you've never had a Jaeger bomb. Maybe we'll.
You're right. I know what it is. Yeah,
We have that at the
Don't ask any questions. We'll.
I was wondering why everybody at the party is naked now. I don't know.
So I want to take a few questions from our Daily Wire Plus members. The first one here, Drew, I'll ask this one of you. If Kamala loses, does she 25th Amendment Biden and become president for the remaining 3 months of his term? Which isn't three. I guess it is 3 months of his term.
Interesting. Probably not. I mean, the country seems to be running perfectly as well as it was. I shouldn't say it's running perfectly well. It's running as well as it was under
Back when
Biden.
we had a president.
Back when we actually had a president. So obviously it's being run by a cabal of leftist bureaucrats, secretly manipulated by the Machiavellian Barack Obama from the cellar or something like that. And so I don't think they want to do anything that dramatic. I actually do believe if Trump wins convincingly, there will be wiser heads on the left who start to understand that they are seen, that when they try to silence us, they are seen trying to silence us, which was not true 5 years ago.
I do think that it's true. And Ben said this yesterday while we were on Timcast IRL together, that the left, you have to give them credit for being professional at politics. And they are willing to run more moderate campaigns if they think that that's the path to power. In my lifetime, I mean, by today's standards, Bill Clinton was basically a Republican president, particularly during his first term. He famously said the era of big government is over. That they're willing to do that if that's what it takes to win. But when you get to the stakes in the election, I just want why do I want Donald Trump to win? I mean, obviously, I liked not being engaged in wars. I liked decisive action to actually defeat ISIS. I liked killing Soleimani in Iraq. I liked the tax cuts. I liked the judicial appointments. I liked the executive orders. But I really want Trump to win more than anything for these two reasons. I want the left to have to wake up in 4 years and see Donald Trump leave office. Because they've essentially said that he won't. I mean, they've said this guy's Hitler, he's a fascist, he's a dictator. If he comes into power, it's the end of everything. So in the same way that I want to get to whatever the day is when it's too late to save the planet from global warming, just so they have to stop talking, like either way, they have to stop talking about it.
They're going to keep talking about
I also want to, but the number one reason I want Donald Trump to win is because I want an end. FDR got elected to a fourth term. Let's not elect Barack Obama to a fourth term. Barack Obama has essentially been the power in the Democrat Party for the last 16 years. The reason he was so quick to advance Kamala Harris for this role is because she's a vacuous, brain dead, probably drug and alcohol addled non-person. I mean, she literally is the non-person player or whatever, right? The non-person character, which means that Barack Obama just gets 4 more years of essentially being the most powerful person, not vested with the power of constitutional authority, but vested with just the power of influential authority in that party. I want that to be gone. If you defeat Kamala Harris now, in 4 years, the Democrats are going to have to run an actual candidate. And an actual candidate will have their own opinions and their own ideas and won't just be a puppet for Barack Obama and his former staff. That's why Barack Obama doesn't want that to happen. That's why he wanted Joe Biden, even though he hates Joe Biden. But he liked the fact that Joe Biden was already dead. Yeah. He likes the fact that Kamala Harris maybe has never been alive. So it would just delight me if we no longer had Barack Obama.
The chief reason I would want to see Trump win, there are many, many reasons. You named most of them. But the chief one is because without violence and without violating the First Amendment, I want the news media to know how much we despise them, how much we distrust them, how much we see them lying. I do not know how to send that message any better than to reelect Donald Trump and to say, you know what?
Because it means they were irrelevant.
They were irrelevant. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
So was the question raised if she loses, would they make her president for the last 3 months?
If she wins, would they make her president?
Well, why would?
Oh, I thought they said if he loses.
Yeah, I thought it was.
No, you're correct.
Yeah. So I had a thought on that. that it would be in our interest that she were president for 3 months, then they can never say again, the first black woman president. They would have lost that idiotic, pointless. If there's something I loathe, it is tribalism. I remember when a beautiful human being, Joe Lieberman, was named vice presidential candidate under Al Gore. I mean, and I knew Lieberman personally. He was talk about an honorable man in politics. Everyone recognized that. I didn't vote for him. My relatives did. And one of my relatives, who's a very, very bright and wonderful human being, said, Dennis, we finally think about it. A Jew, vice president of the United States, and you're voting for the Republicans? And I didn't bother arguing, but I realized I don't think that way. Mm-hmm. I don't believe I need to look like my leaders. I don't believe I need to be the same ethnic group or religious group. There is no part of me that understands why that is a beautiful idea.
But Dennis, don't you think that Valium-addicted, brain-dead, young women of mixed ethnicity deserve to see a president who looks like them?
It's been too long, really. You know?
Isn't it get certain insinuations out of your commentary?
Isn't it time?
You get this, the argument, the one that drives me, we want a Supreme Court that looks like America, or we want a this that looks like America. Right. Wait, I know I'm one of the 10 million people who've asked this question, but it's nevertheless worth asking. Does anybody rooting for their NBA team care if the team looks like him? Seriously, right?
And that's not what they want anyway, because looks like America means that any institution is 13% black, and they want it to be a lot more than that.
Yeah.
But if we go around the table to talk about why we want Trump to win, we've already covered a lot of the good reasons, but I also think it'll just be hilarious if Trump goes 2-0 against female candidates. If the first two female presidential candidates are defeated by Donald Trump.
That would be a good one. Yeah.
That is hilarious.
My answer relates to Jeremy's a little, because that was a really insightful point, Jeremy, when you said, I want Trump to win so that the Democrats, so we can all see the day when he leaves office and that will prove them wrong. And he didn't declare himself Caesar. I want Trump to be president so that he declares himself Caesar and reigns forever, and then Barron will take over after him, and we will have a glorious Pax Trumpana that will augur great goods for the world.
That's why I didn't kick the question to him. We're going to take a minute to show you some of the cool stuff going on here at Daily Wire, and we will be right back. We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it. 5, 4, 3, 2. It really has been an unbelievable 4 years since the last presidential election. If you'll recall, 4 days after the 2020 election, we moved the Daily Wire out of Los Angeles, which had been my home for 20 years, Drew's home since the mid-1700s, Ben's home his entire life, except for that brief stint at Harvard. And we moved to Nashville, our adopted home of the company, with a great governor in Bill Lee, a great attorney general, great state government here, a real welcoming red state, even though, of course, Davidson County is a blue county. And in that time, on election night 2020, we announced that we were first moving into entertainment. And we've really accomplished an incredible amount since that time. Not only has Matt, I think, made the two most important documentaries, basically, of my lifetime. Not only have we made movies with Gina Carano, acquired the rights from Dallas Sonnier and Bonfire Legend to the remarkable Run, Hide, Fight, but we also have made the Pendragon Cycle, which will be launching next year. We brought you Bent Key, our children's app, which is one of the things that we're the most proud of. All this work is made possible by our Daily Wire members. We'll be taking more questions from them throughout the evening. If you're not a member, please consider becoming one. We're running a great special today. If you use promo code FIGHT at dailywireplus.com/subscribe, you will get 47% off. 47 because we hope that Donald Trump is the 47th president. I recognize that there is some risk in the promo code. And believe you me, if the night doesn't go the way we want, we will change the promo code very, very quickly.
So we got an update out of Decision Desk HQ. They're putting Trump's chances in North Carolina at 73%.
Oh, that's good.
Whoa, pretty good. Pretty good. Georgia also looking pretty good. Don't want to count our chickens, but
Another shout out for my boys in Florida. First big polling miss of the evening. Those RCP averages had Trump at +8 and Rick Scott at +4.5. They're both going to win by +12.
Whoa, whoa, that's great.
Florida,
How
baby.
do you feel about Florida? Are you
Yeah,
a
yeah.
fan
I
of
love
the
it.
state?
It's the best. Let me just tell you how much Florida kicks ass, okay? This is how good Florida is. Florida put up 4 constitutional referendum, abortion on demand, and legalized marijuana, and both went down in flaming defeat because Florida is, as stated, amazeballs.
I'm pretty amazed that, I thought the abortion one would go down. I didn't think the other one would go down.
Well, so again, DeSantis got on his horse and he actually did the work in that state. And Brian Kemp, by the way, did that in Georgia too. Seriously, full credit to Brian Kemp, who Trump crapped upon for literally years. And Brian Kemp went out and he's been stumping for Trump. I mean, he's been doing the work. So that is let's put it this way: the good graces go both ways.
Mm-hmm.
Again, just go one way. We've talked about Donald
right.
Trump, forgiving his enemies and people who have opposed him. And it also works the other way. There are a lot of people who, Donald Trump did not treat amazingly well over the course of the last few years who have shown up for him. I mean, we all remember he didn't treat Ron DeSantis particularly well. DeSantis went out and he worked very, very hard for Donald Trump in the state of Florida. And it makes a big difference. When we unify, it's better. It's better.
Yeah, that's right.
Do any of you have a theory? I had him on my show today, and I almost never have politicians on it. I'm not anti-politician. I don't have that silly view. They run the gamut like any other group of human beings. But it's just
who are scum-sucking bottom.
Yeah.
But
I it's just not the nature of my show. But I so admire Ted Cruz. He is such a fighter for good things. Is he really in trouble in this race?
Ted Cruz was in trouble in this race. I consider Ted my only friend in government. And it's, again, I think that as far as scum-sucking bottom dwellers go, Ted is tops. He is tops in my book. And a friend of the Daily Wire. And he was in genuine trouble. I mean, for one thing, there has been an enormous shift in Texas. And the shift in Texas is not that they've imported a bunch of Californians. As it turns out, the Californians they've imported are largely conservative. It's that they have this uncontrolled border. They've had it now for so long that it is beginning to erode Texas. It's not, I mean, it is still decidedly a red state, but it is purpling up. And Ted was trailing behind Trump in the state in poll after poll. The Democrats decided to run Colin Allred, who is something of a cultural figure. He was obviously a Tennessee Titan NFL football player. So the kind of guy who could get some sizzle down in Texas. And it became the most expensive Senate race in the country.
That's what he said.
They spent an enormous amount of money trying to unseat Ted. And one of the reasons Ted is vulnerable is because Trump kind of shivved him at the RNC, back in 2016. And because Ted has played so hard himself with people like Mitch McConnell and his colleagues in the Senate that they didn't give him a lot of support from the institution in this race. And so I do think that at the beginning of this race, and even as recently as 6 weeks ago, there was a lot of very concerning polling for Ted coming out of Texas. So I got to get involved in that race actually in my own way, not as a representative of the Daily Wire, but as a friend of Ted Cruz, and I wrote an ad for him, which I think turned out maybe to be the state level ad that had the most money spent on it out of any race in the country this year. I was really proud of the ad.
I assume you probably saw the ad. It was the ad where Colin Allred tackles a little girl on the football field because he supported transgenderism in sports.
That's right. And it was a brutal ad. I'm not going to lie, but it turns out it was very effective, and the super PAC spent a lot of money on it, on airing it in Texas. And I think that Ted has run a great campaign in Texas, and I do not think he goes into the evening tonight in trouble. It would be, in fact, I'll go so far as to say, I think that if Ted Cruz loses his race in Texas, Kamala Harris is going to win the presidency. They're going to win the Senate. They're going to win that.
Yes.
Whereas I don't know that was necessarily the case even as recently as 8 weeks ago. But he's put in the effort. He's running
Good,
great.
good.
I
I'm
mean,
ha-
Ted's
happy
been
to hear
all
that.
over the state.
And Ben campaigned with him 2 days ago.
Yeah, like
in McAllen.
massive energy for Ted Cruz. By the way, one piece of interesting NBC exit poll. Again, always with the proviso that exit polls are chicken entrails. But the Pennsylvania independent voter exit poll out of NBC News, Trump 50, Harris 44. If that holds, Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. He's going to win the presidency.
Wow.
So, let's hope that holds. Well, meanwhile, Brent Buchanan from Signal, he is with us, and he has some updates from Georgia. Brent, tell us all about what's happening in Georgia as more of the vote is coming in.
Well, we're starting to see some of the northern counties begin to report, which is what we had talked about earlier. And so we look at places like Cobb County, Georgia here is beginning to report. So this is a very large county that in the past has voted for Joe Biden. Let me look at the numbers here. So this was a seat that, or a county that Joe Biden won by 14 points. And you can see that currently he is doing some quick math here. I love tenths of a percentage. He's currently up by 16 points, or she's up by 16 points in this seat. So one of the biggest trends that we're beginning to see across Georgia specifically is that there are some places where she's doing better. She's improving upon Biden's margins. The vote share is higher, but then you're starting to see some of these rural counties come in also too. And so we've got Forsyth County here as an example, and this is a county that Trump won by 33 points, and currently he is up by 37. So you can see you've got kind of a counterbalance effect here of two northern arc Georgia counties. One
Red
that was good
America
for
is
Biden.
getting redder and blue America is getting bluer, is what this tells me.
That's a really good point. And then you throw in, again, let's go back to Fayette County that we were talking about earlier. This is a county that Trump won by 7. And now you can see how tight this margin is. And so if we're talking about blue and red America, Fayette County is the county in between blue and red America, and it has shifted somewhat in her direction. So overall, we're seeing a lot of the same trends in that the rurals are doing better. But this partisanship gap of if you were in a blue county, you're voting even more heavily blue, at least in the swing states. And again, I go back to what you brought up in the last segment, talking about Loudoun County. That's a really interesting place because they had 220,000 votes in 2020. That's down to about 212,000. So an 8,000 vote drop, and it looks to have almost come exclusively off of the back of Kamala Harris. And so Donald Trump is performing at his ballot share, actually a little bit above the ballot share that he got in 2020 in a county like that. And then you combine that with Florida, which is just wildly red, and you begin to see how the national polling has showed a very tight presidential race. And we saw a lot of this in 2022 also, where Republicans were at +2 nationally on the generic ballot and ended up in that place and then just barely won the House of Representatives. And so I don't think this election is turning out so far to look much like 2020 or even 2016. It's got a lot of 2022 vibes to it, at least that we're starting to see come in. And that's very strong Republican votes, but it's not showing up evenly across the country. And so I'm really interested to see what other states that aren't like a Florida as they come in. You know, we're sitting here at Georgia in total of about 63% reporting. This margin continues to get closer as the votes are counted. And I think this is going to be a really indicative state as we begin to go through the night. But it feels a whole lot like 2022 right now, where Republicans are performing very strongly, but it's not necessarily netting us yet in the places that we need it to net us vote. It's just increasing our margins in places like Florida and Loudoun County that actually don't matter that much overall.
So well, let's talk about sort of the question of voting by race. We've seen some exit polls that show that Trump is performing strongly so far in Hispanic districts. There was an exit poll that somebody had cited earlier that suggested that he was doing well with black men in Georgia. Well, what did the turnout look like? Do we know yet in terms of exit polling or any other data what the turnout looks like racially in a state like Georgia, which is obviously a very heavily demographically black state?
Yeah, a lot of those counties haven't reported yet, especially the rural black counties. So if we come down to some of these counties, some of the census data, of what this looks like. I mean, this is 28% black. What's really interesting is that this county actually looks a whole lot, or at least racially, like the state of Georgia. It does over-index on Hispanic and under-index Asian, but it gets the black percentage about right when you're thinking about what the voting population is going to be. And then as we look at the results for Coffee County, it hadn't come in at all. So there's just several places where it's not a ton of votes. I mean, they're expecting, what, 16,000 votes here for Coffee County as an example, but there's just a lot of holes in the map still. And even when we look at places like Fulton County here, 74% reporting. I mean, this is turning out pretty much like you would project. So this Fulton County is Atlanta, and then goes into Buckhead and a little bit further north into that top part there that you see. And so I would say we're still pretty early in the night. If we're going to say that they're good Republican data points and good Democrat data points, if I had to compare the two, I would say that there are more good Republican data points so far coming in, and they tend to look like it's trending even more so that direction.
And we do have a couple of calls from the Associated Press. The Associated Press is saying that Virginia is going to go for Kamala Harris, and they are also suggesting that I believe what was the other state? There's another state they just called for Kamala Harris. Illinois, I believe, Massachusetts, New Hampshire. New Hampshire is the one that was sort of my
That's
outlier.
true.
There goes my map.
It would have been fun.
My map was in my dream map. He wins New Hampshire. They've called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris as well. So, what exactly happened in New Hampshire? Because there were some dreams. Some of us had dreams. Those dreams have been dashed. Of New Hampshire turning red.
Well, again, it's 33% reporting, so we can't really look into it and say what happened. I think it's just if you're looking at states that aren't actually that competitive and have not had hundreds of millions of dollars spent on them, they're kind of performing like you would expect them to perform. Not a lot of money was spent in Florida this go around, and I think that depresses the Democrat and left-leaning non-affiliated voter turnout there. In a place like New Hampshire, there wasn't much advertising. We did a huge study in 2022 after the election and looked at where large amounts of spendings went compared to races that didn't have a lot of spending. And you saw, if it was a red seat and it didn't have any spending, you actually saw severe drops in Democratic turnout because they had no reason to show up. Like they knew it was going to be a guaranteed victory. And so places like New Hampshire are a really good example where not a whole lot of money spent, not even a ton of money in the congressional races comparatively were spent. And so it's just giving you what you would expect it to give you in a final result.
Well, Brent Buchanan will check back in shortly. Our election map coverage this evening is made possible by our sponsor, Lumen. Hack your metabolism with one simple device. Understand your body more with Lumen.
It's interesting that, Trump is running ahead of Kamala in Virginia. And the Times is saying that it still leans her way. But they're not saying.
Well, I mean, they've actually called. I mean, the AP called it.
The AP called it.
I mean, but that's why, again, we're the amateurs. I mean, really, if they're calling it, the reason that they're calling it is because the counties that have already reported tend to be the more red counties.
Right.
They're a bunch of outstanding blue counties. They know how that's
now
going to go.
Looking at the lib outlets, I'm checking in again with our friends at the New York Times.
Yeah.
They are continuing to increase Trump's chances at the presidency. They're now putting it at 60-40 Trump. Their EV breakdown is 279 to 259. Before New Hampshire came in, they had it up to 280 as a possibility, but okay, we're at 279 still. You were seeing a little breakaway here, even coming from the liberal outlets.
It says it's a toss-up, but their meter is moving closer to lean.
They've got the needle back. The needle is back. The famous needle that had Hillary Clinton at 99%.
Yeah, I know. That's what I want to get to.
Degenerate gambler crowd.
Megan, what are you hearing from the evangelical? We've heard so much about the evangelicals being kind of told not to vote or told that they should vote woke or whatever. What are you hearing?
I mean, that's a very real thing.
Yeah.
It's both from a standpoint of you have pastors, and I can tell you some very well-known, influential pastors, people like Andy Stanley, who he has a church of about 38,000 in Georgia. And he had a book out last year called Not in It to Win It, Why Choosing Sides Sidelines the Church. So I think that has been a major factor. Jeremy was talking about this earlier.
Yeah.
The messaging that you're getting from a lot of these pastors that it's dirty to get your hands in politics, rather than understanding that, look, we as a constituency have to be able to leverage our political power for the cause of righteousness. That's not what they're arguing. And at the same time, you also have literally, and you and I talked about this on your show, hard left secular foundations who are funneling money into gambits and efforts to try to push this narrative that it's better for Christians to abstain from the political process, that Jesus is neither left nor right. And of course, the implication there is that the left and right are moral equivalents, and they're not. But I think you have a lot of pastors who are unwilling to stand up and seem like they're partisan and push back against that narrative.
This you've hit a very sensitive subject. I had Jack Hibbs on, one of the best-known pastors in the country, for an hour last week on my show, begging fellow evangelicals to vote. But this notion, Jesus is neither left nor right, and it doesn't matter whether you're Catholic, Protestant, or Jew. I, for 17 years, have conducted Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah services in Los Angeles, and I never talk politics. By the way, that's one of the reasons I founded this synagogue, was not to talk politics. But I'm obviously conservative in religiously and morally. And one of my subjects, and I choose them very carefully because most of the people have heard me on the radio and in speeches, so I need something really big, but not one that I've addressed. How does one explain when religion, specifically Judaism and Christianity, or Christianity, doesn't make people better? It's always bothered me. The first book I wrote, I was 24 years old, the 9 questions people ask about Judaism. And one of the questions was, if religion is supposed to make people better, how do you account for unethical religious people? And that has bothered me since high school. The Bible is so clear that God wants us to be good. My favorite verse in the entire Bible is, those of you who love God must, it's a commandment. In the Hebrew is a command, must hate evil. If you don't hate evil, you don't love God. So for a pastor or a rabbi, that's irrelevant, or a pope, to say that Jesus doesn't take sides, he doesn't take sides on whether you cut girls' breasts off if they say they're boys, that's frightening.
It's a problem. Could you deliver that message to the evangelicals?
I do. I speak to Christians more than to Jews.
I will say that there is an aspect of Jesus, which is, you hate to use modern political vernacular to talk about ancient religious figures, but there is a liberal aspect to Jesus, in the sense that Dr. Jordan Peterson often says that the purpose of the liberal in a healthy society is to speak for the underrepresented, is to speak for anyone who, because in any sort of hierarchy of any kind, there are going to be people who get disenfranchised, there are going to be people who the system looks over, and someone has to remind those of us who are in power, or those of us who are ascendant, to remember those people and to care for them. But that's about where the comparison can stop. Religion is fundamentally a conservative exercise, because it posits that the greatest wisdom that's ever been presented in human history is behind us.
And right, there's a transcendent, eternal moral order and human nature, and all, it's hard to square that with the liberal project, which is in itself largely a rejection of religion. I mean, you think of the French Revolution is where we get the terms left and right. And what does that come from? That comes from the National Assembly, where the Catholics sat on the right and the atheists sat on the left. And that was pretty much the breakdown.
Speaking of the French Revolution, our friend Tim Pool is joining us now. And not a moment too soon, because the polls are closing in a number of states just in the last few minutes, all throughout the central part of the country, including Texas, my home state, which you will be shocked to learn is being universally called for Donald Trump. So, there were, going into the election, there were all kinds of things that people were, maybe New York will go for Trump, and maybe Texas will go for Harris. All that is wish casting. We still live in a world where gravity works.
Yeah, here's some quick calls. Trump wins Wyoming, Trump wins Kansas, Trump wins North Dakota, Trump wins South Dakota, Trump wins Nebraska, Trump wins Louisiana, and Kamala wins New York. So Donald Trump's big dream of winning New York, well, that one went down in flames because that's a really stupid idea.
Hey, Kamala Harris,
Texas, and
Kamala
Trump has won Ohio.
Kamala Harris did campaign in Texas.
That all just came in right now?
Yeah.
As you were walking over.
Right. Well, how are you guys feeling? We've been tracking the Decision Desk forecast, giving Trump about 70% chance to win. and it's going down a little bit, but it's staying about 2-1. So what do we think?
I don't know, man. What do you think?
The whole time, the scariest thing is the quote unquote shadow campaign, right? Time magazine writes that article. 2020 had a shadow campaign. We go to bed, Trump's ahead in all the numbers, and then we wake up and he's not winning. Based on what I've seen on the ground, I went to Philadelphia and there were Trump signs in downtown Philadelphia and the surrounding residential areas. That to me was crazy to see an urban center that was Republican or that people were unafraid. And so that my gut just says Trump's got the edge, whatever that means. But I don't know the Republicans have the procedural capabilities that Democrats have. I think, Ben, you were saying they're way more professional. That is worrying to me.
Yeah, so there was some Gallup data that suggested that a much higher percentage of Democrats had heard directly from the Kamala campaign than Republicans had heard from the Trump campaign. The Democrats are granular on this sort of stuff. They know how to ballot harvest. They will knock on doors. They'll do whatever it takes to get their people out. Republicans, it always feels like, okay, guys, please go. And the more we just shout vote at people, somebody out there, you'll open your window, you'll shout vote, and some person in Pennsylvania will hear you, and then immediately run to the polls. With that said, I mean, the enthusiasm that Trump, does enable in the voting population on both sides, but largely on the right, is unprecedented, obviously, in American history. And you are seeing that show up. If you had to game it out right now, Trump is a slight favorite. I think everyone sort of acknowledges at this point that Trump is a slight favorite, but it's a very slight favorite. So like the Needle, the New York Times, the famous Needle.
Yeah,
so they right now have it leaning right between it's a toss-up and lean Trump. Like they have it very slightly favoring President Trump. He is very slightly favored to win Pennsylvania. He's slightly favored still to win Nevada and North Carolina, according to the New York Times, right? So I'm not citing a left-wing source right there. And of course, it seems as though we're having a better time tonight than the people on MSNBC are.
Yeah.
From what I'm hearing from I'm getting a lot of
That
texts
was
from
part of the reason my joy. You know, the whole night I watched the left-wing media. It was.
Oh well, we're gonna live stream MSNBC. If this goes the wrong way, we're just gonna put a live camera outside Kamala's headquarters, and we're just gonna watch people scream into the night, and it's gonna be just wonderful.
There will be joy.
There will be
joy.
You guys all know the term Schadenfreude, joy at others' misery. So I don't generally have that, but that night 8 years ago.
If they do it tonight, it's like the purge, right? All moral rules are off. Just get to enjoy the suffering of others.
I have been very honest with myself for the past several days. I have relatives and friends who are big libs. I'm from New York. I lived in LA. A lot of Democrat friends. And I won't bring it up with them. And it won't come up at Thanksgiving.
Right, exactly.
However, I have two buddies who are New York Democrats. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I am salivating at the prospect of rubbing it in their faces so hard. So they're the only two. I think it's otherwise we have to have a politics of grace and everything. But there will be some Schadenfreude. I think it might be unavoidable.
Well, as a warning to others, we must engage in Schadenfreude. Do not repeat this exercise again. It's like punishing your child. You don't want to do it. You really don't want to do it, but it has to be done.
It hurts you.
It hurts you more than it hurts.
That's right.
Exactly.
This is why I really hope that Trump wins the popular vote. If Trump wins the Electoral College and loses the popular vote, I know I'm going to go to Thanksgiving and they're going to say, you guys only win because of some archaic procedure. We're the popular man.
A procedure called the Constitution. You guys only win because of your government.
I want Trump to win the popular vote so I can just say you're wrong about everything and we're right about everything.
Well, it does look right now in Ohio, by the way.
You have that too? You have a lot of relatives who are on the left?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So wait. So do you know? So this is a fascinating question. I love this sort of thing because I always ask people about their own personal lives. I'm fascinated. The only human being I know, and you must understand how many I've asked, including people I meet, which is a lot, on the radio, just people calling in. Literally the only person I know, all of whose relatives are conservative, is my wife.
Wow.
Really?
Yes.
Lucky her.
No kidding. She's going to live till 170. There's no question. She has no misery.
At that point, though, what's the point of going to Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
You can look forward.
That's great. Yeah.
At least turkey's good.
I feel like Biden's having a bad election.
Is this true that Joe Biden was wearing red?
So Jill was. Jill, when Jill voted.
Jill.
So for sure, 100% Jill voted for Trump. 100%.
Gotta be, right?
She despises Kamala Harris.
At the very least, they wrote in Joe Biden. There is no way they.
I heard she wrote in Joe, and
Yeah.
she wore red.
Yeah, that would make the
That's
most sense.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
She wore red. That
Yeah.
matters.
Right.
Is that a new thing?
Well,
He's wearing the Republican colors,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah. No, I didn't know
remarkable.
that.
Remarkable.
it's like a nudge, nudge, you know.
But doesn't Donald Trump often wear a blue tie? I mean, I
No,
just
he's got the red tie. The
he
yellow
always
tie.
has a red tie. Really?
Occasionally the blue. You know, something people forget about
What am I wearing?
election
Blue
night
tie,
history.
yeah.
They switched
It was,
it. Yeah.
it was always up in the air. Sometimes, when Reagan won, it was blue was Republican and red was Democrat.
Which is the way it ought to be.
Yes,
They're the
they're the Reds.
Reds.
They're the Reds. But it was the 2000 election. I think it was Tim Russert in particular. That was really when it started to solidify as red for Republican, blue for Dem. And I totally agree with you, Dennis. They are actually Reds, so it fits them. And red is an unattractive color. Oh, I'm wearing a red shirt jacket, but I mean that bright red. It's like a stop sign or something.
Burgundy.
This is burgundy. This
Yeah.
is more like a plum.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
In Ohio, it looks like Bernie Moreno is going to cruise to victory over Sherrod Brown.
Let's go.
That was a close
Really?
race.
Let's
Yeah, I think
go.
Sherrod Brown is going to be ousted.
All right, baby.
Wow, that's big.
Yeah, that takes the
Wow.
Republicans to 52 in the Senate.
Wow.
Which is a more durable majority, obviously.
West Virginia was fairly obvious.
Yeah.
When they
Right.
called it, I'm like, I live there. And
Right.
Yeah.
Shane on our show is like, there's no cities in West Virginia. You've got nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
That's
No, that's a great line.
Yeah.
So we're being joined right now from Harris HQ in DC by our very own Spencer Lindquist. Spencer, how are things shaping up over there?
Yeah, that's right. So we're here in D.C., right in the middle of the swamp, and people have been really trickling in now. Most everybody is here at the party, and it is a large crowd. I spoke with some people earlier, and they said that they were cautiously optimistic. It was 3 young women who go to school here at Howard, and they all think Kamala's going to take it, but really none of them seemed too confident. So we still have a long night ahead of us before we have any results.
Have you been able to talk to any attendees inside the party?
Yeah, some of the attendees inside the party, it really is a large crowd. They're listening to music right now and really kind of just hanging out, waiting for these results to roll in. We saw Illinois be called for Harris, a couple of other deep blue states be called for Harris, and they're sitting here watching, kind of waiting for these results to roll in. And people seem to be, they're excited, a little bit jittery even, and cautiously optimistic, I think, is the general tone of those here on the ground.
I don't mind that they're jittery. What do you think is the most likely victory map if she does end up winning tonight?
Reporters and analysts all week leading up to this election have said that Kamala Harris's most direct path to victory really could lead through those 3 key Rust Belt states, those three swing states. So you've got Michigan, Wisconsin, and of course Pennsylvania, which has 19 electoral votes. And if Kamala Harris won those 3 states, you could have Trump winning North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, even Nevada. And you would still come away with a very, very slim margin, but a Kamala Harris victory nonetheless. So those 3 states really are key, and they're going to be ones that we're going to be keeping an eye on tonight.
And as you've been looking around D.C. for the last day or two, we see reports about shopkeepers boarding up their businesses. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, we were hanging out really right around the White House in downtown Washington, D.C., and there's a number of different businesses ranging from, small restaurants to office buildings, and they were putting up plywood. We saw violence here in D.C. after Trump's inauguration in January of 2017. We saw violence around the country directly following Trump's election in 2016. So there is an indication that if Trump does win this election, there could be more left-wing violence here, and that's exactly what those businesses are preparing for.
If they start boarding up the windows at the White House, please text us. That's the kind of thing. I'm going to want to get a head start.
Well, really appreciate it, Spencer. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Daily Wire's footprint at Harris HQ was made possible by our friends at PDS Debt. Get a custom plan right now to become a debt-free at pdsdebt.com/dailywire. By the way, a good exit poll alert, this one from NBC News, suggesting that Donald Trump may win up to 45% of the Latino vote.
Wow.
That is a big number. That is a very, very big number.
Mostly Puerto Ricans, though.
Yeah.
What did Bush get in 2004? He got a huge number.
I think he had about 45%.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah,
Okay.
like the historic
that was the
high.
biggest ever, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, it's a major realignment. I mean, the Democrats, for a couple of reasons, have totally misread the Hispanic population in the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, they misread them on policy because they think that they're just a bunch of left-wing San Francisco liberals, so long as you keep the border open.
Mm-hmm.
But they also, I think, made a huge mistake in 2020 misreading the Hispanic population by using this dumbass notion of BIPOC.
Yeah.
Right. This idea that like every member of minority was the same as every other member of minority. So Asians were the same as black people, is the same as Hispanic people. First of all, Hispanic people ain't even the same as Hispanic people,
Of
right?
course.
Cuba is not the same as Argentina, which is not the same as Venezuela. I mean, these are all different countries with completely different histories, and they think different ways. And the attempt to lump everybody, and then I think in 2020, when they were like, listen, if you're Latino, you must believe that Black Lives Matter is the most important thing in the world. You started to see the shift then. I think you saw a lot of Hispanics go, no, the answer is no. That's not the same thing.
I think Latinx was probably offensive to a lot of Hispanic speakers as well.
They said
That's
so.
real. I mean, they're like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
We do know, though, actually, that the Democrats are aware at some level that Hispanics are not all the same, because Obama, as he was opening up immigration from everywhere in Latin America, did close the door on the Cubans. He said, no, for the first time, forget about those Cubans. You're going back, but everyone else, Venezuelans, please come over.
Meanwhile, another NBC News exit poll in Wisconsin suggesting, this is Dasha Burns of NBC News, suggesting that Trump has doubled his black support in Wisconsin.
Wow.
Trump is polling apparently about 20% of the black vote versus 78% for Kamala Harris. 4 years ago, he won 8% of black voters in Wisconsin. I mean, you're looking at
20%.
you're looking at identity realignment
Yes.
happening in
Yes.
real time in this
That's
election cycle. It's amazing. And so the final identity the Democrats are just banging on is white ladies, white single ladies.
Yeah.
That is really, honest to God.
Yeah.
Well, black ladies too.
We
Yes,
call them
single ladies. We should say single
Yeah.
ladies are the constituency of the Democratic Party.
That's right.
Which is why Kamala Harris has campaigned so hard to get those people out to vote and campaigned almost solely on abortion, because she's dropping support like flies with Hispanic men, with black men.
People with capacity for reason.
I mean, also, and it actually is not distributed evenly. Like among single women, it's not as though everybody of every race who's single. I think that it really depends on how likely you are to get married as a single woman, as a member of those populations, right? If you're like, this is a question that we were talking about with Jordan, was married women obviously vote very much like their husbands. Is that because they're being, forcibly abused by their husband, or is it because the types of women who tend to get married tend to be the types of women who vote like their husbands?
And people also marry people like themselves. a
Well,
little bit.
but marriage also changes people.
Yeah.
I think that's an important
course.
part of it.
And children. Yeah.
And children change people.
But it's also increasingly a self-selected group, meaning the kinds of people who want to get married are also the kinds of people who are going to tend to vote Republican a little bit.
I want to
By
say
the
the New York
Kelly
Times.
Ayotte is now your governor of New Hampshire. She's a
Wow.
Republican, so
That's-
Trump doesn't win the state, but Ayotte is the governor of.
That's the first Republican governor
since
they've had.
Kristen
in
Udo,
2000.
like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
I do want to say the worst thing that I
just
saw.
wanna say that the New York Times needle has now shifted over to leaning to Trump.
Is now lean Trump.
66 to 34.
Wait.
Something
What's
like that.
66-34?
66% likelihood, according to the New York Times.
Why do
infamous
you
needle.
keep saying it's what? No, well, you kept saying. He said it's just slightly. I don't understand. That's not slight.
They're saying leaning Trump, but they're saying the likelihood, given that lean, it went from toss up into the lean category. This is all this like stupid
Wait,
needle.
why
that
is
we all talked about last
66 lean? That's all I'm asking. 66 is not lean.
time.
That's 2-1.
They're saying it's not. They're not saying Trump is going to win. 66%.
No, they're
electoral
saying
college.
there's a 66% chance he'll win.
Yes,
but that's not lean.
No, I mean,
I don't know why that's.
I guess
is 54-46.
Dennis, the same needle once said that Hillary Clinton
Yeah, I
had
guess this is my
99%
point.
chance of
Yeah,
winning.
okay,
That was a
I
great
agree.
day.
I
Yeah.
agree with that.
That was a
I
great
just
day.
it's just the word lean. Juxtaposed to that.
Because you
that's
do
all.
think the last time we talked about this needle, it was to watch it just go like, boop, in 16.
I don't want to move too far from this conversation about the gender gap in the electorate without talking about the hands down, bar none, worst political ad of my lifetime, put out by a PAC supporting Kamala Harris that encouraged women to lie to their husbands.
Yeah.
I think divorce is a grave evil, something that we could argue about one of these days. I might divorce my wife if I found out that she lied to me. I would not divorce my wife for voting for someone with whom I deeply disagree. That would be a challenge. You'd have to, because you in a marriage need to have a common set of values and a common mission. But to find out that your spouse just lies to you about who they vote for.
Did you see the whisper campaign that the Washington Post was reporting on? They said after that ad went out, women were putting Post-it notes in bathroom stalls saying, your husband won't know, your boyfriend won't know, your vote is a secret. I kind of feel like if I went to the bathroom and I saw a post-it on the wall, I would not consider what it was telling me. But the Washington Post said it
What's
was,
wrong with you?
that's what women were doing, and if it worked for them, I guess.
This is a reminder, though. I agree with you. That ad drove me so bonkers.
So vile.
But it's so perfectly exemplary of the Democrat Party because, the fundamental political unit is the family. It's not the individual, right? The political unit means it's the family. And the Democrats have been so relentless in their assaults on the family, taking your kids away from you, promoting divorce, discouraging marriage, promoting abortion, all down the line, all the way up to, hey, folks, our best argument for victory is you divide up your marriage.
Right,
and
right.
that will divide up the country and we win.
The New York Times, if you follow the New York Times, they run at least 3 articles a week suggesting various kinds of sex that will probably destroy or enslave you, unless you're married. If you're married, they keep saying, you don't have to have sex when you're married.
Yeah.
They literally will have these articles.
Well,
but you might want to consider it a throuple.
if you're childless and alone, maybe a decent evolutionary strategy is to break up other people's marriages. I'm dead serious about that. Like you have no idea what sort of machinations people are capable of.
Wow.
When what they're fighting for is the probability that they will end up in a couple. Like there's no holds barred. And it certainly is a useful strategy. If you're not in a couple and other people are, then one of your strategies is to do everything you can to break that up. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Right.
What are you going to solidify the situation? And you might say, well, that's counterproductive in the long run. It's like, well, maybe you're not concerned about the long run if you're that desperate, because desperate people tend not to be concerned with the long run. Like we do have this terrible mystery that conservatives haven't unlocked, which is the absolutely aberrant pattern of attitudes and voting patterns that characterize single women between the ages of 18 and 34. It's like there's a big problem there, and it's a real mystery. It can't just be passed over because what they're doing is radically different than what everyone else is doing, and it's enough to consistently swing the election.
Tim, we were talking about this last night on your show, this idea that, people like Chelsea Handler and others keep talking about how, they do drugs and have sex with themselves all day and they're so genuinely happy. And and my argument was that they actually are happy. I don't think that they're lying. I think that they don't know that there's an entire realm of human emotion that happens in marriage, and then when you have children, that they're not even aware of. They live
a
in
trivial emotion.
Yeah,
And
happiness.
the fact that we're obsessed with happiness, even on the psychological side, is an indication of how trivial our culture is. I mean, one of the things that you see quite consistently in psychological research is that couples without children are happier than couples with children. It's like, well, you shouldn't have children. It's like, no, you shouldn't use happiness measurements as your index of outcome. Of course, you're less happy because your 3-year-old is fragile. And if you have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, it's like, well, you're juggling catastrophes all the time. Well, seriously, you don't have time to be happy. It's like, but happiness is a fleeting hedonic emotion, and it's not an indicator of participation in a process that's going to stabilize your life and the life of your family across decades.
And enrich your life.
It's the permanent adolescence.
Yeah,
of
that's
the
right.
coming generations. I look at wolves and I look at dogs and the story of how dogs came to be domesticated. They say that dogs are effectively just permanent adolescent wolves. I see that's what's happening to humanity right now with the current trend, telling people not to grow up, play video games, stay home, stay single, live in your own internal world. But I believe that is spiritual suicide.
That's the Peter Pan story.
Yeah,
right.
And Peter Pan has Tinkerbell, the porn fairy. Dead serious. I mean, he's king of the Lost Boys, right? Well, that's a form of king. It's not perhaps the kingship that you'd choose, and he forgoes the possibilities of maturity to remain in this childhood fantasy.
The only thing our media is
hedonistic.
Our media is telling everybody to keep doing it.
Yeah.
They're telling you you're selfish if you try to live and have a family and experience what you should be doing. And also, I believe your moral duty, which is for those that are religious to be fruitful and multiply, but for the sake of humanity, if you look at it from a more secular point of view, something like Elon Musk, if we do not reproduce, civilization collapses. And they are telling people to just be hedonistic and to be permanent children.
But I kind of disagree with you a bit about this, because people who do these things, I've known a lot of them. I worked in Hollywood for quite a while, and I've known a lot of people who live like that. I don't think they're happy. I think they have that kind of surface, brittle, smiley happiness, but you only have to question them talk to them for 10, 20 minutes, and the depth of despair underneath that, it's like thin ice over a black.
Well, that's why the measurements are out. The measurements are terribly out of whack. It's like if you're going to do research on something as fundamental as human well-being, you bloody well better make sure your measurements are accurate.
We also need to establish.
They're not.
We have to establish the definition of happiness, which is like these guys are talking about happiness as though, in the way we talk about it in modern times, which is as some fleeting little emotion, or you get tickled or something. But happiness we used to understand as rational activity done with excellence in accordance with virtue.
Exactly.
Aristotle wrote a very good book about this. And so we used to believe that actually there was an end to mankind. There was like a purpose for man. There was a purpose for marriage. We could know things by their purpose. That ground has totally shaken underneath us. So when we disagree over what makes us happy, unfortunately, the problem is even more fundamental. We don't even agree on what happiness
Maybe this is actually why I always say this in a way that because we talk about this from time to time and you guys disagree with me, but for example, 2023 was the hardest year of my life. I mean, it was genuinely traumatizingly hard. And I still would have told you I was miserable, but I was also happy.
Right.
I was certainly not at my best, but I still would have considered myself a happy person even in my misery. And I think that it may be that I'm just defining happiness differently. I don't think of happiness as
what was it about your life that would have motivated you to construe your
I suppose that what I would say is that I was fulfilled.
Right. Well, and that's a multidimensional issue, right? I mean, you can tolerate a lot of pain even if your relationships are intact and you're moving towards a purpose that you regard as worthwhile. So one of the things that's worthwhile to understand purely from the perspective of the psychophysiology of happiness is that the positive emotion that's produced by drugs like cocaine, for example, which make you happy, that positive emotion is always experienced in relationship to a goal, right? So that the happiness that people strive towards is only possible psychopharmacologically if you observe yourself moving towards a valued goal. And so that has a number of implications, one of which is no goal, no happiness, right? Or maybe happiness of only the most fleeting and easily substituted kind. We also know from animal research, for example, that it's very difficult. It's very easy to get rats that are isolated in a cage addicted to cocaine. And you can get them addicted rapidly to the point where they will basically not drink water or eat or engage in sex. They'll just push a button to get cocaine until they die. But if they're living in their wild habitat, doing like normative rat things, it's almost impossible to get them addicted to cocaine. And so even at the purely level of pure pharmacological reward, if you have animals in a habitat where they're pursuing their intrinsic biologically determined goals, then they're participating in processes that make them very resistant to alternative forms of fleeting happiness. And we've blown that all apart in our society. And we don't know how much that's enraging. I really think it's enraging young women in particular. We have absolute, so we know that, for example, half of women who are 30 and under now don't have children. Half of them.
Wow.
Right, that we hit that milestone last year in the West. Half of them will never have children. That's the prognostication. 95% of them will regret that. So we're already in a situation where we have doomed 1 woman in 4 to permanent isolation and alienation. And we have no idea how angry they are about that. But like you can be sure that they're angry at a level that's so deep that you can barely comprehend it.
And you're not even allowed to talk about it because you're offending them by saying that the childless cat lady is not in a good position to judge the future. And this thing about time is everything, right? I mean, you have kids and it's difficult, but it's a beautiful experience. It's an enriching experience. It's the experience that turns life from 2 dimensions into 3 dimensions. And at some point, it's incredibly rewarding to have done it. You know, I mean, I can sit and look at my grandchildren without doing anything for hours. I actually said to my wife, we have to go because I'll never accomplish anything ever again because I'm just happy watching these kids play with Legos. You know, it's like.
Well, I'm the rat with the job. And maybe the reason that I consider myself, even when I'm sort of miserable, to be a happy person is connected to the fact that I'm not a fun-loving person. Like I don't get any sense of joy out of drinking booze or going to loud clubs.
Having a good time is not your idea of having a good time.
That's right. That is exactly right. To me, having a good time is being about my purpose. That's the source.
Well, and
that's why having children has increased my happiness.
Well, you both alluded to something that's fundamentally important on the measurement side too. It's like almost all the things that people do in their life that they look back on with, let's say, self-assurance and something approximating reasonable pride are things they accomplished under difficult circumstances. Now, those aren't necessarily the things you pick for your hedonic pleasure. But when you look back, you think, well, that was extremely difficult and demanding and challenging. And there was a fair bit of suffering moment to moment while I was going through it. But man, I'm certainly more than pleased that I managed it.
And there's this thing, I call it joy. The poets used to call it gusto. There's just being alive, being in that moment and thinking like, yeah, here I am. I compare it sometimes when you go to a movie and you watch somebody, a character dies and you cry, and then you come out and people say, how was the movie? And you say, it was great.
Yeah.
And I think that life is kind of like that a lot of times if you're paying attention.
Yeah, I think of happiness as if you're doing the things that you ought to be doing, then you're happy, sort of regardless of how you may feel in any given moment while you're doing that thing. And if you're doing the things that you ought not be doing, then you're in despair, regardless of how you feel in the moment. And when that question comes up, I think back to our first film, What is a Woman, when we went to Kenya to the Maasai tribe. And there's a lot of conversations we had with the tribesmen that didn't make it into film because it wasn't exactly relevant to the topic of transgenderism. But I remember multiple times when we were talking to especially the women, and I would ask them, are you happy? And every single time they would respond by saying, through the translator, they would respond by telling me about the things that they do. They say, well, I'm taking care of my family. I have a family. I have children. I take care of the home. That wasn't even the question. I said, are you happy? And their immediate response is to talk about the things that they do.
I'm performing my appropriate
because for them, there's no the idea that they could be doing the things that they ought to be doing and not be happy. It's like, doesn't even make sense. It's a disconnect.
Well, that also indicates that in our society, we've abstracted the emotion away from its performative foundation. And we treat happiness as if it's an abstraction that exists in and of itself. And there's foolishness in that. And you also pointed to something else that's very interesting. When you ask people, it's very hard to ask people a question properly and get an answer that's reliable. It's very, very hard to do that. And psychologists have concentrated on doing that for decades. It's a whole field of endeavor. One of the things you discover if you do research into what people mean when they say that they just want to be happy is what they actually mean is they don't want to suffer. So you can imagine that there's two elements to happiness. One is not too much negative emotion, and the other is some positive emotion. And if you push people into a corner, they'll pick absence of negative emotion over presence of positive emotion every time, because pain is extraordinarily salient. And so part of what people mean when they want to be happy, when they say they want to be happy, means is that they want to be secure in their foundation, which is not at all the same thing as pursuing the hedonic pleasure that would be duplicable, say, with cocaine.
I have to interrupt because there's an election happening.
Oh, yes.
And Decision Desk HQ has called North Carolina for Donald Trump.
Let's go, baby.
A huge piece of news. Truly a must-win state, in my opinion, for Trump. North Carolina now firmly in hand. And another great sort of victory, not only national victory, but even personal victory. They're also declaring Ted Cruz has won his Senate seat in Texas. As we said while Dennis was here, Ted was actually kind of on the ropes a little bit in a very hard-fought campaign. But in these last weeks, I mean, he's done an enormous job down in Texas, an enormous job campaigning, a very smart politician, and he's retained his seat for a third term.
And most importantly, Jeremy, at least from your perspective, your only friend in the U.S. Senate remains in the U.S. Senate.
Not just the U.S. Senate, my only friend in government at any level, top to bottom. And so with that good news, we'll take a moment to tell you about our sponsors. We're so grateful to them. They've made it possible for us to bring you the show live tonight outside of our paywall. And here's a little bit more about one of them. We'll be right back.
Last year, half of American consumers took on debt to pay for the holidays. This year, it could be you.
And going into debt can be very, very tough. It is never too early to start planning to get out of it.
Our friends at PDS Debt can help with a personalized solution just for you.
Maybe you made some bad decisions. Maybe you had some bad luck. Having bad debt does not make you a bad person. What matters now is finding a good solution to get out.
If you make payments every month and your debt isn't going down, PDS has solutions for you. They have customized options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. Anyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies, and there's no minimum credit score required. Bad and fair credit accepted.
Start planning now.
Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/dailywire. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/dailywire, pdsdebt.com/dailywire.
And thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring the Daily Wire's election night coverage.
Thanks again to our sponsors for the night who have made it possible for us to bring you this show live, and to our dailywire.com members. They make it possible for us to do the work that we do every day. Like, they paid for the set. You know, they do a great job. They pay for our content. We're very grateful to them. We're going to be taking more questions from our dailywire.com members throughout the evening. And if you're not one, we'd ask you to consider becoming one at dailywire.com/subscribe. We'll give you 47% off tonight if you use promo code FIGHT, because, of course, Donald Trump, with a little good Lord willing, the creek don't rise, as they say, will be our 47th president. Ben.
Yes.
So what are we learning?
He's just going to put it out there. He's going to all the Sunbelt states. Okay. So this is just going to come down to what we always thought it was going to come down to, that those blue wall states. She has to win all three. That is her only path to victory. She needs to win all three of those states. The great irony, the thing I'm rooting so hard for more than anything else, is that it comes down to Pennsylvania, and she loses Pennsylvania because she wouldn't pick the Jew. It would be the most wonderful thing in the entire world. I would love it so much that her signal moral inability to condemn the pro-Hamas quadrant of her base loses her the election because she just couldn't pick the Jewish guy from the swing state with the 60% approval rating.
Yeah, but
serve her so right.
She felt like she was on the ropes in Minnesota, right? Wasn't that why she?
She needed the weird guy from Minnesota. She needed the very popular governor of the obvious swing state. What she required was the super weird guy who looks like an inflatable off the side of a freeway to use car lot. And that's the one she needed.
In fairness to Kamala, so she offended all the Jews.
Why couldn't you have just said in fairness to inflatable?
In fairness to like good. But not only did she offend all the Jews by not picking Shapiro because she wanted to cozy up to the pro-Hamas side, also, let's not forget, 1 in 4 voters in Pennsylvania is Catholic, and she decides 2 weeks before the election to say, "Hey, you say Jesus is Lord? Get out of my rally. You got to go to that Trump rally."
What was worse?
Who says she never tells the truth?
What's even worse than that is when she went on national TV and they said, "Will you make any religious exemptions for abortion?"
Yes.
And she was like, "Nope. The nuns are going to be aborting the babies." They're like, "Whoa,
It's going to come down. The problem with the Rust Belt thing is the Rust Belt those 3 states have voted exactly the same since the 70s, haven't they? Has there been a single exception? Has there been a time where Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania didn't vote in lockstep with one another since we've been alive, except for?
That is a great question. But I'm trying to think of a situation in which the election was super close. So in 2016, obviously they went one way. In 2020, they went the other way.
Yeah.
In 2004, they actually went for Kerry, and it was Ohio that won the election for Bush. So when everything is this close, when everything is this tight, I mean, the thing is, when we talk about presidential history, and you'll say, "Is there a precedent for this?" The sample size is just too small. I mean, that's the reality. They'll say, "Well, this is the first time this has happened in 20 years." Okay, fine. So that's like 5 election cycles. The sample size is super tiny.
There's not 180 baseball games a year.
Exactly.
Let's check in with Brent Buchanan.
So, Brent, tell us about life. Well, what's going on? Well, it looks as though the Sun Belt is locking up for Trump. Is what it's starting to look like that. I mean, it's calling Georgia obviously a little bit early, and Arizona really, really early. But it looks like those states are looking fairly good for Trump. What do you make of the Rust Belt and the Sun Belt right now?
Well, let's talk about North Carolina specifically, because this ties back to something that I don't even know what time it is right now, but a few hours ago that we spoke of, and that's turnout potentially and likely being higher than 2020. So if we're looking at North Carolina specifically, in 2020, turnout was about 5.4 million in North Carolina. If you take the percent reporting now, add in those estimated votes remaining, it puts you at 5.8 million. So when we were looking at our turnout curve, we knew that once you got to about 5.6 or 7, that put it in somewhat Kamala territory. And then if you went beyond that, you almost had no clue what was going to happen. Well, now we actually have a clue what happens when you go above 2020 turnout, and it benefits Donald Trump. So let's look at a couple counties here. I want to start with Brunswick. And so this is a really strong reporting Republican county. And you can see here, let me show you the historical comparison. There's actually not that much difference. If anything, it was slightly closer. But this county actually, as of right now, has netted out 1,000 more votes for Donald Trump than last time, even though the margin's a little closer. And so I think this is really indicative of what happens when turnout goes above 2020 numbers. Let's zoom in here to Wake County, which is the seat of the state with Raleigh. And you can see here that Harris is doing a little bit better. Trump is doing a little bit worse. It's only reporting 75% right now. What's likely going to happen is that this improves for Donald Trump in this final 25% that's coming in. And then if we come over here to Pitt County, so this county is about 30, let's see here, we'll go to the census data for a second. So it's 37% Black on census. So it's for a state that is below that overall. This is a slightly more Black county than the state as a whole. And then when we look at this historical comparison, what you'll see in Pitt is that this was a margin of about 9.4 for Biden in 20, and that moved to 5.6 margin for Harris. And what's really interesting is that it had already moved 3 points to the right between 16 and 20. And so when you start to put this math together and you see that these Republican counties are performing very well, and even if they don't perform at the same margin for Trump, they're actually netting out more votes into the overall count. And then you look at a place like Pitt County that, as you can see, is blue on the map, but it is less blue, and it is becoming less blue. And I think this is a really, really good example of this educational attainment realignment that's been happening in this country, where if 20 years ago you were a college grad, you were probably a Republican. 20 years ago you were a non-college grad, you were probably a Democrat. Those bases are beginning to shift. And as we look at that, what our experimental exit polling shows so far on our internals is that realignment among non-white voters is even more extreme than the continued shift that we see with white voters. So as we look at these three counties here, Brunswick in the south, a very heavy Republican county, netting out more for Trump. Wake County, the rest of this reporting going to be better for Trump. And then Pitt County, this is the third election in a row with Donald Trump on the ballot where his margin improves, and even his raw vote improves. Here you start to see how once we get into this explosive, crazy, wild, who knew we could go above 2020 in turnout, the answer is we're starting to see a trend that it is benefiting Donald Trump.
Who's turning out in large numbers? Is there a particular demographic?
We don't have that yet. We can look at some of these counties, and that's why I really like Pitt specifically here, because it is more Black than the state as a whole. And if this was like 2020, if the numbers were coming back like that, I would say that I don't know why they would have called North Carolina, but you can look at this as an example and say, okay, I start to see why they went ahead and called North Carolina, despite the fact that it's only 61% reporting right now, because we're talking about 5.8+ million turnout, which is just incredible.
Yeah, so Brent, one of the things that people are pointing out is that it is a very good sign for Trump, not just that North Carolina has been called, but that it's been called so early, meaning that the patterns in data seem to be benefiting President Trump. The sort of theory of the electorate, which was that a high turnout election was going to benefit inevitably the Democrats, is obviously not true. And you're seeing this reflected in some of the data. I mean, the Needle over at the New York Times, the all-powerful Needle, is now officially leaning Trump. A 67% chance of victory for President Trump, according to the vaunted New York Times Needle. And they are also suggesting that President Trump has a slight up chance of basically, Brent, if you had to speculate at this point, we'll just rank speculation. Kamala Harris needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to win this election. Is if you had to ballpark this thing, that is the most likely scenario at this point, is it not?
Yeah, once North Carolina is off of the map, it puts her right into that vaunted, quote, blue wall that in 2020 is what won the election, more so even than Georgia and Arizona. It was going back to winning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And right now, as we're looking at Pennsylvania, you can see that it's a complete coin toss at this point. And what's fascinating is that we're likely to see massive, massive turnout above 2020 for this state also. And so as we compare a place like Pennsylvania to North Carolina, where the increased turnout really benefited Donald Trump, we don't have enough vote in yet in Pennsylvania to say the same thing, but they're both experiencing increased turnout over 2020, but we're seeing slightly different results. I mean, if the theory was simply that more turnout is over 20 is better for Donald Trump, then we could go ahead and call Pennsylvania too. But as you can see on the Decision Desk HQ right here, win probability, it's a complete coin flip.
Well, Brent, really appreciate it. We'll get back to you very shortly with the latest updates. And thanks to our friends over at both PDSnet and Lumen for their sponsorship of our program here tonight. So, yeah, lots of breaking news. Obviously, Senator Cruz has been declared the victor over there. That means that Republicans have probably a minimum of 52 seats in the United States Senate. It also means that Republicans are doing better than expected so far in the House. So there were serious questions about whether they're going to be able to retain the House majority. So far, it looks like at least a coin flip as to whether they're able to retain that House majority, which is actually better shape than a lot of people were expecting at this point in time. Again, for those who missed it, North Carolina has been called. The map is basically what you thought the map was going to be before this evening. New Hampshire's been called in favor of Kamala Harris. North Carolina has been called in favor of President Trump. The Georgia votes are still coming in, but at this point, you have to say that President Trump is in fact favored in Georgia. Arizona, he was leading pretty heavily in the early balloting anyway, so the chances are very good that he is going to win Arizona as well. That means that Kamala Harris right now has to win in the blue wall states. She needs to win all three of those blue wall states. That'd be Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. There's not enough data yet. There's some early Pennsylvania voting data that is coming in. They've got about 2.2 million votes counted there, 2.3 million votes counted there, according to the latest numbers. You're looking at a Kamala with a very slight advantage.
And now we're being joined by our friend, Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, nice to have you on the program. How are things going where you are?
He's speechless.
He is speechless.
Are we properly connected? Okay.
Yeah, we'll keep working on getting this connection with Dr. Phil. We don't have audio yet, but so far things are going better than we had hoped. We have the North Carolina win is the thing that I was the most worried about. So in the same way that Ben had his positive outlier, that if Trump won New Hampshire, he thought that would be like kind of the runaway indicator that we were going to have a runaway good night. To me, North Carolina was the obvious. Trump loses North Carolina, it just portends terrible things. So having that off the table, huge. Having Ted Cruz pick up that seat or hang on to his Senate seat in Texas, huge. The fact that we will almost certainly be able, as Republicans, to hold the Senate, absolutely huge. The House, we're
guaranteed in the Senate.
That's right. We're now guaranteed in the Senate.
You want a big piece of data? Here's a nice piece of data for you. Again, exit polling, grain of salt, giant grain of salt. CBS News exit poll in Michigan. Younger voters aged 18 to 29 are narrowly going for Trump.
Crazy. That is a crazy.
Unbelievable.
That's a crazy stat. That would be a Gaza stat, right? That would be seriously that would be all of the left wing insane people on the left who wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris because they think by some bizarre turn of the imagination that she's too pro-Israel. You have to be a psychotic nut job to think that Kamala Harris is too pro-Israel, but somehow they've come up with that one, and I'm grateful to them for that. I hope that Jill Stein wins 1 million votes in the state of Michigan, that she and Cornel West just run away in that election.
But also it'd be young men. I mean, young men might be.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that with regards to the increased turnout too. If it's the same young men who are going back to church, who are actually
we have the gender dynamics on that.
No gender dynamics on that one yet. But you have to imagine, obviously, that you're talking about a heavy male turnout there. It turns out that there are no white dudes for Harris. There's just white dude for Harris. And it's just Doug Emhoff, maybe, technically.
If she keeps her mouth
honestly,
stays in line, right?
I think the last thing Doug Emhoff wants is to be stuck in the White House with Kamala Harris for 4 years. I really think that he's tired of this by this point. The New York Times, that needle, come on, needle. The needle currently has Donald Trump at a 70% chance of victory in the Electoral College, and Harris at plus 0.2 in the popular vote estimate. So there is every possibility here that Donald Trump ends up winning both the popular and the electoral for the first time for Republicans since 2004.
How do we feel about Virginia?
I was just going to say, that was just what I was going to say. 62% of the vote is in. Trump is up 2%, and they're still calling it for Kamala.
Again, I'm not an expert on the counties. I would assume that all the counties that they have not yet counted are like Fairfax, like big Dem counties.
No, they're not. That's what I'm saying. Looking at the map, that's not what I said.
Okay, so election expert Andrew Klavan is uncalling Virginia.
No, I'm not. I've said I'm not a poll reader. I get it. I'm just telling you what I'm looking at.
I will say that MSNBC is already starting to rip on the Electoral College. That's a good indicator. Once they start yelling at the Electoral College, you know that things are not going amazingly well over there. What we are saying is something that was noted earlier on, which is a shift in favor of Kamala Harris in the suburbs, but mildly huge turnout for President Trump. Again, this is the magic of Trump. Okay, the thing that Trump can do that no other Republican candidate of my lifetime can do is bring out low propensity voters. Okay, the Mitt Romney plan in 2012 was bring out high propensity college white voters and get those people to vote in larger numbers for him than they voted for John McCain. And Donald Trump's plan was to abandon all those people and go get the farmers to vote for him. And as it turns out, that's actually his magic. He's like that.
And the Democrats.
And by the way, and Hispanics. Like, again, the Hispanic, we are watching a sea change, regardless of the final line in this election. Some of the trend lines that you're seeing in this election are astonishing. I mean, Donald Trump winning, let's say, 20% of the black vote in Wisconsin.
Crazy.
Or you say Donald Trump winning 45% of the Hispanic votes. If the entire theory of Democratic politics since 2012 has been we cobble together minorities and single white ladies, and that is our coalition, and then you break minority strangleholds, what are they left with? I mean, as we move forward, they might be able to sneak one out, maybe eke one out. But what does that betide for the rest of their agenda? And do we think that they swivel more to the center, or do they move further away? By the way, Trump has just been announced as the winner of Iowa, so sad news for the
What's the gap?
I don't have a gap yet.
There's only
I called it
12% of votes.
I called it a 10%, but like we'll see.
Donald Trump winning Iowa may be the political shocker.
I'll tell you,
of the 2024 election.
The poll, that outlier poll that said Kamala was going to win Iowa, it did spook me. I don't know. It
was designed to spook.
That was the whole point of it, and it succeeded.
And people kept saying it was a respected poll, but in fact, it has not been that accurate at presidential elections.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump is in the New York Times needle. The magic needle. Come on, needle. He is slightly favored in Wisconsin at this point as well.
Wow.
So it's possible that my original map was right, except for New Hampshire. So I'm still rooting for my original map, but now that I've lost New Hampshire,
if he breaks Wisconsin off from Michigan and Pennsylvania, that is a path to the White House as well.
Yeah,
then he's in the White House.
By the way, the Florida-Puerto Rican vote. This again, just to point out that the media narrative is not real. The Florida-Puerto Rican vote. Harris won the demographic 52-43 per the exits, 52-43 among Puerto Ricans in Florida. Biden won that group 69-31. So it went from Dem plus 38 to Dem plus 9.
They thought it was
But that's how he was all of
They
them.
thought it was a funny joke.
And now we're joined
Sick
by
of the garbage.
now we're joined by the host of Dr. Phil, Dr. Phil himself. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, good to see you guys. Things are getting pretty interesting, I understand. How's it looking to you guys over there?
I'm moving steadily from cautiously optimistic to openly optimistic, and it's an uncomfortable feeling for me, to be honest with you.
You can see him squirming.
How are you feeling about things?
Well, same way. I heard somebody earlier say they were nauseously optimistic. So,
Dr. Phil, I have to
kind of
ask. I was at the MSG rally when none of us were expecting you to be there. There was 8 hours worth of speeches. And when you came out, I think it genuinely shocked the crowd, not because we thought that you were a big leftist or something like that, but that it entailed so much risk for you to come out at this point. You've been a huge figure in media for so many years. What pushed you over the edge?
Well, I wanted to do something that woke people up, because I think this has been such a divisive campaign. And when I came out, I said, look, I'm not here to endorse Donald Trump. I don't like everything he says. I don't like everything that he does. And I'm honest about that. I'm honest about that with him. But I don't like bullies. And I don't like the way people that vote for Donald Trump are being ostracized, canceled on the internet, attacked, and all of that. And I said, that's bullying. And people can say, well, Donald Trump's a bully. Well, you got to have an imbalance of power to be a bully. Otherwise, you're just in a fight or an argument. And I said, there's a big difference. And I wanted people to understand we've got to start having some civility to what's going on here. And I made it real clear, whoever is elected president, we have to get behind. It's a bad look internationally if we don't support our president. And I won't like it if it doesn't go the way I want it to go, but that will be our president. And I won't like everything that either of the candidates says or does, but I'll support America's president. And I said one of the most important days in my life was 9/12/01. Not 9/11, but 9/12, because the morning after 9/11, we woke up and we were all Americans. And I hope that we don't have to have a big catastrophe for us to have that feeling again.
And Dr. Phil, one question for you is, obviously you really believe in individualism. That's something that ranks very high on your list. Many of the stats that are coming in right now show that we're watching a major political realignment in real time on a racial basis. That this sort of stranglehold idea that the Democrats were going to win enormous, overwhelming sums of minority voters across the spectrum, that's just not true. The biggest stat of the night so far is Trump winning maybe 45% of the Hispanic vote and up to 25% of the black male vote, according to Kirsten Solstice Anderson, my friend, the pollster over at Echelon Insights. She's done some exit polling suggesting that black men, 23%, are going to vote for President Trump nationally, which is an unheard of number. What do you make of this sort of political realignment?
Well, I think you're saying it exactly right, Ben. I think it is a political realignment because people are saying, look, I'm tired of people telling me that because I'm part of a demographically defined group, that I can't think for myself. And you've heard me talk very loud and long about the fact that we have to teach critical thinking in this country again. We've got to inspire people to be critical thinkers. That's why I've spoken out so much about these ridiculous campus protest groups that are demonstrating on behalf of Hamas. These are terrorist groups. And we're not teaching young people to be critical thinkers anymore. And we've got this half of America that are truly identity politics. People are smart enough to think for themselves. And we're seeing it now where people are rebelling against this expectation that because I'm black or because I'm female or because I'm a certain age that I have to vote with that block. That's not true. People can think for themselves.
Well, the Democrats are also, I suppose, running afoul of their own intersectional claims. It's like there are black men, and it isn't obvious that men are doing that well on the Democrat side, and that's because the Democrats don't really seem to like men. And so maybe it's like, well, they've done everything they could, you might say, from an ideological perspective to attract the black vote, but they've abandoned the male vote, and maybe the black men are men first and black second from the intersectional perspective, or at least 23% of them seem to be considering that.
Well, it's an interesting prospect because gender is actually real, and while race isn't not real, it's not fixed.
Yeah.
So we're told that
it's not definitive.
It's not definitive. Yeah, we're told that gender is fluid, but it's actually race that over time is fluid.
Yeah.
Well, we know that
men are men.
Barack Obama is going to be very disappointed in black men because we know that he.
No, the brothers.
Yeah,
brothers.
Those naughty brothers.
Men, Democrats don't understand this. Like, there's nothing men hate more than being nagged. And Barack Obama is literally wagging his finger in the faces of black men saying, you need to get out there and vote. That if you want to speak to men and motivate men, that's the very last way to do it.
No, you have to send Michelle to do that.
Yeah.
And she then did, right? She got up there and she lectured black men about how they were irresponsible and terrible, which of course is definitely what they want to hear from Michelle Obama. By the way, CNN is now reporting that Harris has some warning signs in Michigan. She's underperforming Joe Biden in places like Washtenaw County, which is a very heavily Democratic area. So obviously, as goes Michigan, so goes the country. It's possible, again, fingers crossed.
You know what's strange about the polling, though? What's very odd about in terms of black voters is that Kamala Harris came out and she said that the brothers were supporting her because she had recently been in the barbershop. And she made this claim about a week ago. I did not have the resources to fact check it, though my gut instinct tells me Kamala Harris has never once in her entire life been in the barbershop. Yeah. And it would seem that the hard numbers we're getting here suggest the brothers breaking, at least in a significant way, for President Trump.
And by the way, New York Times Needle in Iowa, estimated margin, Trump up 9 in Iowa. So remember that time when he was supposed to lose by 3? That is an 11 to 12-point miss by Ann Seltzer in Iowa. And remember, that was being used as a bellwether to determine whether there was going to be extra turnout for her in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So if he's winning Iowa, Emerson, right, had Iowa at +9. Emerson also had Donald Trump winning all 3 of those Rust Belt states.
So, let me jump in here and get you a couple of calls from our desk here because Chris, you've got a couple of calls for us here.
Thank you, Dr. Phil. Merit TV now calling the state of Missouri and its 10 electoral votes for Donald Trump. You see that on your screen here. That's what 20% of the precincts reporting. And also Delaware and its 3 electoral college votes for Kamala Harris. And you see those numbers right there. Dr. Phil, I should also point out that North Carolina, we're getting really close to closing that one out. That one's leaning towards Trump at last report. We're getting really close to closing out Colorado. And at the top of the hour, which is now just 1 minute away, polls will be closing in Montana, Idaho, Nevada, most of Idaho, Utah, and Nevada.
Yeah, that's great. And guys, if Ben, if we close out North Carolina for Trump soon, that can be a real building block
we've already called
in
it.
the march to 270. You've called North
Yeah,
Carolina?
we called it already. North Carolina's been called. So as far as we're concerned, we're not talking about North Carolina anymore. It's over. North Carolina's done. But basically, practically speaking, you take North Carolina off the table for Kamala Harris, and she has one path and one path only. That's the Rust Belt states. She has to win all three of them. And right now,
what if she wins all three but loses Virginia?
Well, I mean, well, right now there are some more CNN exit poll numbers again with the giant grain of salt. This is the bimarital status. Kamala Harris is losing married voters 55 to 44. She's winning non-married voters by 55 to 41. Which is actually shockingly not horrific. Yeah, you would have thought that was like a 25, 30-point gap, by the way they were pushing this. Meanwhile, the gender gap definitely exists, but it is heavier, according to CNN, for males than it is for females. 54 to 43 for Trump among males. It is 54 to 44 among females for Kamala Harris. So, again, this is going to be, if Trump wins, it's because men showed up to vote. Yeah. That's really what this is about. Men actually showing up to vote. So the kind of going theory of the Democratic Party is that women are high propensity voters, men are low propensity voters. They've constituted the majority. Women have constituted the majority of people who vote in the last several election cycles. Men showing up en masse to vote is a complete shift in the way that elections are.
Can I just say, by the way, that we tend, when we talk about this, to sound like we're being very hard on women. I'm actually, I believe that it's a man's responsibility.
Love women.
No, it's a man's responsibility to do things like vote. And we happen to live in this time where men have essentially given up so many of their responsibilities, and in part because they feel disenfranchised, although that's hardly an excuse. Men have given up their leadership role in the church, which is one of the reasons that you see the church in America no longer taking the stands for tradition and decency in the way that it historically has. They've given up their responsibility in the household, which is something that the Kamala Harris, at least PACs aligned with Kamala Harris, have been trying to openly exploit with their, hey, ladies, just don't tell your loser idiot husband who you vote for. And they've certainly given up their responsibility, their civic responsibilities. You don't. Yeah. It used to be that one of the backbones of the country was men engaging in civic social groups.
Yes,
and
which have largely collapsed. There's an update coming out of the RNC right now. Michael Whatley, chairman of the RNC, says there were potential shenanigans in Pennsylvania, and the Republicans have just scored a legal victory. According to Chairman Whatley, Centre County officials were planning to stop counting ballots throughout the night in violation of state law. We, the RNC, threatened to sue. That was enough. Officials have agreed to continue the count as required. Our attorneys will continue fighting to quickly eliminate issues at the polls as they arise.
This is what you want to hear.
Well, speaking of Pennsylvania, our friend Ryan Gerdusky, formerly of CNN, he says that Lackawanna, Pennsylvania, which is the first county in Pennsylvania that is near to completion, that has shifted from a Biden plus 8.4 to a Harris plus 3. That is a 5.4 percentage shift toward President Trump. Again, the trend lines, you hate to read trend lines, but I'm becoming nauseously optimistic, as Dr. Phil suggests.
That's not a bad place to be. And guys, I'm going to have to wrap out of here to talk to somebody. But before I do, Matt Walsh, I just have to congratulate you on your movie, Am I a Racist? A comedy to DEI for. What an absolute masterpiece. Congratulations on what a success with that movie. So thank you for that work and congratulations on the success.
Amen.
Thank you so much. And we are in fact paying all of our guests to say that. So if you're wondering.
Yeah.
So
well,
by the way,
I expect my $8 by the end of the night.
Dr. Phil, thanks for making time for us on this important night.
Well, thank you guys. We'll be in touch.
By the way,
Thanks so much.
Quick point to make on Texas. We can take it lightly that Senator Cruz won his third term in Texas. Democrats dumped $80 million into that race. And so the fact that they keep pouring money down rat holes in non-competitive states because they get a little bit over their skis is quite a good thing, because all those dollars could have gone to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So
That's
the fact that
exactly
they decided to spend it there instead is a good thing. The New York Times needle continues to steadily, slowly creep toward the right, meaning more toward President Trump, and it's entertaining to watch. And we're going to have to at some point split screen what they're doing over at MSNBC and just find out how they're dealing with the emerging evening. The New York Times headline right now is Trump wins Florida and Texas. Other big prizes still out, so they're not saying anything about North Carolina yet. Although, again, very likely that it's going to win. Moreno is up right now in the vote in Ohio by about 5 percentage points in Ohio.
AP or?
Was that?
What are you reading?
I'm looking at the New York Times right now. In Pennsylvania, Bob Casey is up by 2, but only 43% of the vote in, so that is certainly not as positive. Tammy Baldwin up by 1.1, only 37% of the vote in. Again, we're in the real early hours here, and guys, I have a feeling we may be in for a bit of a long night here. The sort of hopes that just because they move so damn slowly in these Rust Belt states. Sean Trend, excellent poll analyst over at Real Clear Politics, says if Trump wins, which looks increasingly likely with every minute, it's going to be with the most racially diverse Republican coalition in a very,
But
very
by the way,
long
Ben,
time.
when you mentioned we might be here for a long night, at least you're not saying we might be here for a long 5 nights. Because if let's say Wisconsin goes the way that it's looking, even though it's early, then we know tonight. I spoke with Senator Marsha Blackburn earlier on my show today, and Senator Blackburn's, I said, are we going to be doing weeks of this? She said, Michael, my prediction is by midnight tonight, you're going to get to 270.
That's what
And I was skeptical at the time, but it is increasingly looking like we very, very much could know the next president tonight.
Well, the good news is that Joy Reid is saying that Florida has an extreme right-wing fascist government. And she's well calibrated as always, Joy Reid. She aptly named Joy. She's so the amount of joy in the Democratic Party these days is truly off the charts. It's
You got the whoopee, you got the joy.
yeah,
Coming to the morning.
It's really quite wonderful.
I want to circle back to this idea, though, that we had to sue them to force them to keep doing their legal job.
Well, threaten to sue.
Threaten to sue them in order to get them to live up to their legal obligation to continue counting tonight.
Yeah.
They don't care about the appearance of impropriety.
No.
Okay, they certainly don't. And I think, that, again, this goes to a deeper point here. So if President Trump does pull it off, obviously it's the greatest story probably in the history of American electoral politics. Because the first time was fluky and weird, and that was an amazing story. Him coming all the way back to win again. Only Grover Cleveland, the famed.
Yeah, and by the way, they didn't try to throw Grover Cleveland into prison 4 times.
Right, 100%. But I think that we may be in danger of overlooking the actual big story in the magic of President Trump, and that is how just unbelievably much the Democrats suck. Truly, how much they suck. I mean, like the fact that they don't go back to the drawing board. They have Donald Trump, who they think of as the richest environment. Like, he's a target-rich environment.
They wanted him to be the candidate.
They wanted him. They desperately wanted him. They didn't want Haley. They didn't want DeSantis. They wanted Trump. And they got, again, they are just the monkey's paw. Every time they wish on the monkey's paw, it comes through in the worst possible way for them if he ends up. But I think that we ought to focus for just a minute on how much they suck, because we're focusing a lot on President, really, like, as their program, how bad it is, how much of this is not a reaction about how wonderful Trump is, as much as it is just a reaction to how terrible they've been. Joe Biden was a shit president. Sorry to put it that way. He's a terrible president. Kamala Harris, it was a terrible vice president. So, yeah, again, like, I think that half the story here needs to be that, because what I would love is for the Democratic Party to self-correct. It'd be better for the country if the Democratic Party, instead of attributing it to the magic powers of President Trump, self-corrected and said, you know what, guys, we've lost the thread here, and we need to start re-entering the realm of reason.
It's pretty simple. If Kamala loses, and if she's losing a huge portion of the black vote, and all these things are happening, it's because the Democrats haven't done anything to make people's lives better, and that's the basic thing you're supposed to be doing. And Trump understands that. It's the basic pitch is, I'm going to make your life better. Here's how. And the Democrat pitch is always just resentment and victimization, and it's that emotional kind of pitch.
The question is, who would lead the Democratic self-examination? The New York Times, the LA Times, the Washington Post, Harvard University, CBS. That's the problem.
Well, no, see, I think there is a thing that could be done, and it's the top levels of the Democratic Party. So what they showed in ousting Joe Biden, we all called it a coup because it kind of was, but it kind of wasn't, meaning that's how a functional party works. They didn't like their nominee. The upper echelons of the party ousted their man, and then they put somebody else in because that's the upper echelons of their party. The job of a party is to win elections. If you keep losing elections to Donald Trump, perhaps the upper echelons of the party might want to take another look at how things are going. By the way, here's an interesting exit poll out of New York. So there have been some exit polls on the Jewish vote. Obviously, I have a bit of a dog in this particular fight. The current exit polls out of the state of New York have Donald Trump winning 43% of the Jewish vote in the state of New York. That is by far the most populous Jewish state in the country. I'm disappointed in the Jews who voted for Kamala Harris. But then again, I predicted that Trump's ceiling with the Jewish vote, just because so few Jews actually care about Judaism or Israel, was going to be about 40% anyway. So if Trump approximates anywhere in that neighborhood, that's a huge shift, considering that usually the Jews go 70% for the Democrats in any possible election. The New York Times, by the way, has now moved its needle, estimating that President Trump is likely to actually win the popular vote. Again, if he wins the popular vote and the electoral college, if he wins the popular vote and the electoral college, that's the first time a Republican has won both the popular vote and the electoral college since 2004. It has been 20 years. And at that point, panic has got to be setting in for the Democratic Party, especially because they can't even claim this is a low turnout election. This is an extraordinarily high turnout election.
The highest turnout election ever.
Highest turnout election ever is what this is going to end up being.
And you have to remember, the Democrat Party is governed by its minority. The radicals in the Democrat Party are the minority. They are not the most number of people or the most number.
But now the Democrat minorities are becoming Republicans, which is even better.
The estimated Trump margin of victory for the New York Times right now, they're suggesting Trump plus 1.8 in Pennsylvania right now, 49% of the vote counted. That is.
By the way, are they having AI analyze this?
It's a good question.
I have no clue. I have no clue how they're
very
doing it.
curious. I'll bet they are, and if they are, it actually adds a little more credibility, in my opinion. I'm sorry to say.
Yep. President Trump has won Montana, by the way. So that
Yeah, we
I knew
saw
you were waiting on that. I knew you were waiting.
Well, we're waiting
Both
on. We
the
are
Senate
waiting on the Senate race in Montana.
Well,
Isn't
that one's done. He's gonna.
She's
Oh,
got
yeah?
it. She's got it.
Can we throw up the current electoral map? Because I think this is actually worth taking a moment and seeing exactly where we stand right now. Look at that. There's nothing here that's particularly surprising, but that is actually a very good thing. Lots of states are starting to get called. They're not going in directions that they're not defying wildly what our expectations were. This race was always most likely to come down to what happens in the Rust Belt. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen.
The betting markets for the moment have President Trump a heavy favorite. So, Polymarket has President Trump at like an 80% favorite. Again, the numbers continue to move in President Trump's direction. If the theory of the Democrats was that high turnout favors the Democrats, they were totally wrong.
Yeah, because
they were totally wrong.
It was interesting what his name Brent was saying before, the pollster was saying before, that they were right up to a point and then not right. Right?
Yeah.
They were right if it went higher than 2016, and then if it went higher than 2020, it was unknown territory. And it's guys, I guess, showing up.
A friend of mine, a very good financial professional, a very good investor, was pointing out to me last week that he was feeling increasingly good about Trump's chances. Not because of the polls. The polls were all over the place, and you had that crazy Iowa poll that worried us all so much. Not even because of Polymarket or any of the betting markets, but because financial markets seemed to be pricing in a Trump victory. And not only were the rich people putting their money there, but the rich people were putting op-eds in the Washington Post, like Jeff Bezos' op-ed, decision not to endorse. That it seemed as though institutional financial interests, with a lot of information, much more information than any of us, seemed to see a good chance of a Trump victory.
Well, listen, the minute that Jim Cramer said that it was likely that Harris was going to win, it was over.
Guaranteed.
Right? We knew that
should have dumped all our money
at that point, you just throw your money into the market against Jim Cramer, because no one has ever gone broke betting against Jim Cramer. The most obvious pick in the entire world. So again, as these results continue to flow in, it's exactly what you probably would have thought at this point in time. The Democrats had put a hell of a lot of faith in North Carolina, in possibly flipping Georgia. Remember, she's already doing worse than Biden. It's just a question of how much worse she does than Biden. Remember, Biden won Georgia. He won Arizona. He won a bunch of states that Trump had won in 2016. Those states are gradually coming off the table for Kamala Harris at this point.
An interesting thought experiment is, would the Democrats be doing better now if they had just kept Biden?
This is a great question. It's a serious question, really, because where she is picking up votes is in the suburbs, but where she's lagging is with males. And it turns out, I thought an early indicator in this election that she had a massive problem on her hands was the Teamsters Union. So I don't know if you remember this. They did a poll of the Teamsters Union members when it was Trump versus Biden. And Biden was leading Trump something like 47-35 or something. And then they did another poll after they flipped out Biden in favor of Kamala Harris. And suddenly Trump was beating the living hell out of Kamala Harris, beating her like 60-40 among the Teamsters. Why? Because guess what? Every Teamster's a dude. And it turns out that it's not just that it's not they don't want a woman president. They don't want this woman president who seems to scorn men. This entire campaign has been about how much they hate men. I hate to break it to everybody, but if you watch anything about this campaign, it is not just about an appeal to single women. It's about how much they despise men. When they trot out Doug Emhoff and say this guy is an example of masculinity, while he's allegedly beating women and knocking up the nanny, and then meanwhile they're suggesting that you're garbage if you're voting for Donald Trump, or when they trot out Tim Walz as an example of masculinity, the assistant football coach who can't even properly use football terminology and who can't even control his limbs, he breaks into uncontrollable spasms every so often, and his obnoxious wife, turn the page, like, could you have found a more obnoxious group of human beings to set upon the United States? Joe Biden is many things: senile, horrible at his job, obnoxious. He's actually less obnoxious now that he's senile than he was before he was senile. And he's certainly less obnoxious than this crew.
Yeah, I think Biden probably would be doing better for all the reasons you point out, which means that.
Oh, it's going to be so fun, dude.
Maybe one of maybe the most disastrous political strategic decision made in modern times was for Biden to challenge Trump to a debate before the convention. Because if he hadn't done that, then he's still in there.
Yes, but was it Biden who challenged Trump, or was it the Democrat apparatus?
Yeah, I think we better find out or let people know what we already know.
What's so disturbing to me about this issue of men is the closing pitch that you saw the Democrats make to young men, which was essentially, here's your weed and your porn, go have your little pleasure palace.
100%.
And that if that had worked, that would have been the most demoralizing thing, I think, for the future of the next generation. And part of what I am actually pretty optimistic about is that young men seem to really reject that cynical play for their vote. I mean, this is the first generation of young men that we have seen that are more religious than young women. It's the first that we've seen that are more pro-life than boomer men, than Gen X men. So that alone gives me a lot of hope.
Also, men don't want to be told that their chief priorities are porn and pot. Even if they're potheads and they look at porn every day, they're probably at some level ashamed of that fact. So they don't want that to be their identity.
And, even just generationally, there's only so long people can live without meaning. They have really sold us a life without meaning. Our bodies don't mean anything. How can you even say that to someone? Your body has no valence as a spiritual entity. That you're born a man, but you have no manly responsibilities. You're born a woman, but you have no womanly role. I mean, who can live like that?
You're born a woman, and you may not be one. It's beyond that.
It was God's mistake.
But they've done something that's truly amazing with single women, which is that they've, in order to overcome that spiritual emptiness, they've actually treated abortion as a sacrament.
Yes.
Right. It's not like pornography. So for young men, it's deeply insulting because no one thinks pornography is a sacrament. They just know that it's a vice. Everyone knows it's a vice. You like it, you don't like it, it's a vice. Everyone knows it's a vice. Praying to penance, not a vice, is silly. Everyone knows it. Men feel clear. Abortion also is a vice, but it's been treated as a sacrament. Why? Because what it is a sacrifice you make on behalf of your own individuality. That's the thing that they've sold to a bunch of young women. I think it's a horrifying, I think it's a terrible sales point for every possible reason, but it's a sales point. It is not true for young men. If you run a commercial to young men and you suggest that, young men are going to be stopped from masturbating to pornography, which is they ran a literal commercial along these lines.
Yes.
That if there will be a Republican legislator who takes away your phone and stops you, I feel like 80% of the public might be on the side of the guy taking away your phone and stopping you.
And especially the men. The men who are addicted to porn, they would say, "Thank you, all right, thanks. Actually, I'm glad I can't control myself."
Right, and that's not even a case for making things illegal. That's just a case for what people think of the activity. Nobody thinks the activity is like an affirmative good, like it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And so for Democrats to paint that as like the essence of the human experience for males, will deprive you of the meaning of being a husband. Will deprive you of the meaning of being a father. Will deprive you of the meaning of being a provider. Will deprive the meaning of being a defender of your home. But you can really jack off a lot. That's the thing that we're training. What man in his heart feels like what a great message?
Speaking of vice, though, the biggest surprise result so far for me tonight, and I say this with special joy as an owner and founder of Mayflower Cigars, which is now competing with the Devil's Lettuce in a lot of markets. That
not in Florida where it's illegal.
That's right. I thought they were going to vote to legalize the sin spinach throughout the state, and I'm actually floored. That's the only big surprise to me.
Well, because the voters there can look at where it's been. Like I said before, it's about making your life better. You can look at where it's been legalized, marijuana, or decriminalized all across the country, it has demonstrably made those communities worse.
Yes.
Anyone,
In every
anyone,
way.
anyone who's done any traveling can see this. You can smell it. And I say this as someone who I admit that I was in favor of weed legalization only like 2 or 3 years ago, because I bought a lot of the arguments that, well, it's not much worse than alcohol. I don't particularly like it, but it doesn't. But then they do it, and you go around to these communities, and they're just completely consumed by this stuff. It has obviously made everyone's life worse, especially the people who actually do it.
There's
And
something
so-
else that's happening in Florida too, which is the Republicans who moved there are saying no. We are not opening our you try to get your foot in the door, we will cut off your foot. Like, no, the answer is no. You try
This
to do
is so new. I want you to know, 40 years ago, when I began radio, I asked my audience, which has always been largely conservative, would you rather catch your teenage child smoking a cigarette or a joint? Everyone said joint. I said cigarette. And it was one of the only times where I knew 90% of my audience disagreed with me.
Yeah.
But I mean, they still respected me and all that, but they just thought I'd lost my mind on that issue. I was right then, and I am right today. It is so awful, marijuana. The damage that it does to the human spirit. The cigarette does no damage to the human spirit. 1/3 of cigarette smokers will die prematurely, according to the American Lung Association. That is sad. But I rather gamble on my child 40 years from now being the 1 out of 3 to have lung cancer than losing his spirit, his energy, his drive, his mind at 18.
Yeah.
And so
Just for
here's
the
the
record.
latest update. So according to Nate Cohn, chief political analyst for the New York Times, who does a really good job, he says it's still very early in Pennsylvania, but in the first few counties where voting is complete, along with hundreds of completed precincts across the state, Trump is running ever so slightly better than he needs to win at this point in time.
Which state is this?
That's Pennsylvania. That's in Pennsylvania. Right now, the New York Times is estimating in a variety of states that Trump is likely to win. They're estimating that he's likely to win Wisconsin. They're estimating that he's likely to win Michigan. Their estimated margin of victory right now in Wisconsin is 1.4 in favor of Trump. That has been moving up steadily. The estimated margin for victory, the New York Times is currently estimating in Pennsylvania, is Trump plus 1.9, which is not an insignificant lead.
Wow.
And again, the numbers are moving in Trump's favor.
By the way,
too early to get super duper excited. You'll see the big smile break out on my face when we start to get really, really excited. And then, of course, we have a moral obligation to show our friends over on MSNBC and revel in their misfortune. But the
what percentage of votes in Pennsylvania counted?
So right now, Pennsylvania has counted approximately 54% of the vote. In Wisconsin, we're currently at 48% of the vote. In Michigan, we are currently at 21% of the vote. And of the 3 states, the New York Times is estimating the biggest lead for Trump in Michigan at 2.1%. So again, the trends, still early. It's only 9:22 Central Time. By midnight, we're going to know a lot.
But you're seeing 2.1 for Trump in Michigan?
That is their estimate right now.
Wow.
For his estimated margin of victory, 2.1%.
What are you looking at?
No, I guess I'm looking at an outdated map.
Yeah,
that
you
shows
need to
them coming
reload
down.
it. Meanwhile, they're putting Trump right on the verge of lean R in Michigan. They're right on the verge of lean R in Pennsylvania. Right on the verge of lean R in Wisconsin. So if the numbers continue to come in the way that they're coming in for President Trump, he's going to be the president of the United States.
So here's one that I'm speculating on. I'd love your input. If he does win, what will they say is the reason?
So they're going to blame it on the American people. They've run out of reasons. So no, really, this is.
I agree. I agree with
What? They will what?
They will blame it on the American
blame it
people.
on us.
So
Right now, he's got the chance
Toxic
to win the popular
masculinity, I
vote.
say.
Yes, right. No, that's right. You're exactly right. So they've run out of things to blame except for the American people. So they tried social media in 2016 and it failed. And they tried the Russians in 2016 and it failed. And then in 2020, they said it was the revenge of the American people. The normies are back. Okay. Well, we're going to cut right here to Senator Ted Cruz. He's giving his victory speech. I was campaigning with him 2 days ago, so I feel a moral obligation to give Ted his moment in the sun. Ted ran a great race here, pulled it out against Colorado. Let's go live to him.
But a mandate. A mandate from the people of Texas. And let me be crystal clear about what that mandate means. First, we must secure the border. not with empty promises, but with concrete and steel and law and order, and with the unshakable resolve from knowing we are protecting those we love. The cartels who poison our communities, the traffickers who prey on the innocent, their days are numbered. Second, we must unleash Texas energy. The answer to America's energy needs isn't Venezuelans, oil fields, or the Ayatollah in Iran. But rather it is right here in Texas, in the Permian Basin, and throughout the state of Texas. We will drill. We will frack. We will produce, and we will lead the entire world. And we will never again let foreign dictators hold American energy independence hostage. Third, we must defend our God-given rights. Not some of them, not most of them, but all of them. The right to speak truth in an age of enforced lies. The right to worship the Lord God Almighty with all of our heart, mind, and soul without government getting in the way. And the right to protect our families without asking bureaucrats for permission. But above all, this mandate means fighting.
All righty, folks, we are back. That is Senator Ted Cruz, who has won his race in Texas for a third consecutive term. Again, we are very thankful for tonight's sponsors. We're going to take a moment to tell you about them right now, and then we will be right back with more breaking results.
If there's one thing we can all agree on this election season, it's that taxes are terrible. That's why we've partnered with Tax Network USA.
Well, just like the Daily Wire fights for your beliefs and your rights, our friends at Tax Network USA will fight for you if you're struggling with the IRS. They have teams of attorneys and expert negotiators ready to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in 1, 5, 10 years, they can help.
Well, if you're wondering what gives Tax Network USA the edge, it's their preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which to avoid. They won't back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands.
It is indeed pretty terrific. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free. Talk with one of their strategists and see how they can help. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire. It's time to put this nightmare behind you. Again, that's 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire.
Thanks to Tax Network USA for sponsoring the Daily Wire's election night coverage.
Run Oracle Database in any cloud so you can bring AI to your data anywhere. Develop AI-powered apps. Use cutting-edge Gen AI features like vector search and modernize your apps with Oracle Database running in every popular cloud platform. OCI, AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. That means you run your workloads where you see fit with built-in AI, high availability, and the leading performance you expect from Oracle Database. See what you'll be able to do at oracle.com/multicloud.
Wow. Alrighty, folks. So the latest is President Trump in the New York Times needling. Lots of needling going on over there. In the New York Times needle, Donald Trump is favored in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania. Yes, in Nevada as well. Dave McCormick has also moved into the lead in Pennsylvania as well. The numbers continue to look very strong for President Trump across the board. This is the most racially diverse Republican coalition in the history of the Republican Party, or at least in the modern history of the Republican Party. What we are seeing is a complete failure of the Kamala Harris campaign in terms of getting out minority votes in large numbers. People are not showing up in the suburbs in the way she needs them to show up right now. Right now, the New York Times suggests that President Trump's margin of victory will be 1.5 in Wisconsin, 2.0 in Pennsylvania, 2.0 in Nevada, 2.3 in Michigan, 2.6 in Georgia, 3.2 in North Carolina, and 4.1 in Arizona. Those are all big numbers for President Trump. It continues to, the numbers continue to move in one direction and one direction only. So we're going to continue to obviously watch these numbers as they come in. One of the funny things about the way that X works, by the way, is because X is no longer chronological, you have to check the timestamp on every single tweet. So it's something like Kamala Harris's people are feeling good, and you check the timestamp, it's 6 hours ago. Like, they're not feeling so good at this particular moment.
Can we go back to a question Dennis asked was an interesting one. Who are they going to blame if they lose? And you were saying, Ben, that they're going to blame the American people.
Yes.
Which I think is mostly right, but specifically they're going to blame men. I mean, that's what it's going to be. They are going to blame men. And when you think about
it's hard to break in. Decision Desk has officially called Georgia for Trump. So we knew that was done, but that's done. Okay, go ahead.
Who called it for Trump?
Decision Desk. Georgia's been called for Trump. He's got North Carolina. He's got Georgia. He's going to take Arizona. Once again, just to reiterate, it comes down to the blue wall states, and Trump currently has momentum in all 3 blue wall states. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. Just got to give the data.
Don't interrupt with presidential election stuff. That's not what we're here for now. We're here to listen to me. When you think about what happened after 2016, immediately you had the women's march, all the crazed feminists go into like the Me Too movement. Feminists were out for vengeance. And I think if this happens again, that's what it's going to be like on steroids. And it's going to be, this is the men did this, the men's fault. And it's going to be kind of like the early 2020s, BLM, blame whitey, except targeted at men, black men included.
Right, but probably they will still attack white men in particular.
Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely, of course, white men in
Actually,
particular, yeah.
Actually, I don't think that that's right. I think they're going to attack black men in particular.
Really?
Because
Obama did.
Yes, because I think that there was no expectation. White men are already evil. Their expectation was that black men were going to get them over the finish line if they just nagged at them enough. and when people feel betrayed by a population, they tend to be much angrier at that population than when they had no expectations. They already knew that the white men are the bad guys. If black men show up 25% for Trump across the country, they're going to lose their ever-loving minds. And here's the thing. They are banking on the idea that women are inevitably just going to continue hating men at the rate that they want them to hate men. I mean, really, that's going to be their program. Their program is if we just yell at men more, and women really, really are afraid of men, and they're scared of men and all this kind of... But there is this natural thing that happens with men and women. I don't mean to explain the birds and the bees on the air, but it turns out that a huge number of women actually kind of like men and actually would like to, sometimes get married to them and then maybe have babies with them and all the rest of that sort of stuff. And so I don't know how much Prozac you can dispense out there. I mean, I understand that like a huge number right now of Americans generally are on antidepressants, but there's going to come a point where people are like, hey, maybe this isn't the way we ought to go. Maybe I should try, like forming a normal human relationship with a person as opposed to being so woke online that all of my fulfillment comes from wearing a pussy hat at a march or something.
Right.
Well, I was going to say, I think part of what you have happening with young women is there is an actual desire for male leadership and they're not seeing it. So to me, maybe part of this at least the GOP learns that, hey, there may be something beneficial targeting our political messaging to wine moms. Maybe if we can actually turn out the male vote, men will step up and take some more ownership for where we're headed politically in this nation instead of deferring to, let's say, Eve.
Okay, by the way,
not to put too fine a point on it, I think that's a very good point, actually.
By the way, looking at how the various Democratic Senate candidates are performing vis-a-vis Kamala Harris, they are all outperforming her by leaps and bounds. That is true in Arizona, where currently Ruben Gallego is outperforming Kamala Harris by almost 8 points. In Ohio, Sherrod Brown is outperforming her by 7. In Texas,
wait, he's outperforming by 7 and losing? This is why I keep asking about. Really?
Yes. Because that's a Trump plus 10 state. That's yes, Moreno's going to win that state by probably 2 to 3 at the end. Maybe more. Meanwhile, Colin Allred outperformed her in Texas by 4 to 5 points. And what does this show? It shows that she is a weak candidate. She was always a weak candidate. If Democrats were going to swap her out, then they should have actually swapped her out for somebody who isn't awful at her job. How many times the utter insane confidence that Democrats had to take a person who has failed every time she's put on the national stage and be like, her.
Yeah.
That's the one. On the basis of intersectional characteristics, that is the stupidest thing. Like, just you go back in your mind for a moment to just before they'd swapped out Kamala. And they were talking about getting rid of Biden. Everybody was like, yeah, he's got to go. That dude he ain't got a working brain or anything. And then they were like, okay, so who could it be? And there was a bunch of talk about, well, maybe it'll be, Gavin Newsom, or maybe they'll try J.B. Pritzker, or maybe they'll get Josh Shapiro, or maybe it'll be somebody who's good at this. And they're like, no, it must be Kamala. And at the time, everybody was like, her. I mean, it was Arrested Development. Her? Really? And as it turns out, her is the proper response to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris 1.0, giant fail as a presidential candidate. Kamala Harris 2.0 as vice president, giant fail. And it appears, again, don't want to speak too early, if this continues, Kamala Harris 3.0, giantest fail in the history of presidential fails.
I was talking to a friend of mine who does not work in politics. And I said, I don't know. I'm actually starting to feel pretty good about this because I think that maybe Trump could pull it out. And he looked at me because he's normal, unlike us.
Yeah.
He says, oh, hold on. Wait, Michael, you're telling me that this super unpopular lady that nobody likes, that never got any votes, that got thrown in at the last minute, who says all the things that people don't want to hear, she's going to lose to the really famous popular guy? You don't say so. And at the time I said, hey, you're oversimplifying it. You don't, but if the election continues to go the way that it is looking right now, that might in fact be the postmortem is, oh yeah, common sense still holds.
My brother, not a political guy, same kind of guy. And he texted me. I mean, I was blown away to get a political text from my brother in which he watched Trump on one of these comedians' podcasts. And he said, oh yeah, he's going to win because that's the show everybody wants to watch for the next 4 years.
Even a friend of mine from high school, he now lives outside of Milwaukee. He is politically as moderate and independent as they come. He is the swing voter in the swing state in Wisconsin. And I was catching up with him for the first time in a year or two. He was over, we were having a cigar. I said, so what's your take? Don't hear what I have to say about politics. What do you say? He goes, I don't know. I don't follow Trump that much. I mostly watch like football. I'm here for a football game. I don't know. I guess just my main takeaway from her is she seems kind of like a dingbat. And that was it. That's all he knew about the race.
Seems like a fairly solid take.
Yeah, basically.
I think the Democrats are learning a lesson that I learned from watching Breaking Bad, which is you can never have you got to go the full measure, not the half measure. And they went the half measure because they took Biden out, but they couldn't imagine taking Kamala out too because she's a black woman. But they all knew they should, but they didn't have the gumption to do it and do the whole thing. And you got to go the full measure.
Or is it this? Did they think Gavin Newsom, Josh Shapiro, any of these people who were pretty serious?
Preserve them.
Did they think, keep your powder dry, send up Kamala?
No.
I think they knew they needed to put one of them in. They just they couldn't do it.
Here's the thing: they didn't have the balls to abandon their crappy political theory since 2012, which is get the minorities and single ladies out. They didn't have the balls to abandon that, and the only person who was going to bring that they thought was Kamala Harris. By the way, the current New York Times Needle suggests that Donald Trump has an 84% chance of victory in the presidential election. This is all quite enjoyable thus far in the evening. Let's hope that the trend continues. Joining us live from Arizona, our friend Dylan Law Group founder, friend of ours here at DW, Harmeet Dylan. Welcome to the show, Harmeet.
Thanks for having me, Ben.
So we went from a cautiously optimistic to nauseously optimistic to a little bit more openly optimistic as the evening is going on. How are you feeling about things, Harmeet?
Well, we've actually started strong and continued strong here in Arizona. We had 3 weeks of early voting, and Republicans outperformed even in Maricopa County and throughout the state. And tonight, the mood has been incredible. We feel really good about certainly Donald Trump winning and many of our congressional candidates. Some of the races are close and some of the counties did their shenanigans, but we truly had an effort here with outside groups and the RNC and the Arizona GOP's organization with thousands of workers in the field to really get our low propensity voters in. And so I couldn't be more happy because I was here in 2022 and it was an absolute meltdown, crying, totally different scene over here than it is tonight.
So Harmeet, one of the things that you've been very focused on in the run up to this election was ensuring election integrity. Obviously that takes an awful lot of work throughout the election cycle, and it seems to be paying off tonight. You have people on the ground all over the country who are really working to ensure that nothing fishy goes on. Why don't you tell us about some of the stuff that you've been doing across the country in order to ensure that?
So we're leading up to this election month. There have been lawsuits filed for the last couple of years throughout the country that have focused on the different things that the Democrats corrupted in 2020. And, frankly, shame on our side over the years, not spending the amount of money and effort that the other side did to corrupt our elections, but making sure that state laws are followed, making sure that ballots are not counted after Election Day, making sure that we have some kind of security, that ballot harvesting is eliminated wherever we can do that, making sure that outside groups like the Zuckerbucks effort are outlawed in as many states as possible. So for all the sort of static that Georgia gets as not being Trumpy enough, they actually did a tremendous job in reforming their election laws. And that is, I think you're seeing the net result of that tonight there and in other states. So here in Arizona, we've repeatedly gone to court to tighten up the enforcement of Arizona's quite good election laws. And since 2022, several improvements were made, shortening the time for curing and tightening up the standards. We actually have a lot more work to do in this election cycle because Arizona, for the first time, has some specific standards on matching signatures to the ballots, the mail-in ballots. And so that is actually a great election integrity measure. And everyone's scrambling around over the last 3 weeks and the next 5 days to make sure that people cure those ballots and get them in. So I love that. Here on election night, what we had was dozens of attorneys on site where I am. I'm sort of leading this effort. We have been blocking and tackling since 5 a.m. all day today, literally sending lawyers out into the field and witnessing things that are happening, negotiating, telling election workers they can't, tell people with MAGA shirts they can't come and vote, things like that. We even had a hearing tonight in Apache County very late in the day. The Dems tried to keep all of Apache County open later on the Navajo reservation, and we limited it to 9 sites where they had some problems earlier in the day. And even those late ballots may not get counted. So it is a tremendous amount of organization by the Arizona GOP. They literally deployed thousands of trained volunteers in multiple shifts today in the field. And so that level of organization is like a military operation. And it went off without a hitch. Every single slot was filled, the lawyers in the field, the lawyers here, and everyone is smiling at the end of the day. Everyone worked well together. So I'm so proud of being a part of this effort.
That's Harmeet Dillon. She's been doing an amazing job over at Dillon Law Group. Harmeet, really appreciate all your hard work during this election cycle. And hopefully, it's too early to say yet, but hopefully a little bit later tonight, we can all pop champagne remotely and enjoy a big election victory for Donald J. Trump and the Republican Party in the Senate as well as in the House. Really appreciate it, Harmeet.
Thank you.
So, Michigan exit poll among Latino voters from CNN, Trump 60, Harris 35. Wow. What? I mean, honestly, the shifts that you are seeing in these voting numbers are insane. Identity politics, if Trump wins with it, I put in proviso on it because, again, nothing sure until it's sure. If things continue the way they are, Donald Trump put a stake through the heart of identity politics, which is hilarious. Okay, that's insanely hilarious because do you remember that time when the entire left suggested that he was a vicious, brutal racist? Mm-hmm. He was you remember that? That was like today. And you remember that time when they suggested he was a white identitarian? Yeah. Right. Everything he did was all about white identitarianism, despite the fact that white identitarians have all disowned him during this election cycle for being too pro-Jew. And now it turns out that he is forming the single most working class, blue collar, multiracial Republican coalition in modern American history.
Well, hold on, Ben.
I'm enjoying it a little bit.
The New York Times now says the needle is saying likely Trump, but then you zoom in on exactly the point you're talking about. It says 88% chance of victory, but all the libs told me that 88 is secret code for Hitler. Yeah, so maybe that's it. Maybe it's hidden deep beneath the New York Times saying Trump will likely be the next president.
Again, so much of this has to come down to how bad the Democrats have been. I can't get over how bad they are. I can't get over how bad they are at this. Like they picked the candidates they wanted to run against.
Wow.
Twice. They did it in 2016 and then they lost to him.
Bill Clinton encouraged Trump to run in 2016.
Yes. Apparently, Fox is saying that the Harris campaign is no longer responding to requests for comment.
Oh man, let's go, baby!
So that is.
You're drinking already. Pass me that bottle.
Yeah,
I'll just pour a little sip. Just
okay.
a little sip.
You guys are going for it a little bit early, but
now that I'm on, I'm going for the.
Feels like bad luck.
Ben, let me ask you.
Yeah, last time I had the Woodford. This time I'm going for the Macallan. Is that
bad luck for you?
All right, sir.
Okay, guys, there's still an election going on.
Sure.
All right.
Derelict behavior.
So sorry.
Yourself.
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
So remember that time. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, so if they can't go to identity politics, is that permanently killed for the Democrat Party? How do they get back those Hispanic men, those Black men? How do they move on after this if they don't have that particular play to run?
So I think that the thing that Trump has done that is of electoral benefit, but questionable conservatism, has been his spending agenda, right? He took that off the table by basically just competing directly with the Democrats. He's like, I'm not going to touch Medicare, not going to touch Medicaid, not going to touch Social Security, off the table. When he did that, it took away their biggest talking point, because there are really only two forms that democratic politics takes these days. One is identity politics, and the other is Bernie Sanders socialism. And Bernie Sanders socialism is only popular in its most like populist form, which is you have all these benefits and no one can touch our benefits, and if they touch our benefits, then they must die.
You want to throw Granny off a cliff.
Exactly. And Trump was like, I don't want to touch any of those things. I'm going to leave. Well, the truth is both parties are totally wrong on this, but the dishonesty of both parties means that if you meet parity there, it's very difficult for them to outcompete on a lot of these socially conservative issues. Trump has taken a moderate position on things like same-sex marriage. On abortion, he's basically said we're not touching it at the federal level. So the question becomes, what are the things they're really arguing on? The things they're really arguing on now are things like tax rates, should your child be trans, and foreign policy. And guess what? Democrats lose on all those issues. So it's hard to see how they climb back in other than just circumstance, right? Something goes wrong for Trump. There's an economic crash while he's president of the United States. There's a natural swing back to the other side or whatever. Now, I also think that we're in danger of, earlier I've said we should attribute a lot of this to Democratic failure, but I think that we also have to attribute some of this to the power of Donald Trump, obviously. The man's unbelievably famous. He is like the most famous person in America before he ran for president.
Yeah.
He
most famous person in the world.
In the world. And so you took that person. Can some other Republican capture that in quite the same way? The thing about Trump is it made it almost impossible to full scale demonize him in the way Democrats wanted to, because everyone was just kind of like, you mean the guy from Home Alone 2?
Yeah.
They were like, he's Hitler.
Trump
like,
is Elvis.
You mean the one? You mean the one from like, The Apprentice? That guy's Hitler is your case? Like not Berlusconi, like Hitler is where you're going with this. And so because of that, that gave Trump a bit of a superpower. I don't think that superpower exists for nearly anyone else in American politics. And so the risk for Republicans is that they do to themselves what Democrats did over Obama.
Yes.
He's one of one. I mean,
he's an American original.
Yeah. He's the most iconic figure of the 21st century, bar none, without a doubt, no question about it. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick moment and highlight some cool stuff going on here at Daily Wire. We'll return momentarily so I can take a drink of water or something.
Yeah.
Left's grip is slipping, but they won't go quietly. Now's the time to stand up. Daily Wire is your voice, confronting the lies, changing the culture. Join the voice of certainty in uncertain times, the most important intellectual in the Western world, and the star of the two most important documentaries in history. As long as our freedom is under threat, we'll be here fighting for you. Make your voice count. Join Daily Wire Plus today and get 47%.
In the case of Mayflower cigars, the lighter Connecticut shade Dawn is in fact a mild to medium bodied cigar. The darker Habano Dusk is stronger and fuller bodied with a medium to full profile. Whichever size and shape of cigar you choose.
People materialize and they just like people just randomly are in and out.
I feel like I never left.
It's a break.
I feel like I've always been in this chair.
I do have to say one thing about the uniqueness of Donald Trump, or against the uniqueness of Donald Trump. He does mark the death, thank God, of the Bush-McCain-Romney party. Which is dying a death, a well-deserved death.
So this is the thing. Okay, so back when we had the Republican primaries, I used to think, I wish we could have a Ron DeSantis, Gavin Newsom election. I think that's the election the country deserves, because that represents the actual fight we're having. Red state, blue state. How do you want to live? As of about last week, I don't. Really important that Donald Trump, this flawed avatar of American populism, is now up against this utterly empty vessel for nothing other than this dead philosophy that the Democrats have plunked for.
Yeah.
It really matters that we actually put that up there and put it to the test, for better or for worse. And the thing about Kamala, you know, people are always talking as if her problem is that she's inarticulate and that she gets nervous and she to all of us, right? Kamala Harris is expressing herself perfectly. The words, that potato salad that comes out when she answers questions, that actually translates exactly what's going on in her head. And I think that's really important. And I actually think that Trump in his way also sort of represents something, even though he is sui generis.
I think he had to do the thing, and I hope he wins tonight, but even if he doesn't, that party is dead.
Yeah.
And I think he had to do the thing that nobody else could do, he had to be that brash, that coarse, that, indestructible.
Tell me what's so bad about the Bush, McCain, Romney.
Europe from the Soviet slave state, what is kinder and gentle than that?
Bombing foreign nations into smithereens to import our...
And then his son came out and did the same thing.
Compassionate
conservatism. And when people are in trouble, government's got to.
The truth is, what you don't like about McCain, Bush, Romney was the affect.
No,
it's
no. That's half right.
Not just the affect.
That's half right.
Not just the affect. It's policy too.
Yeah, the
policy. Okay, that is that. Absolutely,
but it's not affect that he didn't want to win because he didn't want to defeat Barack Obama,
which is affect. Okay, so
that's not affect.
It is affect.
Mitt Romney.
He differed from the actually post-Romney Republican Party. Romney ran as an immigration hawk in 20.
Affect to go after the press with a wrecking ball because the press deserved.
Bush was president for 8 years, any more than I broke the country. Now let me.
Yeah, so he might have
hold on. I want to hear Matt.
Just talk about Bush. Talk about Bush because he was actually president. The other two guys weren't, and it's not just affect there. I mean, it's what he actually did. But let's start with the fact that he sent us into wars that lasted for decades. So we can begin with that. Massively expanded the federal bureaucracy. We can move to that. Totally ineffectual in preventing the illegal invasion across the border. I mean, those are three things that
exploded the debt.
Exploded the debt. So those are four things.
Well, no, that's not. That fourth one, Trump also exploded the debt. To be fair,
okay,
Trump exploded the debt. I guess.
Trump exploded the debt. As far as the wars, I mean, again, there's a bit of revisionist history that goes on about, say, the war in Afghanistan, which was approved with literally unanimity in the entire House of Representatives, with the exception of, I think, 2 votes. Okay, and as far as the war,
no one in this room would have opposed the war in Afghanistan. No one in this room would oppose the war in Afghanistan if Two towers got knocked down in America today.
When I came back from Afghanistan, I said we should never have gone in. When I didn't oppose it at the time because I didn't know enough about it, and I was angry like everybody else. But when I went to Afghanistan, I came back, and the first thing out of my mouth was, "This was a mistake."
What year was that?
I think it's 20. I'm not sure, 2016 maybe.
Okay, so that's a little late to make that call. That's 13 years late to make that call. You don't get to make that call 13 years late and be like, "Hey, by the way, 13 years." Like again, this is not.
Let me look it up.
This is not the only point that I'm making about this is that when we talk about Donald Trump being a radical break from Republicanism, he is a radical break in terms of his attitude, which I agree does have ramifications. And I think those ramifications are powerful because what the left need more than anything else, what the institutions of the left needed more than anything else was the middle finger. George W. Bush was not a middle finger. John McCain was not a middle finger, and Mitt Romney was not a middle finger. And I agree with
2008.
Even beyond all this, you know,
by 2008. That's well on. I mean,
think
that was, we invaded in 2002. That's 6 years into.
I think we're overthinking this, though. In the GOP, there has been for almost a century now a split between the conservatives, who are a little friendlier with the populists, and the more establishment country club set. And in the 1980s, that split was represented by Ronald Reagan as the conservative and George Bush as the moderate establishment type. The Bushes have been establishment moderate types going back to Prescott Bush, at least. And Reagan was the conservative. I think Donald Trump has inherited the mantle of the populist conservative side from Ronald Reagan. There are differences between the men, but there's a reason they had the same campaign slogan. And I think Mitt Romney was a liberal, fairly liberal governor, invented Obamacare. John McCain was an extremely liberal Republican senator, and they inherited the Bush side of things.
Also, Jeremy said the last time we were talking that one of the things that a politician has to do is win. Romney and McCain lost, and they deserve to lose. Like when McCain
George W. Bush did not lose.
No, he didn't. No,
he's the only president in some of our lifetimes to win the popular vote.
I thought he was a truly mediocre president at a time that called for greatness. You know, which was.
Do you believe that greatness would have been not going into Afghanistan?
Yeah, we shouldn't have gone into. We should have gone into Afghanistan and delivered punishment. But he set out to transform the Middle East into
also
democratic
Iraq is
nations, which is nuts.
The bigger issue.
What's that?
Also, Iraq is more.
Okay, here's the thing. Again. It is easy to do the hindsight is 2020 thing. The only point that I would make. Well,
did anyone here oppose Iraq at the time?
I did, but I was 13, so
I was like, doesn't count. Like, but in what way did that make the world safer? What way did that help America?
Again, that's not my point. Okay, so
not the world safer. How did it make America safer?
The reality is that what's bizarre about the sort of populist versus non-populist break. So you're defining it as Reagan versus Ford,
Reagan versus Bush,
or Reagan versus Bush. Okay, the problem with that particular definition is that Ronald Reagan was a peace through strength guy, okay, which means that Donald Trump is a peace through strength guy, which is a traditional Republican principle. Okay, and then when it comes to things like, say, traditional values, Ronald Reagan was a less moderate version. George H.W. Bush was a more moderate version on abortion, on things like same-sex marriage. On all those policies, George H.W. Bush was to the left. So again, I think one of the things that we have to point out is that there is a hard distinction between I think it's easy to do this kind of what I think is a mistake. I think it's a category error to simply suggest that he is a policy populist along the lines of Ronald Reagan as opposed to George H.W. Bush.
I don't say that.
He's a stylistic populist along the lines of Ronald Reagan. That I agree with, because the argument that Ronald Reagan was making, as you say, was make America great. It was a restoration after a terrible period in American history. And that is what Donald Trump was as well. And so the real break, I don't think, was between, say, Donald Trump and Mitt Romney. I think it was a break between a party that seemed to believe that we could simply sort of absorb the blows from the left and then be nice to them. And then every 4 years kind of absorb more blows from the left and then be nice to them. Versus somebody who came out, both middle fingers in the air, and said, like, come get me.
So hold on a minute. Every president has a different job to do, is faced with a different job. Ronald Reagan was faced with the Cold War and turning an America that had become soft on communism and soft on the aggression of the Soviets back into a nation that was willing to fight for itself and fight for the things that it stood for. That was his job. That was not Donald Trump's job. It was his job to do that with the press. And the press, and he was right. They were the enemy of within. He was right. They were the enemy of the people. And he's taken them down. And if he wins tonight, it will be largely because he took them down.
Is it possible, though, that one of the things that makes it so difficult to compare to these previous camps of conservatism, never mind other presidents, but to other different factions within the conservative movement, is that what really differentiates him from all these guys is that he's fundamentally less ideological than either the populists or the country club conservatives, which means that there's not actually a philosophy there that you can contrast to these other philosophies that you guys are talking about. And in fact, that might be exactly what you're all talking about in some ways, in that some of these guys, the Romneys of the world, seem to have felt that their correct ideas were enough to win them power.
I agree with that. So
when in fact,
if you're gonna make, so the people have done the King David stuff with President Trump. If I'm gonna do a biblical analogy for President Trump, there's a phrase that's used about Noah at the very beginning of the Bible, where it says that he was a good man in his time, right? And so there's a big debate over like, what does that mean? That he's a good man in his time? Some commentaries suggest good man in his time means, well, he's even better because he's in a bad time. And then most commentaries say it means that like the time sucked and he was better than the time. If you'd put him in like a great time, then he wouldn't have been like
he would have been kind of an absolute term.
Exactly. And so I think that Donald Trump was made for his time. And I think trying to take people out of their context and then just compare them outside of that context is wrong. I mean, George W. Bush was defined by the time of post 9/11, and Donald Trump is defined by the fact that Barack Obama wrecked the country. Barack Obama destroyed everything. And then Donald Trump came in and he said, I've said this from day one, even when I was critical of Trump, he was never the murderer. He was always the coroner. He came in and he said, this is a dead body here. This right here, this body is dead. And what we need to do is we need to make it not dead anymore. And the way that we are going to do that is by rejecting all of these institutions. He is the man for his time. He is a man of his time, and he is the man of his time. But I think that it's a mistake and a category error to then compare between times, just as it's a mistake.
No, but I think Trump did a better job at what
also
what he was given to do.
I will agree with you that in many ways Trump did a better thing with what he was given than what George W. Bush did, particularly in his second term. I think George W. Bush's second term was a failure, and we have yet to judge
also though
second term because he hasn't had one yet.
We have to compare between times, and we always do. We would say about Barry Goldwater didn't lose. It just took 16 years to count the votes. You know, we obviously see that there are these factions and streams. So of course, you know, Donald Trump today on an issue like gay marriage is to the left of Ronald Reagan and the Bushes.
And Obama.
And Obama and Hillary Clinton. That's because the issue was decided at the level of the Supreme Court, and no prominent Republican today in office opposes it. So you have to compare in other ways. But President Trump has been more pro-life than any president in my lifetime. First one to show up to the March for Life.
His first, there's two important points there's three that we're missing. One is that a lot of our opinions about these other guys are retrospective, not things that we thought in the moment. And we don't yet have retrospective opinions about the entirety of a term of Donald Trump because there hasn't been a second term, which is point number two. There hasn't been a second term. Second terms are always worse, particularly for Republicans. But even Barack Obama's second term was far worse than his first term.
Not if you get a 4-year break, then you get to
That's right. Three, we say things like Bush got us into these forever wars. And that really is a left-wing talking point. Iraq wasn't a forever war. Iraq was over when George W. Bush left office. And the very first thing that Barack Obama did was just give up the victory. He gave up the victory, but the Iraq war was over. And had Barack Obama not given up the victory, our view of the Iraq war today would be much, much different. In other words, if Bush had done everything that Bush did, but then Barack Obama had done anything different than he did, our view of that war would be different. And Afghanistan is obviously not an actual nation. It's a completely different thing. You know, there wasn't really a democratic election in South Korea. Didn't become a democracy
for several decades.
After the Korean War. These sorts of enterprises can't be done in a schizophrenic.
But what was the point of the Iraq War? Who cares? What if we just never gone in? Who cares?
To make the Middle East into a Madisonian democracy.
No, I mean
that's not the reason we went.
No, I mean if you want the
because Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction.
Because literally Saddam Hussein refused to turn over any evidence that he did not have weapons of mass destruction because he was afraid he would be deposed. That was one reason. On a geopolitical level, there was also again, this is not to say that it was the right decision. In retrospect, everyone understands it was the wrong decision, but at the time those were not.
It had been U.S. policy for 10 years.
It was also the policy of, by the way, most of Europe. Right. And it also happened to be that if you look at a map, Iraq is on one side of Iran and Afghanistan is on the other side of Iran. And the idea was that this, along with Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, was going to provide a bulwark against the Iranians. And by the way, the counter proposal, which was Barack Obama's proposal, which was relieve all pressure on Iran, has led to a giant Middle Eastern conflagration. So put all that aside. Bernie Moreno just won Ohio. So Bernie Moreno has officially won Ohio. So
what is the latest? Can we talk about?
So right now they're saying the most likely state to flip. This is again according to New York Times is Michigan. It just said Pennsylvania and they've updated it, so it's going between Pennsylvania and Michigan. But right now the estimate from the Times is Trump 300, Harris 238. This is now well into the likely Trump category.
We are at 70% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump currently has about a 160,000 vote lead in the state of Pennsylvania. We have 61% of the estimated vote total reported in Wisconsin. Donald Trump currently has a slim 50,000 vote lead or so in that arena. In Michigan, about 29% of the vote has been counted. President Trump has currently about a 70,000 vote lead in that arena. So again, Donald Trump is looking quite good right now. By the way, I just want to say the reason that I'm pushing back just against the break with the Republican is because I want to be more specific about our definitions. If what you're saying is we should continue punching the left in the face, I totally agree. If what you're saying is that what we need to do is abandon the right wing on abortion, or abandon the right wing on gay marriage, or abandon free markets, or do any of that's the break that we're looking for, like, or abandon a realist foreign policy that doesn't agree with neocon, but also doesn't agree with isolationism. Like, I just need more specific definition of what you mean, in order to achieve the thing.
What I believe is that we can't achieve any of those things until the press is crushed.
So that I agree. I agree with that.
Okay.
So we don't disagree.
Yeah.
We don't disagree.
So
I'm not going to let us keep talking about this. There's an election happening. That's what people want us to talk about.
Yes, I agree.
And this conversation isn't helping the situation.
I don't know about
I want to go check in with our own Cassie Akiva, who is in Pennsylvania right now, where Donald Trump is starting to eke out a lead. And Cassie, one of the things that's on my mind right now is what impact, in the end, is Israel's war actually going to have on this election? And here's what I mean. Pennsylvania has an incredibly popular Democratic governor who is Jewish. Kamala Harris, instead of choosing a governor who almost certainly would have carried the state that she has to have in order to achieve victory, didn't choose him only because of the war happening in the Middle East. Is that going to end up being decisive in this campaign?
The answer is yes. In case Cassie,
I think the answer.
That was a setup if ever I heard it.
Yeah, I mean,
Hi guys.
Hey, Cassie, I just asked you an amazing question, but Ben answered it. So now I'm going to ask you a different question, which is, it's a vibe election. What is the vibe at McCormick HQ right now?
The vibe is really good right now. We have the band coming out to play. Every time Pennsylvania is on the television, the whole crowd goes bananas. There's an open bar here. People are having a really good time. The turnout is looking really, really good right now. The only thing I want to caution is that Dave McCormick has 80,000 fewer votes than Donald Trump right now, which is a little odd, but they're still feeling good. They just came out to the stage and said they're feeling good. They said they're going to give us another update at 11:30.
Can I actually say that even the fact that McCormick is trailing Donald Trump in Pennsylvania by 80,000 votes reinforces the idea that Israel's war may cost Kamala the election, because it is largely secular Jews in Pennsylvania who had a wake-up call on 10/7 to realize that they needed a pro-Israel American president, but still don't want to break with their ideological left-wing political views. And so there was an actual movement to say, split the ticket. Give us Donald Trump to protect Israel and protect Jewish people from Iranian aggression, but don't give up the Senate. We don't want to elect a right-wing Senate. So I don't think it's conclusive, but it's like a real data point, is it not, Cassie?
It's absolutely true. I actually spoke to Dave McCormick about this very point. He said that he really does think that Kamala's choice is going to cost her Pennsylvania. But we also had a chance to talk to Dave McCormick at his childhood gymnasium where he used to wrestle. We have the clip for you here.
This is a race between change and the status quo. I represent change. I'm a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian West Point grad, combat vet, businessman, political outsider. I've term limited myself to 2 terms. I'm going there for the sole purpose of shaking things up and getting America back on track. Bob Casey's a 30-year career politician. He's been in elected office for 30 years. He's the son of a big high-profile governor. And he's lived off his father's name. He's not entitled to this seat; he hasn't earned it. And he's voted on these extreme liberal policies that are simply out of step with Pennsylvania. So I say to people on the campaign trail, if you want change, vote for me.
So McCormick is feeling good tonight. You can hear it with the party going on here. We're going to be here all night giving you updates from McCormick headquarters, and we'll be talking to you soon.
Cassie, thank you. And now we're going to go over to Brent Buchanan. We've set up this amazing data center here that we've never had anything quite like this at one of our election nights before. It's kind of fun actually to think back to our first. This is our third presidential election as a company, and the first one, the New York Times was calling 99% for Hillary Clinton at the beginning of the night. We thought it would be a short night. We started drinking early. By the end of the night, I was literally laying in my chair. I don't drink often, and I never drink to excess, except when I'm on the biggest broadcast I've ever been on, which is what happened that night. But it was basically, I went back and looked at footage of it. We basically looked like we were broadcasting from my closet. And now we have this actual data center, and Brent Buchanan here to tell us what's happening from signal polling. Brent.
Yeah, so I walked into this building 8 hours ago. I still don't know what time it is. And I was giving Trump a very, very slight edge. I was not convinced that the Republican early vote numbers were going to actually translate to really strong overall turnout. I thought we were going to cannibalize our election day turnout, which is what happened in Virginia in 2023. So let me give you a couple data points ramping up to what I want to say. First, if you look across the whole country, with black voters, turnout is lower, but Trump's margin is higher. That's telling us that a lot of black Democrats actually stayed home. Number two, if we go back to the focus group we conducted, again, that's qualitative, but we had 5 people who said probably Kamala, 2 people who said probably Trump. That in and of itself shows us that there were more people sitting on the sidelines who were not sure if they were going to show up and vote for Kamala. In our exit poll that we're still running right now, of people who said I'm not going to vote or I didn't vote in 24, those folks would have been for Harris by a 13-point margin. Then when we look at the exit poll and look at the data point of who decided within the last week to today, Trump's up with those folks by 6 points. So wow. Here's the story of the 2024 election so far. Democratic areas turned out at 2020 levels. Republican areas exceeded their 2020 levels. And then you combine that along with this shift in black vote that's partially black Dems staying home and Republicans increasing their margin with voters of color. And you start to see this picture where I would say I'm up in the 80s or 90s percentile that Trump's going to be able to pull this off. You look at these Rust Belt states, for example, Lackawanna County here in Pennsylvania. I'm going to have to go to list view because they got a heck of a lot of counties here. So as we look at Lackawanna County, one thing really interesting about this county is that Biden won it by 8 4 years ago, and she's only winning it by 3 at this point. And they had a 2.3% increase in turnout over 2022. When we look at Lycoming County, somebody in PA is probably going to fact check me on mispronouncing that. This is a county that was plus 41 for Trump. He's performing there, but their turnout's even higher at 3.5% increased turnout over their 2020 numbers. Then you have places like Butler, which is an ex-Bourbon county in Pennsylvania, and this was plus 33 for Trump 4 years ago. It's plus 32 now, but there's a 3% turnout change. So you start to see all these places across Pennsylvania where Donald Trump is netting out more votes in the areas where he already performed well. He's netting out more votes in these ex-Bourbon counties, which was the entire Harris strategy, was to go into these ex-Bourbon counties and shrink the Trump margins. And they're not changing at all. They're actually improving for him.
So, Brent, when you're looking, forward at the rest of the evening, I think the big question we all have is when the hell do they call these things so we can all go home? But but as this trots out, why is it that the votes slow so much near the end? Right, there's been like this steady increase in the vote count in places like Pennsylvania. Right now, New York Times saying 73% of the estimated vote total has already been reported. Do you expect that pace to continue? Like, how fast do these things come in generally?
In the Rust Belt states, way too slow. You get this rush. I think we're looking at something like 60, what is this showing here? 64% reporting in Wisconsin. Right now, we've got a strong probability of Trump winning there. And so we're just going to see this estimated reporting number slowly come in, unlike places like Georgia, where we're already seeing 91% reporting. One unique thing about southern states is that because they do provisional, every county and state does provisional ballots, but usually in the South, when you get to 95% reporting, you're actually 100% reporting of everything outside of the provisional ballots. And the provisional ballots are only hundreds, maybe thousands of votes. And so once you get to this 95% in the South estimated reporting, you're basically everything, all the votes that matter are in at that point.
You know, Brent, the most shocking statistic that we've seen all night long is this exit poll from CNN showing Donald Trump walloping Kamala Harris with Hispanic voters in Michigan, 60-35, which is just,
it's amazing.
I mean, to put it technically, I believe the term is batshit lunacy. That's insane. What we're watching, if these numbers are anything close to reality, we're watching a massive political realignment happen right before our eyes tonight.
Completely. And so here's another example of how this is starting to have 2016 turnout, because, or at least margins, not turnout, because we're way over even 2020 turnout at this point. But Eaton County here was +1 for Trump in 2020, but it was +5 for him in 2016. And he's now back to +5 in Eaton County.
Wow. By the way, Ted Cruz did win Latino voters outright in Texas by 6. He lost Latinos in 2018 by 29 points.
Well, because he was running against that Hispanic Beto O'Rourke.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, Brent, really appreciate the insight. I'm sure we'll be coming back to you in very short order. Our election map coverage, of course, is made possible by our sponsors over at Lumen. Hack your metabolism with one simple device. Understand your body more with Lumen. So, yeah, guys, I mean, it's an astonishing result, what we're watching in real time. Now, listen, these margins are still really, really close. I mean, we'll see. This is all estimated, right? This is us all, getting happy off the New York Times making their estimations.
Right.
And when they say that there is, say, a 64% chance or a 69%, that still means there's a 31% chance it goes the other way. And remember the betrayal of the needle for Hillary Clinton when it was 99% pro-Hillary. Now it's obviously a little bit later in the election at this point.
That's right. Don't forget, the betrayal of the needle against Hillary was always moving in one direction, from the top of the night to the bottom. And this needle has also always been moving, and basically always been moving in one direction from the top of the night to now. And it is now pretty solidly in the likely Trump wins camp. Nate Cohn at the New York Times came out and said about 25, 30 minutes ago, for the first time tonight, we are declaring it is our opinion that it is likely that Trump wins.
If you look at those Senate races, by the way, currently, Dave McCormick is in fact leading Bob Casey by almost 100,000 votes. Again, Pennsylvania does not look like, if trend continues, Pennsylvania does not look like it's going to be particularly close. It looks like Trump is going to walk away with it by at least a couple of percentage points.
They're saying there aren't enough votes left in Philly to point it out.
In Michigan, Mike Rogers is currently leading Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. By the way, Mike Rogers makes it 55. Mike Rogers makes it 55.
Huh? I felt pretty good about Mike Rogers.
Yeah, Mike Rogers, he made a late breaking move. And I was a little skeptical of Mike Rogers because he spent so much of the time trailing. Right now, he's about 50,000, 60,000 votes on Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. In Wisconsin, Eric Hovde is currently up by about 26,000 votes or so on Tammy Baldwin with 65% of the vote in. Now, got to give a shout out to the worst candidate of the cycle, our girl Carrie Lake over in Arizona, who is just getting destroyed by Ruben Gallego in a state that Donald Trump is going to end up walking away with, which, again, moral of the story, gentlemen, do not pick bad candidates for higher office. It turns out that when you pick good candidates, you do betters. And when you pick not great candidates, you do worses.
Well, speaking of good candidates, we're joined by the newly reelected senator from the great state of Texas, Ted Cruz. Senator, thanks for being with us.
It is great to be with you guys. I'm bummed that I'm not there and I can't see you, but I feel confident that there is good scotch and good cigars that are involved.
You know us so well. Big night. You started off this election in a tough race, what I believe became the most expensive Senate race in the country this cycle. And as recently as 8 weeks ago, facing real headwinds. And you've put in an enormous effort in Texas and secured a huge victory tonight.
Well, I got to tell you, our win in Texas was just breathtaking. Right now, about 76% of the votes have been counted. We're up 10 points. We're up nearly a million votes right now, and there's still a quarter of the votes to be counted. I mean, it's incredible. And I'll tell you what's really encouraging also, we're making massive inroads with Hispanic voters in Texas and South Texas. And I got to give a shout out to Ben. So Ben came down to the Rio Grande Valley with me, did a campaign event there. And Michael, this is going to break your heart. But Ben is a friggin' rock star in South Texas. I mean, it was like Elvis walking in the room.
Senator, how much have you been drinking?
And my campaign team was like, how is this Ben Shapiro in the Valley? I mean, it was, they were practically like throwing roses at it.
It was awesome. And what a live audience. And Senator, I mean, it is amazing how you've shifted the vote margins in the state of Texas. The exit polls right now are showing that you're going to win the Latino vote in the state of Texas outright by 6 points, where in your last race, you lost the Latino
Wow.
vote by something like 28 points. And that is a 34-point shift if that holds. You're watching a complete political realignment of the map, Senator.
Look, and it's encouraging for the country. And I actually have to give a shout out to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who all they had to do is open up the border, invite like narco terrorists into the country, and people are like, "You people are friggin' nuts."
Yeah.
And I think actually South Texas is a generational realignment. I think we're going to see. I'm going to make a prediction in the next year that we see a bunch of elected Democrats in South Texas flip over and become Republicans, and they're already conservative. But they've been Democrat for 100 years, and I think this election is really going to shift the math for Texas, and I hope nationally it's going to help shift the math in a significant way for Hispanics across the country.
So, Ted, Fox News is now reporting that the Harris campaign has stopped giving all comment to the media, which is always the sign of a winning campaign.
So I do wonder if Kamala is behaving like Hillary, if she's drunk as a skunk right now and screaming at her aides. I don't know, but it does make you speculate.
Senator, how important was holding the Senate and flipping the Senate in this election?
Look, massively important. And I'll tell you, you guys are fresher on the numbers. I was just listening to you talk about it. I've been on stage until 5 minutes ago, so I've missed the last hour of developments. I know they've called Ohio, and right now the numbers in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, those are really encouraging. And hopefully Montana, I expect they're going to call that pretty soon. Look, I mean, you're right. We could easily be at 55, which is a sea change.
That's right.
And really a big deal.
Wow. Senator, do you have any sense? I assume you've been focused on your own race and this massive win. Do you have any sense on the House right now, how Republicans are feeling? I mean, in a way, if we just get the presidency and the Senate, I'll be happy enough and I'll light the cigar. But it seems like with this kind of momentum, we might do well in the House too.
I think we've got a good shot at it. I've seen no numbers, so I don't. That's not based on developments tonight. But my view has always been that the White House and the House are positively correlated, and that if Trump is turning out big numbers, look, to win the House and grow our majorities, we've got to win some tough seats in New York, some tough seats in California. And based on the early results, I think we've got a real shot at it. But, you know, look, I think the odds are looking very good that come January, we have a Republican White House, a Republican House, and a Republican Senate.
Wow.
And if that's the case, we need to roll up our sleeves and get to work because we had a lot of work to do.
That's exactly right. Senator, I know that you didn't make time for much press tonight. We really appreciate you making time for us. You've got a big party to get back to and a lot of hands to shake. But congratulations again. Cigars on us.
Here we go. Here we go.
Look, I love you guys. You are extraordinary. And by the way, congratulations on getting your movie trailer. What was it on Rachel Maddow today on MSNBC? Like, okay, that was pretty wild.
We try to have
You
a good time.
got to tell me, did anyone stream from that? Did you get any MSNBC people like logging on saying, I got to see the movie?
Nary a single one. Senator, nary a single one. Least efficient marketing campaign in Daily Wire.
Well, I think they all know the answer, which is they think everyone's a racist.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So I'm going to put out a live request to everybody in production. Well, Senator, I know you're busy. Sorry.
Senator, get back to your party. Tell everybody how
guys
it
are
works.
awesome.
Thank you,
Thanks,
sir.
Ted. So I'm going to put out a request to our production team. We need to find out, when do we get to live stream MSNBC? When do we get to watch the good stuff?
It's like,
Okay,
when did you
guys,
start playing
come on.
A friend of mine.
You know what we want.
A friend of mine just bought a subscription about 25 minutes ago. He felt it was now in safe enough territory that it was worth the $50 or whatever in order to watch
MSNBC.
at least on a free trial.
This is like, when can you start playing Christmas music?
Yeah,
It's like,
exactly.
after Thanksgiving.
It seems like the answer may be tonight.
Right now.
It's MS3TK, right? We're just going to sit here. It'll be a shot of us from behind, just critiquing Rachel Maddow and company. Again, the numbers continue to come in favor of President Trump. He is currently up by approximately 60,000 votes in Wisconsin. He is currently up by, at last count, 170,000 votes in Pennsylvania, and he is currently up in Michigan by somewhere on the order of 116,000 votes.
Interestingly enough, both Pennsylvania and Michigan may be the two states in the country the most impacted by the massacre on 10/7.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, by the way, you want a great stat? Here's a great stat for you. You ready for this?
Yes.
So the Biden administration, because they're incompetent and horrifying at everything, And because Kamala Harris is incompetent and horrifying and everything, they've achieved the signal feat of alienating both Jews and Muslims.
Yes.
Wow.
It looks very much as the Detroit Free Press reporter, Niraj Wariku, reports that Kamala Harris will not win the south end of Dearborn.
Whoa.
That's an area that is 90+% Muslim that Biden won with 88% of the vote 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And that vote is instead going to the best Jew of all, Jill Stein.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's
Well, this is actually something
you
that
can't be psychotic enough for the psychotic, you stupid asses.
Well, this is
Turns out.
also there's another point here, which is that the war is great in theory for a certain group of people, but it's terrible in practice for every single person involved.
Mm.
And so in Pennsylvania, you have a large Jewish population who's rightly outraged about what happened. And I suspect that in places like Michigan, you have people who are outraged that the people actually dying in the war are their kin. And what they would like to see is some kind of American leadership that helps. Well, they could have prevented this, which you had in Donald Trump, to his credit, or could bring this to an end, which I think you will also have in Donald Trump.
When I was at MSG, I saw sitting 40 feet away from people, 40 feet away from each other, a woman in a hijab, and then just across the way, guys holding up an Israel flag.
Yeah.
This is so funny. They're so close to each other. Why are they both here? Did one of them get tricked or something?
Yeah.
And you think, no, it is actually rational.
How close together were they?
They were pretty close.
That's like the width of Israel.
They're roughly the river to the sea.
This is tangentially, we've got to talk about this yo voy a votar por Donald Trump situation that's going. I mean, like this Latino vote that has, if this turns out to be the actual result, that in itself, along with perhaps the shift in black men, will represent something so significant. And what's crazy to me, and I'm only even now in real time coming to realize this, is really what this represents is that Latinos are assimilating. Right. I mean, basically what we're saying, and this is true also of the hijab wearing woman and the Jew at the MSG rally, and all of these different people that we've seen, Again, we've said this a million times, so we don't have to reiterate it, but Trump is imperfect, and yet he represents a certain bullish Americanism that everybody responds to viscerally. And one of the things that has come under question with the influx of indiscriminate illegal immigration is how much racial diversity can that Americanism actually sustain?
Yeah.
And now, if it turns out that Latinos are flocking to Trump, it will turn out that, in fact...
Well, speaking of assimilation, Michael Knowles is going to leave this broadcast and go over to Timcast. Our friend Tim Pool is broadcasting live from DWHQ, and Michael is no longer going to be a member of this team.
He will reassimilate.
He will reassimilate.
How do you like that transition?
That team.
And I will cease to be an Italian and become a Hispanic.
I've been waiting.
Like in that one movie.
Like in that movie, actually. During the 2016 election, actually.
That's right.
That yo voy a hablar con Tim Pool. Adios, amigos.
You get one of those little black hats.
You know why this is, honest to God. It's because Donald Trump, they're always calling him a racist.
Hold on. Look at this shot.
Look at how good
Look at Michael walking.
This is movie making.
Wow.
Look how beautiful our studio is.
Hello, everybody. Do you realize how close these people are to us? I had no idea. It seemed like they were in a completely different room. Unbelievable.
Oh my God.
This is big. Last time when we were doing this in 2016, we were in Jeremy's broom closet where there was mold. There were rats scurrying about. Now this is big. And it's all because of the Daily Wire Plus members. We really appreciate you. If you haven't joined yet, now's the time to do it. No one's quite popping champagne, but everyone's getting a little excited. And here we are. Is this? Oh, my man. Don't tempt me. The Churchill is magnificent of the Mayflower cigars. I'm not ready to light them up yet. Are you guys celebrating yet? Oh, hey, what's going on? Are we? Did someone just put a little tappy in front of me?
Absolutely. Yes. Do you have a glass?
I could use a glass.
Where did the glasses
Where are the
go?
glasses?
Are the glasses back there?
No. We have fresh cups.
Somebody
the wonderful people at the Daily Wire brought in a bunch of fresh glasses for this delicious Kentucky bourbon that I insist you partake.
If you look, I was going to wait to celebrate, but that was before Tim brought out like a $2,000 bottle.
Well, you might as well light up a cigar while you're at it.
I'm tempted to do
You
it.
look great, by the way. You look great.
Thank you.
You
You know,
look
this
absolutely
is
great.
my-
He looks all right, yeah.
Dapper is the word we use.
Okay. This is my Mayflower Cigars smoking jacket, which is sold out now, so no one can get it, unfortunately. But we're doing it with Shepherd's, which is the men's clothing company that is owned in part by Harrison Butker. And I just feel that the right now, it feels good. I don't want to get out in front of my skis. It feels good though.
I hear you. No, I'm there with you. Can I get a cigar?
You can.
Oh
It's
my
actually-
gosh.
Wow.
Well, I'm just
My,
asking. Listen,
look
I take
at
whatever
you,
ones I can.
man.
It's the art of the deal. I was asked earlier.
The light, the dark, the big, the small.
What's the I'll get one of the light ones.
The light one is the Mayflower Dawn. Is it Dawn in America?
You have to
The
get
dark
up
one
and
is the
get it,
Mayflower
Seamus.
Dusk.
Do you
You
expect me to
clearly don't
deliver it
watch
to
this
you?
podcast because I do, and I know the names
That's
and the
so-
smoke.
Did you want to advertise it instead of it?
Yeah, that's what we're waiting on.
Prager.
Something
so
to celebrate
ashamed.
officially.
I'm so ashamed that we let him not only go over there, but take us all on that journey
On set,
of
yeah.
hearing him
We're gonna do it
peddle
on
his
set
cigars.
It's like
To,
If I didn't know
worst
he's
part
that
is they're good
company, I'd be
cigars.
so upset right now. So yeah, things are continue to go well. It's a good night. It's a so far. God willing, it is an excellent evening, and the Senate races are continuing to look good. The House races right now, House is still up in the air. About 165 Republican House seats that are going to be retained. About 110 for the Democrats, and Democrats need about 43 in order to take the House. They've won 4 so far. Republicans need about 27. They've won 2, so it's still very early for a lot of the House races. But as Ted Cruz suggests, if Trump does well, if the Republicans do well in the Senate, there's every indicator that they're going to outperform. Republicans are outperforming, by the way, including New York. He's going to win 30% of New York City.
Really?
Trump. Yeah, he's going to win 30% of New York City.
Cabot, you said you had some interesting information for us.
Yeah, a few things here. One, CNN just did a very dour report from the Harris headquarters. They said that it was, quote, completely silent at her watch party. We also saw an email from the campaign manager for Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon, telling the campaign staff to, quote, get some sleep and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So sounds like they're telling their campaign staff, all right, you can go home, you can sleep. A few other interesting notes. Bitcoin just hit a record all-time high.
Yes.
74,000. Dow futures have also soared 600 points in the last 2 hours. So clearly the crypto and actual markets are thriving now. One more interesting exit poll that we haven't talked about yet, and this might be the sweetest of them all. For voters who said that democracy in the U.S. is threatened, Donald Trump won those voters by 7 points.
Really?
Unbelievable.
That is a
Said that.
CNN exit poll.
Why did you think that was going to happen?
Because they asked the question if democracy is the most important thing, and I said, well, that doesn't mean they think that Kamala Harris is the best.
Is
thing
the
for
representative of
democracy.
democracy. I mean,
it's a stupid question.
Come on, right? She really is a deranged psychopath.
Well,
right?
there's
like,
that,
she's a contemptible weirdo. Like this is sort of. It's
also good.
Back
It's also good for Drew to be right about politics once every 4 years.
I have been right every show, every day. I have the receipts, every Daily Wire. I've told you exactly what's going to happen as it's happened.
This is what it was like to grow up with. By the way, my whole childhood was this.
You grew up with a man you're not related to?
Yeah, I know. I would just drop over his house.
Strangely, for 18 years of my life, this complete stranger would come over periodically and say, "I was right. You didn't believe me."
all the time.
I will say that we haven't talked enough about crypto. I started off the morning saying if Donald Trump wins, Bitcoin will hit $80 this week.
Why? Why?
Because the kind of people who engage in the crypto markets are necessarily renegades. They're necessarily anti-establishment. And I think that just like so many aspects of our economy have been artificially suppressed by the horrible threat of more regulation, worse fiduciary policy over time, the crypto markets in particular are so afraid that the left is going to regulate them out of existence. Just like social media is so afraid that the left is going to regulate them out of existence, just like Elon Musk is so afraid that the left is going to regulate him out of existence. And so I'm thinking now, I mean, it already hit $75,000 today. It could hit $100,000 by the end of the year.
I will add,
Donald Trump wins.
I went to a lot of Trump rallies this cycle. The single loudest moment of any Trump rally that I heard was not a Trump rally. It was Trump speaking at the International Bitcoin Conference here in National, when he promised to protect cryptocurrency. He was going to fire a number of FEC or SEC employees. When he made that promise, it was the loudest applause that I heard of the entire cycle. And one more note I'll add on that trip: we met a former NFL player at that conference who took his entire salary in Bitcoin. He's now a mega, almost billionaire. Michael Knowles told him, I'm not invested in Bitcoin. And he pulled out a card and said, Michael, this QR code, I will give you your first Bitcoin. Here's a QR code. Just scan that. It'll contact me and I'll get you set up. I talked to Michael a few days later at the office. I'm like, did you get your first Bitcoin? And he's like,
are you kidding?
Oh my gosh.
so we got to ask him about that. We got to ask him, did he actually find that card and redeem?
So as of this evening, he left $75,000 on the table.
That's
by Christmas, he could have left $100,000 on the table for free.
Someone at that conference picked up that QR code. And
unbelievable. Listen, while Michael Knowles has terrible judgment and Andrew Klavan's only right every once in a while, our sponsors are right all the time. We're going to take a moment to tell you about one of them right now.
It's often said that freedom isn't free, and of course that's true. Freedom does have to be defended. What isn't said enough is that online freedom isn't free either. It too has to be defended, not by military force, of course, but by a certain technological force, encryption. Strong encryption can protect your right to privacy online and defend you from hackers. So, how do you get this encryption? With ExpressVPN.
When I think of hackers, I think of Neo from The Matrix. But it turns out a precocious 12-year-old with a laptop could be just clicks away from getting all of your personal information.
Your information is more valuable than you realize. Hackers can make up to $1,000 by selling your info on the dark web. That's why you need ExpressVPN, of course. They're going to protect your identity, protect your personal data, keep the bad guys out of your business.
Now, when I'm traveling, which is frequent these days, I'm in hotels, I'm in airports, I'm in cafes, I will not connect to the internet without ExpressVPN.
In a world where it seems like every corporation wants to take away more and more of your privacy, it's nice to find a company that goes the extra mile to protect it. So if you want to join me in defending your online freedom, get ExpressVPN. You can use my special link to get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN for free at expressvpn.com/election. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/election.
Join us now from Trump HQ, where I suspect they're not telling their people to go home and get some sleep. It's our very own Mary Margaret Olahan. Welcome back to the show, Mary Margaret.
Hey guys, it's great to be here with you.
How are things going down there? What's the vibe in the room?
Well, everyone down here is very excited. We've been talking to a lot of people on the ground, a lot of these Trump supporters, former White House employees, former White House staff, people who hope they may be future White House staff, and everyone across the board, except maybe some of the liberal media here, thinks that Trump is going to win. So everyone we're talking to is rejoicing. They're really excited. Multiple people told me they think it's going to be a big blowout. It's just very high enthusiasm. And as you can see behind me, they'll show on the screens Fox or CNN when they're announcing which state went for which candidate. And whenever a state goes for Trump, there's a huge wild applause. And then there's booing when it goes for Harris. So it's fun. It's exciting to be here.
Now, where you're standing right now, you're literally surrounded by liberal reporters. How are they holding up?
Yeah, so this has been fun. If you look around, we are surrounded. We've got, directly to my right and left, we've got Newsmax and Fox News. But then, of course, ABC is a couple of rows down. And then we got CNN over here. Some glum faces around us, I can tell you. There's some people who were smiling earlier in the evening that no longer are. It's kind of funny to me, too, to be here when surrounded by a lot of people that I've seen online for many years. People be very aggressive, very antagonistic about Republicans or Trump, and who are now here in real life, and they're talking about the news, and it's kind of funny, actually, to see them in real life.
One thing with the Kamala Harris campaign, they've all but said that we will not hear from the vice president tonight. But I suspect that even if we don't get a call tonight, we may still hear from Donald Trump. What do you think?
I think we will hear from him, whether or not we get a call up on the race. A lot of people in the crowd are telling me the same thing. Trump loves his supporters. He loves his team. So we think he's going to show up here, whether or not we get results. And as you can see behind me, there's a podium. All his supporters are here and excited. So I hope he comes. I'd love to see what he has to say, even if we don't get results tonight. But I will tell you, a lot of people in here are thinking that we're going to hear the results of the 2024 election tonight. That's, speculation on a lot of their parts, but that's just the vibe in the room that's growing and growing. And I really hope we do too, because it would be fun to have the results and move on with the next future president of the United States and learn how we're going to make America great and healthy and prosperous once again.
Mary Margaret, thank you. We'll be checking in later in the night. Of course, Marsha Blackburn,
All right, see you
senator
soon.
from Tennessee, recently reelected, of course, won her race and said to our own Michael Knowles that she predicted we would have results by midnight tonight, which is only 2 hours.
By the way, Daily Wire's footprint at Trump HQ was made possible by our friends over at PDS Debt. Get a custom plan, become debt-free right now at pdsdebt.com/dailywire. By the way, our fellow Jews coming through over in New York. Yeah, boy. There it is. They're showing up in Westchester County. They're showing up in Nassau County. Donald Trump is currently winning 33% of New York City. 33% of New York City. Not
Okay.
the state, the city.
Does that bode well then for Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Because there are a significant number of
Yes.
Jewish voters.
So when I campaigned with McCormick, we did one particular event in somebody's backyard with a bunch of Jews there who cared about Israel. They were fired up. There was one lady who was like, listen, I don't know if I can pull the trigger for Trump just because of all his various excesses and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, you don't have a choice. You need to pull the trigger for Trump. And I think that is coming out loud and clear right now. Gotta tell you, the number of friends that I have in Israel who have been texting me all day long, asking me if I thought Trump was going to win. And I was like, listen, I'm cautiously optimistic. I think he's going to win. Like, so there was a poll in Israel of who they wanted to win, and that poll found that by a margin of something like 70-6, they wanted Donald Trump to win. I mean, because they know which administration is likely to allow them to, kill the terrorists and face down Iran, and which one is likely to side with the terrorists and stop them from killing the terrorists. So, listen, the world is going to be a much more peaceful place. Nate Cohen just put out this statement 24 minutes ago. There's still a lot of vote left in Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philly. But for Harris to win, she would need to outperform Biden's numbers here in 2020. So far, she's underperforming Biden's results just about everywhere in the country. Okay, that bodes ill for somewhere. By the way, I cannot wait for the books to be written. I cannot wait. Joe Biden is going to rush to a biographer. And he and Jill are just gonna shit so hard all over Kamala Harris and everything that has happened. It is going to be wildly entertaining. The amount of rage Joe Biden must feel right now. And the beautiful thing for Joe Biden, and it's wonderful, truly wonderful. It's like the best day of his life right now. Because the truth is that had he run, he probably would have lost to Trump. But he didn't. He got ousted for Kamala Harris. So now he gets to claim for the rest of his life that if he had been left in place, he would have beaten Trump, and they unfairly ousted him after the most successful first term and out of gas. And then he's going to get to just crap so hard over this lady he hates like fire. I mean, he hates her with the fiery passion of 1,000 burning suns. Jill Biden, same thing. She's wanted to strap Kamala Harris to one of Elon Musk's rockets and fire her into space for years. It's going to be like the recriminations here are going to be so wonderful and so well-deserved by all involved. And I'm here for every single moment of it. Every single moment. I mean, I got to say, like, I thought the writing on this season of Trump was overdone. I really did. I thought this season of Trump had gone off the rails. I thought that God in the back room writing that script, he's like, you know what? Not just one assassination attempt, two. We're going to go back to the well. We need a second assassination attempt. Like, what if the Democratic candidate died on the stage? Like, well, that'd be cool. But what if we like totally swapped him out for her? And then what if she picked like this weirdo who has floppy arm syndrome from Minnesota? Like this writing is just bad. It's just not good writing. I'm sorry. It's overdone. It's like it's like some of the worst soap opera stuff I've ever. But I got to tell you, they really nailed the finale. They are nailing the finale. It's unbelievably good. I'm loving every second of it. I cannot wait for the online extras. I'm subscribing. I'm like the merch. Oh, the merch. Are you kidding me? The merch is going to be unreal. It's going to be so good. And I got to tell you, the turning point of this election is when Donald Trump and I stood by the grave of, and there's a picture of me and Donald Trump making prayers, at the grave of Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. That's the moment when this election was decided.
Of course.
Through pure Zionistic laser power. That is when this election turned boom. Check out the polls. October 7th, 2024.
I will curse those, right? Who curse you?
Yeah.
Correct. There you go. God coming through once again. I had a going theory that I told some friends before this, that God definitely wants Donald Trump to win. I've been saying this for a while, that God clearly wants Donald Trump to win. There's only one reason: God turns Trump's head right at the last minute, and the bullet misses him by this much. And then the other part of my theory is that Donald Trump was trying to thwart God. And as it turns out, the good part of my theory is that God always wins. You can try and thwart God. You can say, I am not called, I am not worthy, and God will still choose you. And that's how this will go. And so, yeah, you know what? You can see the smile on my face. I'm getting a little confident, guys. I went from cautiously optimistic to nauseously optimistic. And now I'm just, pretty optimistic at this point. I got to say, I'm enjoying the evening. The enjoyment portion of this evening has officially begun. It's now a Jewish holiday. That's right. It went from tragedy to triumph. That's right. It's time to break out some symbolic rituals. It's time to eat some kosher food. It's time to imbibe. And it's time to speak some Yiddish. Yeah, baby. Suck on that, Nick Fuentes.
The Hebrew hammer.
Yeah, Hebrew. Yeah, that's right.
You're terrifying when you're happy.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh man.
It's amazing to think that Donald Trump could win without the Nick Fuentes vote.
Yeah, man.
The map is just looking better and better.
It is.
Look at Michigan.
Okay, so if it goes the way we think it's going, those first 100 crucial days, the agenda, tariffs. What
Don't
else
give a
do you
shit,
see?
man. Don't care at all. Do not care. Sorry, still basking. Gonna take a little while. Gonna need a moment with this one. The first 100 days.
Yeah.
So the first 100 days, here's what's actually going to happen. So what's actually going to happen is the people who are deeply involved in staffing, other than sort of Don Jr. You got Howard Lutnick, who's deeply involved in staffing up the administration. I think that the early sort of front runners for some of these positions, Tom Cotton for SecDef. I think Mike Pompeo might be considered for Sec State again. If not Pompeo, you might take a look at Marco Rubio, senator from Florida. You're looking for Secretary of the Treasury. That one's kind of hard. Obviously Musk goes in. He's going to perform some government function.
Maybe Musk doesn't want to be in the government.
No, not in the government, but like as a special advisor.
Yeah.
There's some of the investment class that I think you'll see likely nominated for the some Trump's New York investment friends for Secretary of the Treasury, kind of like Mnuchin when in as Secretary of the Treasury. The thing is, Trump has a team that already worked, and so I think a lot of those people end up coming back. I think David Friedman for UN ambassador, possibly Morgan Ortega's for UN ambassador. Like there are a bunch of people who are really good who are going to come in, and they're going to start cleaning it up. And it'll be interesting now with a very robust Senate majority is what this is looking like. At the very least, a robust Senate majority. Yeah, I think he's going to get most of his picks through. So it depends on sort of which place you choose to focus. When it comes to domestic policy, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to make the Trump tax cuts permanent. That is task number one. They're going to make those permanent so that those just don't sunset, right? Because he has to guarantee that he doesn't screw up the economy. The next thing that you're going to do is he's going to slap a bunch of tariffs on China, which he's going to do, I think, forthwith, and I think he should do because China is a cheater and China is an intellectual property thief, and they happen to be run by an evil dictatorship. So that'll be very good.
Remain in Mexico.
Yes, obviously on the border, Remain in Mexico immediately goes back into place. Reinterpretation of asylum law goes immediately right back into place. Prioritization of deportation of criminally legal aliens goes back into place with widespread deportations of those people and massive new investigative authority for ICE. On foreign policy, I think Israel is going to hit Iran's nuclear facilities between the election and Trump taking office, because I think that Trump doesn't want that on the table when he gets into office. And with the Israelis knowing that they're going to have a friend back in the White House as opposed to an enemy, they probably go hard and they go fast and they go now, because Trump is telling, Trump said it openly. He said, I don't want this happening while I'm president. They're like, okay, sure, no problem, man. We'll take care of business right now because we know that you're not there to cut us off at the knees. So I would be shocked if Israel doesn't go quite hard over the course of the next couple months. One of the under-noticed stories of the day, because we have a thing going on, is that Prime Minister Netanyahu fired his Minister of Defense in Israel, Yoav Gallant, who is widely considered on the right in Israel to be sort of a pipeline to the Biden-Harris administration. And so he's putting in some more of his own people, which means he's likely to go quite hard, quite fast. That is going to bring peace to the Middle East. And Donald Trump is going to bring Saudi into the Abraham Accords, undoubtedly. That is a thing that Donald Trump has already been pre-negotiating. That is going to happen. That's why he wants solidity in the Middle East. He wants Israel to finish up whatever they're doing security-wise. He wants them to finish up in Lebanon. He wants them to finish up in the Gaza Strip. And then Donald Trump is going to work. He has all those connects already made. That's all going to come into play. As far as Ukraine, Trump and Vance have already said, contrary to popular opinion, both Trump and Vance have said they will continue to fund Ukraine sufficient so that Vladimir Putin does not walk into Kyiv. But they are also going to be realistic about what the prospect for what the final settlement in Ukraine looks like, which is the solidification of the borders of Donbass and Ukraine, some sort of commitment to neutrality, but with some sort of additional funding of military resources sufficient to deter a further Russian invasion. Things are about to get
How long do you
better.
think that'll take on the Ukraine-Russia front?
That's up to Putin.
Yeah.
That's up to Putin. I think Putin, this is one of the dangers, is that if you keep signaling that you're a little weak on it, then Putin probably keeps trying to push and push and push, hoping that you'll just go away and then he'll walk into Kyiv. But here's the thing about Trump. The one thing Donald Trump does not like to do is lose. He hates losing. And he knows that if Putin is seen walking through Kyiv, he looks like a loser. So he doesn't want that. He doesn't want the photos of Vladimir Putin walking through Kyiv in the same way that he wouldn't have wanted the photos of the Taliban walking through Bagram Air Base, right? So he's realistic about all of that. So those, I think, are the things that are probably front burner items for President Trump. And then there are going to be some fixes around Obamacare that will take place. He's not going to do anything on abortion. I mean, he'll put in place, all the executive orders that Republicans always do, right? No foreign funding of foreign abortions, the so-called Mexico rule. He'll put that back into place. But I think all of those are not only doable, I think they're eminently doable, and I think he gets all that done inside the first 100 days.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're going to take a break while we wait for the next results to come in and tell you a little bit about what's been going on at Daily Wire Plus.
Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering Life, Strengthen Your Relationship, with my series Marriage. In a series on masculinity, discover your purpose. In Vision and Destiny, develop a vision for your own life. You need to do that. My new series Negotiation offers practical steps to help you close a deal where both sides walk away with a win. We're also offering a 3-part series on success, how to strengthen your family and to strengthen your relationships and to aim up. People are struggling with depression and anxiety. We walk through all of that. How do you cope with it? What's the best pathway forward? In addition, we've explored biblical writings and their cultural influence. Our new 10-part series on the Gospels delineates the accounts of the New Testament writings. And finally, join me on a journey through time. Foundations of the West. The work we're doing with the Daily Wire brings the spirit of adventure forward. Join us on Daily Wire Plus today.
Well, folks, we're now joined here at Daily Wire HQ by Brent Buchanan of Signal Polling. Welcome back to the show, Brent. So tell us, how are things going in this great state of Wisconsin?
Well, here's a story for you. You're eating Jelly Bellies, right?
I am.
Ronald Reagan's favorite?
Indeed.
Okay. If you go to the factory in California, they sell something called belly flops, and it's the Jelly Bellies that didn't make it into the bag.
I'm not only aware of that, I've done that myself.
Well,
because I know all things except for what's going on in Wisconsin. So tell me, Brent, what's going on in Wisconsin?
Well, this is the segue. Kamala Harris is belly flopping.
Like that.
Nice, Brent.
Loving it. A plus, grade A, good stuff. Keep going. Tell me more.
All right. So as we look at Wisconsin, one thing you'll note, real red. Let's look at 2 particular counties that matter to Kamala Harris significantly. And that is Dane, which is Madison, the capital. And when you look at this historical comparison here, just look at the raw vote differences between these. Kamala Harris is 8,000 under her 2020 numbers. Trump is up 2,000 on his 2020 numbers. She really needed to perform here, and she's down 2 points on her margin that she had in 2020. And then we go down to Rock County here. This is another one that she really needed to perform well in. What's unique about Rock County is it is, let's flip to this, 10% Hispanic. So this is one of the most diverse counties in one of the whitest states in the entire country. And this was a Biden plus 11 seat, and it is now only Kamala plus 7. So you just take these factors that we've been talking about, which is the counties she needs are only performing at 2020 numbers. And then you add that into the fact that if they're only performing at 2020 numbers, she's not even meeting Biden's margin in these 2. And this was one of the closest states in 2020. It was less than 1% that Biden won this state by. So what's really happening, because we're plugging all this data into several of our models, and it's this, is that there's not just this overall white change in the vote. What's really interesting is that if a county is really diverse, the white turnout in that county did not change from 2020. So think of this as like a U. And then if you have super, super white counties where almost nobody but white people live there, they didn't move much from their 2020. It was these counties that were about 75 to 85% white that had the largest shift towards Trump. And if you go back and look historically, they had the largest shifts in 2020 towards Biden. And so it's not this homogenous, all non-whites are moving more towards Trump, all whites are staying where they are. It's this unique patchwork that's occurring in turnout, depending on what type of diversity there is within your county, but it's all benefiting Donald Trump and white, black, brown, everything in between counties right now.
So, Brent, technically, when you read all the data in, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much does Kamala Harris suck as a candidate? And would they have been better off keeping the corpse of Joe Biden in place to actually run? Because the recriminations here are going to be so delicious, I will feast off of them for years to come.
Well, I prefer scales that also have negatives. So let's go with like a -4 on that -10 to 10 scale. But yeah, and one of the things that we pointed out when they decided to take their democratically elected nominee and swap it out with somebody who did not get a single vote, we said that this is really going to hurt her with union voters. And you saw this in the Teamster vote, where Joe Biden had a slight lead on Trump in April among Teamster members, and then he overwhelmingly was defeating Harris. And that one data point shows you the weakness that she was having. And these Rust Belt states here, from Wisconsin to Michigan, even all the way over to Pennsylvania, very, very heavy union households. And so even if the Democratic Union voters stay home or they swap their vote, it causes massive disruption in the electoral margins between these candidates, as we're seeing right here play out before us.
Brent, right now, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin have more than 80% of the vote in. And Donald Trump in both states has above 50% of the vote. I mean, in the case of Wisconsin right now, Wisconsin, according to Decision Desk, 84% of the vote in. Donald Trump, 56 to Kamala Harris's 42. And that's with RFK Jr. still being on the ballot. I mean, we're getting dangerously close to actually being able to call Wisconsin. And if we call Wisconsin, we are essentially calling the race.
Yes.
Yeah, we also have to assume that a lot of the results that are going to come in are from cities not favorable to Donald Trump. This is just what historically happens. I really hope this is blowout territory so that there's not issues related to, well, what votes were they trying to go find and shove into the count. Yeah. This is one of the reasons you should be like Florida and report the vote within 2 hours, and then there's no question as to how the election played out. But it's getting really, really hard to see where Kamala Harris can pull out any of these 3 Rust Belt states at this point.
Well, I also have a piece of breaking news. The Republicans have flipped, wait for it, the governor's mansion in, wait for it, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I saw that.
We actually won that, yeah. So yeah, this is great. So Brent, thank you so much. This has been wildly enjoyable. And next time we check in, I hope it will be just as enjoyable or even more so. I'll be eating a different candy. So try to think up a joke about those candies and how we will connect, for example, M&Ms to the situation in Pennsylvania.
All right, time to hit the Google.
All righty, folks. This visit to our election HQ has been brought to you by friends over at Lumen. Go check out Lumen right now. It is a great device, and I will need it a lot after eating this entire bowl of Jelly Bellies in celebration.
One hates to get cocky because we have seen stranger things happen, but this is looking more and more like Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States.
Well, so let's get pessimistic for a moment, just out of curiosity. I mean, her number of confirmed victories is increasing.
Yes.
Trump's still nicely ahead. If you had to be pessimistic and things, how could things still go dreadfully wrong, or is that out of the realm of
The only way
possibility
they go
at the
dreadfully
moment?
wrong is if she suddenly, like, massive vote dumps in Philly, Detroit, and Madison, Wisconsin, Philly, Detroit, Milwaukee. It's the big cities. And I said this early on, actually. So I'm all credit to me because I said it early on in the night. But I said in North Carolina that if she did not win North Carolina, it was the entire election was going to come down to giant voter turnout in 3 big cities.
Yeah,
I did say that, like, within the first 20 minutes of this broadcast. I'm just going to point that out. I was going to point out so far, the only thing I've gotten wrong is New Hampshire. Just going to say it.
You went all in on New Hampshire, though.
You went all in. I do have to say that Arizona is very close with 55% of the vote in, which that's still early, but it's essentially a toss-up, 49-49 for the 2 candidates. So if you're going to get pessimistic, could we end up losing Arizona and sort of unraveling our map a little bit?
Not going to happen. We're going to win Arizona. Arizona is solidly in red territory. According to the New York Times, Arizona is a high likelihood, a very, very high likelihood of a Donald Trump win at this point. Again, it would be kind of shocking were he to lose. They have him up by a projected almost 4%.
It's at least safe to say we're going to have a winner. I mean, this probably will not drag on for days.
No, I think that there's a very good shot that we will have a winner in the next 2 hours. I mean, if it continues at this rate, I think there's going to be a temptation by some networks to start calling some of those Rust Belt states. If people want to be super cautious, you're probably talking about late morning, tomorrow morning, or early afternoon. But by tomorrow night, President Trump, I think, will be pretty obvious.
If they call one of these Rust Belt states,
it's over.
They've called the election.
Yes, because Arizona is definitely going to go in Trump's category. All he needed was North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and one of the Rust Belt.
So now the Democrats are going to have to complain that the problem is the popular vote.
And there are the, but
you got to get rid of the popular
I thought you were
and
just
the
going to stop
electoral ballot.
that the problem is the people.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to go back to that point, but that is what it's going to be. Get ready for it. They are going to rage against the dying of the light, and it's going to be worse for them. They're going to have to go deep into the crevasse of fail before they start to emerge like in something like reasonable order.
So what do you expect will happen now? Let's assume the best for a moment, so to speak, that the Republicans control the presidency and the Senate and the House. And that means you have these really quite radical people, Musk and Kennedy in particular, now taking up dominant positions in the White House. They're threatening the big pharma industry. So that's a major threat. They're threatening big agriculture. Legacy media is like stone dead. The education establishment is in serious trouble. The military industrial complex is unlikely to be happy. Like, what do you guys foresee happening? That's a lot. Well, and that says nothing about the CIA and the FBI, let's say. Like, it doesn't seem to me to be realistic to presume that such people are going to just take this sort of thing lying down.
No.
And that says nothing about the leftist radicals who are quite nicely organized after all the pro-Hamas protests. Like,
So
what do you see happening here?
I mean, there'll be resistance inside each of these agencies. It's why, the attempt to move a lot of these employees to so-called Schedule F is going to make a huge difference. This is something that the Trump administration is going to try and do. They're going to take the permanent political class and they're going to say they are now fireable under the articles of the Constitution. The president does have unitary executive authority to fire all of these people.
Schedule F meaning what? What
Schedule
happens?
so right now, by union contract and by regulation, if you are considered a non-political appointee in the executive branch, there's a procedure that you have to go through in order to be ousted from your job. If you are redesignated as a Schedule F employee, that means you're effectively an at-will employee of the executive branch, and the president of the United States can summarily fire you. And so that's going to go forward pretty quickly. Again, I think that there are certain areas. It'll be interesting to see what RFK Jr. is actually given. So I think RFK Jr. ends up in charge of like Ag and HHS and FDA. No, I think that he probably ends up as like Department of Agriculture guy, like Secretary of Ag. Maybe you put him in charge of FDA. But I think that, again, it's not as though you have.
I'd give him HHS, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem with HHS is that's really more about the application of Obamacare and Medicaid than it is about like the health things that he cares about. He cares more about FDA kind of stuff, like vaccines or like food and water, right? Like that's more FDA type stuff. Maybe EPA. I think that EPA would be a problem for him.
Are we going to
Trump
keep Rachel Levine in place? Is my question.
Yeah.
Doctor.
Only if she
Admiral Doctor.
Only Donald Trump will bring him on the carpet and force him to admit he's a man, and then say,
then he could stay.
Then he can stay.
For
I like
those
that.
of you who haven't noticed.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be interesting to see also, because here's the thing. Congress is still a body in the government. The president doesn't just get to make all the rules, and neither does anybody in the executive branch agencies. So if RFK decides to get like super radical about things in a way that Congress doesn't like, Congress can take power back from the executive branch, or these things can get challenged in court. I think the biggest holdup to Trump in terms of whatever his agenda is going to be the courts, right? There will be a lot of legal cases that are filed against all of this, and then it'll get held up. And the Supreme Court is not going to take all those cases. A lot of this stuff is going to get held up. Listen, it's very hard to do radical change inside the United States government. And I think that that's overall a very, very good thing. It does mean that there are a lot of barriers to entry in terms of the stuff that Trump is going to try to get done. Like when they say that Elon Musk is going to come in and cut $2 trillion in spend. No, he's not. I mean, that's actually not possible.
It's not possible to cut $2 trillion.
This is also why if we have Congress and the presidency, you have to ruthlessly move your agenda forward and start stacking wins and stack them quickly, because we know that that's the situation Trump had in 2016, the first 2 years, and the fact is not a lot was achieved with all that power for 2 years. And
hypothetically knows more about what he's doing this time.
You would hope
be
so.
Prepared to hit the ground running.
and also any like traditionally Republicans have always worried that well, if we advance our agenda too quickly and too ruthlessly, then the other side will be mad. And then when they're in power, think of all the terrible things
But
they'll
this
do.
is actually what Project 2025 was about, was Heritage attempting to lay out a roadmap for how to effectuate policy rapidly in the first 100 days.
Right.
And Donald Trump, as a matter of political expediency, distanced himself completely.
That's why Trump, as soon as he wins, he needs to say, never mind, I am doing Project 2025.
Actually,
and by the way,
in 2025 made a tremendous mistake in not issuing some kind of small Bible of what it said, because it was so long that the Dems can say anything they wanted about it. Nobody knew
it was
in it.
repealing the infield fly rule.
Yeah.
But I will give you a little insider. I think I might be the first one to break this story. When Trump shot down Project 2025, that was fair enough, because our real radical agenda, Project 2026. That one makes 2025 look like child's play.
By the way, I mean, it is worth noting here that undoubtedly, Clarence Thomas will end up retiring from the bench under President Trump in this next term. And that is because he's 76 years old. There's a good shot that Samuel Alito, who is 74, will also end up retiring from the bench, and new justices will be appointed in their place, which will enshrine, in fact, a conservative majority on the court for years to come. Because, that was a scary thing. I mean, Clarence Thomas is the best justice on the Supreme Court. He's still obviously very much with it in mind. He's also 76 years old, and he's not going to play the Ruth Bader Ginsburg game where you end up, God forbid, going under a Democrat. And then
let's not knock Sam Alito, though. I mean, I'm kind of actually partial to
Sam's
Sam
great.
Alito. Both,
Justice Alito's fantastic. I mean, again.
So both those guys, though, are a little bit
long in the tooth. Long in the tooth. Yeah, by the time that Donald Trump leaves office in this next term, Samuel Alito will be 78 years old. Right? That you're starting to get into the territory where you really want to think at 77 about whether you want to be the person who ends up, moving into a Democratic administration. I think one of the things that's worth noting here is that, we can be, the number one thing that Donald Trump is going to do is be not Kamala Harris, right? He is going to stop dead that agenda from moving forward, and not doing the thing is like 80% of what he needs to do. It's very hard to think of, massive, like the things I would want to do, right? Like restructuring the federal entitlement programs that are clearly going to bankrupt the country. It ain't going nowhere, and it's not going to happen. Right? Like we're just gonna fly right off that cliff. It's going to 100 miles an hour.
As you say, it's going to happen because it has to happen.
Right, exactly. I mean, reality will hit and we'll fall off the cliff, and then austerity measures or inflation or high taxation will happen. I mean, all those things will happen. But the one thing that Trump really can do, the biggest thing he can do, is radical deregulation. The radical deregulation will happen.
Which he started to do already.
Right. Now he's going to go to, he had a ratio of 2 to 1, right? For every new regulation passed, you repeal 2. Now he says it's going to go 4 to 1, right? For every regulation that is created, 4 will be repealed. Right? All of these are really good and really important things. As far as what happens in Congress, the answer is that, the government is a giant tractor, and it just keeps on moving forward almost no matter what. So if you're hoping for Donald Trump to come in and lower the federal debt by leaps and bounds, that's really not.
No, he's never said he's going to do that.
Correct. That's not the thing you should hope for. What the real theory of Donald Trump, and this is where he actually is, like W, unfortunately, actually is this area, is that he believes you can outgrow the debt. Right, that if you have enough economic dynamism, eventually you'll generate enough revenue that you can pay off all of that sort of stuff. So again, that's the stuff that's sort of on the table. Again, I'm just giving you the latest vote totals. So right now, Donald Trump continues to be up by about 100,000 votes, with 77% of the vote recorded in the state of Wisconsin. Meanwhile, in the state of Pennsylvania, very, very narrow lead in the state of Pennsylvania. President Trump is up by approximately, well, actually not that narrow. My math is bad. He's up by about 170,000 votes in the state of Pennsylvania, with 85% of the vote counted. The New York Times is estimating that he will win the state by somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.1%, Wisconsin by 1.8%. Over in Michigan, 48% of the vote counted. President Trump's lead continues to grow there. He's up by about 130,000 votes. They're estimating that he'll win that state by 2.2%. So those are the latest results over there. Is Nevada closed yet? I'm not sure that Nevada's closed. I think Nevada's still open. So or if it can't still be open, it's got to be closed. Right. But it closed not all that long ago, so I don't think that they're actually doing like the full count yet. New York Times doesn't have a count on Nevada at this point.
The polls close at 10 Eastern, so yes, they are closed.
Yeah, they closed, but they're not going to be any results in Nevada for a little while yet. But it appears that it may not matter at all. Arizona, Trump's estimate, 3.7% up when all is said and done. 53% of the vote count is in. It's pretty much dead even, but the areas that have come in are areas, Tucson, Phoenix, right? All the big sort of Democrat areas have already come in for Kamala Harris. So again, a very, very shockingly good evening for President Trump. Spencer Lindquist is reporting already that people are leaving the Kamala Harris watch party.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Oh, they're walking out just like Jill did as soon as she realized that Joe was no longer president of the United States. Republicans are approximately, according to Ryan Gordusky, formerly of CNN, I'm just going to keep saying that because it's hilarious. They are 1.5 percentage points away from flipping the New York 9th Congressional District, which is a 62-36 Joe Biden district.
Wow.
Which is really, really funny.
New York 9, where is that?
New Jersey 9, New Jersey 9.
New Jersey 9, okay.
Yeah. So these are
wow.
These are truly hilarious results.
How good is Joe Biden feeling right now?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean,
that's where I want the camera. That's where I want the camera. Like,
It's a mixed evening. You can imagine.
I don't think it's mixed for him. I think he's feeling.
You think you think it's just positive?
Oh yeah.
If you got knifed in the back by someone that you brought up, you know, and they
there's
pushed
still
you to the side,
There's still that knife wound.
Yeah, and you're still out. Yeah.
But
I get your point.
He's got to feel a little relieved because it could be him getting his ass kicked right now on national TV.
Yeah.
And that's a really bad way to go. The better way to go is to be knifed in the back and then claim that you were wrong the rest of your life, which is like, that's a really great way to go.
and then
right
you
now,
can say for the rest of your life that, see, this is why you shouldn't have done that.
I mean,
He can say for the next like 8 days.
Right, for the next-
Good luck to Joe, because this is the first time Joe Biden's prostate's working in the last 25 years. I mean, like he's got to be really, really.
Wow.
You know, he's.
I didn't need that.
Yeah, it's getting late at night, man. You know, we've been here for 9,000 hours.
I'm looking just.
You know, Cenk Uyghur is crying.
I'm checking out the networks. David Muir looks sad. He looks very sad.
Cenk Uyghur is basically,
especially
in tears now.
But, yeah.
By the way, I got a note that Orange Hitler over here got awful lot of not white people to vote for him. This Orange Hitler fellow. This Orange Hitler fellow.
The whole intersectional thing really collapsed in a pile of dust and rubble.
I mean, that dude had like 5 Hitler mustaches, like not just one, like all over his face, just Hitler mustaches everywhere. And we were told that he was, you know,
what are the poor Hollywood stars going to do?
I mean,
they're pretty much done.
They're going to move.
They're going to move. That's right.
Yes.
Oh yeah, move to Canada. Then they can find out what the progressive agenda really is like. Yeah, go to Canada, you people, where your money's worth half as much.
And we can't put it past these people because we're talking about how they're going to react. They are going to say that Trump is an illegitimate president.
You think
like,
so?
No, they can't anymore. They can't. They're going to say the American people are illegitimate, and that's what I'm looking forward to because now the battle's out in the open. Seriously, I'm looking forward to this. That's the battle.
They'll accept. They'll be able to accept that he just won.
Without
Russia, you know, something.
Yes, because
they're running out of scapegoats.
Correct.
Of course they are.
Yeah,
right. There's only one scapegoat left, and it's the scapegoat that Joe Biden said out loud, and that is the American people are trash. Yeah. That's going to be the angle.
But
that's what we're doing in Canada.
They have not accepted a presidential election they lost this century. So
yeah, but who? I mean, you tell me. Who do you think that they blame? I mean, they can blame podcast land. They can blame me and Rogan and you and everybody else. They tried that, but
New York Times.
But you know, the press is not going to back them on this. There's going to be a change. I mean, I really do believe this. The press, in order to sell the Russian collusion story, you needed the press all on board. The press look like fools.
Well, they're also dead. Like the Rogan interview with Trump and.
It was more important.
That was the end of the legacy media. As far as I mean, they were already on the outs. But what is left of them? They've lost all their credibility. They have no audience, right? And it's highly likely, I think, that what Musk predicted will occur, which is that the broadcast networks will lose their license to broadcast, and they'll be relegated to the cable networks. And they should. They deserve it. There's absolutely no reason why they should occupy that.
I can tell you what the move is, though. It's because you're right. They've lost their audience, and so what's their move? Their move is to kill us, which they already telegraphed. The New York Times, the Washington Post had that piece with your face on it, Ben, and then the New York Times hit all of us. The New York Times. This popped up in my Google.
I actually was not in that article.
You were.
I was neither.
I was weirdly in it. I was the centerpiece of their header.
But they didn't mention you
never
either.
mentioned because I said, what did the headline was in the podcast election, falsehoods fly, misinformation flies, and YouTube lets it happen. So it was a picture of me right there in the middle. I said, what did they get me on? I think I've been very precise about what I've said. I looked, they didn't mention me, but they want to take down the Daily Wire.
Clearly.
They want to take down the other podcasters.
That's not working out so good.
It's not going to happen. Yeah.
Well, it's not going to happen, at least with Trump in charge. If the Republicans have the Senate, it's not going to happen for them anytime soon. But I think that is their play. Okay, we're starting to lose. well, we got to clamp down on the
Yeah,
guys.
but
who are
I know
breaking our monopoly.
I know you're a big fan of the Inquisition, but it actually didn't stop the Reformation from happening. And that's what they're doing. It's the same game plan.
That's why we had to kick it into overdrive after you guys started that Reformation.
I think that's all over. I can't see that.
Yeah,
they have
I think you're right.
under Trump, it's a very, very hard road for them to hoe. So this is why I think they are going to just be stuck with Trump is toxic. The American people are toxic. It's mostly males, but like
men are toxic.
Men are toxic.
It's not going to be American people. It's going to be
men,
a
but
group.
It's going to be men. But again, I think that too many white women went by majority for Trump. So, I don't see how this works out for them. I think they're going to have to be, honestly, it's going to have to be that circumstance turns against Trump. They take advantage of it. That's the only way they get.
Maybe they sort themselves out. I mean,
Yeah, that's
we
what-
have
I think
seen
there's a
some
po- I
move
think that's a
towards the
possibility.
center.
No, but here, so this is, but here's my problem. I don't know what that looks like.
Oh,
Okay, okay, because they can't, as long as Trump doesn't touch the entitlements, there's no place for them to outcompete him.
Yeah.
Okay, if they say that we just want to spend more money on shit, they've been saying that this whole election cycle, and it doesn't make a dent. On social policy, they went so far to the left that even if they come back to quote unquote moderate left, nobody trusts them anymore because they blew it all. I mean, they wanted to trans kids in the classroom. They couldn't stick with gay rights. They went to like transing kids in the classroom. If they go back to gay rights, Trump's already there holding a flag, man.
Yeah.
He took same-sex marriage. I disagree with him. He took it out of the Republican platform. I mean, that just is what it is. He has occupied. This is the part that's hilarious. I did say the whole election cycle. Donald Trump occupied the positional center of this race.
Yes.
He forced them to the left. Donald Trump is the most centrist political candidate since John McCain in this country, other than on immigration. That is just the reality.
You can tell that by all the Democrats who are running with him.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
right.
By the way, you want a great stat? Here's a great stat, folks. You're going to enjoy this one. Which state is currently running closer? New York or Florida?
What?
New York is currently running closer than Florida. Kamala Harris has a 12-point advantage in New York. Donald Trump's a 13-point advantage in Florida.
Well, Joy Reid just called Florida a right-wing fascist state.
Yeah, baby.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
You can tell Florida's doing something right.
That's my state. Gotta love it.
She's a psycho.
I'm feeling the joy. That's awesome. Woo! It's good
Florida
stuff
seems
right there.
great. Everything about Florida seems great except for the weather
and the alligator.
and the alligator.
Yeah.
Okay, but the thing is, when you're in Florida, because there's no state income tax, you can afford to buy a summer home.
Air conditioning, I guess.
There's no state income tax in the great state of Tennessee.
Yeah.
either.
There you go. Yeah.
And it is true. So
Nor is there an alligator.
I will acknowledge, so David French is wrong on nearly everything, but he makes a good point. If present trends continue, this Trump victory will swamp all the micro explanations. Shapiro's VP would not have changed this. Keeping Arab Americans in Michigan wouldn't have changed this. It's all the big stuff. Defeat in Afghanistan, a porous border, inflation, and Biden's refusal to acknowledge reality and step aside in time for Democrats to have a real primary. That's factually true.
I think that's just
That's true.
that.
That's true.
Who wrote that?
French, David French.
Oh,
I mean,
David French.
He's wrong on a lot of stuff, but he's right on that.
Can I also say, we've talked about how the left will react to this. On the right, though, if Trump wins, assuming this all holds, I certainly hope. One of the things I'm most excited about if Trump wins is that I hope that this will become a time on the right where we can actually have some unity among conservatives, which is, I guess, easier to do in victory. But it's the last 4 years of just ripping each other to
Conservatives love doing that. You get 100 conservatives into a room, they're going to find the one thing they disagree on. It's like high school. It's worse than high school.
Yeah.
They're all going to just have all these petty little nitpicky things. They're all going to ankle bite whenever anyone has any success. But now, one hopes now, if the night continues as it is going, Trump has the big success,
right?
And so maybe we can all at least, say we got.
And we're gonna need that if you want to take advantage of this and move the ball forward and advance your agenda. It's like we all got to be on the same page.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we got to be able to achieve that for an extended period of time.
You're going to have people on one side trying to bring back Bush, McCain, Romney, because that's what they're so angry about. You're going to have that very, I think, very small but vocal thing on the other side trying to turn it into like a fascist hate you, and the thing is, those guys are going to have a big voice online and in the Wall Street Journal. But I think if you ignore them, they just don't have the power anymore. The power is now
the
in
great
working class
lesson.
center. Yeah.
I think the great lesson to achieve what you want, people have to stop thinking, if I differ with you on one thing, we have nothing in common.
Yeah.
This I don't understand that mentality. It is it's been a motto of my radio show for 40 years. the only candidate you will ever agree with entirely is you if you run. There is no one else. And yet people say, oh, he said that.
Yeah.
He's out of my life.
Forever, he's dead. Yeah.
Right. By the way, you might not even agree with yourself all the time.
Yeah.
You know, people's views change.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Even
right.
with President Trump, you know, he has become more fluent in speaking as a conservative since he ran in 2015. And, you know, it shows on the trail.
So what does the pro-life movement do next then, as they're looking at this Trump administration that managed what we think will be the Trump administration that managed to win while tacking to the center on that issue, changing the language of the GOP platform? How do they now navigate a world in which the GOP doesn't necessarily entirely back their policies, and yet they also have Dobbs?
I think that's overstated. I think, you know, Jeremy, you made this point very well earlier in the show. Trump got a lot of flack for taking the abortion ban out of the GOP platform. I think the reason he got flack for that is because people refused to acknowledge that the Dobbs decision didn't just move the ball down the field for us. It did do that. It fundamentally changed the field. It reset the field. Previously, before Dobbs, calling for a national abortion ban was not only a just thing to do, it was politically advantageous to Republicans. It ceased to be politically advantageous after we had lost every ballot referendum that we had put up for pro-life. So, you know, I don't want to just flack for Trump here and say that I would have said exactly the same things he did or whatever. He initially said he would oppose or support the pro-abortion amendment in Florida. Then he came around, he said, no, I'm not going to support it. You know, he's changed his language a little over time, but we are in a completely new ballgame here. And so the goal is to protect innocent life. That's the goal. We're gonna have to change our strategy up a little.
I think what it means is obviously the fight is state to state now, and it's an incremental fight, and that's something that pro-lifers and conservatives just have to. You know, there's always this argument, especially among Christians, about, well, incrementalism, is that really the way to? Of course, that's the way to go. That's incrementalism. Just means that
the only way to move.
Yeah, right. So you're going to take the best possible thing you can have now is what you're going to take. That's just life. That's every day, every moment of life. You choose the best possible thing you can have, and that's going to be the fight going forward.
That's of course right. The problem with Roe v. Wade is that it allowed Republican politicians to lie to pro-life voters for 50 plus years and say that they were abortion absolutists when the vast majority of them weren't, but they could never be called on it because Roe was never going to be overturned. Yeah. And then the unimaginable happened and Roe was overturned. And suddenly you're realizing that these politicians were always just being politicians. Life was an easy layup win, that they were never going to be responsible for advancing in any way. And what I truly believe is that the fight for overturning Roe was a long shot fight that took a generation and a half to win. And the fight for now the actual fight against abortion was not the fight against Roe v. Wade. That was the fight against Roe v. Wade. The actual fight against abortion is going to be a generation and a half of fighting in the culture, which we have not done at this level before, of technological advances, which some Christians will find distasteful, but will actually help over time reduce abortion, of national revival, which will be an incredibly difficult thing to accomplish, but has been going on since the beginning of time. There's always been a cycle of falling away from God and drawing nearer to God. Like that is just part of the human civilizational experience. I actually think that all the trend lines actually work in our favor over time to do away with this complete horror called abortion. Again, no one is more pro-life than me. There are things that I believe about abortion that I cannot say on the air because we would be deplatformed. I'm a complete and total abolitionist radical. And yet I do live on a planet where I know I'm not trying to preserve ever. I'm not trying to preserve my positive view of myself. I don't care if you think I'm a bad Christian. I am a bad Christian. That's what it means to be a Christian. When you think you're a good Christian, I don't believe you understand Christianity in the first place, the premise of which is all of sin and fall short of the glory of God. You can't make me feel guilty. I know how pro-life I am. And I am just
Bravo,
telling you,
bravo.
no matter what any politician tells you, abortion is not going to become illegal in this country in 2024. It's not going to become illegal in this country in 2028. It's not going to become illegal in this country in 2032. That is not how that fight is going to happen. That is not the timeline on which that fight is going to happen. You're going to have to actually get your hands dirty and win incremental gains at the local and state level
on everything,
every day,
on every subject. By the way, I asked Matt. I know you want to say so. I'll make sure you get. I just want to. It just occurred to me. I asked Matt in the other room, "Who's the second unhappiest man in the world?" And he immediately said, "Second happiest. Happiest is Trump. Is Trump." And he got Joe Biden. So I have another riddle for all of you. And this is the world. So I'll give you a hint. It's a non-American. Who is the least happy person outside of Kamala Harris at this time?
Non-American.
Non-American. So Barack Obama, clearly.
Yeah.
That'd be who we mean.
The Ayatollah?
Correct.
The Ayatollah. That's right.
This is his nightmare.
Yeah.
Because he can't do what he wants if there's a President Trump.
Right.
I asked Neil Ferguson, one of the greatest living historians, who I don't identify. I mean, he's conservative, but he's not political particularly. He was at Harvard, and then he's married to Ayaan Hirsi Ali. He's an extraordinary man. I asked him on my show, and I had no idea what he would say. This is 3 years ago. Would Putin have invaded Ukraine if Donald Trump were president? I give you all my word. I did not know what he would say. But I wanted to know from one of the few historians I respect what the answer was. There wasn't a gap, and he said no.
Certainly not.
Yeah, of course not.
And the same thing with Khamenei with regard to Israel. He could do whatever he wants because the Democrats were in power. And now, if Trump is elected, this is a new ball game in the Middle East.
You know, I think this thing about.
Wait, I promised her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well, now I'm taking it back to abortion, and it feels like we've moved on.
No,
but,
that's
No.
Yeah,
we
don't
do
move
that.
on.
Yeah.
but my question is, does the pro-life movement learn how to leverage their political power again? Because I think when you look at so many of the rank and file, they look at something like that as distasteful because they have now spent decades looking for, I'm just trying to elect someone who agrees with me, as opposed to I am learning how to wield sticks and carrots. And how do they get back to that?
Part of the thing about Roe v. Wade is that it legitimately changed the culture, legitimately changed. A generation grew up thinking that this was an urgent human right to kill your baby, and that this baby was not an individual person, and there's no logic to it, and it has no excuse, but it is what people believe. It is where they live. And so I think people like Lila Rose, people who've been sincere fighters, really did change over their tactics over time to address that culture. But now they have to address it at its deepest level. And I'm sorry, that's going to take things that conservatives are bad at. It's going to take art. It's going to take a new kind of way of talking. It's going to take sympathy with people that we don't have sympathy with, and forgiveness for people who we wish we didn't have to forgive. Today on X, there was a beautiful video of a woman talking about how the father of her baby wanted her to abort, and she said, "No, and I'll never sue you. Just go away." And then the doctor said, "This baby is going to be deformed. You should abort." She said, "Absolutely not. I'm not going to do it." Had the baby. The baby's now 5 years old. Beautiful baby, completely undeformed. And she told her story. I mean, I was sitting there going like, "Oh my God, it was a beautiful. And I retweeted it, and people started posting things like, "Did she have to use the F word so much?
Yeah.
And did she have this? That's where we got it. That's what we have to get past. And we have to get past that and understand that that's a hero. She grew up in a culture that didn't teach her not to say the F word, and we've got to change it."
I just want to say that the pro-life fight in the trenches doesn't change at all, because like in the trenches, and I do want, this is important to say, because like I said before about how all the conservatives like ripping each other apart for the last 4 years has been very troubling, and I hope we can get past some of that. And some of that has also been the way that some people on the right have turned against pro-lifers and pro-life activists, and talked about them like they're nothing but frauds.
Yeah.
They haven't achieved anything. And it's like, no, so no, you say that because you've never been around these people. You've never been in the trenches, but the actual, like the real pro-life fighters are the ones that are at the clinics, okay? And they're going to the clinics on Saturday mornings and they're talking to the women who are going in and they're running like pregnancy resource centers. And that's the actual movement. Like those are the people that are leading this movement, and their job doesn't change. I mean, their job is exactly the same as it's always been. And any victory, and I agree with changing the culture and art and all that stuff at a higher level needs to be done. But those people in the fight against abortion are the anchor of the movement, always have been. So I also have grace because a lot of those people tend to be more of the absolutists and they have trouble with the incremental approach.
Yeah.
And I believe in the incremental approach, but for them, like this is their life and they've given their life to it. And that's why they have trouble sometimes doing what they see as compromise when they're in this every day. But so I understand that emotionally, but
you're also going to suffer setbacks. Like overturning Roe was always going to lead to an increase in abortion. Roe was in some ways a bulwark. I'm sorry, Roe was in some ways actually a limiting factor for abortion in many parts of the country. And now that it's gone, what we're seeing is that, yes, some states like Florida are able to have great abortion law. And some states like Minnesota are going to be like, bring us your 5-year-old and we'll deal with this problem for you. Because Roe had limits on trimesters. And of course, they found ways around all that. But it was a national, broadly applied.
So maybe, therefore, law may not be the best vehicle. This is my position. My position is that there are two better vehicles than laws, because there will always be states that allow it and that will obviate the power of the law. One is persuasion. I will just say my PragerU video on abortion, which begins with, I am not addressing the issue of legality, only the issue of morality, is gone viral. It's like 10 million views, at least. And without once saying a word about law, legal or not legal. But when you make which I think is an unanswerable case for how could you argue that if a mugger shoots a woman who is pregnant and kills the baby, he goes to prison for murder. But if she wants the child killed, then it's a non-issue. It's not tenable morally. The other is, how about this, if you're going to pass a law, and this law I would be for, informed consent. That's all. If you go for an abortion, we want you to know what is involved. Here is a film on what the fetus is, what is happening right now. Then make up your mind and make that film unemotional, as objective, as scientific as possible, informed consent. It'd be very hard for liberals to argue. Leftists will always argue against it. But I think liberals will say, well, we'll make that trade. You don't ban it, and we'll give you informed consent laws. How's that possibility?
I don't know that it would do what we think that would do, only because if you look at what just happened in Washington, D.C., and you see these women marching through the streets now, banging on their drums in this very sort of sacrament way as they're talking about abortion, I do think there is a part of the pro-life movement that talks about women like we don't understand what we're doing when we do that. And I think that maybe there's a little naivety when they look at women like that, like everyone is a 17-year-old girl who doesn't fully understand how this functions. And I think most women today, we do know. And there does need to be a certain movement towards talking honestly about women's understanding about the evil practice they're engaging.
What I think is that we're not going to know how to abolish abortion for at least 40 years. I think it's going to be truly a generation and a half struggle. It doesn't mean we're not going to gain all kinds of victories along that road. We'll get it obviated in states. We'll get it outright banned in states. We'll find technological solutions that help us with the persuasion argument. Already ultrasounds are very powerful tools for helping convince women that there is a path beyond abortion. I think there will be all kinds of victories between here and there. But just like we didn't know that a pro-choice, lifelong New York Democrat was going to give us the justices that overturned Roe v. Wade. We don't know sitting here today how we're ultimately going to win this fight. We just have to keep fighting it. Right now, we have to go say thank you to some of our sponsors who made it possible for us to bring you this broadcast tonight, and we'll be right back after.
How's your sleep been recently?
Well, I tell you, it's election season. I've been promoting my new movie, pretty much non-existent.
Yeah, I could tell. If you have not been sleeping well, then I have to recommend that you check out Helix Sleep Mattress. A year ago, I took Helix Sleep's quiz. They matched me with a Dusk Luxe mattress, perfect for my sleeping habits. It's got the perfect balance of support and comfort. I've never looked back. Helix offers 20 different mattress models, each designed for specific sleep positions and preferences. For the month of November, Helix is offering 25% off site-wide, plus 2 free dream pillows with any mattress purchase, and a free bedding bundle with any Luxe or Elite mattress order.
That does sound nice.
Oh, it is. Don't let horrible sleep ruin your life. Get Helix Sleep Mattress today. Just go to helixsleep.com/dailywire. That is HELIXSLEEP.com/dailywire. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Thank you, Helix, for sponsoring Daily Wire's election night coverage.
All right, we want to get back into bringing you some updates about the election right now. According to the New York Times, with 53% of the vote in Arizona, Donald Trump is leading by 13,000 votes. Very, very close, but obviously we're still early in the count. Now, Maricopa County is saying that it could take them 10 to 13 days to tabulate the vote.
This is insane.
It's
insane
unbelievable.
and completely unforgivable. And I hope a court goes in there and tells them they can't.
Can we start like a Daily Wire fund where we pay to ship all of Florida's election workers
Yes,
to Maricopa County?
I will.
Them do the count.
I have to say that Ben is. It certainly seems Ben is right about one thing. Jonathan Capehart of PBS just said that he's mystified that Trump is gaining support. Who are we as a country? I'm not sure I like it. He said, what Ben
blame the people.
Blame the people. Yeah.
In Pennsylvania, 88% of the result is now in. Donald Trump leading 51% to Kamala Harris's 48%.
So why are they announcing that we won't have results in if 88% are?
Pennsylvania was saying before we even got to the
earlier,
day, that we would not have results.
Oh, so is that the place where the court ordered them?
They ordered them to not stop.
Ordered them to not stop.
Okay, so we may have Pennsylvania.
It is,
and at the rate it's going, he has won Pennsylvania.
Dennis Prager just called it. We can go home.
Good point. I was a question. I don't know. I thought I had a question mark.
As you know, these votes come in from different precincts that have different sort of demographics at different times.
Right.
So it's not as though it scales from here to there equal to how it is now. I mean, you can see the slowest places are usually the bluest cities, and the bluest cities bring in a big batch, and it can wildly swing these.
And are they calling the Senate seat in Pennsylvania?
That's a good question. Have we called? No.
Also not.
Yeah, we've not called the Senate seat. Michigan, who also is saying that it could be tomorrow before the votes are in, currently 58% reporting, but Michigan's looking very good. Donald Trump, 52% to Kamala's 46%. And Wisconsin, right now, 83% of the vote is in. Donald Trump leading Kamala Harris, 51%, 47%. Minnesota, which Donald Trump is not going to win Minnesota. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings here. That Minnesota is, only barely free. But Minnesota also says they probably can't count them all today. How'd you possibly expect us to count them all today? And they're all Democrat votes, so they have no reason.
Yeah. So I wonder if a proposition, at least that's how we do it in California, if a proposition in all 50 states were on the ballot next time the people vote, counting will never cease until a decision is arrived at in our state. I think most people would vote for that, even Democrats.
Oh, yeah.
You agree?
Oh, yeah. I think just about everyone thinks that this should happen quickly, except the people who have a vested interest in it not happening quickly.
And who might that be?
Decision Desk saying, our partners at Decision Desk saying 86% of the vote is in right now in Pennsylvania. Trump leads 50.9 to 48.2 Kamala. So, I mean, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania right now showing Trump leads. His lead in Wisconsin, I think, fairly substantial with 84% of the vote in. Still early, only 61% in Michigan. So early to know. There's a couple of other Maine, where they can even split some of their votes, I think. So that's going to be a slow one. But again, what do you do about the fact that Maricopa County thinks that it takes 13 days to count their ballots?
Yeah, what do they claim they're doing for 13 days? What is the process that takes 13 days to count?
I don't know.
They say they're not allowed to start counting until they have reached that point where the ballots are still allowed to come in. So they, I guess, by law, cannot start counting until that point, which seems ridiculous.
That seems like a state in need of a new law.
Yeah.
And the ballots are allowed to come in until when?
I'm not
until the Democrats win.
Right. I mean, there's been a debate over whether it's like 3 days after. Yeah. So, I mean, that's how you're getting a week out from.
Do we know the college student vote?
We don't. And I don't know if you were out here when I said this, but my big fear going into this election, I thought that Kamala had a path to winning 50 states. I didn't think it was going to happen. But with the ubiquity now of mail-in ballots, they can turn college campuses for the first time into ballot harvesting operations. They obviously were not able to accomplish that in time for this election. If they had, it would have been an unbelievable swing.
But maybe
toward,
not. Maybe not.
toward
But the
Kamala.
young people don't seem to have broken as far to the left.
Well, the young people who vote, have voted more to the right than we might have assumed that they would. But again, that's assuming that you're not creating these ballot harvesting operations that almost change the nature of voting from being something that you have to proactively do to something that you do not have to proactively do. The problem is they are going to wisen up and try to do this in 4 years. And we've got to get incredibly serious about what we're going to do about it.
Would Ron DeSantis have won?
Had he been the nominee?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that Trump has some very unique assets going into this race, and he has some unique liabilities going into the race too. I think that there are a lot of people who said that if you go all the way back to the spring, there's an enormous body of people who said that they wanted to vote for whoever wasn't Joe Biden or Donald Trump. I think that there is that sentiment in both parties. Now, as it turns out, anyone who isn't Joe Biden actually didn't. It turns out they didn't mean anyone. Right? They picked someone who was so obviously unfit to be president that I think they're not going to carry the night. Could anyone have won against Kamala other than Donald Trump? I'm not saying that.
The reason I posed it
DeSantis could have
is because we raised the issue of Republicans and infighting and so on. So I admit that I have contempt for the never Trump Republican, never Trump conservative.
Pretty hard to hold up.
And I know almost all of them personally, so this is painful. But to prefer the left to Trump is a derangement. However, I wonder if for every never Trump conservative or Republican, is there an only Trump conservative or Republican?
Yeah.
And I must tell you, I have just as much disdain for the only Trumper as for the never Trumper.
Certainly.
Michael Knowles, hardest hit.
I do think, of course, that there are some only Trumpers, and they can be very loud and obnoxious on the internet. But I don't believe that that's a sizable contingent. I think that people want the country to work, and they believe that Donald Trump's going to give them that, and so they become very passionate for Donald Trump. As for the never Trumpers, I didn't vote for Donald Trump in 2016, and my argument for not voting for Donald Trump in 2016 was Donald Trump said a lot of things that were incredibly alarming. Did he mean them? My problem with Never Trump in 2020 and 2024 is that they essentially ignore the fact that Donald Trump was, in fact, president.
Yeah.
So when I was making my decision in 2016, Donald Trump said things that very much worried me, and I didn't know if he meant them. By 2020, I knew that Donald Trump didn't mean them.
Right.
That Donald Trump's worst rhetoric, whatever it is, being funny, insult comic, hyperbolic, aggressive negotiation, sometimes going straight from the id and not going through a filter, that actually doesn't define his behavior. He was actually a fairly moderate administrator of the government. He he was a fairly moderate CEO. I don't mean moderate in the sense of like political left, right, moderate is in the middle. I mean moderate like he didn't do radical things. He governed moderately. Now, he still says a lot of things that I don't like, but now I have a box to put those in. I sort of understand what they are. I don't understand how people can ignore the evidence of 4 years of the man being president and still have the fears that I had in 2016. Well, he says he's going to put somebody in front of a firing squad. Yes. And he's not going to. I know for a fact.
And that's a phony argument. He did not say that. Yeah, okay.
But even if he had said it, it would have been
you're right.
incredibly
You're 100%
distasteful,
right.
and he still wouldn't have meant it.
Right.
Whereas the left says all kinds of horrible things too, and they do act on their worst rhetoric.
Right.
They actually put into practice when they say things like, "I think that a person who was born with a uterus and breasts should be able to remove those breasts as a teenager because that person is a man." They mean it, and then they go mutilate our daughters.
That's right.
That's not, and I have, just like I had a record of Donald Trump being president by which to measure now his words, I have the Obama and Biden administrations to judge them. They mean it.
I also think that the never Trumpers at this point, like a lot of them are just leftists, and I think maybe they just always were. But it's not just that they're opposed to Trump. They've I mean, this crew that we're talking about, they've
well, I'm thinking
many of them have fully adopted leftist positions on like everything.
Brett Stephens is whom I know well, and it's we've debated, and it's painful, but he writes terrific columns for the New York Times as a conservative, and then when it comes to Trump, it just I feel that this good man loses his mind.
Yeah,
he's not a leftist.
Many such cases.
But some of them are. I mean,
like someone like Bill Kristol.
Bill, absolutely. Or any of them who say that they're voting for Biden or now Kamala Harris, they become leftist. That's right. Did David French say that he is voting for Biden?
I don't know if David French said he's voting for Biden. I don't think that it's a fair characterization of, say, Jonah or David French to say that they've become leftists.
No, Jonah not. Huh?
Yeah, David French said he was voting Kamala.
Yeah, Jonah has not endorsed.
He is but here's the thing: David French is voting for the left, and I have a major problem with it. That is not the same as saying that he is a leftist. What he is
well, yeah, a lot of liberals vote left.
That what he is unmade by Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's right. It is.
He wrote, "To save conservatism from myself, I'm voting for Harris."
Yeah,
that was the.
But Trump,
which is bizarre,
which is insane. That's
yes.
It's.
I've never seen anything else like this. He makes people crazy, and they cannot back down. I mean, Jonah at this point, who a guy I really admired and liked, that personally I considered him a pal. You know, like I think he.
Hey guys, I'm going to interrupt this because we're going to Mary Margaret Olohan at Trump HQ, where I think we're about to hear from the man himself. Mary Margaret, what's happening?
Hello, they're playing the Trump music. I think he's coming soon. This is really exciting. They're playing the YMCA song. I don't know if you can see in the background, the crowd is getting really hyped. It's very full. I'm holding my ear because it's so loud in here. I can barely hear you guys. We already know that Trump and JD Vance are en route to the election night party. And I think they're about to appear behind me. So this is very exciting. Pretty much everyone in the room has said that they think that Trump has won, but obviously we haven't called it yet. I don't know if you can see behind me, though. You got Trump on the screen dancing. He's doing his classic YMCA dance. He's recently added his signature golf swing move. This is classic Trump rally. A lot of fun.
Well, New York Times is now saying a 93% chance of a Trump victory. So it does seem like, one hates to say the writing's on the wall and get cocky when there are still votes that need to be tabulated. But I wanted to come to you because I saw Trump on the screen. I wasn't sure if he is actually on the stage. We'll definitely want to come to you when the president walks out on the stage. What are you hearing about from people there? What are the top issues that seem to have moved voters?
Well, obviously the economy and immigration are the issues that we hear about the most. But I actually just talked to Callie Means, who's one of the big proponents behind Make America Healthy Again. And he's telling me that, this is an issue that's really motivating voters to the polls, especially suburban women. He thinks that's a whole hidden vote there that Trump really tapped into. And also the trans issues are really pushing people to the polls. And I'm told that's the 2024 sleeper issue even with women. So, the left
Right,
talks about how
right.
Trump has no chance with women, especially on abortion. But then we have these other two issues, specifically about the health of American people, of kids, and then transgender issues, of course, which we all know, and the Daily Wire has covered so well, pushing irreversible gender transition procedures on kids, allowing men and women's sports. This is, things that Trump calls quote unquote crazy. And he's really tapping into what the American people are feeling. This is not normal. This is absolutely crazy. And I think that very phrasing has pushed people to the polls. I mean, I was talking to Terry Schilling earlier. He's the president of the American Principles Project. He told me they put $18 million behind ads telling the American public how radical these transgender messaging is. And he said it worked. He said he got so many people to go out to the polls specifically on trans messaging. So I, for one, as a culture reporter, I'm really interested in seeing the aftermath of this election and seeing the Democrats who learned their lesson and understood that they pushed too far. This is too radical for Americans. Americans do not want men in their daughters' bathrooms, and they don't want kids undergoing this type of thing. So those are two big issues that I'm told that they're driving people to the polls, and I believe it. These are things that are top of the mind for Americans, and I'm very excited to see like I was saying, the aftermath of this and to help understand what went into these decisions for Americans and how we can learn from that in the future.
Mary Margaret, Fox is saying that Catholics may swing Michigan for Trump. Tell us why Catholics why would Catholics not be open to a Kamala presidency?
Well, there's a lot of reasons Catholics wouldn't want Kamala for president. I mean, mainly her support for abortion. She supports unrestricted abortion, and what that means is abortion up until or after 9 months. Democrats like to say that that's a fake thing, but unfortunately, there's many, many states in the United States that allow abortion after birth, which of course is infanticide. It's not actually abortion. So, we got some applause in the background here. This is about the Georgia results. Fox is saying Trump has 50.9% compared to Kamala's 48.4%. Crowd really likes this. Very
that's
excited.
With 90. By the way, that's according to Decision Desk HQ. That's with 95% of the vote in. We have Donald Trump carrying Arizona 50-48.
Wait, what did she just announce? Georgia?
Georgia, yes. And Mary Margaret, also from Decision Desk, we're now at 88% vote count in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's lead holding 50.8 to 48.3.
This is getting so exciting here. I mean, I think we're going to see the end of the election tonight, which is not something that any of us expected, I don't think. I mean, I was planning on being here potentially until the end of the week, but we might be able to go home way sooner than that.
Yeah, it almost certainly won't happen
saying,
because it would mean that Andrew Klavan was correct. And that is such a rarity. Can't imagine it's actually what happens. Mary Margaret, we're going to come back to you when.
Jeremy,
No, please. Go ahead.
Well, what you were saying about Harrison, Michigan, I just did want to point out Gretchen Whitmer had a major faux pas there recently where she did that very weird TikTok video where she pretended to be giving, looked like she was giving the Eucharist to a podcaster who was being very sexual about it. I think a lot of people might say that contributed to Michigan Catholics not going for Kamala in this election, but that's another thing I guess we'll have to see. I'd love to see polling on that in the end because it was a very weird move, and I know it's something we talked about a lot at the Daily Wire.
Mary Margaret, thank you. We're going to come back to you if the president takes the stage. And right now, we're going to welcome back Ben Shapiro.
What's up, bitches?
Yeah.
How's it going?
You've
it's
already
too late. I've said it. It's all. It's too late. It's been said. I can't unsay that which has been said. Time doesn't work that way. It's too late.
Can I say something about the trans?
Proved right about people blaming America. The left is already coming on.
They're already doing it.
Yeah,
They're already doing
that's funny.
And it's good. You know what? Blame more. Cry
Yes,
harder.
yes,
Cry harder.
yes, blame us all.
Cry harder. Right in here. Just do it.
Right. She mentioned the trans thing, and I just wanted to follow up on that because it is a really interesting thing in this election. That's I noticed even watching football on Sundays that Trump was running ads, during football on the trans issue like hard. I mean, you'd see these ads 3 times in a football game, hitting Trump on trans surgeries for immigrants and for convicted criminals specifically. Those are the 2 big ones, and then men and women's sports. And then there was the tagline at the end, Kamala is for they, them, Trump is for you, which I thought was really clever.
Yes.
So I do think that that issue has proved to be a major factor in this election. I think even more than I think, in the midterms 2 years ago, I expected the trans issue to be, a bigger factor in the midterms, and it wasn't. I think it's almost like we were 2 years ahead. And
I think there's something else that happened there, which was you were right. It would have been, except basically, politics is a crazy off. Okay. And the craziest thing you can do is say that boys are girls or girls are boys. But it sort of offsets that when you raid the loony bin for your candidates. If you run Herschel Walker in Georgia, it turns out that you can kind of offset some of the crazy by putting out your own crazy. This time there were a bunch of great candidates. Everybody knows Donald Trump already. And so the issue could really kind of sing to the American voter. And it is the apotheosis of what the left wants to do. I mean, you made that so clear in your wonderful movie, What is a Woman?, available right now at Daily Wire Plus. But because of that, I mean, I really do think that made a sea change in the way that people viewed the issue in the country. I really think the documentary had a lot to do with that.
I do too.
Yeah. Worth pointing out the contrast between the party we just saw with Mary Margaret down at Mar-a-Lago and the Harris party in DC. The New York Times reporting the Harris campaign just shut off the sound on the TVs at her watch party and replaced it with music after a guest on CNN said tonight, quote, felt more like 2016 than 2020.
Yeah.
So more.
They're playing
audio.
Moana.
They're playing the funeral march over there. The New York Times pointed out there's still no sign of Kamala Harris at her rapidly thinning watch party at Howard University, her alma mater. She could be speaking to a nearly deserted campus if she does not appear soon.
Wow.
Well,
world's smallest violin. It's really tragic. I mean, it's definitely true about What is a Woman, and since I am perhaps the only person here who's not an employee of the Daily Wire, maybe it makes sense coming from me to say I actually think that Am I Racist could have significantly altered this election. It's possible that what you did in that movie, which was simply to reveal what people think. I mean, you guys were talking earlier about when Trump says these crazy things, you kind of gradually learn he doesn't really mean them. And when the left says crazy things, they are really just coming right out with it. This race stuff that they've been pushing since Trump was in office the first time is so noxious to the American sensibility that just reminding people of that, it kind of faded since 2020, I think. We had sort of lost the immediacy of that when it was such a fervent issue. And bringing that back to the fore and reminding people that this is still what the Democrat Party believes. They still think this country is fundamentally flawed in its conception, and particularly along this issue, which is very sensitive for Americans. I think that might have swung, a significant number of voters.
I mean, we can talk serious things, but I need to experience the pain of those who have failed this evening. And thus, joining us now from Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. is Spencer Lindquist. So, Spencer, how's the mood been there in Washington, D.C.? He asked with a smile.
Well, right behind me just a moment ago, you would have seen people streaming out in waves. You're not seeing that as much anymore because most people are already gone. Just a moment ago, the co-chair of the Kamala Harris campaign, the co-chair of the campaign came out and said that Harris isn't going to be speaking tonight. He said that there's still some votes left to be counted. Of course, we're getting pretty high up there in a lot of these states with the reporting numbers. He said that she won't be speaking until tomorrow night. So there's already a lot of people who left. Really, when North Carolina was called, was a big inflection point. The mood had already soured quite a bit by then. And after that, a lot of people started flooding out. And now we're left with barely anybody here.
Well, I mean, I guess the real question is, will Beyonce be performing? Because, that obviously has been the big draw at these campaign events. It certainly is not Kamala Harris. Probably people feel privileged that Kamala Harris actually didn't show up tonight, which would have even brought down the mood further. So I guess nothing's happening there, right? Cedric Richmond, who's the campaign co-chair, as you point out, has now confirmed that she won't be speaking tonight. So what are people even doing there at this point? Playing tiddlywinks, planning a riot? Like, what's happening?
Beyonce wasn't here personally, but they were playing some Beyonce. They were playing some music. And I will say there was a moment between the news broadcasting and between the music where there was just a moment of silence for a second, where there was a gap between those two programs. And I turned and looked at the crowd. So we went in, we talked to a few people, and everybody was just on pins and needles. The people who are walking out, I think I was probably 0 for 8 or maybe 0 for 10 on trying to get people to talk with me, because the people who were leaving were in a very somber mood. You could just see it on their face and in their body language. And inside, they really weren't feeling much better.
So Spencer, I hope that you're staying in a safe area of the city, because I assume that we can expect riots in the near future. Obviously, Washington, D.C. was boarded up in preparation for Trump supporters rioting in a city where there are literally no Trump supporters. Has there been any? Are they just so depressed that they don't even have the spirit to do that which most motivates them and burn down buildings?
We'll see. We did see some buildings being boarded up earlier. That was yesterday. And we saw that really in downtown, in the area surrounding the White House. So we're yet to see exactly what's going down in the downtown area. But of course, as the night goes on and as we see exactly these results roll in, that might change. There might be some action downtown. So if there is, of course, we'll be covering it.
Well, Spencer, I look forward to seeing you next, dodging brickbats as well as horrifyingly peaceful fires over in Washington, D.C. Daily Wire's footprint at the Harris headquarters was made possible by PDS Debt. Get a custom plan to become debt free right now at pdsdebt.com/Daily Wire. Oh, this has become such an enjoyable evening. I mean, truly, just really, really enjoyable in such a wide variety of ways. And there are new numbers, each more astonishing than the last. All so wondrous. It's like Christmas, and I'm Jewish. And I gotta say, I'm looking at right now some of the latest numbers that are coming out, and they're just wonderful. 61% of the electorate said that American support for Israel was not strong enough or about right. So that makes perfect sense why Kamala Harris decided to pander to Hamas. It was a 2-to-1 proposition, and she took the 1. But why did she lose, they asked. And it's true on so many of these proposals. Like, she took the minority position on every single, like, the rule of politics is you find the things where it's like 80-20 and where you're on the side of the 80, and then you focus on those issues. And she went out and found 20 and then got on the back of that. I mean, it truly is an amazing thing. Meanwhile, as mentioned, the Harris co-chair has emerged, a man speaking for a woman, just like a sexist would, Cedric Richmond, has emerged in order to explain that she, in fact, will not be emerging tonight to say anything. I guess, are they going to still swap in Joe Biden again, maybe? They've announced that her candidacy is over, and they are bringing back the corpse of old Joe to try this once again. Again, I don't think anyone expected that at this point, this early in the night, except for Andrew Klavan, who's honestly, his opinions can't be taken that seriously since he's been giving predictions like Nostradamus since the time of Nostradamus. And so it's very difficult to take all that particularly seriously.
The only negative aspect of this whole evening is going to be this. I'm concerned also that we don't. I'm concerned we don't have enough leftist tears tumblers on this table.
I do feel like there's a serious lack. Production team, get on it. We need clips. I need a steady supply of clips of the weeping and the gnashing of the teeth and the sackcloth, as well as the ashes. That's what I'm here for. That's what our people are here for. Give the people what they want is the first rule of broadcasting. Get on it, production people. So the current vote count right now in the state of Wisconsin, with 85% of the estimated vote total reported, Donald Trump has 1.468 million votes. Kamala Harris, 1.348 million votes. He's up 120,000 votes. He's expected to win that state by 1.8 percentage points. Take a look over at Pennsylvania. You now have 92% of the estimated vote total reported. Donald J. Trump, your 47th president of the United States. I'm just going to say it. It's happening, folks. It's all happening. Donald J. Trump is at 3.3 million votes. Kamala Harris at 3.08 million votes. He's up 220,000 votes with 92% of the vote counted. Over in Michigan, things are even worse for Kamala Harris. Over in Michigan, they have 63% of the estimated vote total reported, and she is already down 220,000 votes in the state of Michigan. He is currently up over 6% on her in the state of Michigan.
In Michigan?
With 63% reporting in Michigan. He's expected to win by about 2.5%.
Have you done the New York Times needle update?
Would you like to hear it?
I would really love.
Oh, it's very likely. It's
likely.
Almost pinned. It's almost pinned.
It is over 95% chance of victory for Donald Jamoglius Trump at this point in time. And it is
Anisha Trump.
It is wildly enjoyable. As you may have noticed, we've hit the punch drunk portion of this evening's program. It is indeed midnight. It is the witching hour here at the Daily Wire in Nashville. For those of you on the East Coast and up at 1 a.m. enjoying yourself, just enjoy it. Just bask in the magic that is this evening, because indeed there are very few nights like this. The birth of your children, the massive suffering of your enemies, it's really quite grand.
Speaking of the birth of your children, I texted my wife and I said, I think I legitimately might cry if Trump wins. We had our first son 8 months ago, and she said, "You did not cry when your son was born 8 months ago."
Well, he was born into an uncertain future. And now his future is
Also,
secure.
to be fair, you worked harder with regard to this than you did with regard to your son being
You know
born.
what, that is
So
true.
that there is that. Well, we are now being joined from like an election headquarters where people are having a good time. Cassie Akiva joining us from Dave McCormick's election party in Pennsylvania. Welcome back, Cassie. Are they preparing at this point? It's a little nervous about opening the champagne. What's going on over there?
Thanks for having me. Right now, Dave McCormick just left the stage. He came on with his wife. They sort of declared victory. It wasn't exact. They were bragging about how they'll be in the Senate, but he said that the night's not over, but he's extremely confident. They're celebrating here. The party does not seem to be winding down, but things are looking very good for him. He's up by 100,000 votes right now. They're extremely confident.
Dave McCormick is an excellent candidate. I was proud to have campaigned with him last week in Pennsylvania. He's absolutely awesome. So, the mood in the room, obviously, Cassie, must be great. Everybody is looking at these results. I assume everybody's just going to stay there until somebody makes some sort of call, or is it just going to be an all-nighter for everybody?
It might be an all-nighter for us tonight, but we're going to be here covering it. But McCormick, I don't think he's going to bed right now, but he's definitely having fun. He's mingling with people. He's really good at that. We were on the campaign trail with him, and he's really having a good night. And it's worth mentioning, he was down 10 points in the polls this summer.
Yes, he was.
This is a huge victory for him. He really turned it around. He said that he has the best campaign staff in the country. I'm starting to think he's right with that big victory there. So
I mean, it
we'll
is
see
worth
what
pointing out
happens
here.
with the final
It-
results, but it's looking good.
Cassie, as you point out, early on in this race, if you remember in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump kind of didn't know what to do with Kamala when she first was swapped in. And it was McCormick's campaign that was putting out excellent ads about Kamala Harris, like right off the top. This has been an incredibly professional race from Dave McCormick, again, demonstrating that when you run good candidates in swing states, you can indeed win. Cassie, you've dealt with Dave. He is a pro.
Yeah, Dave has been really great with getting his family involved. We saw his wife talking, his brother. He has 6 daughters, so he really knows how to speak to women. I think that's really helped him here in Pennsylvania. He's been bringing out the crowds. He really campaigned super hard. And even his election night party here, it is full. It is rowdy. People are not leaving. It is getting late, and I think he's going to have a good day tomorrow as well.
Well, Cassie Akiva over at the McCormick headquarters in Pennsylvania. I'm sure we'll be back with you sometime this evening, but things are looking really great. Thanks for your hard work on the ground over there.
Thanks so much.
Well, folks, the Senate results continue to pour in. In Michigan, Mike Rogers has opened up a 5-point lead on Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan, 60% or so of the vote reporting. Mike Rogers is currently up by 160,000 votes on Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. Now, I mean, I got to say.
And the AP finally called Georgia.
I know they're so far behind. See, the internet for the win, gang. Okay, so at this point, I would like to point out the next swing state that no one's talking about. Okay, so Nevada is now reporting at this point. Nevada has, approximately how much of the vote in? 68% of the vote in. Donald Trump is currently up 51-48 in Nevada. So Nevada has always been perceived as sort of a Democratic machine state.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting to see if he flips Nevada. If he flips Nevada, obviously that takes him, my prediction minus New Hampshire, just going to put that out there. So that is a good number.
Am I wrong in thinking that if he now takes Michigan and Wisconsin, he doesn't need Pennsylvania?
Yeah, if he takes any one of them.
If he takes Wisconsin,
if he takes Wisconsin, it's over. If he takes Michigan, it's over. If he takes Pennsylvania, it's over. It's over.
It's
okay,
over.
it's over. It's cooked. It's done. He's the 47th president of the United States.
Can we?
I have not been given the authority by the polling gods to declare victory in the election.
I have Mayflower
He won. He's the
cigars.
47th president of the United States.
There will
Okay?
be no calling it. I'm sorry.
No. I'm informal. It's an informal call.
Yeah.
It is a description of reality. The reality, and let it sink in, just like Elon Musk says. Let it sink in.
I'm going to take the wrapper off my Mayflower
I've taken the wrapper
cigar
off.
right now, just to do that.
Some preparatory.
A little preparatory work here.
You could sniff it. You could smell.
Decision
I'm going all the way to cutting it.
Oh wow.
Decision
All right,
desk
well,
says
there's two cutters on the
91% is in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, no, it's
And his lead
actually
holding.
yeah, and New York Times has like 93% in, and his lead is indeed holding. By the way, hilariously enough, there is an outside shot. Then the next most competitive state after Nevada is wait for it, Minnesota. In Minnesota,
That would be great.
in Minnesota,
Oh, that would be so great.
right? It's hilarious. In Minnesota, 65% of the vote is in. Kamala Harris, 1.07 million votes. Donald Trump, 1.02 million votes. He's only down 50,000 votes in Minnesota. The deliciousness of
That would
Donald
be-
Trump
that would be
somehow
a
sneaking
joy. Yeah.
Minnesota away from the magic of Tim Walz would just be so entertaining.
It would be like
you
running
could not
a
make
pick
his
six. It would almost be like running,
Running a
correct.
six play.
I once had a conversation with Ed
His
Rollins.
wrists could not get any limper if that were to happen.
The face.
I once had a conversation with Ed Rollins, who ran Reagan 84. And he said, I said, wow, 49 states that you won. He said, well, we actually won Minnesota too, but we didn't want to look greedy, so we didn't sue about it. But he felt that they got it too. And if this woman decided to overlook Josh Shapiro because she didn't want to pick a Jew, and then she picks this guy in a bright blue state, she should be totally fine with. Oh man!
If she loses that,
the one state Mondale won. It would just be so great. Wow.
Joining us right now is our friend Harmeet Dillon from the Dillon Law Group. Coming to us from Arizona. Harmeet, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So you've been watching these results come in just as we have. You have a slightly different set of responsibilities. Our responsibilities are to start eyeing the booze and cutting the cigars. And you still have to be geared up for any possible fights ahead. How are you feeling this evening?
Yeah, no, we feel good. We had attorneys still working in the war room even as we speak right now. We're actually doing the job of picking up all the ballot returns and receipts, if you will, and closing down all the polling places tonight. And so work is still going on. But there's also a couple of bottles in the war room, and people have been toasting a little bit and enjoying that as well. So yeah, we feel great about the effort on the ground here in Arizona and the results both. And so, it really is a model. It's really exciting as a almost lifelong Republican volunteer to see how it wasn't like this 2 years ago. It was a pretty sad mood. And we have learned a lot of lessons since that time. And so we are teachable. So that's good news.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's so exciting to see some of these states that had been absolutely written off by the pundits. And I just, put on X a little while ago that it feels almost like a little naughty to be watching MSNBC right now because the level of glee that I'm feeling, the Schadenfreude is just, it's too much. I'm not used to feeling that way, so no, it's excellent. And so that said, I have a lot of friends with close races in California. We're not going to know the results of those for a while, and Pennsylvania, and people are nervous. I feel pretty good about Arizona for Trump, but there are a lot of congressional and ledge races and Supreme Court and all that aren't going to get decided yet. So
how long is it going to take us to hear results out of Arizona?
Arizona, it can take 2 weeks for Maricopa County, which is by far the largest bulk of the ballots. But I think we'll have a pretty good idea of those final numbers in the coming days. I don't think it's going to take the full 2 weeks to get the contours of legislative races. I think we are going to be as much as 4 points up for President Trump at the end of the day. And, if we're that far ahead at the end of the day, it bodes well for some of the people who are a couple of points behind him. So fingers crossed on that. But that's why the work that our chair here in Arizona has done of having a super organized effort and having a closing down of every single polling place. We have the numbers of every single number of ballots voted early, turned in on election day, et cetera, in every single one of these polling places. And then our number cruncher geeks sit down and do the math. And there's like some numbers missing. We will go and hunt and track those down. And if we don't agree, there'll be litigation. So that's why there have been lawyers involved in this effort from the beginning. And in Arizona, by the way, there's an automatic recount statute. So if there's any race within half a point of the number of voters who voted, there'll be an automatic recount and a bunch of lawyers descending to do that. I suspect there will be some races in that margin.
Why does Maricopa take so long when Florida takes 2 hours to do the entire state?
Well, states have different rules as to whether and how they tabulate ballots. And in Maricopa County as well, you have to understand that they've gone from the more traditional form of voting to a large number of early ballots. And that's been a kind of a difference over the years. The statute allows them this much time to do it. And the current recorder of Maricopa County is a fairly bitter person who's lost his election for recorder in the summer. And so he's just be mild. He's not a Trump supporter. And so he's in no hurry to declare victory for President Trump here. This guy is these guys are out there talking about bulletproof vests. They're snipers on the roof of the counting facility in Maricopa County in case, we Trump supporters get out of hand, they can shoot us. So that's the mood here of the election officials. So, those of them who don't like Trump are not thrilled tonight. So, I think that is why. But if we hold on to the legislature here and eventually we get the governor's race back, you can change some of those things. And I think Congress can change some of these things. Congress could pass a law that conditions federal funding for elections on some basic minimum standards of counting, of cleaning up the polls, of so many of these other things. So I think that we need to really have that conversation.
Harmeet, thank you very much for spending some time with us tonight. Good luck to you over the next couple of
My
weeks
pleasure.
and making sure that Arizona comes together and the good work you're doing in all the other states as well.
Meanwhile, I do have to
Thank
point
you.
out this is a clip of Cedric Richmond, the co-chair of Harris headquarters, telling everybody, go home and just enjoy. Just enjoy a little bit. Just enjoy it.
Unbelievable.
Can't hear it.
Guys, we need audio. Otherwise, I can't enjoy it.
Can't hear it, guys.
Well, okay. Well, you can view it.
The
but-
facial expressions alone.
Yeah, the
are
facial
satisfying.
expressions are worthwhile.
I am getting flashbacks to 2016. You remember at the Javits Center, Hillary had her
Hillary.
big election party. And my favorite line from poor Mr. Podesta, he comes out, he's the head of her campaign, and he says, "Hey, thank you all so much for showing up for Hillary. She's always shown up for you." Except
And
right
then-
now when it matters. Yeah.
Very moment.
We're also watching people walk into the party down in West Palm Beach at Trump HQ. We just saw our friend and actor John Voight walk through the room. I think we saw Tucker Carlson walk into the room. So definitely the contingent that was at Mar-a-Lago are all starting to make their way to the convention center in anticipation of Donald Trump making some sort of appearance here, which seems to be more or less imminent. And as that happens, you're just also watching the electoral vote totals creep up. Right now, Decision Desk HQ has Donald Trump at 200 and I'm getting a little blind. This is at 251 electoral votes.
Yes.
To Kamala Harris is 213. It's getting very hard to imagine how Kamala could turn this.
Well, meanwhile, that magical needle that we've all enjoyed so much is over 95% chance of victory right now. Their electoral college estimate puts Donald Trump at 306 electoral votes. Nate Cohn says another hour has gone by. The story is still the same. Trump favored in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. This election is, they're treating it like it's done.
Wow,
Okay,
I
so let's
love
be
the New
clear.
York Times. I take back everything
Yes,
bad
I
I ever
know.
said about them.
It is
Their deep
quite,
honesty.
It is quite enjoyable for certain. That is for certain. And do we have Brent Buchanan available? Is that a thing that I was told that was a thing that we were going to do?
Yes.
Is that
Are we
Brent?
right
okay,
now?
so Brent, hold on. Wait, let's do this properly.
Mm.
So give me the M&Ms. I promised an M&M joke. Thank you. I'm gonna need that. So, all right, Brent. Brent, I have a different candy now, and I'm gonna. And I warned you. You were forewarned. I need an update from Pennsylvania, as I glory in this treat.
Okay, so really, Mars Wrigley has failed us. M&Ms are made in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Done.
It's performing
Beautiful.
exactly like it did last time. They did not show up for Trump any more than in 2020.
Okay, hold on. That was not a good. Can I try it, Ben? Can you do it? Can you pitch me on the M&M thing?
Okay, so Michael Knowles, I'm eating M&Ms right now, and they're delicious. Please give me the Pennsylvania data that is linked in some way to this.
Oh, sure. She's choking. How? Everybody's joking now. The clock's run out. Time's up. Over. Blow. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. McCormick's going to win. That's basically my.
Oh.
Michael, that was
peanut
truly,
M&M.
that's truly almost worth the price of having paid you for 10 years. Absolutely not. Brent, I'm going to go back to you since you have data. So what's the story in Pennsylvania? Why are we waiting to declare it? How long do we have to stay up with this?
Yeah.
What's the story?
I have no clue why we're waiting. Right now, Philly, the county, is at 86% in. It's underperforming by 6 points.
Oh,
for Harris.
Wow.
And a flat turnout. So this goes back to what we've been talking about. Democrat counties are turning out at 2020 levels. Republican counties are turning out above 2020 levels. Here's one for you. A lot of this goes back to the fact, and we've been highlighting this, the youth vote is shrinking in the margin for Democrats. In our last national poll, we had Harris only winning the under 30 vote by 8 points. If we'd have broken that down even younger, I guarantee Trump would have been in the lead if you went, say, 18 to 22. So Center County, Pennsylvania, which is the home of Pennsylvania State University, Biden won it by 4 in 2020. Trump is currently up by 4. So I have absolutely no clue why we're all sitting here. I mean, it's fun. I get it. It's really fun. Really think all these smart people, and then they also invited me. We can definitely win back the college-educated vote with what you all have talked about tonight. But Pennsylvania, absolutely no clue why they have not called it.
Okay, in Michigan, the numbers are looking stunningly good for President Trump this early. Now, it's a lot earlier in Michigan. They've only counted something like, I don't know, 67%, about 2/3 of the vote. But Trump's up like 6% in that vote right now. I assume it's going to come down. I assume it'll be a little bit closer. But what that does mean is that Mike Rogers, who is widely expected to be trailing in that Senate race, is running really strong against Alyssa Slotkin right now. And if you had to put money on it, you say Republicans maybe get 55 Senate seats out of this thing.
They could potentially. And it's one of the really interesting stories of this cycle where for pretty much all the Senate races, the Republican Senate candidate was polling 4, 5, 6, 7 points behind Donald Trump in the margin. And it really looks like as people went to go vote, they looked at the blue and the red jersey and said, I have to pick one. And I'm going to pick the red jersey across the board, especially in these Rust Belt states. So Dave Sunday, the Republican nominee for Attorney General in Pennsylvania, declared the winner there. I think that is a harbinger of what we're going to see also coming out of Pennsylvania. But if you look specifically at Michigan, so there's a county, Oakland County, outside of Detroit, suburban area. Biden won it by 14. It is almost fully reported, and currently Harris is only up by 10. So not only are these returns in Michigan flat on turnout from these Democrat-leaning counties, she's not even getting the margin that Biden was getting. So this kind of goes back to what we were talking about with the union vote and how she was definitely going to underperform Uncle Joe with the union vote. Another county that we talked about earlier, Eaton, which Biden won by, Biden won by 1 in 2020. Trump won it by 5. And that was before we were at like 80% reporting when we were talking about Eaton a couple hours ago. It's fully reported, and it still is Trump plus 5. Montcalm County, which I didn't know was a thing before tonight, Trump plus 38 in 2020, now Trump plus 39, and a 7% increase in turnout. So it keeps going back to the story. Democrats flat at 20, Republicans overperforming 20, and this is how we're getting the map of potentially a Trump sweep of every single swing state.
Wow. It is amazing, amazing stuff. And I do have Mike and X on the table, so prepare yourself for that one, Brent. Next we come to our election map coverage this evening is made possible by our sponsors over at Lumen. Hack your metabolism with one simple device. Understand your body more with Lumen and eat less of this than I am right now. But you know what? Screw it.
Can we please take the... I want everybody at home to see what's happening right now at Trump HQ, where we've seen just about everyone. I believe I just saw RFK Jr. coming in. The crowd, even without audio, you can just tell the crowd is ecstatic. And we expect to hear from Donald Trump imminently. At any moment, we could be going to Donald Trump coming out to make, we don't know.
By the way, Fox just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Over. We are, I mean, I think it's not impossible that you even get a concession phone call tonight.
Okay, so Donald Trump's new name is the glass ceiling. Because Donald Trump has not just stopped one, but 2 women from becoming the first female president of the United States. And he now has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. And at the very end of his presidency, declare himself female and become the first female president of the United States.
Even the New York Times has taken Pennsylvania to very likely Trump.
Fox News just called it. It's over, gang. It's over. Fox News calls Pennsylvania. This election is done. It's toast. You can put it in the fridge. It's finished.
Donald Trump
is your 47th president of the United States, the greatest political comeback in American history. Bar none.
Yeah.
No doubts about it. Un-effing believable. Unbelievable.
I mean,
And to you, the American people, put the work in.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
the
love
amount of work that
Yes,
people put into this
you are the
election cycle,
best.
particularly me, but
It's-
others,
it doesn't work. You got it.
it's incredible. I mean, really, like I mean, the amount of work. I mean, the number of people that we all personally know who are like door knocking and going out and doing the hard work and making the connections, putting aside whatever differences are out there. I mean, this is a huge victory against a woke left that needed to take it directly in the teeth.
This is
Just huge, just enormous.
This is the greatest comeback, without dispute, in the history of American politics.
Of course, of course. Well, what exactly would be the comeback?
How is he going to govern the country from prison, though? That's the thing.
From Elba, St. Helens.
There are actual constitutional crises looming because the left took the joke so far.
They really took it to Jeremy level.
Wow. That's right. They gave me a run for my money.
By the way, EDHQ has called the election. Donald Trump is your 47th president of the United States.
Yes!
There it is.
Yes! Damn.
All right.
So, how y'all feeling? Feeling pretty good out here?
Yes.
I cleared my
Yes,
week,
yes.
guys. I was planning on being here every day for like a week, because I thought this was going to get dragged out and out and out. And Donald John Trump, despite the constant negative press, has covfe'd. But by what time? By the way, Marsha Blackburn was 20 minutes off.
That's
23
right.
minutes off. She said we would be at 2:70 by midnight Central Time.
Well, the world is
Unbelievable.
about to change in a much better way, much better way, from foreign policy to domestic policy to the social fabric of the country. And now it's time for those that Donald John Trump has defeated to actually take seriously the possibility they got it all wrong. They got it all wrong. And it's time to rethink some things about the American people and about the country they seem to say that they ought to represent.
It is also time for me to have a drink. I think I've
You've heard it. And Dennis Prager left early.
No!
Oh, boy.
Now we have to have his drink. I mean, if we must.
You know, the nice thing about the color orange is that it encompasses so many colors. It's not just white. It's not just black.
It's really a
not
blending
just
of
brown.
all
It's
the
it's a blended
like a
family.
rainbow.
It's like
It's a
America
rainbow coming together.
That's
Like
exactly
Obama said,
right.
we're not red America, we're not white, we're not
Orange America.
We're orange
We're all-
America.
today we're all orange. That's right.
This company began about, 9 years ago? Really, our first election was 8 years ago. And we were all sitting around celebrating Donald Trump's victory over the would-be
Pass
first
that
woman
booze
president.
down here for me.
And
Yes, sir.
nothing
Mr.
whatsoever has changed.
Yeah,
We're doing exactly the same thing. Wow.
Oh, Ben, you're drinking.
Yeah.
I never
Let's
do this,
go.
but dude,
I mean, come
it's
on.
been a long road.
United States
We're
of
here.
America.
The United
America.
States of America.
And number 47.
And number
Oh,
40.
God.
Donald Trump. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this is also not to get too spiritual, but this is God
100%.
having mercy on our nation.
Yes. Yes.
And saving us from what would have been catastrophic. I mean, it wouldn't have been the end of the country,
Do
but
you
it
understand?
would have been a catastrophic.
Not the end, but absolutely.
By the way, we forget that we were 1 centimeter away from things completely exploding, not just Trump's head.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is how close this country just came. The person that a bullet missed his head by this much is now the next president of the United States again. Okay, I'm sorry. If you don't believe in God, it's time to start thinking about it really a lot, like real strong. You might want to take like a real strong think on that one.
To me,
If you think God does not operate in history,
the biggest.
I don't know what to tell you.
To me, the
Thank
biggest question has been, will God forgive us for Roe v. Wade? And I think maybe he will.
Thank you.
What is that they just gave you?
This is like a firework.
Oh, it's an explosive. It's confetti. But
why did I not get one?
You don't get
Here,
one.
Matt, you want this one?
Do you have
we
to
do
ask?
it before or
I
after?
don't really
Trump
want
comes
one,
out and
but I didn't get
I mean, I think that we have to wait until he finishes his speech.
I think we have to wait till he finishes.
All right.
They also didn't bring me champagne. How? Well, hold on.
You
How
can have
come
my
you
champagne,
guys-
Michael. That's fine.
wait,
Have my champagne. I
really?
can only take so
All
much
right.
alcohol at a
This is
time.
good.
Oh, you did.
Wait,
Let's
there's
go.
champagne too?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't get
Yeah,
you.
you don't
And you know
get
what? This is
me.
a better
No.
election.
Guys,
We really
Paul
got
only
sick
has
on this
two
end of the
hands.
table.
Get
Also,
it out.
also, listen, guys. Last time in 2016, I had to pay Michael because I bet wrong on the election. This time I called it.
$400.
I called it this time, so I don't have to pay you
Except
any more
remember
money.
that bet we had on New Hampshire? you were a little tired.
Yeah,
this
he was.
morning,
I
but
remember.
It was
he
about
was
$400.
drinking.
I was more right than wrong. That's all I'll say.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, use Mike and I.
Okay, guys, we need clips from MSNBC. Feed it into my veins. I need it from
live
MSNBC right
feed.
now. CNN, MSNBC, all the networks into my veins.
Thank you, sir.
Slow drip for the rest of my life.
By the way, can
right
we
now.
also say it's not going to, electorally speaking, the popular vote, I don't know because California is a big state.
Yes.
But Donald Trump is going to win 300 electoral votes.
He's going to win the popular. I'm just telling you right now, he's going to win the popular
He
vote.
is. He is going to win the vote.
He's going to win the popular vote.
Good.
He's going to win the popular vote because she is. They're not showing up for her, and they're showing up for him.
And
he's going to win the popular.
Larger numbers.
And
than
Kamala Harris so deserves this humiliation.
Oh, sorry. I just have to
It's an
change
epic
my
humiliation.
shoes.
Hang on, I have to understand what's happening.
Yeah, sorry.
going on?
Huh? Well, I was just putting my shoes on. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
previously
Those are
had my blue
beautiful.
suede loafers on,
Right.
but I have to put on my 45 Donald Trump sneakers
Look at that.
that I got from Wells actually over. in
Those
the
are
other
gorgeous.
These are not the most expensive Trump sneakers. These are only the $200 model, but they'll do for now. They'll do until tomorrow morning.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
By the way, right now they're favoring him in Nevada as well. So like,
Nevada.
he's going to sweep. He's sweeping.
Yeah. The way the economy's about to change, you can afford as
Are
many
those the,
sneakers as you want.
Are those the size 4s there?
These are hold on. These are first of all, these are not my shoes, though I am keeping them after tonight.
Wow. This is, how crazy this ride has been. This is a crazy ride. I mean, just like to recap, for those who may have been asleep the last 10 years, like Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Donald Trump was elected in what was probably the greatest electoral fluke of our lifetime in 2016 by 77,000 votes in 3 separate states after losing the popular vote by like 6 million votes. Yeah. And then we had a pandemic in his election year with massive riots.
Yeah.
And he lost to Joe Biden by 7 million popular votes. And he lost by, a handful of votes in a bunch of separate states. He then proceeded to be prosecuted 4 times after having been impeached twice, nearly assassinated twice in the last year, had the candidate he was beating swapped out for another candidate. The entire media then sided behind that candidate, and then he won anyway. Okay, I'm just gonna put it out there again. Folks, if you ain't going to synagogue or church, you really ought to re-examine your perception of the way that God moves through history, because my goodness gracious. And honestly, it's so just unbelievable, unbelievable. I can't believe what I just saw,
And to
but I
Jeremy's
can.
point, to Jeremy's point that narrative is a force in the world, which is absolutely true. In order for there to be a story, there's got to be a storyteller, and I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah,
and it's great.
Oh, wonderful.
And not to bring the mood down at all, but Donald Trump needs, he's got a lot of courage, and he doesn't, and so he'll go out there in front of people, but he needs to be flanked by.
He needs protection.
That's my only concern going forward.
You mean he needs to be guarded?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
But that's my only concern.
Well, and he needs a defense against the bureaucratic backlash that is about
That's
to come.
exactly
I mean,
right.
This is for tomorrow. This is a problem for tomorrow, Spencer and Drew and Jeremy to deal with, not for tonight. But he does need. He's, if things.
Rachel Maddow
I'm sorry.
is crying.
Rachel Maddow needs to speak.
Rachel Maddow is crying.
Can we hear this? I need to hear it.
Can we send him the
Rachel wept.
Can we?
I think it's the verse.
Can we send her, can we send her a leftist tears tumbler?
Yeah, to collect those first.
With a return address.
We're not able, guys. We can't actually play MSNBC over our air. So only we are seeing it. The audience isn't seeing.
Oh,
it.
that's sad.
We just
That's
get to
so
watch
sad
it.
for
Yeah.
everyone.
Rachel Maddow is
crying.
That's the kind of transformation that's happening in terms of America on the world stage. The idea of there being a part of the U.S. government that is still in Democratic Party hands becomes a very interesting thing in terms of the stability of the world, right?
Now they're hoping for the House. They're relegated to hoping for the House.
If the House is controlled by Democrats, puts him in the position of having to decide whether he's going to do what other autocrats have done, which is to essentially eliminate the function of the legislature.
It would be terrible if somebody prosecuted their political opponents 4 separate times.
Yeah, the autocrat that was just elected into office.
Yeah,
right.
Democratically.
And possibly with the popular vote.
Yeah.
Almost certainly with.
He's going to win the popular vote.
Yeah.
Unreal.
You're about to see the popularity of democracy among Democrats.
That's the problem. The problem is democracy. It doesn't work. They say that with free speech. The First Amendment is no good.
Actually, democracy is bad, it turns out.
It's gonna,
You think about the U.S. bond market. You think about the way that the U.S. is sort of a
By
reserve
the way,
currency for the world.
You know who gets
And
to
the
preside over
rest
the
of the world
certification of the
counts on
vote?
Political stability here.
Wow. Oh man.
One Kamala L. Harris. I don't know her middle name. She gets to preside over the certification of Donald J. Trump's electoral
Do you
vote.
think they'll refuse to certify in the name of democracy?
Oh, I certainly they won't. They won't. They won't. But it would be great if they did.
They would if it had been 270 to 268.
Yeah.
But that is not what's going to happen.
Yeah.
No.
He's going to win 300 electoral votes, and they're not
Or
going to,
more, yeah.
They're not going to do anything about it.
Yeah.
Wow. Except weep on TV.
The American people, unstoppable, man. Unstoppable. So good. So good. Wow. And you know, like Fox being first to call Pennsylvania, right after last time
They learned their
around when they got
lesson.
banged
They
on.
learned
for
their
calling
lesson.
Arizona. By the way,
Yeah.
well, I mean, by the way, they called Arizona right last time. Okay, so like
they called it right, but they called it too early.
Understood, and they called it right this time. Okay.
Wow, that's right.
And so there we are, man. Wow. Yeah, as Matt's Idea Shop says, McDonald's ice cream machines are definitely going to work now. The promise has been visited upon us. Man, she failed upward, and she never ever had to be elected to it, ever.
Yeah,
ever.
Right.
You want to talk about the utter failure? The utter failure of
part of
DEI. The utter failure of DEI. She
Yeah, I was
failed
gonna say
upward at every opportunity without any vote, and then finally she's subjected to reality, and reality said, "Hell no."
This
When
is the
even
end of
Kasparian-
DEI, I think. Right.
Yeah, when even Anna Kasparian is saying, "Yeah, what we did is crap."
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
it was offensive what they did.
Yep.
It's offensive to people on their own side.
It was.
Yes.
If you're on their side and you're rational at all,
Right.
you were offended by this and you didn't want to support it.
Yeah.
The other thing, I know a lot of people were praying before this election. I certainly was.
Mhm.
This would be a good time to thank God because
Indeed.
truly, you know, I mean,
ABD, Val.
the most notable moment, but even this, we just forget as humans. The guy turned his head 20 degrees
Uh-huh.
and his head
I know.
wasn't blown off.
I know.
Okay, at an improbable moment. And so, you know, there are moments in history. The Battle of Lepanto is a good example. But there are many moments in history where you think, had the wind just blown a little bit differently, we wouldn't have civilization anymore. It's really that dramatic. And we may have just experienced
Lived
one of
through
those
it.
moments for our country.
And
this
watched
night.
it on TV. I mean, the records that we have from this whole adventure, including those, you know, I mean, we've never lived through an election where we had these kinds of precise measurements. You could actually simulate the turn of his head.
Yeah.
It's almost like, you know, we've got digital records of the hand of God.
That's exactly right.
Down.
I tell you guys, I mean, I think that's right. And so, you know, I think that a silent moment of prayer actually would be quite appropriate at this point. So if you want to take like 10 seconds here and just say thank you to God, because seriously, well played, God. Really well played.
Yeah.
So.
Amen.
Amen.
All righty. Yeah, thank you, God. That was it. Solidly well done.
You remain undefeated.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
That was
Exactly.
the Babylon Bees headline early in the evening was election vote come in, God's still on his throne. It was like-
I gave a speech to the company twice today. Don't ask me why twice. I mean, you can ask me why. It's because I didn't expect to do it the second time.
Yeah, I only heard one of them. I didn't know there were two.
So I gave it at the 10:30 meeting, and then they asked if we would do a company prayer, which we did do, and I kind of repeated my speech. But I started the day just thinking about that beautiful line from "Be still, my soul." Be still, my soul, thy God doth undertake to guide the future as he has the past. And I took it as just a reminder that unfolding history is God's work to do, not ours. You know, we worked very hard, as we do all the time in our spheres, to advance what we think is good and right, and proper and true. A lot of people in the campaign worked very hard to effectuate this outcome. People like Charlie Kirk worked incredibly hard to get the vote out in ways that we've never seen on the right before. And it's important that you put in that work. That's what we're here to do. But at the end of the day, our work only bears the fruit that God actually intends for it to bear. And, you know, I remember when our friend Andrew Breitbart wrote his book, Excuse Me While I Save the World, Righteous Indignation. I thought, man, saving the world is like one step beyond what God's given us to do. God's given it to us to try to save the world, but the outcome is his. And that would be true even if we had the result that we didn't want tonight.
Right.
And in fact, that was my prayer for the company today was, you know, God, unfold history as you will, but we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you to also give us a favorable result.
Yeah. So I just need to get, since we did like the very meaningful and actually useful and purposeful things. Now I need to do some Schadenfreude stuff. So I need
yourself out.
Let's get to the fun stuff. So I need a ranking of who most richly deserves what just happened.
Kamala Harris is number one.
I definitely vote for the news media.
I don't Kamala Harris doesn't even deserve it.
I agree.
She didn't even earn this.
I agree.
She's a non-entity.
I'm going to give you the answer. The answer, and it's just right. So just deal with it. The correct answer is Barack
Obama.
Barack Obama engineered every aspect of everything about all of this. And then he went out there and he tried in his own magical persona to yell at black men into voting for her. And they said no. And then he tried to take all of his magical popularity and transfer it to his terrible wife. She's not a good person, Michelle Obama. She's been portrayed as one, but she's not. And then she went out there and lectured them. He staffed up the entire Biden administration, and then he was purposely staffing up the Kamala administration.
Right.
And Barack Obama has been denied his fourth term. He has been denied and he deserves it so at the hands of Donald Trump yet again, reenacting my favorite picture of literally all of human history. My favorite picture, which was after Donald Trump won in 2016. Which again, I'm just glad we get to do this again, man. This is like Godfather 2. Like they're both so great. How do I decide which one is better? But after 2016, you recall that Donald Trump visited the White House, and there's a wonderful picture of Donald Trump lecturing the media. And next to him is Barack Obama, who looks like he just wants to commit suicide. And right between them is Abraham Lincoln's bust like this. And, like the fact that Donald Trump has skunked Barack Obama twice.
Yes.
The fact that he skunked Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, he is the destroyer.
But Ben,
he has become, some might say, Vishnu, destroyer of
I want to
worlds.
put a little cherry on top of your sundae. I want to take you back to a White House Correspondents Association.
Yes.
During the 2012 cycle, Trump had been flirting with running for president, and there's Obama. He gets up on stage on the podium, and he says, "Well, Donald, there's one big difference though between me and you is that." Sir, you'll never be president. Ha ha, I actually got to be president. Ha ha. And you see Trump, and he just gives that little smirk, sitting there at the table. There it is. All these years later.
It's that photo. That's my favorite photo. It's so good. It's so good. And it's so wonderful. And now Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are going to have to hand the keys back to the man they declared a criminal Nazi who is going to destroy the country's democracy because the people elected him. It's so good. It's so good. Amazing season finale, God. Once again, 5 out of 5 stars. IMDb 10. Downloading. Will watch on play again. Recommended to all friends. Find me like things in the algorithm. All of these things.
I mean, he not only beat him twice, he came back from the dead. And twice, it's just a beautiful thing. It's like
if you are watching us on X or if you're watching us on YouTube, please think about becoming a dailywire.com subscriber. We're going to do some amazing things with the energy that comes out of tonight. Coming out of 2016, we essentially built the company. Even in defeat in 2020, we launched in entertainment and created these amazing documentaries with Matt Walsh, amazing scripted content with Dallas Sonnier and Bonfire Legend. And coming out of this, we have a mandate, we believe in this company, which is to fight the left and build the future. We scored an enormous victory as a country over the left today. The future is still ours to build. So please, dailywire.com/subscribe. 47% off in honor of number 47 himself, Donald Trump, with promo code FIGHT. Head over there, become a subscriber, join the ranks of our wonderful Daily Wire members who make it possible for us to do all of this work. Again, that's dailywire.com/subscribe. Now is the time as we wait for number 47 himself to walk into the room. I think that the reason it's taking Donald Trump so long to take the stage, because there are places you don't want to be between Donald Trump and the stage. I think that there's a strong possibility that he is getting a concession call from Kamala Harris. The defeat is that, absolutely.
Can we go back to the question of who deserves this the most? And I think another group that deserves it richly is the abortion industry. The pro-abortion activists who they tried to use abortion to get Kamala Harris to the White House. That was the issue that they ran on, and they were hoping that America loved killing babies enough that alone would propel her to the White House. And I am so thankful that because I wouldn't know. I know we were talking about you don't want to blame America and demonize Americans, but if it proved to be correct that enough Americans love killing babies that Kamala Harris could be elected, I wouldn't know what to think about the country.
No,
at that
that's
point
you're right.
Going forward, and I'm so thankful that's not the case.
Yeah.
Well,
And so that's the, to me, they're the number one villains, and they deserve this humiliation the
You're
most.
totally right. And the abortion industry lost big tonight because they didn't just lose nationally because they lost this election. They got their asses killed in Florida. I mean, they just whooped in Florida, right? They had an amendment on the ballot that would have made abortion legal at the point of birth, basically, without parental consent, the whole thing. And it got wiped out in Florida. And it turns out that exactly what the founders suggested for many contentious issues is exactly how it's going to play out. This was the only election where Democrats would be able to make this a national live issue. Really, because what's going to happen is that stasis is going to set in. All the states are going to pursue their various different, exactly what Trump says, because that's how Roe versus Wade, did it wrong. And that's what Dobbs does. This is how the system works. Donald Trump said it was kicked back to the states. The states are going to do what they're going to do. And if you want to vote in your state legislature for a bunch of pro-abortion people, that's your prerogative in the United States of America. But that is not going to be the lever upon which you can get a Democrat president elected. You're right, Matt. They didn't love abortion enough to overcome the fact of 40-year highs in inflation, a terrible candidate, transing of the children, a wide open border, a horrible foreign policy. The world is a much better place today because Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States, a much better place in every way it is possible to measure that question.
This is true. This is a repudiation of the whole leftist project, whether it's abortion, feminism, the race issue, DEI. I mean, all
especially
of it.
DEI. Good timing for your movie, by the way.
Especially DEI.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to nominate for honorable mention Nicole Hannah-Jones, Rom X. Kendi, and the entire 1619 Project crew. I know this is a little bit in the rearview mirror now, but fundamentally, the groundwork for all the rest of this cultural stuff was laid when the left went full bore on their claim that this country is a mistake. It's a mistake not simply in its failures to live up to its ideals. It's not just that we've had problems like every other country, but that the conception, the whole idea of America is an act of theft, an act of rape, an act of violence. And that notion, which was so galling to so many people, has just lain like a noxious cloud over the first Trump presidency and, of course, over the Biden presidency. And I think that as we start to get these results in more granular detail, we are going to see that has now totally failed as an idea.
I would also like to place a little blame and enjoy a little schadenfreude because of the leftist elites. And specifically, not just because they have crazy, terrible ideas, but that they weren't actually even good at being leftist elites. They were functionally illiterate. They weren't as sophisticated. I go back to one of the all-timers of the leftist elites that shaped a lot of left-wing American politics, and that is the Italian communist Antonio Gramsci, who inspired so many of these people. And Gramsci made a number of really salient political points, one of which was, a revolution's not going to succeed if you lose the common sense. If you lose the common sense of the people are going to reject your theories in favor of their traditions and their way of life and their customs. And the left was pretty good about this for a long time. And the left knew how to wave the American flag, even as they sought to subvert what the flag symbolized. And they lost it, specifically, actually, on this issue of the trans kids. Do not underestimate the role of the trans kids in this, because it was just too much for liberals like Elon Musk. It was just too much for moms who don't want to vote for Trump. It was just too much for suburban voters in some kind of blue states. An emblem that the Democrat Party no longer has a mooring to reality. That plus 25% inflation over 3 years. That combination, I don't know how the left could have overcome it.
Can I read you guys something beautiful from the New York Times? Nate Cohn, chief political analyst. While it might be several hours until the race can be called, our estimates say Donald Trump is very likely to win the presidency. Kamala Harris almost certainly needs to win Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, and Trump is a clear favorite in each. They are putting his chances of winning at greater than 95%. They're suggesting that he will carry 306 electoral votes and that he will win the popular vote 1.2% above Harris.
I remember,
by the way,
when
even
George
Sam
Floyd
Brown
riots started. I remember sitting there and saying on the air, they think that they've won. They think, in other words, that they can do this. They can burn our cities down for this drug addict, and they they will not have to pay, and they're just wrong.
Yeah.
They've overshot the mark. And
Yes.
I knew it then, and it's absolutely true. They just went too far. They always do.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that they thought that because of Trump's excesses, that gave them license to do literally anything.
Yeah.
And it turns out the American people are not up for that. And they proved it because they're like, you know what? Even with his excesses, we will take that guy over everything that you are presenting.
Right.
Ben,
right
you just
now.
mentioned Sam Brown. How's Nevada looking?
So shockingly, Sam Brown has now moved with 77% of the votes into an extraordinarily tight lead. against
Really?
Jackie
Yeah, let's
Rosen.
go, baby.
Okay, so
Because he's been
there's-
trailing all night.
I mean, yes, he's been trailing. Well, all elections.
All elections.
He was down
Yeah,
double
yeah.
digits
Yeah, yeah.
a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Nevada right now, Donald Trump is expected to win Nevada. He's up by about 4 percentage points in Nevada. If you take a look at at that Senate race in Nevada, with again 77% of the votes in, 496.8 thousand, 496,800,000, 496,800. Jackie Rosen's at 494. Super duper tight. It's possible he pulls that out. He pulls that out. You're looking at 56 Republican seats in the United States Senate.
How is the House? How is the House looking?
So the House, nobody knows. It's going to take weeks for the House to shake out because these races take for freaking ever.
Yeah.
That's why you saw MSNBC a little bit earlier,
Talking about
really
that, right.
trying to stash their last hopes on the possibility that the Republicans somehow lose the House.
My friends, Fox News just called Wisconsin for Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Hey.
I'm not doing it until I call Michigan. So
You got confetti in my whiskey.
I
Not
know.
even- I'm not
By
even.
the way,
I know.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine.
I was just thinking
It's
that's
gonna be fine. Not just.
by the way, they
not
called
just a
him.
victory.
They called the election for him as well. By the way, I mean,
Yeah.
so Fox didn't just call Wisconsin; they also called the election for him.
So not only a victory, but a resounding victory for Donald Trump.
The American people, a wise and generous people. Seriously, really. Well,
You mean that's that's garbage you're talking about?
yeah.
By the way,
Wise and generous garbage.
By the way, I think that last touch from Joe Biden
Yep.
meant something.
It
I think
did.
it meant something.
Yes, it did.
Because
Did
I
he
think
do
that
it? Had a role to play as well.
I mean, that's always the big question, right? It's
Yeah.
But I said at the time, there aren't any swing voters who are like, oh man, now I'm going to vote for Trump. But if you were a marginal Trump voter, somebody who's like, I don't know, like, yeah, I like him, but do I care enough to go out and vote for him? And then he called you all garbage.
Yeah.
That's right.
But guess
And all your friends garbage and all your family garbage. It was like, again, just keep hitting us, and we're gonna hit you back.
Yeah.
We're gonna hit you back. They're just they're the passive aggressive person in your life who just pokes at you and pokes at you and pokes at you and pokes at you for years, and eventually they're just gonna get clocked. I mean, you can't do that over and over to the American people.
You know how
gaffes matter when they're real.
Yeah.
Gaffes matter
And-
when they're
and
real.
That was a Kinsey gaffe.
People
I
are
mean,
really
he meant it.
And consider that the American people waited for their opportunity to hit back in a nonviolent electoral fashion.
Always a beautiful thing.
You know,
Yeah.
when Trump was shot and he stood up, he proved that he was actually the courageous guy that he'd
That
been
he said he
telling
was,
you that he
yeah.
was.
Yes.
With this victory,
Yes.
Donald Trump has proved that he is the world historic figure that he has been telling you he is for 40 years.
100%.
He
Which
is
is
that guy now.
Yeah.
He is
He
the
really
man.
is demonstrably that guy.
He is the global man for the time. He's a great man of history.
Yeah.
There's no other way to put it. He's
Yeah.
a great man of history, on par with all the people who he was mocked for comparing himself to.
Yes.
Because that's what he is. When you
Yes.
become a non-consecutive term holder in the United States and you radically reshape how politics is done in the United States, and by the way, how global politics
Yes.
actually occurs, you are now in a small coterie of people who have shaped the fate of the planet itself
Yes.
as the president of the United States. I mean, you're like, when he mentioned, everybody laughs like, oh, like Lincoln. Okay, here's the thing though.
Kind of.
Here's the thing
But kind of, though.
Okay, not what Lincoln had to face down in slavery and Civil War, different thing. But he's a different time. Again, don't compare different people at different times.
Yeah.
Compare them to the time that they have. And the time that Donald Trump has, you can't say that somebody's made the most of that time more than Donald Trump has made the most of that time.
Yeah.
It's an incredible thing that we've witnessed. We already did the Schadenfreude. I want to do one other thing here, which is pick a person to say thank you to, not me, but me. No, but pick a person to say thank you to for the victory, right? Aside from Donald Trump, because there are a lot of people who worked for this victory tonight.
I'd like to say once again, Barack Obama.
But I'll shout out Charlie at TPUSA.
Charlie did a great job.
Heavy on the ground work.
I would
Scott Pressler.
I would thank us. I really would. I think this has been a revolutionary enterprise. It's been part of a revolution. It only represents the revolution. It isn't the revolution, but it represents it, and it represents it proudly. I'm incredibly proud to be here, even with you clowns. And I mean, which just shows you that. But I think this has been a revolutionary change. It's why I have been so sanguine, because I know we're here.
Giant shout out to Elon.
Yes.
Giant shout out to Elon.
And I think he made a big difference.
And
he
Rogan
made a
too.
huge difference.
Yeah.
He gave a permission structure to a bunch of people who might have thought differently about Donald Trump.
I'll give you one that
And
nobody
he
else will
gave,
say.
gave us the chance to speak on social media.
I'll give you one that no one else will say. Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg, after the shooting in Butler, came out and said that it was badass.
He's a badass.
Yeah.
And that was I believe that was the moment that it became okay for people around the country to say that they liked Donald Trump. Because it wasn't a figure associated with the right. Because even Elon, through the purchase of X, had become more and more associated with the right. But for Mark Zuckerberg to say, yeah, I gotta say that was badass.
Yeah.
Was someone on the left actually breaking down the wall.
Obviously the obvious one to thank is Donald Trump himself. And I think that a lot of us felt after the assassination attempt, when he stood up and rose his fist in the air and yelled fight, and we had that iconic photo, all of us at the time were saying the election is over. And then I think all of us felt like 2 weeks later that, okay, well, we spoke too soon. But I think actually the election was over in that moment. And ultimately, like that was the end of it right there, because when you have a moment like that, you're just going to win. You can't lose after a moment like that. And to your point with Mark Zuckerberg, I think that changed the tide in many ways.
And every iconic moment in this campaign was Trump's. I mean, the McDonald's, the garbage truck, and certainly that one more than any other. But like, it's just been, what did Kamala do? It just sticks in your mind. Besides
and also, I don't mean this in any glib way. When that guy pulled up at McDonald's and he said, I'm an ordinary guy, and Trump said there are no ordinary guys, but whatever is meant by the ordinary guy really did reassert himself here. The ordinary men and the ordinary women, they reasserted themselves. We were told 2020 was the normie and it wasn't the normie revolution. The Trump movement in so many ways is the normie revolution.
100%.
It's okay to be a normal guy. We're not bad. We're not deplorable. We're not garbage. We're not irredeemable. We're good. We're good old American stock, man, and it's okay.
We're just like Trump. We're a little crass. We care too much about money.
When they called JD weird, they meant it. They meant it. Because it's not that they were that it was a misnomer and that they just were like trying to do a thing that they didn't. They believe that JD Vance is weird, and they believe that he's weird because he's from Ohio, and because he is married, and because he has children, and because he goes to church. These are all things that are weird to them. And to us, that's normie. So when they say normie revolution, they mean like Sam Brinton stealing luggage while wearing a dog mask. And when we say normal, we mean, kind of like all the people,
everybody,
here and like JD and like normal humans, like normal actual humans.
That was great about Megyn Kelly's speech, where she turned to the guys in back of her, all that, and the hard hats and all the stuff. Said, we like you. Women like you. We have husbands. We have sons. We have brothers. Beautiful.
JD Vance is another one to thank for the.
JD did a great job. He did a great job in this campaign.
And he gives me.
And by the way, I mean, I think underratedly great job in this campaign.
He did a great job of explaining Trump's ideas.
So I was showing this. I was showing this to Klavan last night. Actually, I was showing him because we were talking about Trump's debate performance, which was not good against Kamala Harris, and I was showing him how Nate Silver's estimate of how the election was going. Basically, the race went like this: Trump is leading Biden. Kamala comes in and they flip. Suddenly, Kamala is leading Trump in his estimate. Trump starts to climb. And he climbs above Kamala. You remember early on, she started to kind of fall apart. By the time they did the debate, Trump was the favorite in the race. They do the debate. He does not perform. He starts to decline. She starts to rise. At the low ebb of that is the debate between JD and Walsh. And right as that happens, Trump starts to rise again because it stabilized the ship. It reminded people that, like Trump says things that are weird, but his agenda is actually really normal. And normal people hold this agenda too.
This on the normal point, it reminds me of that monologue from a friend of some of us, John Milius, The Wind and the Lion. The grizzly bear monologue here? It's in the mouth of Teddy Roosevelt. It just makes me think of Trump and all the people who vote for Trump. The monologue is, the American grizzly is a symbol of the American character. Strength, intelligence, ferocity. Maybe a little blind and reckless at times, but courageous beyond all doubt. And one other trait that goes with all previous, loneliness. The American grizzly lives out his life alone, indomitable, unconquered, but always alone. He has no real allies, only enemies, but none of them as great as he. The world will never love us. They respect us. They might even grow to fear us. They'll never love us, for we have too much audacity, and we're a bit blind and reckless at times, too. The American grizzly embodies the spirit of America. He should be our symbol, not that ridiculous eagle. He's nothing more than a dandified vulture.
Another big winner, I think it's already been said, are podcasts are a big winner.
Yes,
baby. Podcasts are a big winner.
Podcast election.
I mean,
yeah, that was a strategy that Trump adopted sort of midway through the Kamala stage of the race, that people weren't sure whether it was going to work, whether these guys that listen to these podcasts are actually going to come out. But that is actually indicative of something important about Trump that's been true of him since 2016, which is that he's living in the future world of the media landscape, right? I mean, we all feel the oppressive weight of institutions like the New York Times and the Washington Post, and we think, how can people still be falling for this garbage? NPR, they tune in. We all know people who listen to NPR and take that as gospel. And Trump trusted that era is passing away. And by trusting it, he actually enabled that to come into being. The fact that he went on Rogan, the fact that he, believed that those people were actually going to get mobilized. So, the podcast bros, and of course also Peanut the squirrel.
You know who I'd like to give credit to also, and I can't believe this name has not come up once on this show. Moo Dang, the hippopotamus.
The hippo.
Moo Dang, the hippopotamus, today was offered 2 cakes, one Kamala, one Trump, and Mr. or Miss Dang endorsed the Trump cake.
Yes.
That was hours before his victory.
Yeah.
Is that a coincidence?
Oh, yeah.
And you know what?
Yeah, I'm just asking a question.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
just saying.
The pro-hippo propaganda is very dangerous. Hippos are dangerous animals, so that's a whole other thing.
But I have to say, Peanut did not die in vain.
No, he did not.
He lives on in our hearts.
That was
not irrelevant.
It was not irrelevant, the Peanut thing. It was not like Harambe or something like that. It was fun.
Hey, watch what you say about Harambe.
It was funny, but what the
Just
hell?
because Harambe had information.
What the hell? But what the hell is our bureaucry
It was
doing?
pretty irrelevant.
We're less than an hour into the Trump victory. We're already
matter at all.
No, in terms of numbers, but it wasn't meaningless.
If
When
Bush hadn't died, Trump would have lost.
Jill Stein would be president today.
By the way, credit to Mark Cuban, who already congratulated Trump.
Did he?
Did he really?
Yeah, he said, congrats to Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats to Elon Musk as well. #, Godspeed.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah,
good for him.
Good for him.
Need more of that, actually.
Yeah. I can be gracious to those who acknowledge they've been vanquished.
Another important player is Barron Trump for telling.
Yeah,
he's the one telling Trump
Saying
what
go
podcast
on
to
these.
go on.
He absolutely
Yes.
is.
Yeah.
He absolutely is.
And I mean, of course, it's been said a million times already, but the mainstream media just being relegated to total irrelevance.
Yes.
Their ability to set the narrative has been completely destroyed.
Destroyed.
Yes.
Utterly
It's
destroyed.
totally
Yeah.
impotent,
Yeah.
ineffectual now.
Big win for Liz Cheney, by the way.
She was going to be the CIA director, according to
Worse than Iraq for Liz
She'll
Cheney.
get a job on
This is not-
MSNBC.
Actually, though, this is a personal bullet that it's personal for us, but it's public for the conservative movement. When the Times came out with their piece, putting all the podcasters up there, and I was, I got, a little, it was not lost on me that the Times put my picture there because they just want to take my podcast, like all these other podcasts.
They didn't even mention you.
They didn't even mention me, but they just don't like my podcast. And so had Kamala won, had the Democrats, had the Senate, or we'll see how they do in the House, like there was a very, very good chance that the conservative media landscape was going to get pummeled into the ground by these platforms.
100% chance.
And now that will not happen, at least for 2 to 4 years. That cannot happen.
And we've been talking about, the pro-life fight and abortion all night. The other thing that would have happened if Kamala would have won is that they've already been going after the pro-life movement, throwing people in federal prison. This is happening.
Yeah.
This has been happening right now.
I know.
And if Kamala Harris, who did that as AG in California, and if she had been, that was one of my top worries of a Kamala Harris administration, is her just going to war against the pro-life movement. And that's not going to happen now.
I actually thought, though, that trying to take down social media and podcasts and that, I think we would have won that fight. I mean, I didn't want to be in it. I thought it would have been terrible, but I think we would have won.
It's not for nothing that Kamala Harris slurred her speech for 3 straight months on the national stage as the candidate, except when she talked about killing babies.
Yeah,
And
right.
then she was suddenly incredibly prescient.
She's incredible. Yeah, she has
Incredibly
clear thoughts
articulate.
about that.
Yes, she
among,
does.
Yeah, alone among all issues. She really knows what she thinks. And it's interesting, we haven't yet mentioned the Supreme Court, which is not a political actor. So we don't want to name them as having, won this election. But in fact, the opposite is true. This Supreme Court, which we owe in no small part to Trump's first term.
3 judges.
Steered through perhaps the most treacherous territory for justices in American history. I mean, death threats, leaks, really serious danger that these guys faced. And what they did not do was win the election for Trump or decide every point in Trump's favor, but actually their job. They looked at the text of the Constitution, they read the cases in front of them, they considered the arguments, and they decided to the best of their ability, as I think the founders would have hoped that they would have decided, to hold the line against a lot of the worst excesses of the Biden administration.
And the record shows they did not lean toward Trump.
No.
They leaned toward the Constitution.
We also, it's so early, but the impact of overturning Chevron,
yes,
we don't feel yet.
Yeah, I agree.
And that will actually be that will actually be sped along by Trump ascending the presidency, because from inside and outside the government, all of the agencies, all of the sort of bureaucratic instruments are going to be brought to court.
Yeah, it is. For people who don't follow these sorts of cases all that closely, the Supreme Court did somewhat quietly overrule this decades-long precedent that said that the agencies can basically run their own business and do whatever they want.
You guys want a fun one? So apparently Tim Walsh just lost control of the Minnesota State House. The Republicans are currently leading in the Minnesota State House.
That's tasty.
The other thing, too, is that this delay between Trump's terms. I've always thought that Trump is actually learned stuff, and the way he's talked, for instance, about staffing, which was the big problem in his first administration, and that it's all about the people. It's all about the people.
Yeah.
He's a smarter guy than he was before.
Yes,
and he will, I think, be a smarter politician in office.
Yeah.
I mean, he certainly won't make the mistakes he made right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Right. You remember that his early staffing decisions
was terrible.
were really bad.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
had
as
to
he
shift
said,
all those
and
out.
also he didn't staff enough. I mean,
And then he fired everybody, and then you got a bunch of better people.
Yeah.
And so I think that a lot of those people, again, I think he's going to have a lot of holdovers and a lot of people who come back. Like, people focus on the people that he fired, but the reality is there were a lot of people at the end, particularly in the foreign policy realm. But even the domestic policy realm,
that were
really, really
excellent
good,
people.
and they're coming back. Like, I think, listen, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd mentioned, possible secretaries of state. I think there's possibility that that's Pompeo again or Rubio. I think there's possibility he goes for Rick Grinnell. I wouldn't be shocked if Grinnell comes up in that conversation.
The lights just went down at Trump HQ. They're getting ready to shine a spotlight.
Oh boy.
Whoa.
All right.
Will we get some audio?
Team Harris, by the way, has confirmed that the vice president will speak tomorrow. No concessions
We all
tonight.
get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kaylee worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. Nobody gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies. And I think do even better. These celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana. He's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the Vice President to get to the presidency.
Only George Bush,
have done it, and that is Mark Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. The question is
not by way of
what the Republican Party looks
not by way of somebody dying.
Right.
Kaylee, it's a multiracial party to your point.
That can't be
It's
true.
working
John Adams.
class.
Well, I mean, Nixon, right? He was
The
vice
first-
president, and then he ran later.
Yeah, that's
And the first vice president.
No, but I mean,
Adams.
I meant sitting vice president. Yeah.
No, but
Yeah. Well,
Adams,
Adam.
our first vice
Okay.
president,
Yeah.
became the.
Yeah, that's true.
second president.
It's not over for Kamala. You know, I think she could run again in 2028. Hope she does. Keep at it. That's
And
my
maybe
message.
2030,
Yeah.
just to be safe.
Kamala,
Don't give up. Yeah.
Kamala 4.0 will definitely be more joyous. and
Nevertheless,
rad.
she persisted.
You know how Trump, you know how Trump learns things over the years?
Yeah.
I'm not sure the same applies to Kamala. So perhaps, we'll get the same campaign.
Yeah.
Oh, the deliciousness. Oh, the
Wow.
wonder.
That Wisconsin. Yeah.
Look at that stage.
Again, somewhere Grover Cleveland's a little mad, right? He's like, oh man, that was my
That
thing.
was my
record.
It's the only thing anyone remembers.
NBC has also called Pennsylvania for Trump, for what it's worth.
So
late
it's
on the game, guys. Late on the game.
I think we don't have to go all night. I think that we can all take off the rest of the week.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm-
of course.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, good.
I'm not even sure I can stay up for
Man,
Trump's
the-
speech.
Big miss on by Ann Seltzer.
Oh, yeah.
he won
was
the state
pretty hard hit.
He won the state by 14 points. So she was only off by 17 points. That is not a good poll. That is not a good poll. And man, the recriminations. I'm here for all of it. I'm here for the View tomorrow. I'm here for Maddow. I'm here for.
I think instead of doing my show, I might just watch all of their shows during my air.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it'll be incredible. It's gonna be so good. And like watching Kamala blame everyone around her, and then Biden blame everyone around him, including her.
Biden's so happy, right? I
Oh,
mean,
but-
he's asleep,
Of
but
course.
if he were
He'll be
awake,
so happy in the morning.
he'll be so happy when he finds out tomorrow afternoon.
Real Clear has Trump at 270 now. I mean, it's
over. It's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
And by the way, it was over when I said it was over. I just didn't have the magic
didn't have the
authority to say it
authority,
was
yeah.
over, but it was over.
Yeah, I'm kind of mad we're missing MSNBC.
That's true.
Right?
You know,
This is the peak moment.
I'm glad people are watching us, but like I wouldn't
Right.
be watching us.
NBC is
I'd
now
be
floating
watching-
the idea that Democrats were not smart to swap out Joe Biden for Kamala Harris.
oh,
No,
you hate to see
Who
it.
said it? Who said it?
NBC is upset that they swapped out Biden for Harris.
Donald Trump is in the room at the convention center. Our own Mary Margaret Olohan has been there all night. She sees Donald Trump in the venue. So we'll be hearing from the president soon. I have an idea. It's kind of crazy. You guys want to hear it?
Sure.
My idea is that when Donald Trump starts walking in, everybody starts clapping and the room goes crazy. I'm going to stand up
Mhm.
and I'm going to walk into the party that's taking place in the next room where we have so much of our Daily Wire staff who made this show possible and make our
Yes.
work possible. So many of our friends and family from around Middle Tennessee and influencers who came in to spend the evening with us. Tim Pool. I think we should just actually go in there and watch this thing on the big screen. What do you guys
I'm
think?
with you.
sounds great
I'm
to
with
me.
you. Yeah.
And
camera
drink
that can
Tim Pool's
follow us.
Pappy Van Winkle.
And
Most
drink
importantly, yeah.
Tim Pool's Pappy Van Winkle.
Okay.
And then are we coming back, or is that?
Well, we're going to watch it. And then that'll be the end of the evening.
That'll
that's
be the
it.
end of
Yeah.
the evening.
Right.
I love that
Yes.
idea.
Totally in. By the way, stat of the evening. Okay. Kamala Harris did not outperform Joe Biden in a single county in
Oh,
America.
That's sad.
So hey, I want
Not
to.
one.
I'm
I,
sad.
I don't usually make like
Holy
big
shit.
predictions on elections and stuff. I did say from the beginning, I actually agreed with the left-wing streamer Destiny. I thought it was a mistake to knock off Biden. I'm not saying Biden would have beat Trump. I don't think he would have this time.
Right.
But I just thought it was a bad idea, even when it would have been to a good candidate like Newsom or somebody, but especially with someone like Kamala. And now you are seeing the payoff of that. It's so disruptive to the ticket. It's such a vote of no confidence.
Right.
And there was no reason to believe that woman could win anything more than a dog catcher race.
Even making Kamala Harris the VP in the first
That was a
so
mistake.
cynical.
so cynical.
Yeah.
So cynical.
Terrible. Yeah. I mean, we have probably witnessed the most consequential presidential debate,
Yes.
certainly in our lifetime. I also hope we've witnessed.
And the most fun. It was really
It was delightful. And I also hope we've witnessed the last presidential debate of any significance in that format. I think
Yeah.
that the long form podcast interview
It's way better.
will come out of this as a major development.
Yeah, by the
Let
way,
them
we're
come
speaking
out
of like
and
people who are impactful. Points to Joe Rogan, man.
Joe
Yeah.
Rogan.
Without
Points to
question.
my friend Joe.
Yeah.
Without question.
Yeah.
I mean, Rogan has been one of the most consequential voices in America
Yeah.
for some years now,
Yes.
but he cemented it. And his courage to endorse,
And they
which
tried to
which
shut
carried
him
risk.
down.
Oh, it must
Yeah,
be
yeah,
terrible
yeah.
over at CNN. CNN called Pennsylvania for Trump. So they must just be like beside themselves over there.
Yeah, I'm seeing 280 on this. Did they call
Because
Wisconsin?
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to take Michigan and Nevada too, and Arizona.
Decision Desk HQ calling Wisconsin.
Hey, remember, so Trump got one thing wrong.
Mhm.
He said it would be a bloodbath if Kamala won, but I'm looking at these numbers over here.
It's kind of a
looks a little bit
Guys,
like a bloodbath.
I got to be
Trump
honest with you.
winning.
I'm not tired of winning.
I am
I'm not
not
tired of winning.
Yeah. I'll let you know.
He
The night-
lied.
the
He
night is
lied.
young.
He
The
told
night
me
is
I would be tired of winning. I am not tired of winning. I can't believe him.
What? a
Amazing.
Could someone
remarkable
please
turn of
pass my
events.
Buc-ee's Bic so
Oh,
I
yeah.
can relight my cigar?
That was really
It's gone. It's underneath the confetti.
No, it's here somewhere. Here it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Thank
This
you.
is very, it's very
There are people
surreal.
who are going out on the stage to prep the stage for him right now. So, wow.
Just
wow.
amazing. Donald Trump, the 47th president of the United States.
Fucking believable.
If you're just tuning in, because you maybe watched the NFL trades this afternoon.
Yeah, that's
Took a bit of a nap. You're waking up for the night shift.
Yeah, we just
Donald Trump, is the 47th president.
Yeah.
And
of the United States.
we'll be playing defense for the Giants, I think, as well.
That's right. And to quote George W. Bush, for whom I still have great affection, it is indeed some weird shit. It is indeed.
You know what I'm most excited for about President Trump's second term? His third term. That's what I'm really looking forward to, baby. You heard me, Media Matters. Cat's out of the bag.
I'm so happy that, truly, I said it early in the evening. Barack Obama effectively got a third term.
Yes.
And I'm so glad he's not getting a fourth.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said, the Democrats will now have to run a real candidate in 2028, which means not a puppet for Barack Obama, somebody who has their own ideas. And they'll get Obama up there at their convention, and they'll take his phone calls, and they won't give to what he actually thinks.
There are fun things happening all over the country. So over in LA, where things are trash. So the district attorney over there is a Soros guy named George Gaskin. He's just awful.
He's awful.
He got defeated today.
Yeah. That's great. That's excellent.
Like
That's
serious. Even some of the lefties are finding reason. At this point.
Yeah.
Oh, the return of reason. Oh, how we have long awaited you.
I didn't realize Gascon was even on the ballot this year. I just wasn't paying attention to the race.
You guys ever seen that
He's already
painting?
calling for scrapping the Electoral College.
Of course.
Is he going to scrap the popular vote?
Yeah, right. I mean,
what about
yes,
elections?
the
Just
answer to that question is yes, there will.
What
we'll
they
soon
didn't
see.
say is that
Yes.
if Trump won, there would be no more elections because the left canceled the rest of them.
Right.
The left was like, we can't do this shit anymore. Like, we're done. There's no more elections here.
You know, when Elon said this could have been the last election if Kamala won, I thought I didn't think of him meaning that literally, like there would have been an election day next time. I think the point he was making was because of mass migration and mass amnesty, that you as a citizen, your vote just wouldn't really matter at all.
Become irrelevant.
Yes. And so to me, it seemed like this election, as much as it was about Trump and Kamala, it was a question of whether or not, we were talking earlier, Dr. Klavan, about the cycle of regimes. Regimes change. We've tried to stave off the change, but they change over time. And I felt it was a referendum on, do we still live in a regime that is vaguely similar to the one we had at the founding of our country?
Yeah.
And I think the answer today, in the year of our Lord 2024, is a resounding yes. Exactly. It hasn't changed yet.
You bastards. Yeah, no, I mean, I think, not to get too portentous about it, but we did just kind of live through a major stress test of the American experiment. It's not that we haven't had others, but the whole idea of the country in the deep sense is that we're supposed to be able to weather the kinds of catastrophes that other regimes have capitulated to, have fallen under and transformed, including the Roman Republic. I mean, a lot of the things that we've been facing are very similar to what the Roman Republic was facing at the end of its life. And we are supposed to be able to move peacefully through those crises into something new. And I think we just proved that, in fact, we can do that.
This is not that day.
By the way, 75% of the vote is in Michigan, and Trump is up 52-46.
Okay.
He's just going to sweep the whole rest.
Decision Desk currently has Republicans with a 2-1 advantage win chance in the House, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the triumvirate is very much on the table.
Yeah. And we have the Supreme Court, even though the thing is, the libs say, well, it's a conservative court because it's appointed by Trump, and they've given us some good decisions.
Yeah.
Also, Neil Gorsuch, appointed by Trump, gave us Bostock, which wrote transgenderism and the civil rights law. So that really isn't dispositive, but in as much as you can map it, this means that conservatives have totally unified government at the federal level, with the exception of the bureaucracy, which is set up for a fall like we have not seen in any of our lifetimes.
No excuse to not push forward the agenda.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Right. No excuse.
Right.
Now,
we don't need to focus on that tonight, but no excuse.
No.
I have a new answer from Mary Margaret Olohan on what we do in a post-Roe world.
Okay.
We just passed a national abortion ban.
Let's go. You heard me, Media Matters.
By the way, I would. I just want you guys to know, like,
Yeah,
I know that I'm
We
saying
all-
that we should be incremental in our approach. I am an absolute abolitionist.
Well, you're incremental, meaning you would at least take a small victory. You would also take a
I would
large
also
victory.
take the-
yeah, yeah.
And can we be honest now? Project 2025 is Trump's agenda. So
yeah.
Let's
It's
hope
being
so.
implemented
Let us-
as we speak.
Let us
It's-
hope so. Yeah.
By the way, hardest hit tonight, Matt Drudge.
Ooh.
What a
Yeah.
fall that
He,
got.
he is nuts. You know, you told me to start reading because I had stopped. He's insane.
Yeah, he lost it.
So here's what happened. 8 weeks ago, Drudge was great. It was the best that it's been since it stopped being good. 6 weeks ago, he went
crazy.
to the left. I mean, truly
Yes.
to the left of MSNBC.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was divorced from
It
reality.
was divorced from reality. He gave Nick Fuentes like 8 above the fold links over the last 6 weeks.
I began to worry about you because you told me to start looking at it. You must have told me right at the change.
I
'cause
told you right at the
it was pretty
Is it
good
still
a few months ago.
Matt
Hey, what
Drudge?
is Jeremy seeing here?
Oh, it's still Matt Drudge.
God, listen to this lead from the AP. What trash they are. Truly, you want to talk about who's garbage? The legacy media. Those are the garbage.
You don't
My
hate
goodness,
that
take
enough.
out
That's true.
take out that bag of shit.
Yeah.
Listen to this. Even with the outcome uncertain Tuesday night, the 2024 presidential election already has exposed the depths of a fractured nation as the candidates navigated political shifts based on class, race, and age under the near constant threat of misinformation and violence.
All your fault.
That's their lead. That's their lead.
fractured. We seem pretty unified.
Yeah.
I mean,
Everybody.
also, I love this.
Looking at that map, I don't know.
Navigated political shifts based on class. You mean how Donald Trump won the largest share of Hispanics for any Republican in the modern era, and the largest share of black men for any Republican in the modern era, and the largest share of Jews of any Republican in the modern era? Like, that seems like not super fractury to me. That seems like
Look at the map. It's red.
I mean,
The whole thing is red.
yeah.
Wow.
that's
That
pretty.
is
I like
awesome.
it.
It's the coast. They own the coast. Like
Yep.
just parts of the coast. Like,
Yeah.
Not my coast, baby.
yeah.
Florida looking
That's
good.
right.
That's right. I mean, there is like a third of the American coasts.
Yeah.
Because I also consider America's Evil Top Hat Canada to just be one giant ocean of
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a land ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a land ocean. Wow.
Truly remarkable. I hate that Jordan and Dennis aren't still with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mostly because I wanted to see Dennis drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might have been dangerous. I don't know.
Yeah. This, guys, I was pretty bullish going into it, and I did think that there was a chance that it would be over on election night. I was actually more bullish than many people on that. I did not think it would be like this.
No.
I thought this vindicates vibes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Totally on vibes. I thought
Yeah.
this is what would happen.
But see, the vibes weren't based on nothing. They were actually based on, for me, they were based on cultural observation.
Well, also, I
Just
mean,
different, you know?
can we be real about something? The polls weren't that off. Meaning that if you look at the state polls, look at Real Clear Politics polling average. Okay, Atlas first of all nailed it. So Atlas Intel hit every single state. Atlas nailed it within like very small margins in every single state. And if you look at those final Real Clear Politics polling averages in the states, the Real Clear Politics polling averages in the states were not very far off. They had Trump plus 1.3 in Georgia, Trump plus 1.2 in North Carolina. They had a slight advantage for Trump in Pennsylvania. They had Harris plus 0.5 and plus 0.4 in Michigan. That's like within 2 points.
Yeah.
Okay, these are not wildly off polls. This is why, again, not to pat myself on the back, I literally said there's going to be a polling error in Trump's favor because you can't poll the Trump voter properly.
Yeah, yeah.
And if that polling error is real, he is going
It's
to
real
sweep
everywhere.
all of
Yeah,
these
yeah.
states.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But to go back to the vibes.
Forget about the polls. Let's get back to the vibe.
Because we were saying Kamala Harris ran a vibes-based campaign. She did. It was
But
really
it turns
bad.
out Donald Trump was brat.
He was
they were bad vibes. Really
Can
bad
we
vibes
get a
in that
community note on when Charlie XOXO, whatever that girl, she said Kamala is brat? I want a community note. She is not brat.
She's
This is
actually
proof
not
that
brat.
she's not brat.
Decidedly not brat.
Yes.
Well, it was interesting that whole stage of her campaign, which really was the opening, that was their opening gambit, was that we're just going to coast on like coconut milk, basically.
Yeah.
That whole thing was actually borrowed Trump strategy.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that was really just an astroturfed version of Trump's greatest strength, which was what you saw ultimately at McDonald's, was that he's got this enormous kind of fellow feeling for the American people and ease with the actual human being. I mean, it was all an attempt to just like suck the juice out of the Trump campaign and attribute it to Kamala. And in fact,
That is his best self. That has always been his best self. It's just
He's
an
so good. There was
instinctive love of.
There was a video of him that went viral several weeks ago. It was just a quick clip of him just working through a room and talking to people.
Yeah, he's great.
I don't know where it was from, but it was just like,
yeah,
it's masterful.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes. I spoke to Trump's head of security, Keith Schiller, who's been with him for a quarter century or so, and became a very significant Oval Office. He was director of Oval Office operations. And I said, hey, look, I know everything about Trump politically. I've followed the guy. I'm a New Yorker. I've followed the guy since I was like 3. I've literally been aware of Trump for my entire life. I said, tell me about the guy personally. What's it like being around him? We've heard he's bad to people and he has bad character, whatever. He said, this guy, people love him. Like they're loyal to him. Yeah. He has a good family. His family loves him and reveres him. And you can't, it's not, obviously he's had tough relations with certain staffers and stuff in the White House, but I don't know. He's got a decades-long track record of really connecting with people and establishing good relationships.
It is amazing that a guy with his marital history has kids who are actually operational, and some of them actually
quite successful.
Quite successful.
And decent people.
And some of them are, yeah.
You know what this really comes down to? The Washington Post not endorsing Kamala.
That's true.
If only they endorsed Kamala.
Yeah, that would have turned the tide.
Would have changed everything.
That's how I make my decision.
Yeah.
Right.
I would have supported her if they only endorsed her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was waiting on.
I know it. What a failure to lead. A failure in their solemn responsibility to take sides in a political
to tell us what to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Democracy dies in garbage.
That's good. I like it.
Excellent. Yeah.
Wow. So we're looking at the scene.
Yeah, I think we should move into the other room.
Well, I mean, once he starts to come out, right? Or yeah.
Is that Nigel Farage in the crowd?
I thought I
probably
like Nigel Farage.
Nigel does show up in Palm Beach. I have noticed.
Well, this is. I mean, we have not talked about this at all because it's not the headline, but the global element of this is also really important. I mean, America was the last bastion of Western freedom in this election. There are developments in the UK. In Canada, forget about it. But there is all over the West, this same set of issues is being adjudicated. We were the only one.
There's something also, Americans don't appreciate this sufficiently. I remember I was traveling around a lot of the world in 2016, actually right before I started Daily Wire. Yeah. And I was in the Middle East. I was traveling around there a lot. I went to India for a little bit. I was just kind of like a little joy trip with my friends. And the thing that really shocked me about it was, because the election was going on, everyone is tuned into the American election because we're the global hegemon, we're the global empire. Yep. So we think of this as the election for our nation. This is an election that sets the tone for the entire world. Yes. And the entire world is very, very tuned into what goes on here. So to your point, Spencer, things are bad. In Canada, they're killing their elderly and they're sick and they're depressed. And elections in Europe have not gone as we'd like them to in certain places. And
in England, they're arresting people for thinking.
And they're arresting people for praying in their own heads or wearing pro-life T-shirts in their homes. Yeah. And however, this changes that.
Mm-hmm.
Inevitably, this will change.
It will. I'm hearing the.
There he is. Donald Trump is on the stage. You can see him there in the
There he
corner
is.
right
Oh
there.
yeah.
Let's go.
There
My
he
friends,
goes.
thank you for this wonderful night. Let's
Yes,
go listen
and
to the
enjoy.
47th President
bliss.
of the United States. Here we go. Don't forget your champagne.
Yes, indeed.
And maybe your
Whoa,
second
thanks.
cigar. There it is.
Did it.
Opa.
Did it.
Sweeter than liberal tears is the confetti of the conservatives.
Taking this stuff off me.
I would bring these out, or
I'm bringing that out. You have a little bit of confetti on your hair.
We need to.
But it suits you. It suits you.
My friends, we're still on camera.
Yeah,
Please.
exactly.
Okay,
Don't
all
just
right.
get on mic.
Come on, come along.
All right.
All right. I was going to say.
Here we go. Wow.
It's a good day.
All right.
There it is. There's a boy.
Hey, Ben. We're literally going to be on camera the whole time. You gotta stay back in.
In every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave their life to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and remember every day. 'Cause there ain't no doubt this land.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership. Yeah.
Thank you very much. He turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice baby, we call her the ice baby, right? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That's Donald Trump, the 47th President of the United States. Thanks for spending election night with us. We'll see you next time.